Chapter 851 Base. So efficient? Mo-Lan was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that Lu Bin could get the coordinates of the real world in just a few words. Our bodies are already in reality. And this game world is very, very close to reality. It's so close that it's like they're just sticking together. Or the two worlds are sticking together. Even overlapping. But we've never discovered it before. And it's such a close distance. It's actually very easy to sense. And it's all within the sensing range of my spatial origin. At such a short distance, the cost of setting up and building the gate to the present world will not be too great. I see. Then how big is the sensing range of your spatial origin? Or the radiation range of your spatial origin? Not sure. It's very small now. It can probably only radiate to the surrounding areas of the game world. But it's not complete yet. Just like you said just now. The spatial origin only has the meaning of origin in the spatial coordinate system. The radiation range is actually the extension range of the 5 axes in the spatial coordinate system. Theoretically, this distance is infinite. But it needs some power support and some coordinates to support it. As long as someone uses the origin of space, the radiation range will expand. So, in my conception, this space coordinate system will always be sufficient. Because as long as someone goes there and uses the origin of space to construct space spells, and the number reaches a certain level, it will naturally cover the area. The more space coordinates this process requires, the shorter the world to be covered will be. It is roughly like opening up wasteland. If someone goes there and constructs space coordinates, then it is no longer wasteland. It has entered the coverage of our civilization, and has become the coverage of our civilization. We can pour our strength into it at any time, and strike quickly through the space channel. Mo-Lan nodded when he heard this. You just need to get through this period of time. Then later, when the concept of the origin of space is widely popularized, you can basically sleep well. Just like the width of the current train track is still the width of 2 horses running side by side. Once a civilization forms a habit, it will not be easily changed. Or it will never change. Even if a better and more efficient system appears. If every train track that is being used, under construction, in operation, and being manufactured is a sunk cost that restricts the change of the width of the train track, then what restricts the change of the concept of the origin of space is one spatial coordinate after another. Each spatial coordinate is a cost. And your coordinate system will be more stable with each additional spatial coordinate. And when there are enough constant spatial channels, the spatial coordinates will be equal. No one can abandon the accumulation of all spatial coordinates. Give up all constant spatial channels to change the concept of the origin of space. Unless you align and research on the original basis. And upgrade. Mo-Lan said with a smile. Let's not talk about this. We have been talking for so long. Let's prepare to build a door to the present world. Have you reported it? Yes. The way to open it. The location. The continuous world. The people who pass through. The items carried. Etc. I have reported them all. Mo-Lan just stopped halfway through his speech and read a message through the sleep game cabin. Well, it's approved. But there are requirements for the location of the gate to the present world, which must be within the designated base. They will conduct strict inspections and disinfection and isolation of the entire space channel and the air, elements, materials, and people passing through it. They are indeed very thoughtful. So, give me the location, and I'll go there now. Mo-Lan nodded and sent the location to the group of the 3 of them. Linhua was also in it. After sending it, Mo-Lan tagged Linhua. Let's open the door to the present world. Come if you have time. Mo-Lan was not sure if Linhua had time. Because Linhua did not come out to watch the excitement when Lu Bin defined the concept of the origin of space. He must be dealing with something important. Oh! Have you decided? Okay. I'll leave soon. Linhua replied a message and disappeared again. And Mo-Lan did not say anything else. The coordinates were located in a desert, some distance away from the city where Mo-Lan, Linhua, and Lu Bin were. After a while, Mo-Lan found that Lu Bin had gone offline. After another hour, Linhua also went offline. He had obviously set off and was on his way. Mo-Lan was special. He never went offline until one day later, when a helicopter landed directly in his backyard. Mo-Lan replaced his game cabin with a game helmet and boarded the helicopter, staying online while heading to his destination. This was a plan that was reached after comprehensive consideration and many discussions. Because at this moment, The Morse area has gathered a large number of players and a large number of industries. If it is destroyed by Titan during the gap when Emolan is away, the property loss will far exceed the loss of helicopter flight and fuel costs, and the impact will far exceed the impact of helicopter pickup. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, we tried to avoid Emolan from leaving the Morse area, and chose to send a helicopter to take Emolan directly from home to the base where the gate to the present world was to be opened, and then send Emolan home after the gate to the present world was closed. Pickup and delivery. Good service. However, this directly led to a situation. Linwei and Lu Bin, who were exhausted, gathered together and silently watched a helicopter land in front of them. Emolan, wearing a game helmet, walked off the plane leisurely. When the mental power and consciousness are strong enough, players can actively maintain external perception and control while immersed in the game. Of course, this will lead to a situation. That is, AFK. Such players are not mainly aware of the game, but they are definitely not offline, which will cause the game character to AFK. If the player's mental strength and consciousness can reach the level of Emolan, he can even divide a little into the game, and then control the game character to continue to do some simple things, such as meditation, fighting, mining, chopping trees, and smelting. Of course, so far, only a few people can do these tricks. After all, this does not require the mental power in the game, but the mental power in reality. The consciousness intensity is high enough, and the control is high enough. Emolan nodded to Linwei and Lu Bin with his helmet on, and then saw a person walking over. He didn't know him at first, but he reacted immediately after hearing the voice. This was a person who surprised him a little, but it was natural. Chapter 852 The Gate to the Present World. You are Mr. Chi? Emolan was slightly surprised. The old man smiled. Why Mr. Chi? Just call me Old Chi. Chairman Emo, I thought we could meet soon. Right? Ha ha, I really didn't expect it at that time. When Emolan saw Professor Chi, he immediately realized everything. Professor Chi happened to be in charge of space research, and he had dealt with him before, and the communication was quite harmonious, so the task of accompanying him throughout the whole process, and supervising, and drafting the space channel rules would naturally fall on him, and what Professor Chi said the next moment directly confirmed Emolan's guess. You are opening the door to reality this time. The construction of the space channel will be accompanied by me and my team throughout the process. From preparation to start. From start to finish. And even the return visit after the end. My team and I will supervise the entire process. Judge any of your actions. Evaluate the items you bring. And formulate temporary circulation rules and control rules. After Professor Chi finished speaking seriously, a smile appeared on his face again. He said, Molan, it's work-related. Please cooperate with me. Don't worry, Professor Chi, I will definitely cooperate with the work of the working group. Okay. Professor Chi nodded. Do you want to start right away or take a break? Emolan glanced at Lu Bin and said immediately, Don't waste time, let's start right away. Okay, then please strictly follow the reporting process, and if there are any parts that need to be modified on the spot, you must explain them in advance. Do you understand? I understand. Emolan nodded, and then turned to look at Lu Bin. Lu Bin, let's start. Are the spatial coordinates ready? Lu Bin nodded. It's already been adjusted. Then you can play the game. After Emolan finished speaking, Lu Bin and Linwei found a chair to sit down, put on the portable game helmets they carried with them, and started it. The next moment, the bodies of the two in the game seemed to be injected with souls, and they had spirit. Lu Bin logged off in the core of the floating city, and appeared in front of Emolan when he logged on. And Emolan also entered the game directly at this time. After entering the game, Emolan muttered for a moment, and then returned to reality, saying to Professor Chi and several key members of the working group, Mental link. Don't resist. I cast the mental link spell, linking him. Professor Chi and several key members of the working group, who didn't need names, shared vision. In an instant, Professor Chi and several key members of the working group saw a picture, and saw themselves in the picture. This is Emolan's perspective. But it is not a first-person perspective, but a third-person perspective. However, when they saw Emolan wearing a game helmet at the moment, they immediately realized that if it was a first-person perspective, it would be pitch black, and nothing could be seen. The reason why Emolan could act and communicate as usual was entirely because his mental power in reality had reached the standard of externalization. And he could also complete the externalization of mental power in reality, so as to perceive, thus forming the current third-person perspective. It's fine to play games. But can you actually adjust the third perspective in reality? Can you freeze the perspective? It's weird. But then again, there is no space channel open now. And there is no space channel nearby. And Emolan still has this level of mental power. This means that Emolan also has this level of mental power in reality. Emolan's mental power in the game. How strong is his consciousness to affect the main body when the two worlds are isolated? And let the main body's mental power and consciousness reach this level? As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, and experts watch the doorway. At this moment, Professor Chi, who knows many secrets, really knows the horror of Emolan, which is stronger than they expected, more outrageous, and even terrifying. While all sorts of thoughts were running through his mind, the picture in his mind changed. It was still the third-person perspective, but it was no longer in the base, but in the game world. Emolan used the mental link outside the game to transfer the perspective in the game to their minds. And this perspective seems to be in a square. Is this where the mage association is? Although the third-person perspective is a bird's-eye view, the height is limited, and the entire floating city cannot be included in the view. Only a part of it can be seen. And this part looks no different from an ordinary square in an ordinary city. Or maybe this was originally a city, this was originally an ordinary square. Standing at the edge of one side of the square, there was a crack on the ground here, Emolan thought. The crack opened, revealing an interface. The next moment, space elements surged out of it. Lu Bin did not hesitate, directly put the coordinates of the base in the world into the spell structure of the gate to the other world, and released it. Buzz! The space cracked, revealing the black void. Normal speaking, the gate to the other world either failed to open, or opened successfully. There would be no situation where the crack opened but the other side was not the destination generally. It was the destination when it was opened. However, this time Emolan and his team encountered an unusual situation. They saw the gate to another world formed. But what was revealed inside was not the base of the present world, but a light screen with countless extremely tiny ones and zeros flowing on it. A voice sounded. Ding, begin soul detection. Ding, soul detection passed. Ding, begin consciousness check. Ding, consciousness detection passed. Access to the identity system network. Begin identity verification. Identity verification completed. Lu Bin, male, Han nationality, ID number. Emolan, male, Han nationality, ID number. Ding, identity verification is correct. Confirmed to be the person. Begin authority verification, approval verification. Ding, approval comparison is correct. Authorization is correct. Authorization is correct. Authorization verification, permission verification, verification completed, legal space channel, allowed to pass, weapons system shut down. Buzz! The blue barrier disappeared, exposing the current base opposite, exposing Molan, Lu Bin, Linhua, Professor Chi, and the working group on the opposite side of the space channel. But at this time, Emolan and Lu Bin had no time to pay attention to the space channel that was opened. At this time, they were a little confused. Just now, Emolan and Lu Bin looked at each other, communicating with their eyes. Emolan was very grateful. Fortunately, I approved it. Fortunately, I am an honest man. Yes, I have to take back what I said before, President. You will not receive a package the moment you open the door to the present world without authorization, because you, President, can't open the space portal to the present world at all. You will be intercepted in the middle, and you will be gone the moment you are intercepted. A little confused. Yeah, me too. Chapter 853, The Attribute Panel in Reality. It just opened like that. Professor Chi's voice came from behind the gate to another world. He looked at the gate to another world curiously, looking left and right, while the members of the working group brought out machines one by one, and began to scan the space gate completely. Well, after getting the space coordinates, there is no difficulty at all. Convert the coordinates into the spell structure that is compatible with the spell structure of the gate to another world. And then use this part of the spell structure to replace the original structure of the positioning coordinates. It's really not difficult. As long as you have hands. It's fine. Professor Chi nodded and agreed. Indeed, if you put it that way, the threshold for opening the door to reality is not high. As long as you are a master-level wizard or above, and have the spatial coordinates of the present world, you have the ability to open the door to the present world. Master-level wizard equals low threshold. Then President Mo. Forget it. I am a few years older than you. And I am arrogant enough to call you Mo Lan. Mo Lan. Lu Bin. And Linhua. I think you still need to keep the spatial coordinates of the present world secret from Qi for a while. Mo Lan nodded directly. That's no problem. We won't tell anyone the coordinates of the real world, including the elders in our association. But then again, every player is in reality, and in the game at the same time. They were weak before, but after their strength and knowledge increase, it shouldn't be too difficult to get the coordinates of the real world. Right? Maybe it's a little difficult, but with such a huge player base, it probably won't take too long for the coordinates of the real world to be leaked. It doesn't matter. We will try our best to keep this secret and control the spread of the coordinates of the real world. After all, it doesn't matter if some players open the door. But if the coordinates of the real world space are widely spread, if some player tells some gods or powerful beings about the coordinates of the real world space and arouses their interest, it will be very troublesome, Professor Qi said. Although we have built a space defense system to a certain extent, it is still just starting. We should try to reduce the trouble as much as possible. By the way, you are the first group of people who use this system and pass through this map except for the testers. What do you think? Have you found any loopholes? Do you have any ideas for improvement? Tell us about your feelings. It will be a test report. When Professor Qi said this, Mo Lan's face suddenly became complicated again. He and Lu Bin looked at each other, and their eyes became extremely complicated again. Later, Linhua also shook his head slightly and sighed. Mo Lan did not express his feelings first, but asked out loud, Professor Qi, what we just encountered was the game system itself. Right? Professor Qi smiled and nodded, quite surprised. I didn't expect you to think it was the game system. I felt that there were some problems with the game system before, so I reacted directly when I saw it just now. After all, the game world has been partially materialized, which means that the game world is already semi-real to a certain extent. It was just a data world before, and the game system covering the entire world is just a game system. Now the game world has become semi-real, and the game system is still a game system. The functions of various game systems have not been affected at all. They are what they were originally. How can we not doubt it? No wonder. This is true. After knowing that the game world has been materialized, anyone with a keen eye can notice this and suspect this. Professor Qi nodded in agreement. And Lu Bin behind Mo Lan poked Linhua, and quietly connected with Linhua with his mental power, and asked, Did you notice it? Linhua said with a blank expression. Of course I noticed it. Didn't you notice it? Lu Bin was stunned, doubted himself for 0.5 seconds, and then said confidently, How is it possible? Only a fool wouldn't notice such an obvious thing. Yes, only a fool wouldn't notice it. Linhua nodded, and the two reached a consensus, which immediately made Lu Bin mutter in his heart. Did Linhua notice it? Did he really notice it? However, the thoughts in Linhua's mind were not only exactly the same, but also copied and pasted. Did Lu Bin notice it? The two of them finally felt relieved. Forget it, whether he noticed it or not, I noticed it anyway. While the two of them were whispering, Mo Lan continued to ask, Professor Qi, has this game system already covered the entire world? Or does it only cover us, or even only a few bases? Professor Qi smiled when he heard this. Mo Lan, originally according to the confidentiality discipline, I can't tell you this, but according to the results of the meeting, some things don't need to be hidden from you. We also plan to invite you to join us. So I can reveal to you first that the game world has indeed covered the entire real world. If you open the real world door from any real world space coordinate, you will encounter the detection of the game system. Without approval, the real world door cannot be opened. As for whether there are loopholes, I don't know. You can look for it. If you find it, there will be a reward. Mo Lan nodded when he heard it. And after a moment of silence, he suddenly said, Can the attribute panel be summoned in reality? Professor Qi smiled. Why don't you try it? Mo Lan was stunned when he heard this, and then he silently recited the attribute panel. In the game, you can summon the attribute panel by silently reciting it. After reciting it silently, the attribute panel did not appear normally as in the game, but the attribute panel did appear in the game. Before he could say anything, Professor Qi opposite him whispered, Attribute panel. Mo Lan was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Professor Qi in surprise, but found that nothing popped up, and immediately looked at Professor Qi in confusion. Isn't it impossible to summon it? Professor Qi. Why? Before he finished speaking, Professor Qi stretched out his hand and flipped it. A property panel appeared in front of him. Floating in front of him, Olan. Professor Chi looked at Olan with a smile. Olan was stunned when he saw the property panel in reality. He subconsciously read out the several pages on it. Personal information, properties, forums, browsers, work, video, location. Open before he finished speaking. The smile on Professor Chi's face disappeared. He stretched out his hand and clapped his hands. The property panel was scattered and turned into starlight. Professor Chi said unhappily, "It is still in the testing stage now. Everyone will have it in the future. The attribute panel will be very important in the future. It will directly replace mobile phones, computers, ID cards, bank cards, and other items. In addition to the original functions of the attribute panel, most of the functions of these items will also be integrated." Chapter 854 Shelter Pendant. In addition to these, there are many items, many functions will be integrated, and the functions of various software will be adapted. The screenshots in the game will also replace the camera, and so on. In short, the application range of the attribute panel in the future will be very wide, and this has a great impact, so don't talk nonsense to others. Professor Chi shook his head again after speaking. But then again, once the game world is fully realized, the channel between the two worlds is completely opened, it will have a significant impact on many industries. Comparatively speaking, the impact of a mere attribute panel is a bit insignificant. That's right, the spell itself is an advanced productivity, and it has a subversive effect on many technologies, plus those magic plant effects, the number of stones, the element alloy effects, and the engine that can be turned by the fire element. TSK, fire elements are everywhere in the game world. There is no such thing as which mine is more or less in which place. They are everywhere. Now gasoline is in trouble. As long as cars with fire element engines are allowed on the road, a few dollars of gasoline will have to stand aside. After all, fire elements, as long as a mobile element pool is installed on the car, wow, you don't even need to add extra money. You can keep the battery running after stopping for a while. If you stop for a long time, you can't use up all the fire elements. This is simply a devastating blow. Olan suddenly said in surprise. Professor Chi's mouth twitched slightly. Okay. Let's get down to business. Are you going to leave this world gate open like this? And then we two stand here and chat? We'll have plenty of time to chat after we finish our business. It doesn't matter if it's open. Now the dozens of world gates in the Morse area are open 24 hours a day. People are always coming in and out. I collect space elements per person. Maybe I was short of space elements before. But now? What are space elements? I have never seen space elements. What I dislike most is space elements. Come to think of it, I still miss the time when there was no space element. Professor Chi's mouth twitched slightly. Olan smiled slightly when he saw this. And said, I was just joking. But the space element required to maintain the door to the present world is indeed not a big deal for me. Let's talk about business. I was actually thinking about a very profound question just now. Professor Chi, what do you think will happen if my original body enters the game? Don't commit suicide. You won't die. Professor Chi said directly. Do you know how much effort and price the development team has spent to protect players from death? They have created an absolute safety guarantee that no matter what happens, even if the gods assimilate their thoughts, it will not affect the players. You know, the gods' thoughts assimilating thoughts is more dangerous than the gods' direct attacks. But even this level of attack cannot cause harm to the players. You can think about it. And with this level of protection, as long as you bring your main body in, you may be completely killed in the game. It is equivalent to giving up the last layer of protection. You are just courting death. People like you are the ones who are not courting death. The main thing is that even if you die, you will waste social resources. Olan laughed when he heard this. I was just joking, but I have another question. What question? This set of immortality protection mechanism is not affected even after the game world is materialized to a certain extent, but the death penalty is increased. Combined with what you said before, are you saying that even after the game world is completely materialized, players in the game world are still immortal? As long as the player condenses his body from the game world, and then goes to other worlds, he will still be immortal in other worlds? Or even if he dies in other worlds, it will not affect his real body? Professor Chi smiled. If it is just to ensure that you will not die in a virtual game, does it cost so much? Except for a few cases of psychological death, most people will not be affected even if they die in a highly virtual reality game. The most serious is psychological illness. Can that be called death? Hearing Professor Chi's words, Olan was completely shocked. After a long silence, he let out a long breath and muttered to himself. It's really awesome. This is more than just a manifestation of a game world. This is a super race artifact that can make humans become players' game reality and rise among the countless races in the world. As long as the player does not die, there will always be a chance to try and make mistakes. As long as this immortality mechanism is not broken, humans will definitely become a famous and powerful race among the countless races in the world, and occupy one side. Professor Chi smiled and said nothing. And for a while, Emolan did not plan to ask anything else, although he had realized that one of the tasks that Professor Chi was responsible for this time was likely to be responsible for answering his questions. Otherwise, there is no way to explain so many questions. Professor Chi can tell him. This time, the shock brought to Emolan was simply too great. However, it was incredible, and at the same time, it suddenly felt natural. Shaking his head slightly, Emolan in the game took out dozens of pendants of various types, handed them over. Emolan's body took them, and said to Professor Chi beside him, "This is what we need to send into the world this time, refuge pendants, a total of 67, its function is literally, can provide refuge for the wearer." Professor Chi nodded when he heard this, immediately opened the attribute panel to register, and said aloud, "Oh, this, I roughly understand, these are some pendants that can open shields, you can make them so small. They are quite delicate, and very pretty. What materials are they made of? There is no radiation. Right? And what kind of magic array is there? Who are they for? Just tell me briefly." "Yes, okay." Emolan nodded and said, 67 refuge pendants, of which 40 are for the 10 elders in the association, 4 for each, and the other 27 are for me, Lu Bin, Linhua, 9 for each. As for the production material, it is an elemental alloy." "What?" Professor Chi was stunned. "Oh, it is a metal made by mixing and melting multiple elemental metals according to different characteristics. The elemental alloys used to make these pendants use 36 elemental metals." Professor Chi was silent. 36 kinds. Professor Chi told himself to stay calm. He must maintain the knowledge and vision of old Chi. He must not lose his class. He has seen all kinds of scenes and experienced all kinds of things. He just needs to stay calm. Otherwise, he will really become old Chi. Old Chi nodded lightly. "Well, I know this, but I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect you to use elemental alloys to make these refuge pendants. Constant shield arrays, etc. I think some ordinary arrays will be enough." "Oh, mine is mainly a little more constant array, all of which are specially prepared elemental alloys. By the way, the main material of the elemental alloy is the god-level elemental metal refined gold, because only the god-level refined gold can bear." "Oh, god-level refined gold? What did you say? God-level refined gold?" Lao Chi lost his composure instantly. Chapter 855 Explanation. God-level refined gold? Professor Chi was a little confused. "You are talking about an elemental metal called God-level refined gold." Professor Chi laughed dryly. "Your name is too outrageous. How can you name it like this?" "How?" Professor Chi looked at Emolan's calm expression on the other side of the gate to the other world. The voice became smaller, and finally disappeared. Professor Chi opened his mouth, and suddenly didn't know what to say. "Is it really God-level refined gold?" "Emolan, the word God-level cannot be judged casually. I think you should also know how high the level of these two words is." Emolan smiled and said lightly, "In the game, I have God-level combat power, which is not much weaker than Titan. I think I should have a deep enough understanding of the God level, and I must have the qualifications and ability to judge its level. The physical properties and effects of this elemental metal, which I named refined gold, have indeed reached the God level. It can even be said that in my judgment, this refined gold has surpassed ordinary God level metals. It may be stronger among God level materials, and has better properties." Professor Chi was silent, and spoke slowly after a long time. "You can identify the level of elemental metals, and your strength may also possess God level elemental metals. So although I am surprised that you have elemental metals, I am definitely not surprised at all. What really surprised me is that you actually use God-level elemental metals to make jewelry pendants, just to maintain a few constant shields? Are you so generous? No matter how rich you are, you can't waste it like this. Of course, this refined gold is yours, and you can dispose of it at will. But? Professor Chi looked at the various pendants, and suddenly felt a pain in his chest. "I'm so envious. What are several shields? Professor Chi, do you have any misunderstanding about this refuge pendant? Can a few shields be called refuge? The reason why I added refined gold to the alloy is that I need the extremely excellent physical strength and stability of refined gold. Only the strength of refined gold can well carry this power. Professor Chi turned his head to look at the refuge pendant, and suddenly a horrifying idea popped up in his head. Wait, what kind of power needs God-level refined gold to carry? Emolan, tell me honestly, did you keep a God-level spell in each of these pendants, and then link the starters of these God-level spells with the protected people? Once the owner of the pendant is in trouble, he will release a God-level spell to destroy the world. Then, in order to avoid trouble, he will use these pendants to force us to protect the owner of the pendant, so as to achieve the effect of refuge? Professor Chi looked at Emolan vigilantly. Emolan's eyes lit up when he heard it. Hey, there is actually such a way. Wonderful. Yes. What kind of refuge pendant can compare to the constant protection and service of a group of extraordinary powers? This is stronger than any other function. More comprehensive. More thoughtful. Wonderful. Emolan said in surprise. Professor Chi was stunned. Emolan, you have to be careful. What I just said. No. I didn't say anything. You didn't hear anything. Emolan, since you are not using refined gold to carry high-level spells, then what kind of power needs to be carried well by divine refined gold? My imagination is limited, and I can't think of any other possibilities except high-level spells. We need to identify it. If there really is a powerful, large-scale offensive spell, no matter what you say today, you can't let this batch of pendants enter the world. If Professor Chi was joking before, then Emolan could clearly see at this moment that he was very serious and not joking. I'm not kidding you. Your game body is allowed to contact the real world with the help of the real world gate because we believe in you. Your character, your personality, and your control ability. Although these pendants were made by you, you are not the only one using them. But they are given to others, and there is a possibility of loss. Even if they are not lost, I have to consider the situation of those holders. Holding this level of offensive spells, but without the corresponding knowledge, is simply a disaster that can be triggered at any time. I can't let dozens of disasters flow into reality. Emolan smiled when he heard this, and then said seriously, Professor Chi, you really misunderstood me. There is no offensive spell in these refuge pendants, not even a spell that may cause an offensive effect. Because I know better, any offensive spell may cause accidental injury once it is triggered. Even if it is not an accidental injury, it is not allowed, because everything must be done according to legal procedures. In addition, I have to consider that someone may use this triggerable offensive spell to kill someone with a borrowed knife, and use this to harm me. No matter from which angle, I will not put a constant offensive spell in it. Professor Chi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. His face was a little more relaxed, but he continued to ask, Then can you tell me what kind of magic arrays are fixed inside? It's hard to explain. The energy level of a few defensive spells directly requires divine level refined gold to carry. Are you fixing divine level defensive spells? Wait, you can't really fix divine level defensive spells? Professor Chi was surprised, and Emolan shook his head when he heard it. No, although I have obtained divine level combat power with the help of some external forces, I can't fix divine level spells, whether offensive or defensive, or auxiliary. I can't do it. I can't fix it. What is that? Not at the divine level. How can a few shields need such a high load? Emolan smiled slightly when he heard it. My Professor Chi may have some misunderstandings about the refuge pendant. Professor Chi, why do you think that a few shields can be called a refuge pendant? Can a shield support the word refuge? Shields do exist. But if there are only shields, it can only be called a shield pendant. What do you mean? I mean that the space inside this pendant has been stretched to the extreme. It looks small, but in fact, the internal space is very large. In this large space, a large number of magic arrays are constant through a large number of materials and elemental metals. And there are all kinds of effects. For example, Professor Chi looked at Emolan in confusion. He was still a little puzzled. Emolan smiled and touched his nose when he heard it. For example, there are dozens of types of shields alone, including those that isolate temperature, those that isolate shock, those that isolate light damage, those that isolate air virus transmission, and those that isolate radiation. Basically, all the types of attacks that can be thought of have been thought of, and corresponding shield magic arrays have been found or created. Chapter 856 I'm jealous. Wait, I can understand the shields for shock and air, but the shields for radiation? What do you plan to use them for? Professor Chi suddenly interrupted and asked. Didn't I see on the news that there were cases where radioactive minerals were lost and picked up by someone? What if someone is unlucky enough to encounter such a situation? And what if a war really breaks out? It's better to be prepared for the worst. Since we have to prepare for it, then we might as well prepare more comprehensively. Let's not talk about these. It's all about defending against mental attacks, and the control array. Professor Chi was speechless after hearing this. He seemed to realize the problem, but he still asked. Let alone dozens of shields. Even if there are hundreds of shields, there is no need for God-level refined gold as a constant material to carry them. This is basically the level of using a nuclear bomb to hit a tiger. No. It must be more than a few shields. This is just a small part of it. Emolan explained immediately. Think about it. All kinds of shields are constant. But most of the wearers of these pendants are not knowledgeable mages. If they are mages, it will be easy. As long as they are constant. They can be controlled with mental power and released as soon as they think about it. They can use it however they want and play with it in many ways. But most people are not mages. And they don't even have any knowledge of mages. For them, shield spells that need to be actively triggered are useless. Even if I installed a one-button release. Real accidents usually happen when the parties are not paying attention. All actively triggered shields are useless. They are useless. But they are also useful. They are really useless. Right? Professor Chi nodded in agreement. Indeed. You need to set up a passively triggered array. Right. I installed it. But there are many types of passive triggers, including those that are attacked, those that make the holder die, those that make the holder injured, and all kinds of situations. Because each shield is applicable to different environments, it must be matched with different activation arrays. In order to accurately activate the magic array, you have to sense the surrounding information. Right? Yes. 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 You have to constantly collect the surrounding information of the magic array. Only when you have collected the relevant information can you accurately activate it. Right, Professor Chi, it seems that our ideas are similar. Come, let's continue to watch. No matter how strong the shield is, it will only last for a limited time. Right? What if there is a fire? What if someone falls from a building? What if they sink to the bottom of the water? We need to equip them with related spells of spatial displacement to directly send people to a safe place. Well, what if someone tricks them into taking off the refuge pendant, or they forget to wear it? A magic array that locks the pendant on them. Yes, what if someone wants to harm them? We can't fight back. What should we do when we are defending and running away? A magic array that collects information, collects the breath of everyone who moves, runs first, and then slowly searches later. Yes, at least we need to leave some opportunities for revenge and tracking down the mastermind. You see, our ideas are similar. However, these are just accidents from the outside world. What if the accident comes from the inside? For example, internal bleeding? Cerebral hemorrhage? Heart disease? Constant healing spell? Yes. But how do you know if you are sick? A magic array that constantly and accurately monitors blood pressure, body temperature and other physical indicators, as well as the corresponding magic array triggered. Emolan seemed to be asking a question. Emolan asked and Professor Chi answered. What if no treatment can cure it? Professor Chi pondered for a moment after hearing this, and said in confusion, Constant patient status, call for support? Emolan smiled and nodded. Almost. If the results of various monitoring spells are that the person is on the verge of death, and may die in the next moment, then the freezing program will be activated immediately. It can freeze every cell in the body, can freeze every part of the soul, and even freeze all consciousness. In addition, there are corresponding arrays to maintain the vitality of the body, maintain the activity of cells, maintain the activity of the soul, and then send a message for help. With these arrays, even if the holder of the refuge pendant is on the verge of death due to external or internal reasons, he will be forced to maintain the state before death. Force the god of death to stand, and then wait for our arrival, use all methods to rescue. If it is impossible to rescue due to insufficient ability, seal it and wait for ability, or collect some treasures to rescue again. It can be said that, basically we have considered all possible unexpected situations, and set up corresponding arrays to solve them, and finally there is the freezing program as a backup. Refuge pendant, that's why we call it a refuge pendant. One pendant is enough for refuge, not just a few shields. No matter how strong the shield is. It can't be called a refuge, no matter how strong the shield is. It is always too monotonous, too easy to deal with. This is the refuge pendant we have painstakingly created to prevent accidents from happening to our loved ones. We are serious. Professor Chi was silent after hearing this, and said helplessly after a long time. Aren't you worried that so many magic arrays will conflict with each other and directly cause loopholes? You are just like writing a program. There are 100% bugs. We have conducted many simulations and checks with the Tower Spirit Cluster. There were indeed some before, and we gave up streamlining, adopted a lot of bloated structures, and space. There are basically few loopholes, and if there are any, it will not cause too big a problem. Of course, there are certainly problems. After all, these are too complicated. So we have 5 completely independent sets of suits in it, which are exactly the same and completely independent. Once all 5 systems have loopholes and crash, the final emergency freezing program will be directly activated, and all shields will be activated, and then all the breaths within the detection range will be recorded, and we will be asked for help, so as to ensure that the holder of the refuge pendant will not suffer serious consequences due to the loopholes of the pendant. At most, he will be frozen in the ice for a few days. As long as there are enough healing spells and magic plants, there will be no sequelae at all. Professor Chi was completely speechless. I finally understand why only God-level refined gold can bear it. The problem is, won't you compromise? Don't you know that the concept is one thing, and the actual product is another? You actually realized all the concepts without missing a single one? We compromised. Compromised on what? In order to compromise, we upgraded the material to an elemental alloy with God-level refined gold as the main material. In order to compromise, the actual cost is almost hundreds or thousands of times the estimated cost. You call this a compromise? Professor Chi was stunned. Professor Chi's teeth were sour. How can you do experiments like this? Don't compromise on product functions, but directly compromise on product costs. Chapter 857 Strict Control. I think I may have a misunderstanding about the wealth of your mage association. I just thought you were rich before. Professor Chi said slowly after a moment of silence. Now it seems that you are not just rich, you are rich enough to be called superpowers or extraordinary abilities. Not only are you rich, you also have many precious resources that cannot be bought with money. Professor Chi couldn't help but sigh, and Imolan smiled when he heard it. Professor Chi, you may have some misunderstandings. The Mage Association is not rich enough to use God-level gold casually. Our association does not have much God-level gold in stock. The reason why we can use so much gold to make these dozens of pendants is not because we are rich. It is because I have full authority over the affairs of the association. Even if I lose the God-level gold, I can take the responsibility and bear it. Another point is that we all have the same understanding that even if all this gold is gathered together, and is enough to make a God-killing bullet, even if it can kill a Titan, I cannot compare with the family of any of us. Compared to killing gods, we prefer to protect our families. Or the fundamental purpose of killing gods is to protect friends and family. So we all agree that since it is for the protection of family members, since it is to protect family members from problems, no matter how much it costs, it is worth it. Even if it can avoid a car accident, it is worth it. Of course, it is precisely because we value family members so much that the ability to capture the surrounding atmosphere is also loaded inside the pendant. Anyone who dares to touch our family will be devastated by us. After all, people leave traces behind. And even after death, there is still a soul. As long as there is a breath, we can always find clues. Of course, this is off topic. I just want to explain that for a pendant used to protect family members, God-level refined gold is also an acceptable price. It's not that we are so rich. We don't have much refined gold. After Imolan's long speech, Professor Chi didn't listen to most of it. But he accurately captured the key words. God-killing? All this refined gold can be used to kill gods? Yes. What's wrong? This is the raw material of a God-killing bullet. According to our test, the God-killing bullet should be able to cause effective damage to the Titan. If you are lucky, it may cause fatal injuries if it hits the target. There is a chance to kill gods. Professor Chi's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. There is a huge difference between God-level elemental metals and God-level elemental metals. There is also a huge difference between those that can directly kill gods and those that cannot. If God-level metals are strategic materials, then this kind of God-level metal that does not need to be made into a complex machine and can be used directly for attacking and harming gods, is a strategic material among strategic materials. Professor Chi was about to say something, but suddenly a long sentence that Emolan had just said appeared in his mind. He was stunned, and the words in his mouth suddenly stopped. He said angrily, "What did Emolan mean by what he said just now? Am I the kind of person who asked you for refined gold? Am I so disrespectful? Who do you think I am?" Emolan blinked his eyes, and said aggrievedly, "I didn't say anything just now." Professor Chi laughed again when he heard this. Don't worry. We won't take any of your property for any reason. In any way. Nor will we use moral kidnapping to coerce you. You can always trust us. Hey. I have no morals. I am immune to moral kidnapping." Emolan smiled slightly after saying this. And he didn't continue to act crazy. And spoke directly. "Then, I will also donate 3 cubic decimeters of divine gold to your research institute, as the president of the Mage Association. Professor Chi will have the full decision on how to deal with it." Professor Chi was stunned when he heard this. And Emolan smiled slightly when he saw this. "I'm not donating for nothing. I need a donation letter with an official seal, but I don't need to publish it. I just need the donation letter and the related value recognition. I'm waiting for someone to come to me and ask for money. When they try to blackmail me, I'll throw the donation letter and the value recognition in his face. I've thought of everything. I'll just give him a hard fight back. TSK, it's nice to think about it. It would be best if he uses public opinion to blackmail me. When I publish the donation letter and the value recognition, I'll give them a hard slap in the face. I'll make their faces swollen." Professor Chi was stunned at first, and then said childishly, "I can't refuse. And I don't have the right to refuse. But I will help you publish a document to prove it. And slap them in the face together." "Okay." Emolan nodded in agreement. And then he smacked his lips. "TSK. It has that taste. But it's a bit strong." Professor Chi shook his head. Directly called up the attribute panel. Operated on the attribute panel for a few times. And then said to Emolan, "Who are you going to give these pendants to? Report their ID numbers to me. The items that flowed out of the game world are of such a high level. And they must be real name authenticated and then bound to people." "Oh! Wait a minute." While Emolan was counting the ID numbers, Professor Chi took the pendants one by one and swiped across the attribute panel. The pendants he put down in the end would have something extra on them. Seeing Emolan looking over, Professor Chi spoke up. "What is branded is a unique code, which you can regard as the ID card of the item. Through this code, the ownership of the item, its function, and other simple information can be directly queried on the relevant system. In the future, we plan to brand every item that flows into the world, ensuring that once a problem occurs, the cause and effect can be immediately found out." Emolan nodded silently. And Professor Chi continued. "As far as the current attitude is concerned, in the future, non-aggressive supernatural items should flow into reality on a large scale and can be used at will. And non-professional offensive items that may cause offensive effects will be controlled by relevant departments to enter reality for use. And strictly controlled, turning the supernatural into productivity. As for special offensive supernatural items, they will be controlled just like the previous gun control. Anyone who illegally possesses them will be considered illegal and will be held accountable." While speaking, dozens of ID numbers have been collected. Professor Chi used the function of the attribute panel to associate the numbers just now with the ID numbers one by one, and filled in the corresponding positions with the functions, materials, and other information of the pendants. Finally, a file of supernatural items was formed. You are probably the first batch of supernatural items that have flowed into the real people. Professor Chi returned all the pendants to Emolan. That's it. Chapter 858 Theoretical Training. Do you need me to deliver it? Before leaving, Professor Chi asked. Emolan was silent for a moment, and then nodded. That's troublesome. Just help me deliver it to these 10 people. Emolan picked out the 3 copies for himself, Lu Bin, and Linhua, and then handed the rest to Professor Chi. Originally I didn't want to express it, but I thought it might not be safe, so I'll trouble you. No trouble. No trouble, express mail, loss compensation, 24 yuan per package, a total of 10 packages, a total of 240 yuan. Professor Chi said with a smile. At his age, Professor Chi sometimes acts like an old child. Professor Chi showed the payment code, and Emolan smiled and scanned the code to transfer the money, and said at the same time, Professor Chi, Don't just send a compensation slip for lost compensation. I won't recognize it. Oh, yes. Just pay the money. Lon. I have to say, this suggestion is very tempting, Professor Chi said jokingly, and then patted Lon on the back, and said at the same time, don't worry, young man. You can always trust us. Well, in the words of you young people, it won't be. Well, how do you say it? Professor Chi asked a young man in the working group next to him. This young man looked quite immature. And next to Professor Chi, he looked like his graduate student. Pretend to be slapped in the face. The young man said softly. Professor Chi nodded in understanding. Yes, I can't give you this opportunity to pretend to be slapped in the face. After saying that, Professor Chi glanced at the young man in the working group. Vulgar. Young man, ? Professor Chi turned around and looked at Lon, and then looked at the slowly closing door to the other world, and asked, Lon, the matter of the door to reality is almost over. Are you going to go back first? Or will you go directly to my research institute for communication? After thinking for a moment, Lon looked at Linhua and Lu Bin. What do you think? Are there any urgent matters at hand? Lu Bin said after a moment of hesitation. Of course there are things, but the more urgent matters are not so bad. Lon nodded and turned to look at Linhua. Linhua, what about you? I have a weapon with range killing, which may take some time. This matter is quite urgent. Lon nodded and turned to look at Professor Chi. Professor Chi, I wonder if it can be divided into 2 sessions. I want to bring all the elite members of our association to you to learn. If it is all at once, the Mage Association cannot be directly emptied. We have to keep some people to maintain the operation of the association. No problem. This is of course no problem. It is not a matter of learning. Just communicate with each other. Our researchers also have many shortcomings. Learn from each other. Lon shook his head and said slowly. Professor Chi, I think you misunderstood me. Communication is communication. And learning is learning. What I want is whether we can ask the professors in Professor Chi's research institute to give them lectures. And then use their spare time to communicate? Lon pondered for a moment. And continued. I think Professor Chi should also know that most of the people in the Mage Association are actually unskilled. And they can get to this point now mostly because of their talent and hard work. They have made a way by working hard. And have achieved some insignificant achievements in some fields. But their foundation is not solid. They do have plenty of practical experience, but in terms of theory, they are really far behind. If they only rely on talent, they won't go far on this road, and they may never get far in their lives. So I want to take this opportunity to add some theory to them, to consolidate their foundation, to walk on 2 legs, they can go further, and achieve greater success. Professor Chi was still thinking, Lon was quietly waiting on the side, and after a long time, Professor Chi spoke slowly. It is unrealistic and impossible to ask professors from the Research Institute to teach basic theories to people in your association. They don't have that much free time. Professor Chi's words made Lan's heart sink. But what? Lan raised his eyebrows, and immediately realized that there was still hope. Some cutting-edge projects in science and technology. We can spare time to discuss the theory. As for the basic part, I will give you a list. And you can invite people according to this list to give lectures in your association. I think they should be able to make up for the basics. Professor Chi searched the attribute panel for a while, then found a table, deleted and subtracted from it, and finally showed it to Lan. The table contained names, positions, majors, schools, and other information. Lan didn't know the people, but as soon as he saw the school name, he realized that even if they were not big shots, they were all small shots, and they had their own accomplishments in their respective professions. You can invite all these people. I will help you make a call. You just need to take out some of the experimental resources of the Mage Association. I think they won't mind giving a few months of classes during the experiment, and I don't think they will mind bringing in a few excellent free laborers during the experiment. I understand. I really have to thank Professor Chi for this. Lan understood the weight of Professor Chi's call very well, and understood the weight of this list even more, and thanked him sincerely. Hey, don't be so quick to thank me, Professor Chi said with a smile. I have conditions. You can listen to my conditions first and then thank me. Oh, Professor Chi. You say. My condition is that if members of your association are willing to follow the professors who come to give lectures to study, work, research, or are willing to work and research in my institute, when they come to exchange with me, you must not stop them in any way. Emolan was stunned when he heard this, and then he laughed. Ha ha ha. Professor Chi. Is that the condition? I thought it was something else. Professor. Don't you know that our association is just a loose association for jointly researching the mage profession and magic technology? We have never restricted the members of the association. If you know more about it, you will find it. Many members of the association are in some top guilds. Not only elite members, but also many elders. This is normal. To follow the professor's project team. To join the researcher. Isn't it more attractive than those guilds? Another point is that although the association members are glorious in the game, in reality, they are nothing except hundreds of millions. Or hundreds of millions of dirty money. At this point, Emolan suddenly paused. And Professor Chi suddenly paused. Chapter 859 Win-Win. This is not the point. It is not important at all. Emolan waved his hand and continued. If they have the opportunity to join one of the top research institutes in the country, I will only be happy for them, because it means that they have gained corresponding social status with their knowledge, and have been formally recognized by the society. You are not poaching people, you are giving my association members a bright road. I am grateful to you. How can I stop you? And even if they have achieved great success, they are still members of the Mage Association. Their achievements are also the achievements of the Mage Association. After all, the Mage Association does not need a group of mages to stay together to be a Mage Association. Even if a group of mages are not together, but they communicate in the association, research together, share resources, this is also a Mage Association. And such a Mage Association will only be better than the original one. Hearing you say this, I feel relieved. Professor Chi nodded. He was also happy to see Emolan say that. The Mage Association, most of them are a group of people who rely on their talents to achieve results. Oh my god, how high are the talents of these people? Now they seem ordinary, but if they are guided by famous teachers, they will definitely become pillars one after another, supporting one piece of the sky after another. So Professor Chi was very happy. As we all know, students are struggling to find famous teachers, but there is also one thing, famous teachers are also struggling to find good students. Otherwise, why didn't a group of disrespectful researchers almost quarrel and fight? Because for them, snatching students, fighting for students is really possible? What, you haven't encountered it? Then why don't you reflect on why you haven't encountered it? Emolan thought for a moment, and shook his head. Even he didn't expect it to develop into such a situation. But it's all good. And there's another point. How many people will actually go? Although Emolan thinks that it will be a good thing for the members to go. For themselves and for the association. He knows in his heart that only a very small number of people will go. It's not because they have money. If it's just about money, many of them can easily achieve financial freedom. In fact, money is just money to them. Just a number. Just like Emolan. He will not be short of money. And he will not do anything specifically to make money for himself. Nor will he make money deliberately. Making money for the association's calculations and experiments is another matter. He has never taken the association's money into his own hands. With Emolan, Linhua, and Lubin taking the lead, the entire Mage Association has almost developed this kind of atmosphere. They do make money, but it's enough to use. They earn more points so that they can conduct research and experiments more conveniently. Otherwise, how could their net worth only be a few million? You know, this is the Mage Association. The core of the entire game world. You know, the number of elite members of the entire Mage Association is only 3 digits after several expansions. The Mage Association has been extremely powerful from the beginning and has occupied a lot of resources. As an elite member of the Mage Association, you have the right to mobilize some resources. Making money is really easy. Very easy. So Emolan is very satisfied with the current atmosphere of the Mage Association. They won't be sad because of lack of money. But they won't be separated from their families and friends for money. As for what the future will be like, Emolan doesn't know. But at least so far, there are no people in the Mage Association who are obsessed with making money. So money will definitely not attract them to go to other places. What can attract them is better research conditions, better research places, and better partners. And looking at this point, it is even more impossible for them to leave. Because the core of the extraordinary is in the game world. Not in reality. The core of the game world is where all the players gather. In the Morse area. What is the core of the Morse area? Undoubtedly, it is the Mage Association. The Mage Association has the essence of the entire game world, and even other worlds. The resources and materials gathered are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It is not only a gathering place for resources, but also the ultimate frontier of technology and theory. What is lacking now is only the catalysis of time. So, even if someone really goes to other places, their focus will not change, and they will still be in the Mage Association. Lan is very sure of this, so he is thinking about it now. By the way, can we get some help from the other side? Lan fell into deep thought. It is probably impossible to invite them to join the Mage Association, and I can't do such a thing. However, I can invite Professor Chi to build a base in Hongfeng City, a research institute, or the elemental world, or the abyss world. With such a research institute, the atmosphere in Hongfeng City will definitely be better, and the technical strength and R&D strength will definitely become stronger. If these research institutes and big guys can be gathered in one place, the cluster effect alone will be incredible. Once highly scientific research units gather here, a series of reactions will lead to a large number of industries gathering here. The cost of experiments will be reduced. The scientific research atmosphere will be strong, and there will be a large number of like-minded people who can compete and learn from each other. I can even host regular exchanges to broaden our minds and learn from each other. Lan thought, finally. Lan and Professor Chi smiled at each other. Both sides were very satisfied with the result. This is called a win-win situation. Lan, are you going directly to our place, or are you going home? Lan pondered for a moment, then he said slowly, I'll also supplement the basic theory before the exchange, otherwise it will be embarrassing if I don't have anything in my stomach by then. Professor Chi smiled immediately after hearing this. Ha! Who dares to say that you, Lan, have nothing in your mind? If the strongest mage doesn't have anything in his mind, then who has anything in his mind? Hey, a full bottle of water doesn't make a sound, but a half-full bottle of water makes a mess. Excuse me. Lan waved his hand. It didn't matter before, but now that he has seen the game system, he understands that there is always someone better. He had this idea before, but what really made him realize it was today's experience. Today, he really understood that there is always someone better. He also understood more deeply what a full bottle of water doesn't make a sound, but a half-full bottle of water makes a mess. Although Lan may have some misunderstandings, there is no harm in it. So Professor Chi just smiled and said nothing. From his perspective, he naturally understood how excellent this young man was. He was worried that he might be young and frivolous, arrogant and indulgent. Now that he saw that there was no such situation, he was also happy to see Lan misunderstand himself and continue to calm himself down. Oh, by the way, Professor Chi, I wonder if you can recommend some books to me. Chapter 860. In short, your son has become a god. A list of books? What majors do you want? Professor Chi asked. He naturally would not refuse Lan's request. It was just a piece of cake. Every major is available. Hey, you know the people in the Mage Association. From magic to mechanics? There are all kinds of majors. Professor Chi was speechless when he heard this. There are 12 disciplines in the university. Majors are refined on the basis of disciplines, and graduate student subjects are further subdivided on this basis. So many majors, you want all of them. Lan smiled embarrassedly when he heard this. Forget it, don't ask me for it. When the professors I recommended are giving lectures, you can ask the mages under you to ask them, tell them about your own situation, and ask the teachers to recommend the right books and the right majors. That would be more in line with the actual situation than what I recommend now. After all, there is still a big difference between magic and modern technology. Although the knowledge and theories in reality can still guide the development of magic, it can't be forced. After all, some spell-related knowledge directly involves 3 or 5 majors, or even 30 or 50 majors. It is better to ask on-site and recommend a few majors, and then find the book list yourself. Of course, this is not a small workload. Pay attention to the method, don't scare people away. At least don't expose it at the beginning, wait until they start the experiment. Professor Chi pushed the glasses on his nose, and a white light flashed on the glasses. According to my experience, before the results of their experiments come out, their endurance is often very strong. Lan fell into deep thought after hearing this, and couldn't help looking at the skilled Professor Chi. What did Professor Chi experience or do to become so skilled? But if it really works? Lan smiled. I'll try it when the time comes. Thank you, Professor Chi. Well, it's okay. Don't say I taught you when the time comes. But they will know I taught them when they see this technique. Forget it. I'll turn off my phone for a while. Well, I'm in a confidential project. I can't communicate with the outside world. Yes, this is useful. I'll use this time. Professor Chi muttered for a while, and when he saw Imolan was about to leave, he also walked with Imolan for a while, and sent Imolan to the plane. Goodbye. See you next time. See you next time. Professor Chi. The helicopter's wings moved at high speed, sending Imolan home according to the original route. Seeing Imolan leave, Linhua and Lu Bin also proposed to leave, but they didn't have a helicopter, so they could only do the same as when they came, having someone drive them to the place where they parked before, and then they drove back by themselves. The helicopter was very fast, and it didn't take Imolan long to get home. After arriving home, Imolan called his parents and sister and brother-in-law directly to come over, giving them the pendant was one, and secondly, preparing to tell them some things about the game world, so that they could make some preparations. Soon, my parents came over. About half an hour later, my sister also came over. When she came, Imolan was chatting with his parents. Imolan, what's the matter that you called us over so urgently? My sister looked at Imolan puzzledly when she came over. Also, why are you wearing a gaming helmet? Are you still playing? But isn't this a fully immersive game? Why are you still talking? Imolan never took off his gaming helmet from beginning to end. He stayed online from beginning to end, because Imolan knew that. He had to be more cautious as time went on. Now a large number of players gathered in the Morse area, making the population density in the Morse area reach an extremely high level, which would attract the attention of Titan. At the same time, there are still a steady stream of players migrating here, entering the Morse area, and also attracting the attention of the Titans. If Imolan dared to take some time to get the structure of the origin of the gods before, then at this moment, Imolan dared not even go offline for a minute, and even kept a faint pressure of the gods covering the Morse area at all times, to warn other Titans, so as to maintain the peace of this area. This is also the reason why the helicopter pickup was necessary before. Well, because of some things. I can't log off. If I log off, it may bring great losses. So I can only maintain this state. As for the problem of the game, I will divide my mind into two, one to stay online, and the other to stay awake. Imolan said casually, and her sister nodded, not thinking there was anything wrong with what Imolan said. In her opinion, this is probably just some small tricks. Today there are mainly two things. First, Dad, Mom, you put these two pendants on your hands. Imolan directly helped his father put the pendant on. Why are you wearing this? It's dangling on your hand, the father said with disdain, and reached out to take it off. But the bracelet looked loose, and he couldn't take it off no matter how hard he tried. Imolan laughed. Once you put it on, you can't take it off. The mother and sister immediately became interested, but they couldn't take it off no matter what they did. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Imolan. What's going on? Imolan smiled as he helped his mother and sister put on the bracelets, and handed 3 bracelets to his father, and 2 bracelets to his sister. 3 for Grandpa, Grandma and Grandpa, 2 for brother-in-law and Zhou Hao. As for what happened, Imolan thought about how to say it. One good thing is that, after showing the magic of the bracelet cannot be taken off, no matter what he said, his parents and sister would not misunderstand that he was mentally ill. After thinking about it, Imolan immediately thought of a more appropriate way. Sitting on the sofa, with his right hand in the air, a fireball instantly condensed on it, his body leaned back, and said proudly in a proud tone. To put it simply, your son, your brother, has become a god. Imolan felt unprecedented joy and relief when he said this. What else in the world can be more joyful and refreshing than showing off one's achievements in front of one's parents? This is the most refreshing moment for a son. Bar none. Perhaps only at this moment. Imolan fully displayed the naivety and vigor of young people. Imolan's parents and sister stared at the fireball in amazement, and the words Imolan just said kept echoing in their minds. Imolan became a god? Mother was a little confused, father remained calm and composed, but the way he kept looking at the fireball showed that he was not calm at all, and after the shock, sister couldn't help but ask, you, a god, can still release fireballs? Your hand seems to be burned, will your hand not be hot? Imolan, question mark. Chapter 861. It must be the wrong way to open it. I said I became a god, and you asked me if I burned my hands? Imolan was mad. It turns out that, when you show your achievements to your parents, you are often greeted with no shock or surprise, but with dullness and some weird questions. They will suppress your pride in their own simple way, so that you won't be so arrogant. But in the end, they will still express their encouragement, recognition, and joy together with the education of how to behave in the world. But behind what you can't see, they will be very happy to praise you with words you can't imagine, telling their pride to their relatives and friends. Of course, if you are too good, this step of expressing pride will become low-key and humble criticism, telling your shortcomings. But these can't hide the light in their eyes. There is light in their eyes. May every parent in the world have this light in their eyes. Emolan said silently in his heart, probably after finishing talking about the game. He said casually, I'm worried about your arrangements. And I made these refuge pendants in case of any accidents. These pendants are just ordinary. But as long as you wear them, a normal nuclear bomb should not scratch your skin. Emolan's father nodded, indicating that he heard it, and said in a flat tone, Well, I have nothing to say about these functions, but they are a bit ugly. He didn't seem surprised at all. But after saying it, he asked curiously, With this, can you really not be killed by an atomic bomb? Emolan smiled proudly. Nuclear bombs cannot kill people. Apart from these, with this, diseases within the scope of understanding cannot directly cause death. They will definitely be able to leave their last breath waiting for treatment. Of course, what is more worth mentioning is the cost. This bracelet? I don't know how to estimate the cost of a pendant bracelet. The materials used are basically strategic resources that are not available on the market. If you have to sell it, I feel that millions or tens of millions are not expensive. At least if I can buy it, I will buy some no matter what. As for the selling price, it is even harder to determine, but one thing is certain, if this pendant is sold, for a pendant, over 100 million is cheap, at least we have to keep adding zeros, adding 1 or 2 should not be a problem. Emolan's words were a bit beyond their understanding, but compared to the sentence of becoming a god just now, obviously these words made them understand more, and shocked them more. Although the latter is simply insignificant in front of the former. Emolan quietly waited for his parents and his sister to digest this information, and soon Emolan saw his father fiddling with the pendant, looking left and right, and suddenly spoke out. You know what, it's quite good looking. After looking at it for a long time, I think it's pretty good looking. Emolan smiled, and his father glared at Emolan. The smile on Emolan's face gradually disappeared. On this day, Emolan did nothing, but patiently answered his parents' questions one by one. Some questions were very naive, and some questions were confusing. Emolan answered them one by one. For a whole day, parents, sister had a more comprehensive understanding of the existence of this game world and its influence. Emolan also gave a very detailed explanation of the power of the Mage Association and the heaven-defying level of the gods, finally making his sister understand. Oh, it turns out that gods are not afraid of fire, and they won't burn their hands. But for some reason, after the explanation, Emolan felt even more frustrated. He was confused. But in addition to these serious questions, his father also asked an extremely profound and difficult question, which made Emolan unable to answer. Since you have become a god, when do you plan to find a girlfriend? Are these 2 points related? That's true. Father pondered for a moment, nodded, and said in agreement. So when do you plan to find a girlfriend? Emolan was silent. Seeing his mother with a look of help, Emolan and his mother exchanged a glance, sending a reassuring signal. Okay, you keep urging me, like a soul-stirring man. What are you urging me for? Emolan, Mom is not in a hurry. Don't worry, you don't have to be in a hurry either. Emolan breathed a sigh of relief, but the next sentence froze him. We are not so rigid. Just bring a wife home when you can. If it doesn't work, we can also consider getting married with a baby, or having a boy and a girl, and wearing wedding dresses together at the wedding. K.O. Emolan died. I am so stupid, really, I am so stupid. Mom doesn't have high requirements for her daughter-in-law. She doesn't need to be too pretty, or have a good family. I guess no matter how good she is, she won't be as good as us, so it's up to you. As long as the person is good, has a good personality, and is virtuous, it's fine. Swish. The sound of a sharp sword piercing the heart. Double kill. At this time, the elder sister asked curiously beside her. Hey, Mom, I heard that gods have no gender. Emolan. This won't have any impact. Right? Swish. Triple kill. After the voice fell, the mother was immediately anxious, and said to Emolan. Our family is not so open. It has to be a woman. Swish. Quadruple kill. The mother didn't know what she thought of. and a bit of panic appeared on her face. And she quickly added, "It has to be a human." Squeak. Pentakill. Emolan covered his overwhelmed heart with his hands. What a sin! After a long time, Emolan recovered and looked at his father. Dad, look at them. The father shrugged, showing a helpless expression, but after a moment he hesitated again and said cautiously, Emolan, I remembered something. I don't mean anything else. I just asking. I heard that many things about this person are determined by hormones. These things control people's instincts. I mean, no, you just said that you have already cultivated the elemental body and become a god. Will your own consciousness suppress the influence of these hormones? Is it possible? I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, Emolan, you must pay attention. Father looked at Emolan with a worried look. Legendary. Super god. Emolan fell on the sofa, looking at the interior of the game helmet with empty eyes. What did I do wrong? Is there something wrong with the way I opened it? Where is the exclamation, the shock, the star-studded praise? Why? Why is it like this? Yes. It must be the way I opened it is different. I want to start over. Oh. Start over. I want to start over. It must not be like this. Oh. My sister said, looking at me from the side. Oh, you're crazy at such a young age. Crazy? There's no point in being crazy. My mother said domineeringly. Even if you're crazy, you must find a woman. Come here. Yes, a woman. This is a hard requirement. Chapter 862 Invitation. Generally speaking, parents urging for marriage is more subtle and obscure, but today it seems that Emolan gave them too much stimulation, and for a while they lost their composure, so they accidentally gave Emolan some stimulation. Emolan's eyes were dull until his parents and sister finished their meal and left, but as soon as his parents left, he suddenly became lively. Take off the helmet, log into the game through the game cabin, Emolan in the game sighed silently, and directly open the forum. There is a private post on Emolan's homepage on the forum that no one can view. Emolan can see his own reply on the post after opening it. Emolan probably took a few glances and started to write a reply. This is naturally not Emolan talking to himself or writing a conversational diary, but the two clones are using the forum to communicate and exchange information. This is what Emolan discovered before. He found that both clones actually have attribute panels and can log into the forum. After discovering this, it was fun. Emolan directly created a private post for communication between the two clones. You can send messages, send pictures, and talk to me. You can even ask someone for help. Emolan can even watch the live broadcast of another clone. This is great. In addition to worrying that this behavior will be banned by the game system or forced offline, Emolan really likes this function. Game system, Eternal God. Another point worth mentioning is that as long as Emolan's two clones click to log off at the same time, they can log off together, and their consciousnesses are connected. If one of them is offline, the other one cannot be offline. When clicking the offline button, only an error pop-up window will pop up. This is probably because Emolan has left the login terminal and has been disconnected from the internet. Therefore, if only one side clicks to log off and the other side does not respond, the offline operation cannot be completed. This operation makes Emolan more cautious every time he logs off. As long as he has time, he must communicate with the clone. Otherwise, Emolan will be a little panicked when the offline error pop-up window is displayed. It was fun to get stuck with a bug for a while. If it keeps getting stuck with a bug, Emolan doesn't know whether he will be happy or die. If something bad happens, it will be really bad. After a few simple words with another clone, Emolan closed the forum, started to call up the list that Professor Chi had given him before, and started to make phone calls. The reason why he didn't call yesterday was to give Professor Chi some time to say hello. Otherwise, if he went up to Professor Chi without any relatives, he would probably be asking for trouble. In addition, by the way, we should also leave them some time to understand the Mage Association and collect information about the Mage Association. Professor Chi's introduction is just a stepping stone. Whether this group of professors can be invited depends on the strength and reputation of the Mage Association. If the Mage Association has nothing, or has a bad reputation, they may not come even with Professor Chi's introduction. After all, if the reputation is good, they don't mind doing a favor if the conditions are good, but if they really don't want to come, they are all professors, although they are not as good as Professor Chi and others, and much lower, but they are also real masters, and they are not graduate students who can be used casually. One day is enough for this. Any longer would be disrespectful. After all, they have introduced themselves to each other, and are waiting for your call. Why are you still not calling? Are you standing them up? The phone was connected, and it was answered after a few rings. Hello. Professor Lee? I am Lon. Oh. Hello. Hello. Yes. I am. It's a joke. I don't know. Hello. Professor Wang? Yes. I am Lon. Hello. Professor Ouyang. Hello. Professor Lee? Lon made one call after another. Professor Chi gave him a list of dozens of people. Lon called all of them personally to show his respect. First, they are all teachers, and they deserve respect. Second, this was introduced by Professor Chi, and Professor Chi gave him face. He cannot be shameless. Even if he has achieved great success now, he must not only have the proper etiquette and morality, but also improve himself, so as to control himself and not get carried away. There were dozens of calls, each of which took a while to talk. Lon only finished making all the calls after it got dark. He didn't get through to 2 of them, probably because they were busy. He got through to all the others. He printed all of them, and sent them to the Mage Association for review. As for whether they would agree or not, that was a matter for the future. He would find out first. This is also thanks to the Mage Association in the game world. They only need to wear helmets to log into the game. They can also use their sleep time to take classes, which will not affect their work in reality. Otherwise, it would be good if 1/5 of so many people could come. After the call, Lon breathed a sigh of relief. About 50 people? These 50 or so people should not be enough. But it's not a big problem. These 50 or so people have units, they all have colleagues. As long as the treatment is really good, then let them help fool their colleagues. I think it won't be a big problem for friends to come. At that time, call friends to come together. At most, we can allocate more resources to them for experiments. This should be possible. Lon never thought of paying with money. He didn't think these people would be short of money. He was also afraid that collecting money would cause trouble to these people. Instead of doing this, it would be better to use up all the experimental resources. As long as they don't take them away, they can be used at will on the spot. While Lon was thinking, he found Linhua coming over, and he was holding some documents in his hand. Well, Linhua, what's the matter? Linhua nodded. Well, there is a plan, take a look. Linhua handed the plan to Lon. Lon saw the words written on the cover. On the feasibility analysis of dividing the floating city project into small projects, and handing them over to factories in the entire Morse area. Lon raised his eyebrows, and immediately opened the plan, and Linhua said when he saw this, "This is what I think. The floating city is just the first phase, although it is still huge, although it took us so much energy, so much time, but it is finally completed. But the next 2 phases are different. The length and width of the first phase are only a few kilometers, but the second and third phases are different. After all, our floating city is designed according to the real city standard, and it can easily accommodate a huge city of millions of people. It would be too busy for us to make such a city ourselves, or for Eternal Blazing Sun to make it, even if we use a lot of tower spirits and a lot of automated production. If we want to produce and assemble a huge city out of nothing, to be honest, I think our productivity is still far behind. The automatic mother bed of our constant array is not mature enough. Maybe after it matures, only one tower spirit plus thousands of mother beds can produce countless components in an instant. But it is not possible now. I have investigated and counted. And the entire Morse. Linhua said halfway when he saw Lon suddenly raised his head. His face was serious, and he shouted, "Get out!" Chapter 863 Fighting Titans. Get lost. Lan's voice echoed in his ears. When Linhua saw Lan's serious face, he knew in his heart that something might happen. Linhua did not ask any more questions. The only thing that could make Lan so serious at this time was Titans. The difference was only one Titan or a group of Titans. Linhua went straight to the core of the floating city, the real core inside. There was the most strict protection there, to ensure that he would not be attacked by Titans, to ensure that he would not be affected by Titan's strange spells, and at the same time, he could directly control the god-killing cannon and the large electromagnetic railgun that could fire god-killing bullets. If necessary, Linhua will activate these 2 weapons in the shortest possible time to deliver a fatal blow to the target. Open the safety, the bullet is already loaded. While Linhua is preparing, Lan closes his eyes, and his elemental body rises into the sky, drawing out the magic power stored in the floating city in advance, and the huge elemental body is directly formed, confronting a huge giant with a body made entirely of gold. This one is actually golden in color, with a human body and a head, and 4 ferocious canine teeth protruding from its mouth, extremely tall, standing next to a mountain, and the tall mountain can only reach his waist. At this moment, the Golden Titan was walking towards the Morse area. His pace was not fast, but his cloth was large, and his movement speed was very fast. When Emolan appeared in front of him, he simply picked up a mountain next to him and threw it over. Emolan stretched out his hand, and a flame appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the mountain like a dragon. In an instant, the mountain was melted, turning into hot magma and merging into the fire dragon, turning into a magma dragon with dual attributes of earth and fire. The magma dragon continued to appear in front of him, and in a few blinks of an eye, it came around the Titan and wrapped it around him. The high temperature that could melt even the mountains in an instant. The power that could shatter even the earth. But the high temperature in front of the Golden Titan only made the gold on the surface of his body turn slightly red. And the Golden Titan just stretched out his arms to withstand the terrifying power. Roar! The Golden Titan grabbed both ends of the lava dragon with one hand and tore it violently. Boom! Countless flames. Lava burst out, as if turning the area directly into a world of fire. No, not as if. Emolan looked at the Golden Titan indifferently. His right hand slightly closed, and the sound echoed. Flame whirled. The lava that just splashed out in a moment, and the direct dispersion of the lava dragon, turned into a complicated and necessary structure. And under the support of the underlying rules and huge calculations, it turned into a flame world. The flame world is very huge. The Golden Titan seems small in it, but compared with the real world, this flame world seems very mini small. This is a miniature flame world. The Golden Titan threw a general attack, and Emolan directly opened the big one. Inside the miniature flame world, endless flames gathered and turned into fire phoenixes and flame demons. 5 fire phoenixes, 17 demons surrounded the Golden Titan and attacked crazily, slowing down the Golden Titan's pace. The terrifying aftermath rippled inside the miniature flame world. Even if a legend went in, he would only turn into meat paste in an instant, and then turn into a ball of charcoal under the terrifying temperature. The attack of the Golden Titan was extremely powerful. One attack could often tear apart a fire phoenix or a demon. But these creatures were made of flames. Inside the flame world, they were immortal. Unless the flame world was extinguished, their injuries would recover instantly. In addition, the trees and flowers transformed from flames on the ground also grew wildly, entwined, and constrained the actions of the Golden Titan. In this, the Golden Titan felt that he was being excluded, targeted, attacked by the whole world. And it was indeed so. What is even more fatal is that, as the evolution time of the micro-flame world gets longer, the temperature inside it increases sharply. Even the body of the Golden Titan turns red and softens under the high temperature. As a result, the originally indestructible him is even left with scars by the fire phoenix and the demon. In addition, the scope of the flame world is constantly shrinking. The shrinkage is not because Emolan is unable to support it. If he was at the scene when Emolan was smelting the refined gold, he would find that this was Emolan's final compression and explosion method for smelting the refined gold. When the microflame world is compressed to the extreme and explodes, its temperature will exceed all others and reach the extreme. Under the terrifying high temperature and the terrifying explosion power, everything in the microflame world will be melted and destroyed. Even the Titan. When Emolan said he would use a big move, he would use it. He would never say he would use a big move and then throw 4 twos. Roar! The Golden Titan roared. He sensed the fatal crisis. Golden light shone all over his body. Everything turned golden wherever the golden light passed. And it was as hard as metal. The Golden Titan forcibly propped up a domain inside the miniature flame world. Unfortunately, even the golden domain of the Titan was refined and compressed in the rising high temperature. Roar, human god, you desecrated the corpse of my people, I will make you pay the price. The Golden Titan exuded a powerful mental wave, and all creatures within the range of the mental wave had their brains forcefully filled with this sentence, and Emolan also heard it. Emolan was slightly confused when he heard this. Desecrating the corpse of the Titan people? What the hell? Emolan was a little puzzled, but he reacted in a moment. The bronze Titan that I killed in the Earth elemental world. Emolan sensed the breath of the Golden Titan, and reacted instantly. Yes, it's the one that produces space bronze. When Emolan thought of this, his eyes changed when he looked at the Golden Titan. A bronze titan that has not even reached the 7th level can produce the best elemental metal space bronze. What is the gold on this ancient god-level titan? It can't be all god-level metal. Right? Thinking of this possibility, Emolan's breathing suddenly became heavy. At this moment, although the Golden Titan was in an extremely hot world of fire, he felt a chill in his heart for some reason. This feeling flashed by, and Emolan shook his head slightly. Impossible. If it is made of divine elemental metals, then the strength it shows cannot be just this. My flame world cannot smell divine elemental metals before the temperature reaches the extreme. So it should not have reached, or most of it has not reached the divine level. It should only be close to the divine level. But even so, Emolan glanced at the huge body of the Golden Titan that could move mountains and throw mountains. How much elemental metals are there in such a big body? If there are so many elemental metals, I can replace the floating city with pure gold. Emolan took a deep breath, looked at the unparalleled and invincible Golden Titan, and muttered to himself, I really want to keep him here. Chapter 864 Broken Arm. I really want to keep him here. Emolan sighed faintly. If others heard it, they would be scared to death. It was incredible that the terrifying ancient god Titan could be blocked, and Emolan was actually considering whether to keep him here to accompany him in another form. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that Emolan actually had the ability to keep him here. After a moment of silence, Emolan shook his head slightly. The overall situation is more important. After making a decision in his heart, he acted more decisively. Although Emolan was thinking just now, his attack did not slacken at all, and even became more fierce. The fire phoenix and the demon have disappeared. The terrifying high temperature turned into flames, licking the golden domain opened by the Golden Titan. The miniature flame world has shrunk a circle. At this moment, it is not just the high temperature, but also the terrifying pressure brought by the compression of the entire world. The pressure brought by the entire world is extremely difficult even for the Golden Titan to resist. Of course, this is not the most fatal. The most fatal thing is that, after the flame world is compressed to a certain extent, it will cause the collapse of the world. Everything in the entire world will be compressed into that point, and everything will be destroyed. This collapse is the most deadly killer move of the microflame world. As the microflame world continued to compress, the Golden Titan also sensed a fatal sense of crisis. This sense of crisis instantly made him crazy, and he attacked everything in the flame world frantically. However, these were useless, because the microflame world was a world. No matter how small it was still a world. How could random attacks cause damage to a world? No matter how much damage was done inside the world, it would not affect the world itself. Just like no matter what bombing was used, humans could not blow up the sky. Because the sky is just a concept, not a concrete object. It cannot be destroyed simply by brute force. Emolan lowered his eyes, maintaining the terrifying flame world, and seemed to be planning something in his heart. However, the Golden Titan was a powerful ancient god titan after all. After several ineffective attacks, he instantly burst into a roar, and the originally compressed golden domain suddenly expanded, turning into thousands of golden rays, shining on every corner of the miniature flame world. When the entire miniature flame world was shrouded in golden rays, Emolan instantly felt that he had evolved, and it became difficult to maintain the existence of the flame world. If the original microflame world is a complex machine with complete parts, and the internal gears are all lubricated, then at this moment, someone has poured a pile of garbage into the middle of the mechanical gears, and it is stuck. In just a moment, Emolan found that the microflame world began to emit a golden light. With the emergence of the golden light, the microflame world also quickly became rigid. At this moment, Emolan understood it instantly. Is this probably the concept of this Golden Titan? Turning stone into gold? Emolan muttered to himself. The only thing that can destroy a concept is another concept. Unless ordinary attacks touch upon concepts such as attack or power, they will definitely not be able to affect the flame world itself. Of course, since the microflame world was evolved by Emolan, it can be directly defeated as long as the force is strong enough. Unfortunately, Emolan linked the entire microflame world with the space of the main material world, and the terrifying power would be unloaded and could not be implemented in the microflame world at all. All the ordinary attacks of the Golden Titan could not have any effect on the microflame world at all. But now, after turning the miniature flame world into gold, the Golden Titan suddenly stretched out his two claws, directly grabbed the materialized miniature flame world, and suddenly pulled it apart. Boom! Boom! The terrifying power fluctuations came out from the miniature flame world. It was described slowly, but in fact, it only took a moment for the Golden Titan to turn the miniature flame world into substance and tear it apart. Tearing a huge hole, the Golden Titan rushed out directly from here, and at the same time turned around and looked at Emolan deeply. Emolan sighed slightly. And as soon as he thought about it, the flames around the miniature flame world that had just turned into gold suddenly surged. The entire miniature flame world was directly compressed to the point where it turned into a huge, ferocious crocodile. At the last moment when the Golden Titan wanted to leave, the flame crocodile suddenly pounced over and bit the Golden Titan's arm fiercely. The teeth with terrifying high temperatures directly melted the metal on the surface of the Golden Titan and then pierced into it. The next moment, death roll. The Golden Titan suddenly paused and wanted to turn back and hammer the flame crocodile. But the moment he turned back, he found that Emolan had thrown another ball of fire at him. This group of flames seemed to have a structure directly world evolution. Film flame world. At the same time, Emolan's indifferent voice was sounded. Still stay. The horrible high temperature penetrates the teeth of the flame crocodile to the inside of the Golden Titan body. It melted his arm and continued to penetrate inside. This huge flame crocodile seems to have a heavy world, can't help me anyway, and a new microflame world over there is approaching quickly. It's already open, after a while. You can wrap it in. The terrifying crisis of death impacted the Titan's mind. The next moment, the Golden Titan resolutely broke off the bitten arm and turned into a golden light and disappeared in the vicinity of the Morse area. The moment he left, the miniature flame world had already fully unfolded, enveloping the flame crocodile and the terrifying arm that was as big as a mountain. Seeing the Golden Titan run away, Emolan stood at the origin and looked around. The terrifying power rose to the sky, and his indifferent eyes revealed a cold murderous intent. Looking around, the prying eyes around him suddenly disappeared without a trace. Emolan retracted his gaze, and with a wave of his hand, the miniature flame world and the flame crocodile turned into sparks and dissipated. Emolan moved his wrist, and the next moment he raised his right hand and reached forward. At the same time, the terrifying magic power in the sky, the elements gathered, a huge hand like a mountain formed, directly crossed the long distance to grab the fallen arm of the Golden Titan, and brought it to the Mage Association. At this moment, this area in the Kingdom of Morse felt black before its eyes. A golden mountain flew through the sky, and there was still a terrifying pressure on it. All the animals and monsters crawled on the ground wherever it passed, and everyone felt depressed in their chests, very dull, and at the same time, Emolan's faint voice sounded in the sky. Holding the sun and the moon in my hands, and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. Chapter 865. The Moment of Social Death. Holding the sun and the moon and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. Emolan's father, who had just bought a gaming helmet and was planning to play games, heard a familiar voice in the sky and fell silent. Is this my son? After a moment of silence, he chose to add Emolan as a friend. Send friend request. Send failed. The other party refused to search and add friends. After Emolan's father pondered for a moment, an idea came to him, and he found Emolan's private message on the forum. Emolan, I'm your father. Add me as your friend. Oh, by the way, was it you who was talking in the sky just now? Just the sentence holding the sun and the moon and picking the stars. There is no one like me in the world. Emolan's father waited for a while, but didn't get any news. After thinking for a moment, he realized that Emolan might not often read the private messages in the forum. After all, anyone can send private messages, and there must be a lot of spam in them. After thinking of this, Emolan's father directly called Emolan. Beep, beep. The sound was like the horn of the god of death. And Emolan obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. He just exerted psychological pressure and took the initiative to attack to force the Golden Titan to leave an arm. A huge arm that is as big as a mountain. This not only fits Emolan's core image of wanting to show off and baring his teeth, but also fulfills Emolan's mind, coveting the elemental metal on the Golden Titan, or simply put, coveting his body. Since he coveted it, Emolan decided to stay, which is also the fundamental reason for Emolan's previous plan. After all, this is simply perfect. This arm alone is as big as a mountain, which is enough for the Mage Association to use for a long time. In the short term, Leaving an arm behind is similar to killing the Golden Titan and leaving his whole body here. As for what to do, if you can't use it up in the future. If you can't use it up, just ask the Golden Titan for more. Anyway, Emolan has memorized his breath. Doesn't he still have most of his body? And maybe this abandoned arm will grow again in the future. How great. It's like picking up an arm for free. Emolan even began to think about whether he could raise it, because Emolan felt that ancient god titans like the Golden Titan, which are close to the elemental form, are simply an endless treasure. This is not just a gold mountain, this is a gold mountain that can heal itself, and it can grow back after being dug up. This is a hen that lays golden eggs. This kind of treasure, this kind of self-propelled mineral vein nurtured by heaven and earth. Isn't it a waste of natural resources to kill it? So for a moment, Emolan, who was in a very good mood, couldn't help but say the words he had read before. Well, I can't help it. Of course, there is also a bit of showing off in front of people. But as a god, is there a problem with showing off in front of people? Isn't it that a god showing off in front of people? As a half-god, is there a problem with Emolan showing off in front of people? No problem. Emolan also thought it was okay, until a phone call rang. I'm in the game. I can't add you as a friend. I sent you a message in the forum private message. Please add me quickly. After the phone call was hung up, Emolan still didn't think there was anything wrong, but just had a bad feeling. No way, did my dad hear it? Emolan nervously opened the forum private message page, sorted the private messages by time. There was nothing on the first page. No on the second page. When he saw the third page, Emolan raised his eyebrows. Well, who is scolding me? He said it was my dad, and asked me to add him as a friend? Oh, this is really my dad, then it's okay. Emolan was about to click on this avatar to add a friend, but when he saw the second sentence of this account, boom! It was like a bolt from the blue hit Emolan's head directly. Emolan sat on the ground with a snap. His eyes were empty. He was dumbfounded. The arm of the Golden Titan, which had already passed Red Maple City, and was about to reach Mirror Lake, also fell to the ground with a snap. The Golden Titan's arm fell to the ground like a golden mountain range. Although its power had been sealed by Emolan, it still had an extremely heavy weight. When it fell to the ground, it directly broke several mountains, and the ground sank. Both the Mage Association and Red Maple City could feel the obvious tremor. The ground seemed to be shaken by the smash. And Linhua, who had just walked out of the core of the floating city, poked Emolan with his finger. President, the arm fell off, put it in a little more. I'm tired, I don't love it anymore, let's destroy it. President. Oh, it fell off? Then leave it there, as far as possible. Emolan sighed, and turned his body, with his back to Linhua, covering his face with his hands. This world, let's destroy it all. Emolan suddenly thought of something, with a little hope in his eyes, and asked anxiously. Linhua, what do you think about my body in the game going to the Abyss world, and my real body being thrown to Mars through the space channel? Leave the Earth. Linhua was a little confused. What's wrong? What happened? Why do you suddenly want to leave the Earth? My dad was here just now. Huh? My dad was in the game just now, within the Morse Kingdom. Linhua recalled what Emolan said just now. Just now, he thought it was cool, but now. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Hia. I can't stop laughing. President. I'll ask Lu Bin to build a space channel for you. Leave the Earth. The Earth is no longer suitable for you. Linhua laughed until tears came out. Emolan sat on the ground. He laughed so hard that he lay on the ground and clapped his hands repeatedly. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Laugh. Linhua's smile immediately faded. And he looked at Emolan and said seriously, President, I think since it has happened, we should think about how to solve it, instead of just avoiding it. At least now no one else in your family knows. Only your father knows. As long as you bribe your father, and let him not reveal it. Isn't it all right? Emolan took back the sword in his hand, clapped his hands, and said in surprise, Great. Why didn't I think of it? I just need to bribe my father. If that doesn't work, then let's have a loving father and filial son. I think my father will understand me. As long as this is not known by other family members. It is equivalent to not happening. At this time, a WeChat group named Loving Family popped up on the panel of the game cabin, showing that there was a new message. Emolan was stunned. Opened it, and saw that it was Lu Zhouhao who sent a voice message. And there were texts below. Everyone listen. Uncle is so handsome. Uncle is so handsome. Mo Lan subconsciously clicked on the voice message. Hold the sun and moon. Mo Lan's fist clenched unconsciously. Chapter 866 Industrial Potential. Mo Lan was silent. Mo Lan was speechless. Let's discuss leaving the Earth. What happened? Did your father tell others about this? No. It's even more outrageous than this. Mo Lan grabbed his head, a little mad, but still told Lin with a general situation. Pooh cough cough, I just thought of something happy. I'm not laughing at you. Well, trust me, it's not. Lin was said seriously. At this moment, he really had nothing to say. All he could see was the big danger on Lu Zhouhao's head. According to his understanding of Mo Lan is very young, not a very open-minded person. He never remembers overnight grudges. Supposedly this is a good habit, but the problem is, the reason why Mo Lan doesn't remember grudges is different from that of ordinary people. Ordinary people would not care about it the next day. But Mo Lan had already registered on the same day. As expected, Lin saw Mo Lan making a phone call. Hello. Sister. Isn't it summer vacation recently? Is Zhouhao on vacation? I saw him playing games now. Oh. It's vacation. Right? It's good that he's on vacation. Sister. I think this way. I have also told you the importance of the game world. You understand it. Zhouhao. He does have the talent of a mage. And he can be trained in this direction. In addition, I have achieved some success. The resources for training mages here are the most abundant and the best. So I want to take advantage of the time now. And the overall situation is still stable. To focus on training Zhouhao. This will take up a lot of his time. He probably won't have time to rest during the summer vacation. After all, he is a mage. He needs to practice and study. He should not stop from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. But don't worry. This rest time is enough. I will use resources to improve his sleep quality and mental recovery speed. I won't overdraw his energy. It will be more difficult for him. He may also have some complaints. I'm afraid. Oh, it's okay. Right? You can beat him to death. Right? Yes, okay, I'll beat him to death if he doesn't obey. Yes, I understand. But don't you need to inform my brother-in-law? Don't let Zhouhao complain about being tired and give up. You will feel bad then. Okay, just your promise is enough. Don't worry, sister. I will definitely give Zhouhao the best resources, the best training. Definitely not bad. Okay, I'm hanging up. What? You said those two sentences. Oh, it was indeed what I said. I played truth or dare with a friend before, and chose dare. It was embarrassing. That's it. I'll hang up first. When you have time, send Lu Zhouhao to my house. I'll book him a game cabin. Well, okay. Mo Lan hung up the phone on the game cabin, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Lu Zhouhao, he. Just wait. I will repay you well. I will definitely give you the best resources, the best training, and it won't work even if you shout your throat out this time. He. Lin rolled his eyes when he heard this, and mourned for Xiao Zhouhao in his heart. Why offend anyone else? Why offend your own uncle? And such a capable uncle, others can only give you a few sets of summer homework, but this guy can take your entire summer vacation away with just a few words. And your parents trust him to take you away, and they even hope to prolong this time. After all, what bad intentions can a real uncle have? This real uncle is capable. Even if he just watches, he can broaden his horizons. This is a good thing for children. Let's discuss escaping from Earth. Mo Lan looked at Linwu again and said, I don't want to stay in this broken ball. Linwu smiled when he heard it. It's easy to leave Earth, and it's easy to survive, but President, are you sure you want to go to an alien planet alone to survive in the wilderness? Oh, not in the wilderness, but on Mars. Survival is not a problem. But isn't this a waste of yourself? President, since we are going to an alien planet, how can there be no laboratory, no villa, no vegetable garden, no swimming pool, no jacuzzi, no grass? Right? And these? As long as the floating city is built, then you can go wherever you want. Just drive the floating city, and it will be a city wherever you go. You can enjoy the convenience brought by the city wherever you go. How great it is. Right, Lin said with a smile, and took out the plan just now again. Come on. I was just interrupted by the Golden Titan. Let me continue to tell you about this plan. But before I start, let me ask you, is that arm just thrown over there? Linwa pointed to the golden mountains in the distance and asked. Upon hearing this, Emolan reached out and grabbed the golden arm, and then threw it in an area next to the floating city, which was relatively close. At the same time, Emolan first softened it with high temperature, and then used a small cutting knife made of refined gold to cut off a little metal. The cut metal was also golden inside, and it looked a bit like gold. Emolan took a few glances and threw it to Linwa. You can test the properties of this metal when you have time, and then come up with a plan for mining and utilization. After all, we spent so much effort to get this arm back this time, and it would be a waste if we don't use it. It's better to keep it on the Golden Titan. Linwa took the cut piece of metal after hearing this. It felt heavy when he took it, so he put it away directly, and then continued with the plan. According to my simple statistics, there are more than 100,000 magic factories above the scale of the Morse area. Emolan was shocked when he heard this. Emolan himself didn't expect there would be so many projects. How much? 100,000? Yes, this is just a factory that is larger than the scale and uses magic technology. It absorbs and draws on a lot of ideas and technologies in reality. The production efficiency is very high, and the processing level is not low. Ordinary small factories and small workshops are not included in the statistics. Emolan thought quietly after hearing this. I didn't expect that the Morse area already has such high industrial strength and industrial potential. So many magic factories above the scale gathered in one place shows that the current productivity is very high. The gathering of so many factories also shows that the future development potential is very large. Now the Eternal Blazing Sun Guild is the main one manufacturing items for us. Eternal Blazing Sun itself is not small in size, and after cooperating with us, it has extremely high productivity through our technology. In the past, this productivity was enough, and most of them could be produced normally. But now it is different. Now we need to build a floating city. With the productivity of Eternal Blazing Sun, with the maturity of our association's automated production, the time required to complete the third phase of the floating city project will probably be an astronomical figure. So I thought of other guilds, other factories. Chapter 867 3 months. We can fully utilize the productivity of these guilds and factories. If we add Eternal Blazing Sun alone, a city that can accommodate 1 million people is extremely terrifying. If there is no major change in the production method and if there is no major change in productivity, the time required to complete the construction of this city will be an astronomical figure. But if this astronomical figure is distributed to hundreds of millions of players, distributed to 100,000, or even 200,000 factories, you will find that this seems to be nothing more than that. The combined efforts of the players in the entire Morse area, which is actually equivalent to the combined efforts of a large number of players, can complete this huge task. Linwa said slowly. Or in my opinion, the floating city is not something that can be created by a single person. It will be the crystallization of civilization, the shining pearl of the entire civilization, the wisdom of the entire civilization, the productivity of a considerable part of civilization, and the hard work of thousands of individuals. This is the floating city that we originally conceived to suppress the foundation of the human race. Technology is a joint force, which is to gather the meager power of a single person together, so as to create a great power comparable to that of a god. Go up to the 9 heavens to grab the moon, and go down to the 5 oceans to catch turtles. This is the foundation that is enough to suppress civilization. The same is true for the floating city, which gathers the meager power of countless people, and its position is comparable to that of a god, and its power suppresses the gods, and protects the safety of the human race. Linwa said slowly. And the floating city is such a big project. If we insist on doing it alone, I estimate that the floating city in full state will belong to the series of my lifetime. Emolan nodded when he heard this, thinking about something, and Linwa continued. We can completely disassemble the floating city into countless small projects, and then disperse them to countless factories in the Morse area, and let them produce. We only need to strictly check the product quality. As for the project fee, I think we only need to pay the cost, and then promise to complete the production. They can obtain the production rights for these production technologies, which is equivalent to obtaining our authorization, free of charge. Well, it doesn't need to be permanent, and 1 year should be enough. In this model, the larger the factory, the stronger the technical force, the more advanced the parts can be produced, which means the more advanced the technology that can be licensed. Small factories, with weaker strength, can also choose parts with lower technical requirements for production and obtain technical licenses with lower technical content. In short, the technology obtained by each project is matched with the production strength. And with our technology, it can be aligned with their production strength and generate greater attraction. This model can attract factories regardless of whether they are large or small, regardless of whether their technical force is strong or not. After all, no matter how strong their technical force is, it is not as strong as ours. In this way, we only need to pay for a 1-year free license for the technology and the material cost of manufacturing the floating city to obtain a large number of floating city components. According to our finalized floating city blueprint, according to my calculations, if we can mobilize more than 100,000 factories, that is, basically all factories above a certain scale, we can complete the production of components within 2 months at the fastest, and complete the assembly within 1 month. In other words, if everything goes well, the manufacturing of the floating city can be completed in 3 months. Of course, we can reserve some time and increase the error tolerance. Then it will take at least 5 months for us to launch the fully victorious floating city. And at the fastest, it may take more than 3 months to launch. And if the president personally builds the transportation channel in this process, and transports the materials just like transporting this golden arm, I am even confident that the whole process can be compressed to less than 2 months. And all we need to pay is some insignificant technical authorization for 1 year. After all, the real core components and key components are left for me to produce. Lin thought about it, and continued to look through the plan in his hand. When Lin was finished speaking, Lin had just finished reading the plan. Through the plan, Lin could see that after such a long period of management and training, Lin had seen some things very clearly, and calculated them very clearly. Therefore, some skills were naturally easy to use. Street lights can be hung. This may be the greatest compliment to Linhua. But then again, Linhua's plan is indeed more complete. No one will suffer. This is a win-win situation. And a plan that can make both parties win-win generally has the foundation for success. Closing the plan, Lin handed the plan to Linhua. Just do as you said. I will take 4 hours from 6 to 10 every night to transport the materials. You just need to ask them to pack the materials they need and mark where they are going. Linhua's words just now were originally a joke, but he didn't expect Lin to really agree. This did not make Linhua feel relaxed, but made him become more serious instantly. Because he realized instantly that the only reason that could drive Lin to personally do such a small thing as transporting materials was that the situation was becoming more urgent. Otherwise, although the transport of materials would become extremely convenient with the participation of Lin using the power of the God of Mages, it would greatly shorten the manufacturing process of the floating city components. But there are so many things that would become convenient if Lin personally participated. Could it be that Lin could not do them one by one? Impossible. This is not realistic. Lin has his own complete plan for time. Even if he wastes or squanders, he will not spend it on such things. The only explanation is that Lin has reached the point where he will give up some of his other things as long as he can speed up the manufacturing process of the floating city. In other words, Lin has reached the point where he urgently needs the combat power of the floating city, urgently needs the floating city to enrich its foundation, to protect the whole human race. Is the situation so bad? Linhua said with awe. I will write a resource mobilization algorithm into the Tower Spirit as quickly as possible, and let the Tower Spirit be responsible for this calculation. I will complete the implementation of this plan as quickly as possible, and complete the components of the floating city as quickly as possible. Well, okay, but you have to pay attention, and you can't relax on the several weapon research tasks assigned to you. There is also Lu Bin's space array solution. I will go find him later. Yes. Okay. I will not fall behind. Linhua did not say much, but nodded and agreed. Lin also used his mental power to communicate with Lu Bin. After that, Linhua left. Lin remembered something again. He wanted to call Linhua, but he thought that Linhua was busy enough. So he took back his words. Mark, go and collect the aftermath of the battle I just fought with the Golden Titan. How much damage was caused? Whether there were casualties? Whether it affected the Morse area? I need a detailed and complete report. Yes. Chapter 868 Brainworm. Mark began to collect information about the battlefield. He has grown greatly after following Lin for so long. This is not only about the mage profession, nor is it only about systematically learning modern knowledge, but also about the change of personal ability, vision, and comprehensive quality. This change has made him a reborn change. Mark is no longer the naive and innocent ordinary nobleman, but an excellent mage and assistant who can stand on his own. So Mo was relatively relieved to let Mark do this. In fact, according to Mo's perception, this battle did not affect the Morse area. After all, Mo intercepted the Golden Titan in advance. He drew a circle around the Morse area, using this circle as a cordon, and fought anyone who dared to come in, and fought to death. So the Golden Titan had not actually entered the Morse area, but had entered Mo's cordon and warning line. Although the aftermath of the two divine-level professors covered a very large range, the Morse area was protected by a super-large magic array after all, so it was relatively easy to block the aftermath. So in Mo's perception, there shouldn't be many problems inside the Morse area, but it's really hard to say what's going on outside. Mo will estimate the people in the Morse area, but Mo outside doesn't have the ability to take care of them. If he can take care of them, he will take care of them, but if he can't take care of them, forget it. So the battle between Mo and the Golden Titan will have a big impact on the outside world, causing a restricted area with chaotic rules, and causing a lot of casualties. The raging power in the restricted area was extracted by Mo, and the chaotic rules were straightened out by Mo, but even Mo couldn't recover the casualties that had already been caused, and he could only arrange people to investigate afterwards, so that he would at least have a rough idea in his mind. While the main body of the Mage Association was fighting the gods, the clone sent by Mo to the Abyss world did not stop at all. He had just left the experimental blood pool, where he cultivated the spiritual power demons, and was about to go to the location of the demon throne to start constructing the demon network. He had been in this experimental blood pool for several days. He arrived at this blood pool a few days ago. He originally planned to stay here for a while, to see the cultivation of the spiritual power demons here. However, when he was checking the situation, he was attracted by some things, and then day after day, for several days, he decided to leave this blood pool today. What attracted Mo to stay was nothing else but a mutated demon worm. The blood pool where Mo placed the mental power structure did not produce a large number of mental power demons containing mental power, as Mo imagined. Demon worms were indeed produced, but they did not produce mental power demon worms as Mo had imagined, because these mental power worms were too low level, and could not bear the entire mental power structure, and could only bear part of it. This time, Mo discovered that the demon worms seemed to have different talents. Even though they were all created in a blood pool, some were better made, and were superior products, while some were worse made, and were inferior products. Superior products can carry 1%, 2%, or even 5.7% of the mental power structure, while inferior products can only carry 1%, or even 57% of the mental power structure. The problem is that the mental power structure is a structure. The structure is a whole, and the separated parts are meaningless. Even if some fragments and some small structures have some functions, they are not the mental power functions that Mo wants. Because even if it is 99%, it is not 100%. For Mo, it is no different from 0.1%. Because once the demon worm is born, these are fixed and cannot be changed. All this happened until a demon worm with a unique talent was born. The talent of this demon worm is very simple. That is fusion. This kind of fusion can only be used for the same kind, and the target must be oneself during the fusion process. This fusion talent is simply amazing. And it also showed amazing effects on this demon worm. Because this demon worm is surrounded by demon worms that have inherited part of the mental power structure. When Mo discovered that he had this talent, he also found that after the fusion of this demon worm, the mental power structure it inherited was surprisingly complete and completed. And this completed part happened to be owned and inherited by the demon worm it fused with. Originally, Mo was very disappointed with this experiment until he found this demon worm with the talent of fusion. In this demon worm, in this talent, Mo saw the real hope of the birth of the mental power demon. So, Mo locked up this demon worm, and kept looking for demon worms with different structures to fuse with it, and constantly improved the spiritual power structure inherited in this demon worm. 3%, 3.5%, 5%, 7%, 9%, 10%. In the fusion, the original highest record was easily broken, and the record was continuously pushed up. In this process, Mo also put aside his original plan, and concentrated on staying here to cultivate this unique demon worm, and never let it fight. Mo raised it, and continuously let it fuse with other worms, and continuously improve the integrity of its inherited spiritual power structure. In this process, Emolan even got a kind of pleasure of cultivation, in the stimulation of the increasing percentage, and in the curiosity about the demon worm that completely inherited the spiritual power structure. Emolan stayed up for several days, specifically catching different demon worms to assimilate this unique demon worm. In the repeated assimilation, the demon worm also changed again and again, but it never completed the breakthrough to the first level. It seems that the demon that merged in this way was not devoured by it, and the energy was not absorbed, so the level did not rise, but only some adaptive changes in the body shape. Until today, the spiritual power structure inherited by the demon worm has reached 99.9%. Emolan spent a lot of time searching for the last 0.1% and finally found it, and captured it, and placed it in front of the demon worm. The fusion was completed smoothly, without any problems, under Emolan's watch. The last 0.1% was completed smoothly. At the same moment, when the last 0.1% of the spiritual power structure was fused, the demon worm started to evolve. The claws that had originally degenerated because they didn't need to move completely disappeared. The cuticle on the surface completely disappeared because it lost its function. The body became shorter, seemingly due to the influence of the mental power structure. This demon worm originally had a little shadow of the brain, and the moment it completely inherited 100% of the mental power rules, the demon worm began to evolve, and the final image after the evolution was a naked brain. Brain worm? Chapter 869, Mental Power and Telekinesis. Brainworm. Emolan was stunned, then thought carefully, muttered to himself. The mental power structure is based on the human brain, and is adapted to the human brain. When I embedded it in the blood pool before, I did not make any adaptive changes, I just put it in as it was. Emolan considered this adaptation problem when he gave the mental power structure to the six-armed snake demon, to change it into a version adapted to the demon. You need to have an extremely deep understanding of the demon brain, and this takes a lot of time and effort. Emolan didn't have much time, and he didn't want to waste his energy on this. Of course, since Emolan was going to do this experiment, he had considered it in his mind. The demon worm is a demon with extremely active genes and strong adaptability to the environment. This demon can accept the genes of other demons, and can evolve accordingly according to different environments and different fighting methods. Only when the strength level reaches a certain level, the demon's form, physical condition, and genes will be completely stabilized. So in Emolan's opinion, even if there is no structural adaptation, the demon worm can still carry the mental structure, and there is no need to spend time and energy to adapt the mental structure to the demon. The fact is indeed as Emolan guessed. The demon worm can indeed adapt to this mental structure. But what Emolan did not expect is that in order to adapt to the mental structure, the demon worm forcibly constructed a body that looks almost exactly like the human brain. And because it did not move at all during the evolution process, it did not receive any attacks, nor did it experience even slightly stronger sunlight or slightly stronger wind. It seems that because it has been like this for many consecutive evolutions, the genes of the abyss worms believe that the legs and cuticle have lost their meaning of existence. Existence is just a waste of energy. It is just an extra organ that is eaten for nothing. Therefore, it degenerates in evolution again and again to reduce consumption. In the last evolution, it even disappears without a trace, and there is no consumption at all, due to various reasons. The demon worm in front of us is almost exactly the same as the human brain, which is the brain worm that Emolan blurted out. At first glance, this seems to be just a coincidence. The demon worm evolved into the shape of the human brain by chance. However, as long as you calm down and sort out the relationship, you will find that this is almost inevitable. The demon worm that perfectly carries the human mental power structure must evolve into a shape similar to the human brain, and gradually lose most of the organs except the brain, leaving only the basic organs for survival. Even if Emolan did not participate in this process, it would be the same. Emolan's participation only advanced this process, rather than directly causing this process, because Emolan found the spiritual power born in this brainworm, and the natural ability to transform the invisible and intangible spiritual power into telekinesis that can interfere with the outside world, and it is not weak. Almost at the moment of birth, it tried to use telekinesis to push away the shield that Emolan created to protect it. The strength of its telekinesis is not low, and it has a certain attack power and defense ability. In other words, it has combat ability. So even if such a brainworm appeared in the wild, It could rely on its own telekinesis and mental power to protect itself, strengthen itself, and finally gradually abandon other organs in the process of evolution. Am I opening a Pandora's box? Emolan said softly, and then shook his head to reject his idea. No. I am opening a Pandora's box. In Emolan's view, as long as he can control it, it is a treasure box. If future generations can't control it, it may turn into a Pandora's box that destroys the world, releasing all darkness and evil. Emolan grabbed the demon worm, which was only the size of a basketball. Let's call it a brain worm from now on. I want to see if I can breed a Zerg. If I can breed it, I can use the Zerg as a tool to explore other worlds, protect the floating city, and collect materials for my research and experiments. Emolan named the demon worm with a few words, and named a tribe based on it. Brain worm tribe. Zerg tribe. Number of brain worm tribes, 1. Number of Zerg tribes, 1. Emolan held up the brain worm in his hand, and took a look at this abyss blood pool of only the first level. He immediately understood that the quality of this brain worm was too high. This was only a first level blood pool, and it was impossible to copy brain worms, and it was impossible to create a tribe based on brain worms. This is one of the reasons why the demon worms created by this blood pool cannot even support a complete mental structure. After thinking for a moment, Emolan reached out, and took out the mental structure inside the core of the blood pool, and crushed it casually. Since the brain worm has been successfully cultivated, then, there is no need for this place to exist. But since the first brain worm has evolved here, it means that the second wild brain worm may be born. Or the brain worm in Emolan's hand may actually be the second, the fifth, the 30th, maybe the birth of brain worms is not rare, but the previous ones died unexpectedly, died young, and did not grow up. Emolan would not allow the birth of wild brain worms outside his control. Although he was not afraid of anything, he was too troublesome. After crushing the structure in the core, Emolan looked around again. There have been no demon worms during this period. The little demons have left. But each of these demon worms here has a mental structure in its body. They kill each other and devour each other. Maybe they will force the birth of a second brain worm. Let's clean them up. Emolan's thoughts moved, and the endless elemental power surged. The blood pool turned into a sea of fire in an instant. The purple hot flames burned everything within the range of the flames. Demon worms and little demons turned into charcoal one by one. And then, they were completely crushed. The earth was cracked under the flames. The terrifying high temperature killed all life on the ground and underground. After a while, the flames went out, and the place had turned into a scorched earth. However, Emolan was still worried. If there were any abyss worms with spiritual structures that survived through evolution, they might become a big boss, and cause trouble for him in the future. Emolan didn't like this. So after thinking for a moment, the yuan number surged, and the ground that was shrouded in high-temperature flames a moment ago was directly soaked in cold water. Bang! 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 Explosion after explosion. The extreme temperature change made the hard ground burst, and the vaporized water vapor was extremely hot, and it all poured into the cracks, sweeping away all the surviving lives. After one round, the scene was devastated. Just when Emolan was about to leave, he suddenly fell silent for a moment, looked at the blood pool, and stood there for half an hour before leaving. After he left, above the 9 heavens, a meteorite turned into a rainbow light and fell at a high speed. Boom! Chapter 870 The sneak attack was discovered. Boom! The terrifying power destroyed the entire blood pool and everything near it. Emolan transformed into the true form of a demon that was less vulnerable to the demon's attack and flew forward at high speed. A real man never looks back at the explosion. After several rounds of cleaning, the demon worm should have been basically cleaned up. The reason why I don't need to be sure is that I am conservative in my words and never say anything for sure. In fact, there are not many creatures or cells that can survive in this environment, but there are definitely none here. Emolan will not cause a gene leak or virus leak like other biochemical crises. They leak for the later plot, for the filming of the first, second, third, fourth, and even 18th seasons. They cannot solve all the problems in the first minute of the first season. Emolan does not like trouble, and does not like to film 18 more seasons. So he is more decisive. Meteorite crater. Mushroom cloud. Conscientious. The 4th level blood pool is very far away from the gate to the other world. If it is placed in reality, it will take at least several continents to reach it. even at Mo-Lan's flying speed. It will take a while. During the flight, Mo-Lan suddenly slapped his head. Wait. It seems that Lu Bin can now calculate spatial coordinates across boundaries, which means that the gate to another world can be opened wherever he wants. In this case, why do I need to run? Wouldn't it be better to let Lu Bin open a direct gate to another world? However, Lu Bin is indeed busy during this period. He just defined the concept of the origin of space and opened a door to the present world. Forget it. Remember to let Lu Bin open a gate to another world directly to the 4th level blood pool later, Mo-Lan thought. And it seems that Lu Bin's previous super large plan has a more convenient way to implement it. It is quite difficult to open up a super long space channel in the same space, but it will be simple and easy if we use the different space as a transfer pedal. Mo-Lan remembered Lu Bin's previous super large engineering plan to use the elemental world as a transfer structure to the space channel of the entire game world. Although the previous idea was good, it did not have the technical foundation to realize it, but now it is different. Now Lu Bin has successfully defined the concept of the origin of space. With the concept of spatial origin, Lu Bin can easily summon 6th level resources. Oh no! The traction coordinates in the 6th level lava beast summoning spell are modified to fixed spatial nodes. As long as a spatial channel leading to the fire element world is constructed in 2 places, and then the 2 spatial channels are connected together. Then in the main material world, no matter how far the distance is, the same spatial element consumption can be used, and the same casting difficulty can be used to construct a spatial channel across the 2 places. The cost is just to have an extra fire element world as a transfer. But it is only the difference of taking one more step. 1 step into the fire element world, and 1 step to reach the destination. Once this is accomplished, the flow of people and materials in the main material world will become extremely convenient and fast. You may be in the South Pole 1 second, and in the North Pole the next. Fruits are picked thousands of miles away, and in a few minutes they are delivered to the market thousands of miles away, or even to the buyer's home. Well, this operation mode is simply amazing. Once this technology is popularized, it will definitely have a huge impact on the entire era, and it will have a devastating impact on many transportation-related industries. Mo-Lan's thoughts flowed quickly, becoming broader and deeper. It seems that the same principle applies, with the help of the game world as a transit station, as long as the space channel is constructed. A fast-flowing space channel with extremely low cost, low maintenance cost, and extremely low threshold for casting can be completed in reality. Mo-Lan thought for a moment, and shook his head violently, getting rid of this idea from his brain. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. This is not something I need to worry about. Nor is it something I can touch. I'll just play around in the main material world. Mo-Lan thought about it, and immediately opened the forum. Opened the private post and started editing. Tell the clone in the main material world that we can start building this space channel. Close the forum. Mo-Lan is almost close to the 4th level blood pool area. The level of demons in this area is relatively high. Even if Mo-Lan moves forward in the form of a demon, even if Mo-Lan releases the aura of a 9th level demon, he is still attacked by many demons, and their strength is not weak. It took Mo-Lan a lot of effort to fight. But when he approached the blood pool, Mo-Lan suddenly felt a little confused. Are there people hiding there? It seems that there are quite a few. Mo-Lan suddenly wondered. Under his mental power, there was a magic circle for hiding next to the blood pool. If it were a demon, it would probably not be found, but Mo-Lan was a magician after all, and Mo-Lan also found that this magic circle seemed to be developed by him, so he found it immediately. Let me see what's underneath, Mo-Lan said with interest. With the help of his high understanding of this magic circle, his mental power found some flaws and penetrated into it, and immediately saw the people and objects inside. There are so many people. Inside, there are 100,000 players hiding. It seems that this small area is crowded with people. People are crowded with people. There are 100,000 players hiding directly. Part-time job is incredible. It is only next to this 4th level blood pool, which can be called a blood lake, that it is not conspicuous. Compared with the 4th level blood pool, this place for ordinary people is indeed inconspicuous, just like a small haystack next to the lake. But who can guess that there are 100,000 big men hiding in this small haystack? Wow, 100,000 people? Is this the core of the Legion? And this space confinement array, barrier array, restraint array, electromagnetic railgun, big firecracker, stun array, strong light array. Wow, this is a sneak attack, then scattered light, stun strong control, space confinement limit space displacement means, then electromagnetic railgun, the Legion of 100,000 players attacks with the core of the Legion, this is to control me and kill me in one go. Emolan laughed. Why did Emolan know so much? Because Emolan suddenly found out that these things were all sold by the Mage Association, customized, and many of them were created by Emolan. And all of these together are the sneak attack packages sold by the Mage Association, specially used for sneak attacks, hunting high-level monsters, and the price is expensive. Good guy, buying equipment from my Mage Association to sneak attack me. Emolan smiled. When he saw them, he knew what happened. They must have thought he was a demon lord. Well, if I fly over there directly in human form, they won't suspect that I want to steal their blood pool. Right? If I can't explain it clearly, I will be hated by others, and my reputation will be ruined. How about going there as a demon and giving them a surprise? Of course, there are many ways to explain it. There are always more ways than problems. But what can't be explained? What if I can't explain it clearly? When I don't want to explain it? Emolan wanted to give these reckless people a little surprise. Because Emolan found that the White Jade Lion was injured. Chapter 871. Are you looking for me? I am here. Everyone be silent. Start preparing. Wait for my orders. I will order the control team to go first. The output team should not worry about whether they can control or not. Most of the time, they can control, but the time will be very, very short. It is very likely that you will be out of the boss as soon as you wait. Remember, attack immediately after control. Yes. They communicate with each other in the introverted mental power network. The introverted mental power network will not diverge outward, and will not show any fluctuations at all. However, when the demons in the distance were approaching rapidly, and their momentum was like a mountain, everyone could not help but hold their breath, close their eyes, and empty their minds to maintain the highest degree of silence. This method of silence was invented by an assassin. It can minimize the sense of existence. Most detection methods and vigilance methods cannot detect people who hide in this way. Of course, it is very difficult to achieve this effect, because controlling breathing and closing eyes are fine. But emptying the mind is basically impossible without a certain talent, long-term professional training, and a certain spiritual realm. People's thoughts are like spring water, surging out all the time, just like a person's heartbeat, on the person, but completely out of the person's control. So a wizard developed a spiritual spell based on this effect, forcibly using the spell to achieve this effect. However, compared to actively entering this state, people who passively enter this state cannot freely control the entry and exit of this state, open and close. In other words, the wizard in this state is equivalent to being frozen, controlled, and cannot wake up without someone to release him. It's just that the frozen spell controls the body, while this spell controls the consciousness. Of course, the one who created this spell was not a mage from the Mage Association, but a mage in a guild. This is not surprising, as there are many powerful mages outside. In addition, the Mage Association will not develop spells with this kind of thinking. In terms of attack, they generally don't think about sneak attacks, but think about how to use strong enough firepower to directly flatten the enemy. The angle is different. The thinking is different. And it is naturally impossible to create this kind of spell. The demon was flying at a very fast speed, and it came to the front in a blink of an eye. The moment it entered the blood pool. Take action. The moment the voice sounded in everyone's mind, the spell effect was lifted, and the players in the control group took the lead. The violent spatial fluctuations in just a moment set off a storm in the void within the range, compared with the spatial confinement that makes the spatial displacement spell ineffective. This method is more insidious. If there is not enough spatial insight, if you cannot perceive the void storm behind the space, then the surging spatial storm will be completely torn apart the moment the spatial displacement spell is activated. At the same time, the surrounding space is also frantically compressed towards the demon, using space to restrict the demon's range of activities. This move is even more insidious, using space constraints, control, which is fine at ordinary times. But at this moment, the space fluctuations disturb the void and create a space storm. If the trapped person is a fool, he will directly break the space barrier that constrains him. Then he will be baptized by the space storm even if he does not use space spells. Breaking the space constraints will be baptized by the space storm. Once involved, hey, it is hard to say whether the legend can withstand the space storm. But the legend who is not good at the space field will definitely get lost in the depths of the void, and then be attacked by the continuous space storm, and finally die of exhaustion. The chance of surviving without understanding space is basically equivalent to attacking randomly in a space as big as the Earth, and then accurately concentrating the power to hit a grain of sand, and then accurately controlling to open the space channel. As for being smart and not attacking the space barrier, that's fine. This spell itself is a control spell, and the space storm is only used for auxiliary control. It can control people and restrain itself from moving. Then the effect is achieved. Right? One thing leads to another. This is one of the control routines designed by the Mage Association. This routine is a relatively high-end routine. Emolan did not participate, but Lubin participated in the design throughout the process. It is worth mentioning that this routine has been used by others. After understanding the idea, some players have developed some control spells with poor effects but strong insults based on this idea. However, in some occasions, this control spell is also very effective. The most typical and outstanding one is the dumb wall to block the road. It can only be said that this is a spell with a smell. So notorious. What's more, I don't know which great genius developed this spell. This spell can be matched with a kind of artificial spice. Once this spice is integrated into the spell, the smell emitted by this spell can penetrate the shield and stick to it for a long time. It's amazing. However, these are all off topic. Almost before the control spell was completed, several extremely strong attacks were released, and the landing point was the range of the space barrier constraint, directly covering the entire range of the constraint, and preparing to deal a devastating blow to everything inside. The terrifying power waves swept through, and the surrounding space barriers that became directly accessible due to the spell effect were completely shattered. The chaotic space storm also blew in along the broken space barriers, and the fragments of space like river sand crushed everything within the range and devoured it. The aftermath took a long time to slowly dissipate. During this process, all the players were tense, holding the attack in their hands, ready to throw it out at any time to finish off the demon. This tense atmosphere reached its peak when the aftermath was about to dissipate, and when the aftermath completely dissipated, it instantly disappeared along with the dissipated aftermath. Empty! The blocked area was empty, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Success? They succeeded. As for the empty area, it was very normal in their opinion. The terrifying attack. The density was like washing the floor. And finally the space storm containing countless space fragments. These completely destroyed the remaining bodies, ground them, and even if there were some particularly hard parts, they would be directly swallowed by the space storm and taken into the depths of the void. In that case, even if they were not dead, they would be almost dead. There would be no difference. On the contrary, if something was left in the blocked area, that would be a big deal. However, despite this, the leading player still kept the remaining, using various detection methods to search, patrol, and know. Hey, are you looking for me? Chapter 872 Demon Network. Are you looking for me? When they heard this voice, all the players in the circle were startled, their eyes widened, their hands and feet went numb, and their whole bodies went cold. The leading player felt cold inside when he heard the voice coming from behind him, but he still turned his head sharply. He knew that he was definitely going to die this time. The demon that could escape from this attack and appeared silently behind him was not something he could fight against, but even if he died, he had to see the appearance of this demon clearly and die with a clear mind. Even if I die today, I must die with some dignity. But when he turned around and saw that familiar figure, that familiar face, the leader's brain instantly went blank, and he spoke after a few breaths. Emolan. Emolan. How come you are here? How come I am here? Emolan smiled softly when he heard it, turned around and stepped into the air, and the demon throne slowly emerged from the blood pool, and finally floated up and appeared under Emolan. Emolan sat on the demon throne with his horse and sword. The injured white jade master flew towards Emolan, and pressed his bright forehead against Emolan's palm. Emolan comforted the white jade lion while asking, I want to ask you, why are you here? The leading player saw this scene and immediately understood everything. Nodding slightly, we thought this was an ownerless blood pool, so we planned to come here to hunt demons. But we didn't expect to encounter the demon you have occupied. This is probably the cause and effect of the incident. Emolan nodded slightly when he heard this. What about its injuries? We were very curious when we saw this strange monster before, because we had never found such a monster without the breath of the abyss in the abyss world, so we chased it for a while. The leading player said honestly. Lon nodded slightly when he heard this. I believe it for now, you go. Thank you. God Lon nodded slightly. The leading player immediately left with a large team. No one in the team of up to 100,000 people raised any meaning. Everyone was only afraid and grateful. Although they didn't know that the owner of this blood pool was Lon, how could they not guess that this blood pool had an owner? How could there be normal monsters in the abyss world? All animals in the abyss world are demons, without exception. As long as there are non-demon creatures in the abyss world, they must have been brought there by other players. And this monster is so safe around the blood pool, there must be a problem. And now, which forces can occupy such a high-level blood pool? And which of these forces came through their space channel? That is, after all the calculations, the range of the answers obtained in the end is actually quite small. But they still attacked resolutely. So in fact, many things cannot stand thinking. Once you think about it, it is actually very interesting. So when Lon said they could leave, none of them dared to raise any objections, and even breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lon had just attracted them to attack as a demon, causing their one-time Legion core to be scrapped, the magic circle to be scrapped, the extent of the loss was unimaginable. You know, these things were all taken out of the guild's old money, and they spent a lot of money to gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. But they didn't expect the devil to be Lon, which resulted in nothing and a huge loss. The most depressing thing is not this. The most depressing thing is that, although they failed this time, although the various props they bought were wasted, they still had to give a thumbs up to the Mage Association that sold these props and provided these services. 5-star praise. Just thinking about it makes people feel a little stuffy. What is this? After the group of players left, Lon said to the puzzled Bayusher. After all, they are all loyal users of my Mage Association. Well, judging from the level of consumption, they should still be members. We still need to maintain a certain degree of tolerance when dealing with members. After all, what if he wants to buy this set of control and sneak attack suit next time? This set is not cheap. This is only the second set sold by the association so far. Master, what if he uses the props purchased from the Mage Association to attack you again? Lon was stunned when he heard this. He was a little bit unconvinced by Master Bayusher's question. Is there such a good thing? Bayusher was stunned when he heard this. After thinking about it, the disciple immediately reacted. It seems to be true. No wonder the master didn't get angry because of being attacked. It's like someone bought him a balloon hammer for 10 million, and then he hit it hard with the balloon hammer. This is fucking. Please change the balloon hammer to a stone one, otherwise the money is not real. Who can make such a thing happen? In Imolan's words. There is a good thing? The white jade lion thought, and Lon was indeed not angry, sitting on the demon throne and thinking quietly. Lon was thinking about how to build a demon network, in order to allow other mages within the coverage area to call upon the power of the abyss through the demon throne, thus completing this set of independent spellcasting professions. Before the clone, when he was in his prime, Lon had already conceived the general idea of building a demon network. Now he only needs to supplement and improve it, and implement it in detail. There is no technical difficulty, although Lon is only a clone. After a moment of thinking, he has conceived a specific implementation plan through these technologies. First, the first step should be to improve the demon throne and remove the master recognition state. No, that's not right. This cannot be called removing the master recognition state. It should be said that while maintaining the existing master recognition state, a new temporary master recognition channel is also opened up in the next layer. Let other mages, no, all other people and creatures that can connect to the demon throne mobilize the power of the demon throne. Well, this route must be multi-threaded and parallel. 1 or 2 is definitely not enough. When it reaches a certain scale, 100 or 80 is definitely not enough. There will definitely be many people online who will borrow the power of the devil at the same time. In this case, we need to add some computer structures inside the demon throne, storage, calculation, so as to ensure the simultaneous operation of multiple channels. In addition, I have to design a magic circle, so that ordinary people without mental power can also draw it, and then connect to the demon throne by drawing this magic circle. However, this kind of operation, why does this kind of magic circle look so much like a fixed ritual? Lon shook his head in confusion. Forget it, no matter how much, the ritual is the ritual, it doesn't matter, as long as it is useful. But now let me deal with this little brainworm first. Chapter 873 Characteristics of the Space Origin. This little brainworm. Emolon shook his head. It's really scary to look at. This image of a human brain is simply challenging human tolerance. Forget it. When designing the Zerg, add an external biological body or transport, an elemental body, and control it directly with mental power. This way it will look much better. Looking good is the most important thing. The strength is not worth it. Although the Zerg Legion is built with the purpose and standard of the Mage Servant Legion. But since it can be made to look good, then try to make it more majestic and more beautiful. Anyway, I plan to train and make it myself, so I can make whatever I want. After all, the appearance of the Servant Core will give people a very solid impression, and it is difficult to change the preconceived first impression. Just like if the Servant Core is composed of undead skeletons, zombies, and the Wizards of the Ghoul Core must be villains, but if the Servant Core is composed of angels, the elves must be upright. Well, that's it. Emolon thought, and then shook his head. I'm thinking too far ahead. Now let's think about how to cultivate this brain worm. If there is only one, it can't be called a Zerg Core, nor can it even be called a brain worm race. To create a brain worm, the standard is to fully carry the mental power structure and give birth to mental power. The demon worms created by the first level blood pool cannot carry the entire mental power structure. They are too weak. So if you want to create a brain worm, you must create a stronger demon worm. Emolon lowered his eyes and quietly looked at the 4th level blood pool at the bottom. The demon worms produced by the 4th level blood pool are a little better, but they are limited. The 4th level blood pool is more powerful because it can produce a large number of demon worms. With such a huge number, all low probability events will become high probability events. It is like in an infinite time. Anything that has a probability of happening will definitely happen. In this case, the 4th level blood pool can produce a large number of strong people. If the brainworm blood or mental power structure is directly placed in the core of the 4th level blood pool, then a lot of brain worms will definitely be born among the large number of demon worms containing mental power structures. A lot of them are born in one batch. This seems to be okay, but... Emolon looked at the 4th level blood pool and thought. I remember that there are some related structures inside the 4th level blood pool. If these structures are adjusted, it seems that the quality of the demon worms produced can be improved. Emolon immediately held a meeting and thought about it, but the complexity of the 4th level blood pool is extremely high. This clone, which accounts for a small proportion of the overall consciousness, is a bit difficult to think about. This made Emolon pat his head. Damn it, this kind of IQ decline, the feeling of declining ability is really uncomfortable. Forget it, let the main body do it. Emolon immediately made a decision, prepared to find a loophole, and contact the clone in the main material world. Log off. Emolon chose to log off, and then log on. With the help of the game system, Emolan's 2 clones completed the cross-world connection and knowledge, and the state was synchronized. Emolan's clone in the main material world was stunned, and began to think. Improve the quality of the demon blood pool to make demon worms? It seems that it is indeed possible. Emolon smacked his lips, and immediately recalled the way Lu Bin taught him to locate the spatial coordinates across the world through the spatial origin. Although Lu Bin has not officially announced the method of spatial origin and spatial coordinates, it is obvious that if Emolon wants to learn this method, he does not need to wait until it is officially announced. I can't calculate it here. Emolon came to a conclusion in an instant. We need to set up a large magic array in the Abyss world, and then use the large magic array to sense the spatial origin, and then use the cross-world spatial induction to use the corresponding method to calculate the spatial coordinates of the Abyss world. It is impossible to calculate the world coordinates of the Abyss world in other worlds. So let the clone over there do it. But then again, why do I have to open the door to the other world? Why not let the clone of the Abyss open it by itself? If I send my coordinates here, won't the clone in the Abyss be able to open the door to the other world based on my spatial coordinates? Won't the effect be the same? Emolon frowned after thinking for a moment, and then shook his head. No, that's not right. The spatial coordinates themselves are invalid. They only have practical meaning when there is a reference object, not a string of meaningless numbers. If you can't sense the origin of space in the Abyss world, you can't use this space coordinate. Unless the clone there first builds a magic array to sense the origin of space, and establishes a connection with the origin of space, then I can use my current space coordinates to open the door to the other world. This is a bit troublesome, but it's decided. Let the clone in the Abyss world build the sensing magic array first, and then opened the door to the other world. After Mo-Lan made the decision, he immediately sent the message and coordinates through the post. As soon as he finished sending it, Mo-Lan suddenly thought of something else. If the origin of space can use some magic arrays to complete cross-world level induction and connection, then can this principle be used as a way of communication? Even with the simplest connection, information can be exchanged by disconnecting and sending telegrams. Well, generally speaking, being able to complete induction means that the space coordinates can be obtained. If there are coordinates, the space channel can generally be built. In this case, this kind of communication actually does not seem to have much significance. Once the space channel is opened, the space channel itself is the most effective way of communication. However, although this communication method is useless in most cases, it may have an unusual effect in some extremely special cases. Mo-Lan wrote down this idea casually, and then sent it to Lu Bin. After sending it, he started to busy himself with his own things. A professor has already agreed to come, but it will take some time for him to come. However, before he came, he had already given a general book list, so that those who were going to take his class could first have a rough understanding and study through the book list. So at present, Mo-Lan is reading, studying, and deducing the illusory world with a part of his mind. After seeing the reply in the post, the clone in the Abyss world immediately began to construct the sensing array. After the sensing array was completed, the door to the other world was opened with the spatial coordinates of the Mage Association. Buzz! The spatial fluctuations caused by the opening of the door to the other world attracted the attention of the alarm system and the staff on duty in the association. After the staff on duty and the alarm system found the relevant space channel records, they simultaneously clicked to allow it to be opened and closed the weapons system lock. The door to the other world slowly opened. Under the connection of the door to the other world, the consciousness of Mo-Lan's two clones was instantly connected, and the synchronization was completed. Chapter 874, The Desired Brainworm. Change this. Change the way of expression here, and insert a micro-magic array here. Mo-Lan muttered to himself. After his consciousness was gathered together, Mo-Lan regained his peak state again. In front of Mo-Lan in his peak state, the extremely complex structure of the fourth-order blood pool was still complicated, but it was not difficult to understand, and it was not difficult to modify it in the way he wanted. Bang! Mo-Lan's mind moved, and his mental power was like an invisible hand grabbing the demon throne and swinging it down fiercely. Bang! 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 Under the continuous attacks of the semi-artifact level demon throne, the surface of this fourth-level blood pool showed hideous cracks. The fourth-level blood pool was also cracked. Since Mo-Lan bombed the blood pool last time, he found that the blood pool had a strong self-recovery ability. Even if it was blown up, it would automatically recover. After this day, Mo-Lan would no longer be cautious with the blood pool. There was no way. Before, he was cautious because of two concerns. Worried that attacking the blood pool would attract higher-level demons, and worried that accidentally damaging the blood pool would cause other serious consequences. The former basically had no such concerns after Mo-Lan mastered this fourth-level blood pool and took a map of the entire continent. Mobilizing the power of the demon throne demigod level already has a strong self-protection ability, and it is already one of the top few in the entire Abyss continent, so there is no need to worry too much. As for the latter, they will repair themselves, and the repair speed is very fast. In this case, what are you worried about? Build it hard. After the fourth-level blood pool was smashed, Mo-Lan directly carried out construction inside. Because the blood pool will recover by itself, so Mo-Lan must use elemental metal to embed it when renovating it, to prevent it from returning to its original state. Soon Mo-Lan completed the transformation and entered the first trial run. Bang! The demon worms suddenly expanded as soon as they were born, and then collapsed and turned into flesh and blood. Failed. Mo-Lan thought for a moment, and figured out that he would use the demon throne to smash the fourth-level blood pool again. Take out the elemental metal embedded in it. Wait for it to fully recover, and then smash it again, and adjust the internal structure. Conduct experiments. After a few times, demon worms formed in the blood pool. When they just made a sound, they were just demon worms. But when they left the blood pool and landed, they began their first evolution. After the evolution, the brain worms slowly formed one by one. With the range of the fourth-level blood pool, although Mo-Lan improved the quality of the demon worms and slightly reduced the number of brain worms born in an instant still became extremely terrifying. With such a huge number of brainworms, the brainworms have truly formed a group. A group of brainworms. After the brainworm group was formed, Lon did not interfere, but used the power of the demon throne to seal up the entire sky and the ground near the 4th level blood pool, to ensure that the brainworms would not get out. If nothing else is done, in the following period, these brainworms will certainly fight and devour a lot. In this process, gradually, there will be 2nd order brainworms, 3rd order brainworms, and even 4th order brainworms. In addition to the difference in strength, the brainworms will evolve rapidly in battle, and will definitely give birth to a variety of new application skills of mental power, which Lon can use for research or study. Finally, in battle after battle, the new species that appear in the evolution will also lay the foundation for Lon to finalize the final version of the brainworm. What Lon wants is not a brainworm with strong individual combat power, and the ability to use mental power. What Lon wants is a commander brainworm that can control non-intelligent creatures on a large scale, and has strategic awareness, tactical awareness, can fight, and knows how to fight. Only this kind of brainworm that can serve as the command center of the Zerg army and can become the brain of the giant Zerg is recognized by Lon, and is the real brainworm he wants. Obviously, at present, this kind of worm that only has mental power, can use some telekinesis, and looks like a brain is just a kind of worm named brainworm by Lon. It was still a long way from what Lon expected, and what the public understood as the brainworm. After dealing with the brainworm, Lon began to work on the transformation of the demon throne. He raised his hand and condensed a miniature flame world. But the current miniature flame world was somewhat different from the previous one, and the miniature flame world revealed during the battle with the Golden Titan. No one knew that the miniature flame world was a spell based on the virtual world. No one knew that the level and power of the miniature flame world were proportional to the degree of deduction of the virtual world. The higher the degree of deduction, the greater the power of the miniature flame world. No one knows that the first microflame world revealed is only the most basic version, and it is only the power of the virtual world when it is just formed. If the overlap between the microflame world revealed and the real world is only 0.1%, then the degree of fit with the real world data is as high as 5.8%. The underlying rules of this level of microflame world are somewhat similar to the rules in reality, and the power exerted by the collision and fusion of the virtual rules in the microflame world is becoming more and more terrifying. The interior of the microflame world contains blazing heat, but it cannot be detected outside the microflame world, and there is no temperature leakage. The blazing heat inside burns the demon throne, a semi-artifact also forged from the microflame world. When the demon throne gradually softened, Lon immediately drew the power of the 4th level blood pool to join in, and completely fused it together in the forging and burning again and again. In addition, in the original structure of the demon throne, the structures responsible for receiving power were formed one by one, and a magic circle for integrating power began to take shape. The former is used to receive the power of other blood pools, and the latter is used to integrate the power of different studies. Then the storage structure, computing structure, and parallel programs similar to the tower spirit structure are loaded into the demon throne. Then there is an integrated device for transmitting, receiving signals, and remote response. One array after another, one device after another, and one functional partition after another. Compared with the previous demon throne, the current demon throne integrates a large number of functions, and is systematic. If the first demon throne was mostly used as a combat equipment that borrowed power to fight, then the current demon throne can still be used for fighting, but it is more functional. The miniature flame world gradually dissipated, and Lon through the demon throne, which was the same on the outside but had a brand new look on the inside, into the air. Next, we just need to continuously connect to other blood pools, and integrate the power of other blood pools into the demon throne, and the power will continue to increase. And I have reserved space for upgrades and an automatic upgrade program in it. If there is enough abyssal power incorporated into it, the demon throne may not be without the possibility of further development. Chapter 875 Evil? Demon Net 1. Land's clone flew over the land of the abyss, keeping the connection with the demon throne at all times. When the connection was about to be cut off, he would look for a blood pool nearby, try to find a third-order blood pool. If there is no third-order blood pool, use a second-order blood pool. After finding it, he would build a small throne according to a specific structure, fusion, while carrying the power of this blood pool. It would also connect with the demon throne, strengthen the signal, transmit the signal. After it was built, Emolan smashed the blood pool directly, and then threw this thing that looked like a small throne, but was actually a signal relay station, into the blood pool, so that it would not be easily damaged. One by one, Emolan kept flying, constantly looking for the edge of the sensing range, and then building relay stations to expand the radiation range of the power of the demon throne. Every time it was stuck at the limit of the sensing range and looking for a blood pool as a transfer. Although this could quickly expand the radiation range, but the range was very vague. As long as there was a problem with any blood pool in the middle, or any relay station, then all the subsequent ones would be interrupted and lose contact. But Emolan didn't care, because what he was doing now was just building a framework, just like a spider weaving a web. First build the main routes one by one, without asking for firmness, as long as they can be used for further expansion. After Emolan completes these main routes, he can then use the power of the Mage Association or other player guilds to quickly replenish the transfer nodes. In the past, it might take 100 first-level blood pools to build a relay station, so if one of them is destroyed, all the connections behind will be lost. But at this stage, Emolan's standard is to install a relay station in each first-level blood pool. In an instant, the relay stations here will be extremely dense, and each one will become part of this network. In this case, even if 99 of the 100 relay stations have problems, this area will not lose coverage. And even if 100 have problems, it will not be a problem, because this is a network. The radiation range of the nearby repeaters will still cover it. At this stage, it has basically taken shape and stabilized. Even if someone deliberately attacks, the damage will not cause too much problem. Just as one of the clones quickly extended the radiation range of the demon throne in one direction, the connected blood pool power also followed this connection, gathering the power of the blood pool itself to the core demon throne. And the magic array inside the demon throne integrated it together and deployed it uniformly. Emolan of the Mage Association used the space channel of the Gate of the Other World to spread his mental power to the demon throne. Sensing the power gathered on the demon throne and the process of its integration, and nodded with satisfaction. For mages, it is mainly with the permission of the demon throne. As long as they are within the radiation range of the demon throne, they can mobilize the power of the demon throne through this network. In other words, the mage sends a signal, and the demon throne will send the gathered power to it after receiving the signal. There is no need to consider the descent part. The blood pool itself has this function. The normal power granted by the blood pool is also granted remotely. This way of power descent is very advanced. I don't need to change it. Just use it normally. Emolan thought. All I need to consider is sending out a signal. If it were me, I would only need to be within the radiation range of the demon throne, and I could summon the power to descend with a thought. As for ordinary mages, as long as they are familiar with the breath of the demon throne, then they can capture the breath of the demon throne in the void, and then mobilize the power to descend with permission. Here we only need to consider the permission part, and we can ask the mage to file in advance, and after filing, we can directly grant power according to the corresponding level and authority by identifying the characteristics of the mental power, which is not difficult. If there is no record, if it is just a temporary application, then let him slowly fill in the form and wait for approval. After approval, the power will be sent to him. If he dies, no one can be blamed, because he did not register in advance. It is temporary, and it is not unfair for him to die. Emolan thought calmly. Then the next thing to consider is the group of people without spiritual power. Because if you want to make it an independent profession, then you need to let people without spiritual power borrow this power. Otherwise, the demon throne and the demon network will only become a means for the mage. A vassal, although the value is still there. But it is not that great. Even the biggest advantage is directly abandoned. Only by allowing normal ordinary people to borrow this power through some means, and manipulate this power, can it be a complete profession. Borrowing, manipulating, then it needs to be divided into two steps. Borrowing and manipulating. The first step is borrowing. What if ordinary people can also borrow it? Emolan thought of the structure of the first order blood pool. As long as the blood is dripped into the core of the blood pool, no matter what level it is, whether it is human or not, whether it can control this power or not, the power of the blood pool will be directly given to it, and it will be blessed. The same is true for ordinary people. However, ordinary people cannot control even the lowest level first level blood pool. If the blood is dripped into it to bless it, It will only be blown up alive. There is no other result. However, this idea can be used as a reference. I can use some means to simulate the blood pool. The structure of the first level blood pool is too complicated. It is not something that ordinary people can simulate. Then I will simplify it to 0.1. Or even 0.01. As long as the blood pool structure is simple, it can be used by the demon throne as a blood pool. The force of this traction is small enough. And there is no need to worry about ordinary people being blown up. Killing two birds with one stone. And if it is just to simplify the first level blood pool, it is not difficult for me. After all, it is just to weaken its function, not to strengthen it. In addition to this, the rest is control. Energy can only become power if it can be controlled. If the elements are not controlled by someone, or if they do not form a specific structure, no matter how many elements there are, they will not have any lethality. Only when a certain structure is formed under human control can the elements explode with a terrifying force that can destroy the world. So control is crucial. But since my goal is to allow ordinary people to use it, then the threshold for control cannot be too high. If it is to release spells like a mage, then no matter how low the threshold for removing energy is, it cannot hide the extremely high threshold for employment in this profession. Hey, wait, the mage's release method may not be bad? Spell slots. Isn't this just foolproof casting? You activate the spell slot for the spell you want to use. Does this require IQ? All you need is hands. Yes, that's the idea. Chapter 876 Evil? Magician. Yes, that's the idea. Emolan said happily. The cloud storage method on the internet can also be used here. It's just like the magic network described in fantasy novels. Yes, this is the magic network, the demon network, the demon network. Every professional registers an account on the magic network, and then obtains a storage space inside the account. Professionals can directly store spell structures through these storage spaces. Just like storing spells in spell slots, storing spell structures in them, whenever needed. Connect to the demon network, then the power of the demon network is attached to the individual through the account, and the space for storing spells in the account is also attached to him. The spell storage space is full of spells. Using them is like releasing skills in a game. You just click on the light. Then use a rough guide to release the spell at the desired location. This release mode can be easily mastered by even a 3-year-old child. There is no difficulty at all. Emolan took a long breath. This is the operating concept and idea of the magic net. However, the magic net in the novel can release all spells, attack, assist, and treatment. But this demon network is not good. The special nature of the power of the abyss makes it unique in attack and defense, but it is terrible in auxiliary and healing spells, and it can't be released at all. So this can't be called a magic network, but this is almost the same as the magic network. It can also be called a magic network, and can be regarded as a kind of magic network. Demon network, then call it a demon network. As for the professionals, who have registered accounts on the demon network, although they can use the demon network to release spells, they are not mages in the final analysis. He is not even a great magician, so he cannot be called a magician. Since he is using the power of the demon network, he should be called a demon magician. Emolan thought. Evil is different from other demon networks that may appear in the future, which means that he is using the power of the demon network. And magician is different from magician. Although magician can also release magic, he is not a magician and cannot be called a magician. So he is called a magician. In the future, those who can release spells but know the results but not the reasons. Those who have no research ability. Those who have no ability to construct spells. And those who have insufficient knowledge accumulation will all be called magicians. Demon wizard, a magician who borrows the power of the demon net, is clear and concise, and it will be easy to distinguish when more types of demon nets appear in the future. Emolan pondered. But if this demon net is successfully constructed, and successfully runs, does it mean that I can also use almost the same principle to construct a demon net in the main material world? Based on the priesthood of the mage, anchoring the elements, regarding the elements as the basic power, taking the floating city and the mage tower as important nodes, laying the mental power network, anyone can register an account, store spells and cast spells? Everyone can become a magician? Emolan's eyes gradually lit up. All magicians in this way. Magic can be extended to every corner of the entire civilization, and magic can be turned into real productivity at once. Use magic to grow vegetables, use magic to cook, use magic to work, use magic to produce. You can use magic in all places where magic is more efficient. And those who have talent, Those who can become true magicians can directly conduct in-depth magic learning, become true magicians, become researchers. Research more advanced technologies for the magic network, create new spells, and record them in the magic network, maintain, upgrade the magic network. Become a pioneer of civilization. When magic is widely used, combined with technology to become the most advanced productivity, it should be easier for the human race to enter the era of great prosperity. Right? Sufficiently wealthy humans will be able to invest a higher proportion of talents in research. In the future, 30%, 50%, or even 100% of talents will be invested in scientific research. Combining magic with technology, taking a new route, such a civilization should be more attractive. Right? Emolan muttered to himself. I have to say, his fantasy is very beautiful and attractive, very tempting. However, although this is just Emolan's beautiful fantasy, although this fantasy ignores many problems, there is one thing worth mentioning. That is, Emolan's fantasy really has the possibility of realization. Although this possibility is very, very slim, it does exist. After a moment, Emolan, who was in a state of excitement, woke up from his fantasy and shook his head. Don't think too much for now. First, get this demon network done. After that, you will have all the possibilities after you have completed the first step of the magician profession. Emolan thought, and then immersed his mind in the work of simplifying the first level learning. Throw away all unnecessary functions. Discard all complex structures. Simplify everything. And don't need anything. Just make it look like a blood pool. As long as it can be recognized as a blood pool by the demon network. Just like a house. A cabin is a house. And the Forbidden City is also a house. In essence, they are all houses. But can you say that their levels are the same? The same reasoning applies. As long as it is a blood pool. Everything else is unimportant. Functions such as the birth of demon worms and nuclear fission are not needed at all. And these are the things that are really complex in the blood pool structure. So when these things are removed and then put together, the simplified version of the blood pool appears. No. This should not be called the simplified version of the blood pool, but should be called the youth version of the blood pool. Just use the materials to build this blood pool model, or you can simply use some methods to imprint this blood pool model on your body. Well, no problem. Emolan tried some ways to build the blood pool model. After the structure is successful, he can use it to sense the network radiating from the demon throne. Then the next step is to store the spell structure inside the demon throne. This is even simpler. The simplest principle of spell slots. Just copy it. No need to change it. Emolan directly added this part of the function. There is no need to rebuild the demon throne. The demon throne already has the hardware foundation to realize this function. This step was completed quickly. Theoretically speaking, a new profession has appeared. Emolan silently constructed a blood pool projection, and then used it to sense the radiation network of the demon throne, and released a spell stored in it. When the spell was released, a voice sounded in Emolan's ears. Beep. System prompt. Chapter 877 Knowledge System. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully creating a new profession, please name it. Emolan was quite moved when he heard this familiar voice again. Since the two professions of mage and arcanist were merged together, Emolan had not heard this voice before. Magician. Emolan said. The next moment another system prompt sounded. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully creating a professional magician. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the unique title that can be grown, Magician Pioneer. Ding. System prompt. Emolan turned off the system prompt. Now he no longer needed the system to recognize his creation of a new profession, as long as he recognized it himself. Then the next step is to call on players to throw the repeaters they made into the blood pool. Well, players may not be able to break the blood pool, but there is the demon throne, so let them borrow the evil power of the demon throne. The demon throne is more than enough to blast the blood pool open. As long as all the rewards are used, they should be happy to help. This way, the demon network can be spread out at a very high speed. Emolan thought. In addition, I can also set up some special relay stations, and randomly scatter repeaters in the entire covered demon network area, as a supplement. Emolan smiled as he thought about it. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to the day when a conspirator intends to remove all the blood pools in a certain area to create an area without network coverage. After all the repeaters inside the blood pools are removed, the network signal remains online. Emolan laughed and shook his head. notifying the clone inside the Abyss world to come back and merge together again. All the technical problems of the Demon Network have been solved. Even the prototype framework of this Demon Network has been built. This no longer needs his attention. He is concerned. There is no need to waste his time. Naturally, other people will do these tasks. Emolon only needs to solve major problems when they occur, and check the operation report after the system runs smoothly, summarize the experience, and lay the foundation for building a real magic network. The two clones merged, and the door to the other world closed. After Emolon handed over the matter, he continued to read his books. The books Emolon read were relatively in-depth, basically theoretical. If a beginner really read these books, they would only be confused, and they would not be able to find the entry point, and they would not know how to start, and they would not understand the highly refined theories. However, these theories are just right for Emolon, because at this moment, Emolon has reached a certain level, and has sufficient depth in the practical research of these majors. It's like before learning a science major, Emolon has already completed most of the experiments in this major, and can do it, and even understand a large part of it. In this case, Emolon's feeling when he looks back at these theoretical parts is completely different. He will not understand, because most of these things are already understood, so Emolon feels more like a sudden enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment again and again. It's like Emolon has summarized countless triangles, and has the concept of the Pythagorean theorem in his mind. But he just hasn't summarized it specifically, and summarized it systematically. When Emolon saw the concept of the Pythagorean theorem at this time, how could he not suddenly realize it? One after another, the practical experience overlapped with the summary of the theory. These theories are systematic and related to each other, and Emolon's practice is rich, but also relatively chaotic. When theory and practice gradually overlapped and corresponded one by one, Emolon's practical experience was gradually sorted out according to the relationship between the theories and logic. Reading these theoretical books to Emolon does not feel like learning, but more like a systematic sorting out and summarizing of his own knowledge and practice, so as to build his own knowledge structure and system. Yes, knowledge also needs structure, knowledge also has a system. If the knowledge you have can be sorted out and organized into a structure and a system, then Emolon will know clearly what his shortcomings are, what he is good at, and what he is not good at. In this case, he will know in which direction he should study and research next, and will not run around blindly and bump into whatever he encounters. This may indeed produce results, but in comparison, it is too chaotic, and you may not reach the peak, because you don't even know which part of yourself is missing, and which part needs to be supplemented. There will always be defects, and the knowledge system will never be perfect. How can you reach the peak? To put it bluntly, there is a problem with your foundation. A tall building is built on the ground, and if there is a problem with your foundation, you can just wait for it to collapse. Emolon was in such a situation before. In fact, to put it bluntly, he was a wild man and was biased in his studies. Fortunately, Emolon himself realized this. And fortunately, Emolon also took the initiative to make up for it. There is indeed a very good opportunity to make up for it. Emolon is in such a process at the moment, and it is refreshing. After reading the theories of just a few books, Emolon is ready to start building his own knowledge system. Well, after reading another book, Emolon's overall concept has become stronger. Continue to study. Go deeper. I feel that taste. I feel that feeling. Emolon feels that his whole body is trembling. Emolon feels that every cell in his body is shouting. Emolon felt his brain was extremely full, like a dry sponge absorbing water crazily. Emolon put down this book, and subconsciously touched the next one. The next book was gone? Finished? Emolon was stunned. Finished? What's next? Nothing next? Emolon was shocked. It's impossible. I see these theories are just the beginning. They are just briefly discussed, not in depth, and definitely not finished. Why is it gone? Emolon was confused. Could it be that these theories have only been studied to this part? It's just the beginning? Emolon was worried. It's impossible. How could it be compiled into a book without in-depth research? Emolon suddenly realized something, and quickly opened the covers and pages of these books. There is no edition number. No publishing house. Wait, these are not internal publications and communication materials, not published books, providing books for learning. Right? So, there is really nothing after that? Chapter 878 Subsequent Books. It seems to be true. Emolon was speechless. At this moment, He felt like he had read the beginning of 100 new books written by great writers with real content. Each book had 20,000 words. Each book was extremely exciting. Each book was real. Each book was a brand new topic. Emolan read each book with great interest. All of them were topics that Emolan liked. After reading each book, you happily thought you had found 100 good books. Just at this moment, you discovered that there was nothing left after that. Just when you thought they would continue to update, they all announced them at once. I'm done. I won't write anymore. There's nothing to say next. Emolan's feeling is similar to this, but it's 10 times, 100 times stronger. Because Emolan just really got into the state, following this idea. He began to build his own knowledge system, and began to improve his knowledge system. It's understandable after all. These are quite new research, quite new theories, probably all proposed not long ago. After all, many of them are basically topics that can only be started after the game world begins to materialize. Even if they were researching when the game started running. Even if they started when the game was first made. It would only take this long. In such a short time. They were able to come up with so many theories. And such a systematic and complete theoretical system. Although they are not deep enough. It is incredible. It is normal that there is nothing later. Emolan sighed. It is indeed reasonable. And it is normal. But I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Just show me the beginning. Isn't it killing me? It just whets my appetite. Emolan sighed. Forget it, I can make my own living. These beginnings have pointed me in the right direction. After all, these beginnings are almost the beginnings of a relatively complete theoretical system. This is a beginning, and also a seed. According to this beginning, if you perfect it step by step and develop it, you will naturally master this theoretical system. It will lay the foundation for a brand new technology, a civilization technology that integrates magic and spells. It is priceless. Emolan reacted after a moment of silence. This kind of thing should be given to me after being instructed. Otherwise no one would dare to give it to an outsider casually. Sure enough, my approach has only benefits and no harm. Emolan smiled slightly. Looked down at the books again. Thought for a moment. And then picked out some books from them. These should all have follow-ups. Emolan said after thinking for a moment. Some of them were studied a long time ago. And they are the crystallization of human civilization. This part is definitely complete. And even if it is incomplete, there are quite a lot of follow-ups. And there are definitely a large number of scientific researchers conducting research, both in theory and practice. This last part, there is also a follow-up, because if there is no follow-up, this theoretical system cannot even be built at the beginning. Some theories are not there at the beginning, but are derived from some of these theories, and then extended from several different theories in the later period. So if these books have no follow-up, the beginning of this theoretical system cannot be built at all. So there must be a follow-up. Emolan roughly counted some of them, and the theories he judged to have follow-ups accounted for about 60%. Emolan did not hesitate, and directly selected the 60%, and sent it to the professor, who gave him the list as a separate book list. Professor, are there any follow-ups to these books? Emolan received a reply as soon as he sent it. Yes, I was going to give them to you while I was teaching. But since President Emo mentioned it, I will give them to you in advance. After the professor finished speaking, he directly sent a spell structure. Using this spell structure, you can build a space channel. And behind this space channel is the book you want. In addition to these books, there are also many notebooks, experiences, and explanations of some seniors. President Emo can take them all away. Emolan raised his eyebrows when he saw this paragraph, and laughed. What is this equivalent to? This is equivalent to 60 out of 100 great gods suddenly saying that they don't want to be eunuchs anymore. And they have to publish hundreds of chapters of the main text and hundreds of chapters at a time. In one word. It's awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chi. Emolan understood this, and immediately found Professor Chi's friend to send him a message. Emolan had added Professor Chi as a friend before. It is worth mentioning that Emolan can only chat with Professor Chi using the attribute panel in the game, but Professor Chi can chat with him using the attribute panel in both reality and the game. Compared to the mobile phone, the attribute panel is easier to find and contact him. After all, the mobile phone may be forgotten to bring, may be out of power, but the attribute panel will never be. Thank you. You're welcome, as long as you release the follow-up of the remaining 40% of the book. I won't lose anything. I'll work hard. Emolan closed the attribute panel and smiled. Emolan closed the attribute panel, and used the spell structure sent to him. As expected, a space channel appeared in front of him, and behind the space channel was a small space filled with books and notebooks. As soon as Emolan thought about it, the books and notebooks automatically flew into the space channel and came to Emolan. These books were very light, but also very heavy. It's only been a few days, and he really picked them all out, without missing a single one. Actually, one book was left out. The word sent by Professor Chi made him stunned. Missing? How come I didn't know? Indeed, one book is missing, but the reason why it is missing is because it is located at the back end of the whole system, has nothing to do with the front end, and is relatively isolated. I guess Emolan is not sure whether there is a follow-up to that book, so he didn't add it in. Oh, if it doesn't matter. You definitely can't tell. If he really opened it, it would be either a guess, a gamble, or there would be other information channels, and you would be in trouble. He was able to pick out all 60% in such a short time, which shows his ability. He actually read and digested all the books I brought over, which is incredible. Teach well. You will find more surprises. What to teach? For Emolan. I am not here to teach, but to communicate. A professor closed the chat page in the game. He was wearing a long gown, carrying a wooden book box, and continued to walk forward. The direction of the Mage Association was in front of him. He was the professor that Emolan had just contacted and asked about the subsequent books. Chapter 879 5 Months of Theoretical Study. For the next period of time, this was the only theme that lingered in the entire Mage Association. In Emolan's view, there are geniuses in this world, who have very strong abilities without learning, who can improve themselves through their own summary without learning, and surpass countless hard-working people. Emolan believes that such geniuses exist, and he is now one of them. But at the same time, Emolan also firmly believes that, no matter how powerful, how great a genius is, receiving systematic education will definitely make him stronger than those who have not received systematic education, and go further. This is inevitable. The meaning of learning is not to surpass others, but to surpass yourself who doesn't learn, to surpass yourself just before. Emolan rarely issues mandatory orders in the association, because Emolan thinks it is unnecessary. Everyone is a magician in the association, others don't have to listen to him. Emolan generally prefers to use points to issue tasks, and then let others complete them. Of course, there must be a hierarchical relationship in the management system of the association, and there must be a form of command, otherwise such a large magician association cannot be managed at all. But this form of command will not extend to the lower levels. In general, the management system of the Mage Association is in a service role. But today is different. Emolan made an exception for this matter. All elite and above members must participate in systematic learning. If you don't come, you can cancel your elite membership. Of course, Emolan also understands that many mages have things to do, so Emolan divided it into 3 time periods, and mages can come in any 3 time periods. As for ordinary members, there is no way. The teaching staff is limited. If you really want to teach all ordinary members, then wait for these professors to die suddenly. Hey, no, wait. Everyone is a mage now. If you are not a mage, you can directly change your job to become a mage. Under normal circumstances, you will not die suddenly. Working all night is not a problem at all. Emolan came up with an idea that was so bold that he could be shot in 10 minutes. Then Emolan shook his head. Forget it. I am not familiar with this group of professors. They are not my friends. If they are my close friends, then I can't avoid overtime. 24 hours a day, 1 meal takes 20 minutes, 3 meals take 1 hour, you can directly teach 23 hours of classes. This way the work speed is directly increased by many times. Of course, I am not a devil, I must leave some time to deal with my own affairs, to rest and have fun, so I will definitely leave them an hour. But 22 hours of work, won't the speed be doubled? Emolan shook his head slightly. Seemingly he looked quite regretful. Use the Tower Spirit to record the entire teaching process, use holographic projection, or use the Tower Spirit to build a virtual world to make an immersive online course. The effect should be good. Then, I will send out a few more tasks. And let these elite members give lectures. That will be enough. Alas, I have been working hard for the association. Under Emolan's order, and under the leadership of Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin, all elite members entered the learning state with a 100% participation rate. The elite members in the branch also returned. Even ordinary members, who were not required to do so, relied on the projections recorded by the tower spirits to learn eagerly. From the beginning to now, from one mage tower to a forest of thousands of towers, from a few mages to a large number of talents, the Mage Association has changed a lot during its development. But there has been no change from the beginning to the end. That is the learning atmosphere here. Unlike learning in reality, there are not so many fancy things in the Mage Association, and it is impossible to have so many fancy things, because in the game, knowledge is indeed power. Having knowledge means having power. This is equal, it is equal. Similarly, Mo Lan, Lu Bin and other mages have created a very good environment for the Mage Association, that is, knowledge can also be equal to money. Whether it is taking a project or joining a project team, everything is judged according to the knowledge you have. As long as you have enough knowledge, you can easily turn it into money in the Mage Association. When knowledge can be transformed into power and money without any hindrance, learning will not be so annoying. And it will not be so easy to lose patience. Because it can also be seen as instant stimulation again and again. If you still don't understand enough, then knowing a little is enough. If you study, someone will transfer money to your bank card. A lot of money, which is faster than working, doing business, or doing fancy things. Will you love learning? Therefore, the learning atmosphere of the Mage Association has never disappeared from the beginning to the end. Whether they are pursuing knowledge, loving learning, or pursuing power and profit, learning can satisfy them. So even if Mo Lan didn't force them to come, they would still come. However, Mo Lan made an exception and forced them to come, because he needed 100% of them to come. And Mo Lan's goal was successfully achieved. In this regular, immersive, and fully engaged learning process, the Mage Association, which was originally prone to impetuous development, calmed down, and gradually settled in this learning trend. When a person becomes successful, he often needs to calm down, take some time to settle himself, take some time to recognize himself, and take some time to stabilize himself. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will lose your mind and heart in the sudden change of environment, and never find your original feeling again. In Mo Lan's view, this short period of forced, regular learning is not only a sorting out of the knowledge system, but also a precipitation of the knowledge of the Mage Association and mentality. Mo Lan himself is the same, and even compared with others, Mo Lan needs this transition and precipitation more, because others at least have countless people to restrain them, and there are also rules with execution power to restrain them. But Mo Lan didn't. As the god of mages, Mo Lan, with his knowledge and status, many titans are not his opponents. Mo Lan is really strong, so strong that no one can restrain him, and there are no rules to restrain him except the law. But there are no laws in the game, and it can even be said that, in the Morse area where the main players gather in the game, he is the law. Such a person's mentality is more likely to deviate. Such a person is more likely to lose control, more likely to be impetuous, more likely to drift. And attending classes, studying, discussing, communicating in an orderly manner, is an opportunity for him to settle himself, a process. This process will pull him back from the process of becoming a god, and let him be down to earth again, as a person, a mage. Chapter 880. This fish sat in front of me, in the college entrance examination. Learning is my happiness. This sentence has become the absolute theme of the Mage Association during this period. Of course, it is not clear whether learning will make them happy. But the knowledge system is sorted out bit by bit, allowing their ability level to rise rapidly, and the admiration and respect brought by others, the investment of funds from the project team, and the increase in their value will definitely make them very happy. How can they not be happy? Anyone can be happy. As for the hardship and boredom in the learning process, it is not worth mentioning compared with the hardship of making money, and the indifference of others. It is worth mentioning that, the winged sky beast also participated in this learning process. Ever since it lost its instinctive talent, and almost fell to death, when it entered the abyss world. The winged sky beast has realized that its talent is unreliable, and that talent is given by God, not controlled by itself. That day, it found Mo Lan and asking how to fully control its talent, how to fully master this ability. Mo Lan told it that it needs to fully analyze its talent. Only when the talent has no secrets in front of itself, can it fully control it after it has fully understood it. As for fully mastering this ability, that is even simpler. After fully understanding the talent, it will naturally come up with a way to fully master this ability. Winged Sky Beast asked again, how can I fully analyze my talent? Mo Lan answered, learning. Winged Sky Beast asked for the third time, how can I learn? Molan did not answer this time, but he took all the books, reference books, homework, answers that were originally prepared for Lu Zhouhao and Al to learn, and gave them to Winged Sky Beast. After getting the books, Winged Sky Beast did not ask any more questions, and directly went to the bottom of Mirror Lake to start his own learning journey. If he did not understand, he would ask the Tower Spirit. Except for eating, Winged Sky Beast did not waste a single moment of time. Molan thought that the Winged Sky Beast was just a 3-day craze, but he didn't expect that the Winged Sky Beast would fully display the brute force of the beast. Although it took a long time, he did persevere and learn the books Molan gave him completely. The books Molan gave him were from the 1st grade to the 3rd year of high school, including Chinese, mathematics, English, chemistry, biology, ideology and morality, etc. Yes, that's right. Molan forgot to take it out, so he also gave English. That's fine. But the key is that Yakonchu has also learned it. In addition to the real subjects, there are also enlightenment books for special mages, professional level, elite level professional knowledge, and even some of Molan's own research notes. Molan estimated that after Yakonchu finished learning these, he would probably become a strong man in the 3rd year of high school in the direction of real subjects, and he could freely use all the knowledge below the 3rd year of high school. As we all know, the depth of knowledge of the 3rd year of high school students before the college entrance examination is not deep, but the breadth of subjects is already the peak of life. Yakonchu is probably at this level. In addition, in terms of mage knowledge, the Winged Sky Beast also successfully shattered its own supernatural core, successfully liberated its mental power, and released spells. This also made Molan realize that other races can also change their professions to mages. The reason why I thought it was impossible before was that the mental power of other supernatural races was generally bound in the supernatural core, because the supernatural core was their foundation. And the reason why they could not cast spells was also the supernatural core. The supernatural core both made them successful and constrained them. And beasts without extraordinary cores do not have enough intelligence to become mages. Only humans who have wisdom but no extraordinary cores and are not extraordinary creatures can directly and unimpededly change their jobs to mages, which led to this misunderstanding. Of course, there are also people like Molan who did not study in this direction. Molan does not need beasts to change their jobs to mages. He only needs to ensure that humans can change their jobs to mages. It does not matter to him whether beasts or monsters can change their jobs. So until the Winged Sky Beast successfully condensed a spell slot and successfully released a spell, everyone suddenly realized that as long as the monster died and reborn, as long as it resolutely blocked its extraordinary core and released its original spiritual power and soul, it could also condense a spell slot and complete the transformation of a mage. By this time, Ikung Beast's mage strength has reached the elite level, 5-ring mage. And some people have to face the fact that, in terms of actual performance, Ikung Beast is already good enough to take the college entrance examination, and the college entrance examination score will be enough for ordinary people to look up to. In terms of mage level, mental power and knowledge reserves, real 5-ring mages with research and development capabilities are still looked up to by some people. In the future, you may be able to curse people with this sentence. You are not even as good as a fish. You didn't take the fish in the college entrance examination. Or, I know this fish. It sat in front of me in the college entrance examination. With the participation of a fish, everyone's interest in learning doubled, and the pressure doubled, because since it is learning, there will be assessments and spot checks. Because one day in class, the professor asked a question regarding the analysis and definition of space elements in space theory. Which student knows the 3 uses of the 18th characteristic of space elements? Well, the student in the 3rd row. You answer it. Professor. I don't know. I'm not good at space. The mage in the 3rd row stood up and said freely. It's like this. His name is Li Fei, and he is a member of the project team under Linhua. He is good at element alloy smelting. Most of the element alloy formulas currently used by the Mage Association were developed by his project team. He is one of the backbones of the project team. He once developed an element alloy with excellent corrosion resistance, which was praised by Molan and Linhua. The professor was not too surprised to hear this, and continued to look at the students below. Well, who knows, it can tell us about it, and communicate with everyone. After the voice fell, the Winged Sky Beast raised its little hand. It turned sideways and raised its round fins, or wings, with difficulty. The professor was quite surprised to see this. But he still nodded. Okay. Student Ikong Beast. You tell me about it. Under the gaze of all the students, Ikong Beast used the projection technique improved by the Mage Association, version 378, to project his throat, mouth and other vocal parts, and spoke. Its childish voice rang out in the classroom. In space theory, the three uses of the 18th quality of the space element are 1, 2, 3. Professor, my answer is complete. Well, good. Very correct. Thank you, our student Ikong Beast. It must be mentioned that the textbooks were distributed before class, and everyone had them. But generally speaking, mages only read books in the field and direction of their own research. Chapter 881 Titan's Message. It is normal to only look at the books in your own research direction, and the rest can only be roughly scanned. After all, human energy is limited, even for mages. Even Mo Lan, Linhua, Lu Bin will choose their own specialization direction, or any mage with a little achievement will choose their own specialization direction. After all, a genius may choose to learn all majors to 100 points, which seems to be omnipotent. But if the same genius chooses a specialization direction, maybe the upper limit of the score in this direction can be increased from 100 points to 1000 points. For the same genius, the difference between specialization and omnipotence is obvious at a glance, and this applies to geniuses of all levels. Because they can finish all the subjects, then this energy can definitely make the genius achieve higher achievements in a single subject. So there is no such thing as omnipotence, only specialization and mediocrity. Being able to do everything, in other words, being unable to do anything. So it is very normal for Li Fei to only choose to read books on his own research, and it is also very normal for him not to be able to answer the questions in this class, because this is not a class in his own field. Because this is one of the basic courses that Mo Lan requires everyone to take. It is right to specialize, but your vision and pattern cannot be restricted to one direction. You should also look at other directions while specializing. It does not mean that you should dabble in other directions, nor do you need to learn all the knowledge in other directions. It is to know that there is such knowledge and such ability in other directions. Just know and have an impression. That's all. Because perhaps a problem that you cannot solve in your professional field can be easily solved by changing your major. Or at least it may be easier to broaden your thinking and find a solution. This course is a basic course of this type, mainly popular science, explaining various means in the field of space, what effects can be achieved, and to what extent the research has been done. That's all. So it's normal that I can't answer questions in this class. After class, Li Fei spoke for a long time to explain why he didn't answer the questions before, but, Li Fei, you are not as good as a fish. This is not the direction I am good at. This is not my specialty. You are not as good as a fish. I am a 6-ring peak mage. You are not as good as a fish. I just didn't read the book in advance, I didn't memorize it. You are not as good as a fish. You are not as good as a fish. I didn't say anything just now. Do you need to say anything? You are not as good as a fish. Li Fei was silent. Li Fei looked around at the mages around him. Most of the elite members of the Mage Association were here. These people almost covered all the professional fields of the Mage Association. Their network almost covered the entire Morse area, or most of the player world. Li Fei suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Wait, I'm going to be famous? Li Fei's eyes widened. No, my lifelong fame. You're not as good as a fish. Li Fei suddenly realized something when he heard his friend's words, and grinned. Wait, that's the president's fish. Sooner or later you will fall into its hands. Ho 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 ho. You just wait. Li Fei gradually went crazy, showing a hint of a grim smile, and waved his hand. Countless recording arrays passed through his hand, and those who were swept by his eyes were immediately terrified. Hiss. Many people realized that the problem suddenly became serious. Damn it. Li Fei, don't roll it. This is also rolling? This is completely hurting each other. Don't hurt each other. Well, if you don't hurt each other, I won't record it. Li Fei put away the recording array in his hand, smiled slightly. The words he said first made people feel relieved, and then made people feel tight in their hearts. But are you sure that others won't record it? This kind of array doesn't have any elemental fluctuations. After the voice fell, everyone's heart tightened. Looking around, looking at each other, an atmosphere of suspicion gradually filled the air. Haha, I won't record it anyway. Yeah, I won't record it either. Right, that's right, I'm not that boring, I won't record it either. Everyone expressed their opinions, but who would believe it? This group of people turned around and went back to flip through books, study, and memorize. As long as you finish reading all the books, memorize all the books, understand all the books, as long as you can answer every question the professor asks in class, then you have nothing to fear. Ha ha! This way I can film other people without any worries. The winged sky beast, it has become a weapon of mass destruction. Emolan was a little amused when he saw it. Linwa and Lu Bin saw it, and silently gave Emolan a thumbs up. Absolutely. I really didn't mean it, and I didn't instruct you. You all know that the winged sky beast was studying like crazy before, and it took the initiative to ask me to take classes. You all know this. Linwa and Lu Bin shook their heads. No, we didn't know. Emolan was silent for a moment, and leaned back. Okay, I arranged all this in advance. How is it? Is it effective? This time it was Lu Bin and Linwa's turn to be silent, looked at each other, and their eyes met, then nodded, and said one after another. Shameless. Shameless. After the words fell, the two turned around and walked away. Emolan's indifferent voice came from behind. Thank you for the compliment. The two paused, and walked out at a faster speed. Emolan smiled at this. Class is about to start. Where are you going? The two paused, and the next moment a somewhat illusory figure suddenly broke free from them, just like the soul of Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. They continued to stride forward, and the two illusory figures walked towards Emolan, becoming more and more real as they walked, and had completely turned into substance when they arrived in front of Emolan. Emolan laughed and scolded at this. You two have turned a projection technique into a soul-leaving technique. The atmosphere in the association is corrupted by you two. As everyone knows, projection is extremely popular in the Mage Association. Outsiders can never figure out which is the real body, and which is the projection. What? The projection is illusory, and the real body is real? Emolan's magic body smiled without saying anything. You can't tell whether it is the real body, or the projection just by looking at the surface. And the popular projection technique is fine. The most amazing thing is that these people who like to play projection technique have strong hands-on ability, and research and development ability. Basically everyone has developed a projection technique with their own characteristics, or added their own projection technique to some popular projection techniques. There are more than 500 versions now. The one that can project a certain organ is one type. Linwa and Lu Bin's soul-leaving technique is another type. And just when Emolan was joking with them, suddenly there was news. What Titan message? Chapter 882 Demigod Thunderbird. What is that? Emolan was a little suspicious of his ears, and asked again. Titan sent a message? Those idiots would send a message to me? At this moment, even Linwa and Lu Bin beside him came over. Of course, they were projections like Emolan. Emolan must be in charge of the floating city. And Linwa and Lu Bin also have their own things to do. Linwa is still busy with the floating city's weapon system. And Lu Bin is busy with the floating city's cross-world jump, space fragmentation, space repair, space barrier and other space system matters. He was already very busy. And I don't know who asked him to go to the Earth element world to arrange space channels leading to various regions of the entire continent. And then he became even busier. Ah! Emolan sneezed. Which Titan is talking about me? Emolan shook his head, looked at the mage in front of him again, and asked. Oh, by the way, there is one thing that must be mentioned, that is, the mage who came to deliver the message was not the real body, and he did not come running. He just found Molan through the mental network inside the Mage Association, and then condensed a projection in front of Molan, and then told Molan the news orally. This is why the projection technique of the Mage Association is extremely popular. By the way, this thing is really useful, TSK. Which Titan is it? What shape is it? What did he say? It's not a Titan, it's a legendary bird, but it looks much stronger than the legendary data in the database. It's a lightning elemental life. It sent a message, but it didn't say what the specific information was. It said the message would arrive soon. Emolan raised his eyebrows. Stronger than a normal legend? Demigod? Emolan thought for a moment, and shook his head. Although the mage in front of him was a 7-ring master mage, it was better not to ask a master mage to distinguish between a legend and a demigod. Forget it, it's better not to embarrass him. Let me take a look. Emolan closed his eyes, and the next moment his perception had spread out through the floating city, and the next moment the entire Morse Kingdom area was within his mental perception range. The range of a mage's mental perception is his attack range, which belongs to the mage's domain. This is also the confidence of Emolan in protecting the Morse area, and why Emolan only protects the Morse area, and not larger or smaller. Of course, it's not so coincidental that the perception range is exactly the same as the Morse area. Mo-Land's actual perception range is of course much larger than the Morse area, but not much larger, so Mo-Land simply didn't include that part, and used it as a buffer area and combat area. After all, the battle cannot be carried out in the protected Morse area. Otherwise, after a god-level battle, any god-level spell will cause the mountains and rivers to collapse, and the earth to rumble. A few more battles, and the protection will be unnecessary, since the Morse area has been razed to the ground anyway. So it is impossible to fight in the Morse area or even very close to it, and it can only be fought farther away. As for whether other places will be destroyed by the outbreak of this battle, Mo-Land can't care so much. All Mo-Land can do is to force the enemy into the no man's land as much as possible, and minimize the damage to other human cities. If there is really no way, then there is no way. Mo-Land can't care so much. If the people there encounter this, they will just consider themselves unlucky. Mo-Land's mental power covered, and instantly locked onto a powerful, exploding thunder element, located outside the border, at the edge of Mo-Land's perception area, and also at the edge of the cordon set by Mo-Land. Still outside the cordon, this thunder element demigod is quite polite. It seems that he is really here to deliver a letter? Mo-Land said softly. This is Linwa and Lubin next to him. Both of them were in a daze. This situation is obviously that the two of them are doing one thing seriously, and neglect to control the two projections. However, in this case, the omnipotent projection technique also has a solution. If someone calls him at this time, the projection will load the automatic reply program and answer the words they set in advance. However, when Mo-Land spoke, the eyes of the two projections became lively again. Obviously, when they heard what Mo-Land said, their thoughts came to them again. Is he really a demigod? Linwa was surprised. He is quite polite. It seems that this titan is really sending a message to you. The president? Lubin beside him also nodded. I guess it's because of the president's record, strength, and status that they have acknowledged your status, and acknowledged that you are an equal to them. It is normal for them to respect an equal. Moreover, the one who came to deliver the letter was just a demigod-level lightning element. Although demigods are very strong, they can only be killed by one hand in front of a true god level like the president. They must be polite. In front of Titan, he might just be a subordinate, a descendant. When subordinates come to invite guests of the same level as their leaders, they naturally have to be polite. Considering these two factors, it is normal for a demigod-level Thunderbird to be polite. It would be a disaster if it isn't polite. It doesn't want to live anymore. It deserves to be beaten to death by the president for being impolite. It has no place to seek justice. The titans who sent it will not care. Indeed, Linwa also nodded in agreement. And Mo-Land was a little surprised at this time. Did it find me? Linwa and Lubin looked at each other. President, you took the initiative to come out? No. Although I didn't hide it on purpose. I didn't reveal my aura on purpose. Linwa and Lubin were a little surprised. Under this circumstance, this demigod Thunderbird can actually find you? That's quite powerful. The titan behind it is not simple. Mo-Land shook his head slightly, and said nothing more. Obviously, his main thoughts were already in front of the Thunderbird outside the edge of the Morse area. The Thunderbird was huge, with a wingspan of dozens of meters. The feathers on its wings seemed to be made of purple divine gold, which were sharp and compelling. There seemed to be lightning flowing between the feathers, and every bit of it contained extremely huge energy. Your Majesty, the God of Mage, I am the God of Thunder and Judgment to convey a message to you. Seeing that he was discovered, Mo-Land directly condensed a projection from the void and appeared in front of the Thunderbird. The projection was ordinary, without revealing any aura, just like an ordinary person standing in the air. But even so, the huge Thunderbird did not dare to underestimate it. Instead, seeing that Mo-Land's projection was not big, it took the initiative to shrink, turning into a Thunderbird with a wingspan of 2 meters and floating in front of Mo-Land. It was much lower than Mo-Land, allowing Mo-Land to look down at it freely. After completing this series of adjustments, the Thunderbird opened its mouth, and a golden thunderbolt struck from its mouth. The moment it came out, it turned into a 20-centimeter long solid dark golden lightning, with thunder flashing from time to time. Chapter 883 Meeting of the Gods. This is the judgment thunder of my lord. It is my lord's token, and it contains a space beacon. Your Majesty, the God of Mages, can obtain it by perceiving it with spiritual power. The demigod-level Thunderbird said respectfully, "My lord invites you to attend the meeting of the gods after 5 great suns. At that time, all sleeping titans will wake up, and titans and gods of faith outside will come to participate through beacon projection. I hope your majesty, the god of mages, can attend on time." Emolan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. The meeting of the gods, all the ancient gods, new gods? It sounds interesting. Emolan nodded. Okay, I understand. After Emolan finished speaking, the projection dissipated, and when the projection dissipated, the judgment thunder, which had already turned into substance, also disappeared silently. Apparently it had been taken away. The demigod-level Thunderbird was suspended in place, lowering its head and eyes, waiting for Emolan's breath to completely disappear. When it could no longer feel Emolan's gaze, it spread its wings in the wind, and turned into a violent Thunderbird with a wingspan of dozens of meters again, and disappeared in place as a flash of lightning. Mage Association, Emolan played with the judgment thunder in his hand. Linhua, who was standing next to him, stepped back subconsciously. "President, what is this thing? Why do I feel a little scary? I feel that this thing can flatten our association when it explodes." Emolan smiled when he heard this, throwing the golden judgment thunder in his hand up, and catching it with his hand, smiled. "Be more confident, no doubt, this thing can indeed flatten our association when it explodes. And it can be activated as long as it is thrown out." Emolan was still throwing it while talking. Linhua, Lu Bin saw it, and instantly moved away from Emolan. Emolan continued, "You know what, this god of thunder and judgment is quite generous, sending a judgment thunder equivalent to one of his attacks. I think this is not just an ordinary attack from a god, it is much stronger. Take the last golden titan for example. If it was hit directly by this judgment thunder, it would have lost half of its life, and its attack power and destructive power are extremely strong," Emolan said with emotion. "And this is just a token condensed by others. The attack of the main body must be stronger. This god of thunder and judgment, could it be the one that struck the god of light? The attack is somewhat similar. There is indeed such a possibility." Emolan looked at the judgment thunder that had materialized. The violent thunder condensed into substance. It's like using Fang Tianhua Ji to embroider on the tip of a needle. The attack power is extremely strong, and the control ability, the micro-manipulation ability is even stronger. Emolan shook his head slightly. This judgment thunder is both a sincerity, a proof of qualification, and a powerful deterrent. I have to say, this god of thunder and judgment is really interesting. This god's conference, I just don't know what he is up to. Forget it, let's go and take a look. Huh? What god's conference? Linhua and Lu Bin, who had figured out that they were not the real body, but just a projection and didn't need to be afraid, came over again. They just looked at the golden lightning that Emolan was tossing around casually, and felt the violent power in it. And they were still nervous. It means literally, it's a meeting of the gods. All titans, the god of faith will be invited, and they should all participate. Emolan said casually. They did recognize my status and strength. And then, they held a meeting of the gods. And naturally invited me. The demigod-level Thunderbird just now was here to deliver a token and a message. After saying this, Emolan thought of the Thunderbird just now and sighed. In addition, I have to say that this demigod-level Thunderbird is really polite, and has a wide range of options. Linhua and Lu Bin also laughed. So you plan to go? Emolan nodded. Currently, only a few titans have conflicts with me. Why? Because I am very ordinary. An ordinary person. And an ordinary territory. Although the destination of most migrating players is here. But it doesn't really matter, because these people are just my people. As a god, I have no problem protecting my people, just like titans will protect their own people to some extent. From this perspective, there is no substantial difference between the human race and these titans, at most there are more of them. In terms of the combat power of the gods, the demigod level is even slightly insufficient. The human race is just an ordinary race. So my existence is very ordinary. Even the god of light attracts more attention and hatred than me, after all. The god of light is the first god of faith, the most powerful god of faith, and he killed another titan, which just filled up the hatred. So the titans who came to me were probably those who didn't get their territories, or whose territories were too small, or those who wanted to expand their territories. These titans were all single, and they were not enough to be used as evidence. But what would happen if I didn't attend the meeting of the gods? The consequence would be that I would become special, and I would be different from other gods. Even if a small number of gods didn't go, I would still be more conspicuous among them. In this way, it is very likely that other gods would join forces to attack me. A god who did not attend the meeting of the gods, because of the friendship of having attended the meeting of the gods together. Or we can't join forces. But the more attention I attract, the more titans will attack me, which means the number of enemies will increase. We can't afford such a price. So I must participate, Emolon said, and spread his hands. To put it bluntly, it's just one point. I'm too weak. Not weak enough for us to be enemies with all the gods. Otherwise, why would I need to consider so many things? Just like the protagonist in the novel. I just pick up my machete and do it. Without blinking. Killing gods and Buddhas. How cool it is. Emolon shook his head. Unfortunately, we can't do it. By the way, Lu Bin, when are you going to announce the origin of space to the public? Now I am the only god-level fighter, and the pressure is a bit high. You should quickly come up with the priesthood, so that we can have one more god-level fighter in the open. After all, it is better not to expose the god-killing cannon and god-killing bullets. Lu Bin rolled his eyes when he heard this. I want to do it too, but I don't know who has added more work to me, so that I can't concentrate on the priesthood. Ahem, let's talk business, don't interrupt. Okay, I'm talking about business. The concept of the origin of space cannot be announced to the public for the time being. Why? Emolon was a little confused. Because I found a potentially fatal point. At this moment, Lu Bin's face became quite serious and solemn. Once my spatial origin is announced, anyone can use it. Is there any problem? Isn't it better if more people use it? Emolon asked subconsciously, but Lu Bin's answer the next moment made his scalp numb. In theory, as long as you master the method. Lu Bin hesitated for a moment before continuing. Alien creatures can also use it. Chapter 884 Absolutely impossible. It turns out that players can leave the game world in some ways, and directly enter other worlds. Or real worlds. It's just like when we enter the Abyss world. Even a world like the Abyss world, which is naturally chaotic, will give birth to intelligent species, let alone other worlds. The existence of intelligent life is even greater. It is estimated that intelligent life will be born if the environment is slightly acceptable. Of course, it can also be understood that it can become a world only after the birth of intelligent life. But no matter what, it is very likely that intelligent life exists. It is also possible that players can go to another world. It is also possible that players know the spatial coordinates of the real world and the sensing method of the spatial origin. It is also possible that some players who know this will tell the intelligent life in the other world. When all the possibilities are added together, the probability may be very small, but as long as there is a probability, then it will become inevitable under the power of time. The spatial coordinates of reality will inevitably be leaked. Lu Bin shook his head. Compared to this, my concentration of priesthood and my god-level combat power become insignificant. If the coordinates are really leaked, no matter which world is strong or weak, I will definitely become the eternal center of mankind. So I must design a system to avoid this risk. And wanting all players to keep a secret, such a thing would not dare to dream of, unless they don't know. But once my spatial origin and the corresponding sensing technology are announced, then those with a little ability will naturally know. So it is unrealistic to ask them to keep it secret. I must solve this problem fundamentally. My idea is to load an identification system on the concept of spatial origin, or a membership system. I want to design a set of functions that can block all cross-world perceptions and single cross-world perceptions, and add a registration function to it, and the function of identifying soul fluctuations. In the future, all perception permissions in this world will be open, and anyone can use it. However, cross-world perception must be registered in advance on the concept of spatial origin. If you don't register, you can't use it, even if you know the method. You can't use it, because the space origin has not passed the authentication. The space origin will not actively respond at all. In this way, as long as the control of cross-world perception permissions is strengthened, and each permission needs to be approved regularly, the problem should not be too big. After all, except for the Abyss world, there are very few people who can go to the other world and need to use cross-world coordinate perception at this stage. We can approve them one by one to ensure that there is no mistake. Emolon nodded slightly when he heard this. I roughly understand what you mean. But what if players touch the other world on a large scale in the future? If that time really comes, I think we should have the ability to deal with attacks from the other world. Of course, this is not certain. If I think I don't have this ability yet, I will choose to release the usage rights in limited quantities, and ensure that those who have this permission are within the control range. This ensures that the coordinates of reality will not be leaked. After all, even if the intelligent life in other worlds knows the coordinates of the real world, as long as they cannot sense the origin of space, the coordinates are just a string of invalid numbers, which have no meaning. It is impossible to locate the reality by using them. As for whether players will leak the real coordinates due to other reasons when exploring other worlds on a large scale, I guess it will. But this is not because of my concept of spatial origin that the coordinates were leaked. To be honest, I can't control so much. I can't control other players. This kind of thing still depends on the leader. After all, they have this kind of organizational ability and ability. Well, come on. Emolan said nothing after that. Lubin waited for a long time, but didn't get the follow-up. And his eyes widened. Then what? Emolan was a little confused. And then, he suddenly understood. Oh, I understand. Lubin looked at Emolan hopefully, and saw Emolan patting Lubin and said, Then how about I ask for leave for you, so you don't have to come? Lubin was stunned, and raised his middle finger to Emolan. Beast, why are you scolding me? It's so weird. Emolan didn't know why, and Linhua, who was standing next to him, said cautiously, President, do you think there is a possibility that he wants to reduce your workload, instead of not requiring you to attend classes here? After all, we are just a projection here, and our main focus is on our own things. Being here or not, doesn't really have any impact. After all, we all learn by self-study and asking about difficult points. Even if we don't have to go to class, we still have to learn what we should learn by ourselves. Oh, really? Lubin is so hardworking, talented. How could it be because of this? Absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. Emolan said absolutely impossible twice in a row, but I don't know how many meanings these two absolutely impossibles have. One meaning or two meanings, anyway. Linhua roughly heard two meanings. Well, absolutely impossible. Hey, President, are you going to attend the meeting of the gods in 5 days? How are you going? Linhua was not thinking about what happened just now. Anyway, it's better for me to die than for my fellow Taoists. Why should he care about Lubin's busyness? And can those tasks be reduced? Every task needs to be done. So what should I do to reduce Lubin's burden? Then I can only ask others to help share some of the burden. Is the president a beast who will take the initiative to share the burden? The main reason is that the president himself already works 23 hours a day. The main reason is that Emolan's tasks are often more important. Can this make Emolan put down more important things and do these minor things? That can't be possible. Then who can share the burden? Linhua knew with his toes that it must be himself. So, it is absolutely impossible. 5 suns rotate, that means 5 days later. As for how to get there? Isn't there a beacon here? Emolan said, throwing golden lightning. It is definitely impossible for me to go there in person. If I go there in person, I am just a master mage. Those titans, the god of faith, can kill me with a sneeze. Unless I drive the floating city there, but the floating city is not yet completed, I don't want to expose the floating city so soon. So I plan to use projection. Emolan said quietly. The Mage Association has hundreds of versions of projection, and Emolan himself has contributed several versions. So naturally there is one that will be suitable for the current situation. Using the floating city as the base to release the projection. It is definitely classy enough to condense a projection to go to the gods' conference. And if something goes wrong, it doesn't matter if a projection is broken up. Emolan shrugged. Oh, by the way, Linhua, there is something I have to entrust to you to do. And it must be you. Linhua's body stiffened. Chapter 885 World Projection. No way, Linhua said firmly. What? Emolan tilted his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at Linhua up and down. Linhua's expression did not change at all, and he was extremely determined. What I mean is, I will definitely complete the task perfectly. There is no possibility of failure, and there will be no mistakes. Emolan suddenly understood. Oh, is that so? It's okay, there's no need to be so serious, just complete it on time. Emolan said calmly. The workload this time may be large and difficult, but as long as you can complete it, it will be of great help to you. After all, it is related to the illusory world, Emolan said, and seeing Emolan start to assign tasks, Linhua also became serious. In fact, when Emolan just rejected Lubin, Linhua knew that there would be tasks waiting for him next. How could Emolan not understand what Lu Bin meant? He just didn't want to understand, and pretended not to understand. As for why rejecting Lu Bin means there will be a task waiting for him, it is because Lin Wen knows Emolan's character too well, too familiar with him. When Lu Bin was so busy, and when Lu Bin took the initiative to ask for too many tasks, Emolan did not ask him to help share some of the tasks. There is only one reason. That is, he will not be more idle than Lu Bin, but maybe busier. Thinking of this, Lin Wen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Hey! Why is his guess so accurate? He would rather his guess be inaccurate. Ah! Lin Wen asked with interest. Illusory world? What do you mean? Haven't I been deducing the illusion world recently? I have already deduced 99%. Emolan said lightly. Reaching 99% means reaching the peak of the master level, reaching the edge of the legendary mage. Because the illusion world does not exist 100%, how can a world that is itself illusion be 100% the same? So in essence 99% is perfect. Once the last 1% is deduced, no, the last 1% can no longer be deduced by simple deduction. The last 1% is condensed and materialized by deduction and the power of faith. Once this 1% is completed, it will be the real 1%. Which means that Emolan has become a legendary mage. And with Emolan's conditions, the deduction of the virtual world to 99% means that Emolan can be promoted to a legendary level at any time as long as he wants. However, at this moment, Emolan's words sounded so calm, as if he was talking about what to eat for lunch today. Plain and simple. However, Lin Wen could feel the taste of it, looking at Emolan in surprise. Emolan noticed Lin Wen's expression and said lightly, "What are you surprised about?" "Surprised about the legendary mage? Not to mention that I haven't made it yet. Even if I did, what would it matter? Even if I did, wouldn't I still be killed by a slap from the Titan? It has no substantive effect. So there's no need to pay attention to it," Emolan said lightly. And Lin Wen found himself speechless. So what I'm thinking about, what I want to tell you is the future path of the legendary mage. Lin Wen was shocked. Emolan's forward-looking thinking and progress far exceeded their imagination. Don't be surprised. After all, our current enemy is the gods. I am hostile to them, and now I rely on the power of the gods. In this case, I would naturally think about how to fight against the gods with the power of the mage. And obviously, the legendary level can't do it, so I will definitely think about things above the legendary level. But I think most people would think about how to strengthen the divine power they already have. Oh, really? Mage is my main job, and the divine power is just obtained by chance. Who would give up their own good and hard work because of the temporary strong divine power? There are actually people who give up watermelons to pick up sesame seeds? Lin Wen was speechless when he heard this, because he actually felt that what Emolan said was very right. He wouldn't do it if he were in his place. It's just that this kind of thing is easy to say, and anyone can say it, but to do it requires extremely strong willpower and self-control. You know, on the one hand, it's the power of the gods that can be grasped with a stretch of the hand, and on the other hand, it's the power of the master-level wizard that the gods can easily kill hundreds of thousands of people. Emolan was able to not indulge in the power of the gods, but turn to deeply study his master-level profession, and study the god-level combat power of the wizard that seemed to be far away, or even non-existent. You know, Emolan has never said such a thing. He has always been doing it. And now he is saying that because he has achieved certain results, and Lu Bin needs to find a way to try and implement it. You are the boss. And what you said makes sense. Well, to put it simply, 99% of the virtual world is almost indistinguishable from the real world. I have established a whole mechanism. A mechanism that operates with core rules as the core. I only need to maintain the operation of the underlying rules. And the rest, such as the growth of plants, the operation of tides, and the hunting of animals, will operate autonomously according to the operation of the underlying rules. I only need to provide the corresponding computing power. At this point, the virtual world can almost be mistaken for the real world. I can even project it out to cover the area around me. What does it mean to be mistaken for the real world? It means that if I project the virtual world, I can regard it as the real world. What does it mean? The rules of the virtual world I project will affect the rules of the world around me to a certain extent, forming my own domain. If my virtual world evolves into the real world, then the rules in my world are likely to directly replace the rules of the world around me. Emolan pointed at himself. My heart is the heart of heaven. This is the idea we had when we conceived the virtual world. But recently I had a new idea. Well, it was also an idea that came to me after I found that the virtual world of 99% can be projected. Emolan said lightly. If the virtual world becomes the real world, I will project the real world to cover my surroundings, and replace the rules of this world with the rules of my world. Although the rules are similar, water will still flow, trees will still grow, and people will still live. But in essence, it is indeed a different world. This is already a new world. So, in the new world, is the authority held by the gods still authority? Linwa was shocked, and looked at Emolan fiercely. You thought of that, too, right? Emolan smiled gently. Another world can make the authority of gods meaningless, but under normal circumstances, as long as the gods don't go to another world, nothing will happen. If that's the case, why don't we let the other world find the gods? If the mountain doesn't see me, I'll see the mountain. Chapter 886 The Solidification of the World. Once outside one's own world, authority loses all meaning. As long as we forcefully pull the gods out of their original world, their authority will still be meaningless. Emolan said lightly. But by that time, the competition may be the world. I have tried it. Using the virtual world to project into a domain will be repelled by the world's power. Of course, this repulsive force is still relatively small. I just need to spend a little more effort to maintain it, but for me, the consumption is much greater. In comparison, the real world will definitely be more repelled by the power of the world. After all, another completely unrelated and unconnected world appears in one world. It will either be destroyed or repelled. There is no third possibility. So although it has not been tried yet, its repulsive force can be imagined. If you want to support it, it will consume a lot of energy. Linwa thought for a moment after hearing this. Is it not possible to consume the power of the world itself? Since the world has become real, it means that we have opened up the connection between the real world and the outside world, and successfully made the real world take root in the chaotic void. We can use the elemental world to absorb the power of the chaotic void and strengthen ourselves like the main material world. After all, our personal strength and belief are definitely not enough to provide the power needed to materialize a world. At most, we can provide a framework for a world, provide a seed primer, initial capital, just like the old-fashioned water well. If you want to draw water from underground, you have to pour some water on it to complete the sealed-closed loop, so that you can get a constant supply of water. In this case, why don't we use the power of the world itself to do this? Directly use the power of the world itself to project the rules. In response to Linwa's doubts, Emolan said softly, if the power of the real world wants to be projected, it needs an anchor point. I am this anchor point. If the anchor point is not qualified or cannot hold on, it will be crushed to death by the power of the world. My idea is to use a floating city to replace this anchor point. I want to solidify the projection of the real world on the floating city. I want to directly use the nuclear energy of the floating city to supply energy for the projection. I even want to solidify the entire world directly on the floating city in the future. In the future, a floating city will be a different world. This level of floating city, I think it is enough to be a strong foundation for suppressing tribes even in the era of gods. After all, this is a world where gods will lose their authority if they enter, and this world can be moved. In the future, this floating city can go to any world, any place, and it can maintain responsive combat effectiveness in any place. Any gods who rely on authority will lose their power in front of the floating city, and will directly become lambs to be slaughtered. This floating city can even be used for cosmic exploration, exploring different worlds, fighting with gods in any world, killing in batches in any world, even capturing, researching gods. After all, in our own world, we are the only and all-powerful owners, controllers. Emolan said slowly. If you are not specific enough about this concept, you can think of a concept in science fiction. Planetary fortress, making planets into planets. Making the world into a floating city. Isn't that almost the same? After Emolan finished speaking, Linwa pondered for a moment. It sounds like it's similar to the kingdom of gods. The kingdom of gods is also an independent space. Gods are extremely powerful in their own kingdoms. Gods also have complete control over all authority in their own space. The kingdom of gods gathers the faith of all believers. I feel that the concept is a bit similar, but it seems a bit different. It is indeed very similar, because part of my inspiration also comes from the kingdom of gods. In fact, they are not only very similar, but also some of the principles are the same. But there is a qualitative difference. And it is precisely because of this difference that it is completely different. Emolan said slowly. Ours is a world. An independent world. Although it may be small. But it is a real, independent, and perfect world. Even if we leave the world we are in now. Even if the world we are in now is destroyed. Our world will still exist and grow in the chaotic void. In addition, our world runs on rules as the underlying program. But the kingdom of God is different. The kingdom of God relies on the main material world to exist. If the main material world exists, it exists. If the main material world does not exist, then the kingdom of God will also disappear. And its underlying program is the priesthood, with the priesthood as the core, rather than more independent rules. This is the gap. These gaps make the kingdom of God inherently inferior to the world. This directly determines the advantage, and even restraint of the floating city over the gods. Linhua understood. I have no problem. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Well, I will carry out the main part of this project. What I need you to complete is the materialization of this set of operating procedures. In my virtual world, I take my own consciousness as the core, and turn my heart into the heart of heaven to maintain the operation of the virtual world. The same will be true for the real world in the future. In this way, I can interweave my soul into a chain of rules, and turn my consciousness into a collection of rules. This is my conception of the virtual world and the real world, which takes into account the development and embodiment of the world, and also takes into account the growth of my own soul, the stability of consciousness, and anchoring. But this set of ideas needs to be modified in reality. I need you to build a heavenly consciousness. Ahem. What? Linhua, who was calm just now, was confused in an instant. So you got to the heavenly consciousness? Oh, in simple terms, it is a tower spirit responsible for the operation of the world. The difference is not very big. Aren't you familiar with mechanized tower spirits? Your super-large mecha tower spirit is responsible for all the mechanical parts of the entire mecha. The operation of the magic circle, which is not very smooth. Is there no problem? In this regard, your talent is simply amazing. You are the strongest among the three of us. So if you don't do it, who will? Don't worry, it's not difficult. The heavenly Tao consciousness, it's just an upgraded version of the computing tower spirit. Linhua stared at Emolan expressionlessly, not fooled by the good words Emolan said at all. Do you believe it? I believe it, Emolan said honestly. Linhua projected a formula. 1 + 1 = 2. What's wrong? Is this a brain teaser? Seeing this, Linhua projected another question. This question is a little more complicated than the previous one. Well, you have learned mathematics. This is the Hodge conjecture. Let's solve it. In your words, they are essentially the same, just a little more complicated. Chapter 887 5-Day Countdown. Really? Emolan asked in confusion, and then waved his hand. Okay, don't interrupt. Let's continue talking about what happened just now. I'll take care of the things below, and you'll mainly be responsible for fixing the hardware and software of this sky. No, large tower spirit. Well, it's settled. I'll send you the relevant information later, and that's it. It's over. Linhua was stunned, and then reacted. It's over. It's over. What's the matter? You wait, is it really over? The Emolan in front of him had turned into a projection with a dull look, like a wax figure, and it was obvious that Emolan had completely withdrawn his consciousness. Can you run away? Within the scope of the Mage Association, King Morse cannot cover it, but I cannot cover the inside of the association? Isn't this looking down on people? Look, I'm coming to find your real body now. As soon as Linhua finished speaking, he spread his mental power, searching for Emolan's location, but when the mental power detected the floating city, it suddenly encountered a barrier. The mental power could not pass through it at all. Nothing could be detected. Using optical spells to see can only see an illusion. That was a preset sentence to deal with peeping. Linhua also made suggestions at the beginning. What are you looking at? Linhua was immediately furious when he saw this, even though he was the one who proposed this. With this sentence and the barrier that blocked the perception of mental power, how could Linhua not react? This was testing the anti-detection system on the floating city. The test was started just when he was looking for Emolan. If Linhua guessed correctly, this was a long-term test with an uncertain end time. This was explained by a person inside the floating city who sensed Linhua's mental power and flew out. Linhui. I'm sorry. The anti-detection system test started suddenly. This test will take a long time, and the end time has not been determined yet. That's okay. My real body will be here soon. I'll just fly in. As soon as the voice fell, a spherical transparent barrier with purple lightning flashing from time to time slowly rose up. and then closed in the sky. The mage said embarrassedly. Lin Hui. I'm sorry. This electromagnetic energy shield is also being tested. Oh. It's okay. I'll build a space channel to go there. By the way, is the space shielding system being tested? The mage immediately slapped his thigh. Hey. Lin Hui. How did you know that this is a joint test of the defense system to avoid various problems and conflicts when the various systems are running in the future? I was just about to say it. But I didn't expect you to say it. Lin Hui. It must be that Mo Hui has informed you. The projection that Lin would just condense raised his middle finger to the multiple shields in front of him. Beast. After the voice fell, Lin Wu walked away. What can I do? Work overtime. The task has been assigned. What can I do? Moreover, Lin Wu knew as soon as he heard what Emolan said that the bulk of the whole plan was indeed done by Emolan. The heavenly consciousness was probably too busy. Otherwise, it would not have been thrown to him. In this case, then sit down. Isn't it just 007? Isn't it just 007? Let's sprinkle some water. Haven't I, Lin Wu, always been 007? Anyway, I am a master magician, and I have successfully constructed mental particles. 007 has not died for a year, and I am still in high spirits. Lin Wu was talking, and suddenly, he couldn't speak for some reason. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why do I feel something is wrong? Forget it, let's work first, and then think carefully about what's wrong after the work is done. Lin Wu left, and Emolan in the floating city continued to be busy with his own things. Lin Wu's guess was indeed correct. This matter was originally his own business, but when he divided it out before, and gave it to someone who was already very busy, it meant that she was really too busy, and she was really too busy. Actually, Emolan could have done it. At most it would have taken a little more time. And there was still plenty of time. But after the demigod-level Thunderbird sent a message, and knew about the meeting of the gods in 5 days, Emolan immediately realized that there was not enough time. Of course, this does not mean that the meeting of the gods is a bad thing. Indeed, there will definitely be a big change after the meeting of the gods. But Emolan thought about it for a long time, and felt that holding such a meeting, and having everyone sit down and talk is not necessarily a bad thing. Moreover, why did the God of Thunder and Judgment convene such a meeting of the gods? Emolan actually had some guesses in his mind. Not to mention that it was 90% certain. He dared to guarantee it. But Emolan was still 60% to 70% sure. So this time it might not be a bad thing. But this does not mean that there is plenty of time. The meeting of the gods will be held in 5 days. What Emolan wants to talk about at the meeting. What to promise. What to do. First of all, he must have confidence. We need a certain amount of capital to talk. We need confidence to talk. This confidence does not need to be made immediately. But Emolan must verify one thing. That is, feasibility. Emolan must make sure it is feasible. Only in this way, Emolan can muster the courage to achieve the greatest results and the greatest benefits in this meeting of the gods, if the reason for convening the meeting of the gods is really the same as Emolan guessed. And if Emolan does not have enough confidence, then Emolan can only be conservative and low-key in this meeting, and miss such a great opportunity in vain. This seems to be no loss, but missing the opportunity is the biggest. So Emolan must be anxious, must urge, must come up with a relatively positive answer within 5 days. At least I can't be worried. Otherwise I can't have the meeting at all. I have a problem with my confidence. Any negotiation will fail. I can't pretend. Actually, Emolan has another way, which is simple and effective. He can immediately verify the feasibility and data he needs. That is to be promoted to a legend, and directly condense the last 1% of his illusory world through a huge amount of faith. As long as he becomes a legendary wizard. As long as he materializes 1% of the world structure and world rules. Then everything will become traceable and everything will become simple. Unfortunately, Emolan couldn't be promoted to legend without authorization. Because Emolan had asked, the answer was that he could be promoted, but it was not recommended to be promoted now, and he should consider whether to be promoted or not. The specific reason was not given, but since there was an answer, Emolan also thought about it. Considering some things about himself, Emolan decided not to be promoted for the time being, and wait a little longer. Because Emolan also thought of some factors, and anyway, not being promoted to legend would not delay his own strength. The main reason was that Emolan had some ambitions in his heart, and now the gap between his strength and the peak mainstream was too big, so Emolan wanted to reached the sky in one step. Chapter 888 Mountain of Gods. President, take a look at this report. Emolon closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, Linwa's voice sounded in his ears. The next moment, a report was sent directly through mental power. Emolon accepted the document. After reading it carefully, he exhaled a long breath, with a gleam in his eyes. It's okay. Come on, Linwa said after hearing the words, and then he cut off the mental connection with Emolon. Linwa knew that what Emolon needed most at this moment was quiet thinking, and everything else could be put aside. Now, 5 days have passed since the demigod-level Thunderbird sent the invitation letter, which is the time after the 5 suns mentioned by the demigod-level Thunderbird. It is now the morning of the 5th day. On this morning, Linwa fills in the last piece of information that Emolon needs. The answer is clear in his mind. The meeting of the gods will be held when the sun is high in the sky, which is noon. There are still about 3 hours from now. After a half-hour light sleep, Emolon spent another 2.5 hours to sort out his thoughts. When 15 minutes passed in the 3rd hour, Emolon suddenly looked up. In his vision, at the end of the world, a towering sacred mountain that stood in a chaotic void slowly emerged. With thunder flashing on the top of the sacred mountain, in the blur, Emolon seemed to see the phantoms of countless titans emerging. Blinking his eyes, looking carefully, palaces were distributed on the sacred mountain. Each palace echoed with the reverberation of rules, but it was hazy. A palace symbolized a titan. After Emolon felt a few familiar auras, he immediately had the answer in his heart. So the meeting of the gods is held on the mountain of the gods? Emolon smiled slightly. His mental power penetrated into the materialized golden thunder, captured the coordinates in it, felt the resonance between the coordinates and the mountain, and suddenly understood in his mind. The mountain can be felt, but it can't enter at all. And the coordinates in this material lightning not only indicate the location of the mountain, but also a qualification, a key. Only with this key can you find the location of the mountain, and open the door to the mountain. And that sacred mountain is obviously the place where rules converge. In my illusory world, it must be at least a low-level program. It may even be the place where the consciousness of heaven converges. After all, the consciousness of heaven itself is interwoven by the convergence of rules. In this case, this god of thunder and judgment can actually issue the key to enter the sacred mountain. This god has a very close relationship with heaven and earth. No, every titan has a very close relationship with heaven and earth. They are all the embodiment of rules. They are all rules, the holder of power. They are all the sons of heaven and earth. This titan is not just a close relationship. The position he holds should be very special. It is so special that it is like a company forming a board of directors, and this titan serves as the chairman. Not only a shareholder, but also able to lead all shareholders, responsible for the normal operation of the entire company. When Emolon sensed this coordinate, he thought of these and understood them. But these are enough. The deeper judgment of this identity makes Emolon more confident about the things to be discussed in the next meeting of the gods. Before, I was not sure, but now I am about 80% sure. Come on, Emolon muttered to himself. As soon as he thought about it, countless elements between heaven and earth gathered and merged. Emolon directly constructed a giant Emolon in the air that was thousands of meters tall. This giant Emolon was constructed by Emolon using the method of constructing a magic body and constructing an illusory world. It has substance and contains extremely powerful power. With the projection technique of the Mage Association, Emolon's fine controllability, the priesthood level of the staff in the floating city, and the illusory world level of up to 99%. The body created by Emolon can definitely be mistaken for the real thing. Titan may not be able to tell the difference even in person. And its combat power will not disappoint people. Combining the magic body structure and the virtual world structure, plus the blessing of the mage priesthood, this body can definitely compete with Titan, of course. Whether it can beat Titan is uncertain. Meeting of the gods, I'm here. As soon as the voice fell, a huge space channel formed in front of him. Emolon took a step, and appeared on the towering sacred mountain. The space channel behind him closed. Emolon looked up at the towering sacred mountain. Although the body he condensed was specially enlarged to sit at eye level with Titan, it was several thousand meters high. But even so, in front of the towering sacred mountain, Emolon still felt that he was as small as an ant. This was true both in terms of size and energy level. And Emolon guessed correctly. Here, this sacred mountain is indeed the place where the rules of the main material connection converge. And it is also the place where the origin of the world converges. Every flower, grass, Sand and stone on this sacred mountain are condensed from the origin of the world. Feeling the endless, vast origin of the world, Emolan looked up. Sensing those gazes, his mouth slightly raised, but his eyes were indifferent. The moment he came in, more than one gaze fell on him. Undoubtedly, anyone who dared to look at a god here must be a titan at least. Emolan ignored the many gazes, took a step forward, and appeared in a position connected to his aura. Before, Emolan thought it was the seat prepared by the god of thunder and judgment who invited him. But he didn't expect that it was not the seat when he looked over. It was a palace. There were 2 words written on the palace that explained the rules. The divine text. Mage. When Emolan saw the palace, he immediately understood that this was a palace interwoven with the mage's priesthood and rules. This was his position. His palace. As soon as Emolan entered it, he immediately found that the rules were entangled, and the chi was connected, as if to turn Emolan into a real mage god, and to make Emolan really live in this palace. He wanted to turn Emolan from him into the real him. Before this position had always belonged to the staff. Whoever got the staff and was recognized would be the mage god. Get out of here! Emolan's voice of disdain sounded inside the palace, but it was blocked by the intertwined rules and did not spread out. Emolan directly reached out and pulled down a bunch of connections on his body, will, soul, chi, and rolled them into a ball and threw them aside. Inside the temple of the rules of the mage, a man sat on the throne of the Lord of Rules with a big horse and a golden sword, while the rules of the mage shrank weakly in the corner of the palace without any sense of existence. Just that moment, Emolan was so disgusted. Emolan did not want to become the god of mages. You can become the god of mages by holding a staff. Why do you have to do it yourself? Isn't this crazy? Chapter 889, The Bottom of the Mountain of Gods. Go away! Emolan threw the mage rules that were pushing over to the side, with disgust written all over his face. Emolan looked at the palace, and suddenly realized something in his mind. Is it because I am not the god of mages that I cannot sense this palace? It stands to reason that when the mage's priesthood condensed, a corresponding temple of rules condensed in this origin place, then when I become a god, I will be able to sense the existence of such temples, and maybe I can even descend here with my consciousness. It's just that I haven't become a god, so I can't sense it? That should be it. Emolan found that the mage's rules in the palace began to entangle him again, and he had no choice but to crumple it into a ball and throw it away, wanting to teach him a lesson. But the rules had no emotions, no wisdom. It was just a rule, and then it was entangled around him along the connection of the rules. Emolan had no choice but to walk out of the mage's rule temple, look around, and look up and down. He was probably at the bottom of the mountain of the gods' mountain. This position did not surprise Emolan, because the profession of mage has only appeared for a short time. No matter how many people study it, or how many people change their profession, they cannot erase the problem that the mage profession has only appeared for a short time. Therefore, the mage rules, concepts, and foundations are not as good as other titans. Any titan is stronger than the mage, and any titan can suppress the mage. As for the palaces that can be ranked behind the mage, Emolan glanced at them, which are the gods of faith that were born after the god of mages. There are only them. It is worth mentioning that the position of the god of mages is not higher than that of all the gods of faith. There are also some gods of faith whose rule palaces are much ahead of the rule palaces of mages, because although they were born late, they have accumulated a lot of experience. Of course, if we talk about combat effectiveness, it is different. Although the god of mages was born late and has a weak foundation, it depends on who it is. With Emolan's knowledge reserve, his understanding and mastery of various rules, he can directly double the strength of the god of mages. Others may pursue to exert their full strength as gods, but in reality, they can only exert 60%, or even lower. However, Emolan exerted 200%, 300% of his power, as a mage from the beginning. So although the mage rule palace is located at a very low position, even a titan can be pressed on top of it. But in terms of combat power, let alone the gods of faith below, even the titans below the upper part of the mountain of gods are not taken seriously by Emolan. Why do I say below the middle and upper part? Because Emolan was in the middle and upper part of the gods' mountain, he sensed the rule palace belonging to the golden titan near the upper part. Yes, it was the golden titan palace that Emolan had beaten. Emolan estimated the strength of the golden titan, so he had a rough idea. I should be able to fight down. As for the upper part, I haven't fought before, so I won't speculate too much. I'll know when I have time to fight once. It's so low, Emolan thought with his hand supporting his chin. The distribution of seats is often the place that best reflects status. The meeting of the gods will begin soon. Once it starts, my position will be at the bottom. I will definitely have no say. I will definitely be looked down upon by the Titans. And I won't even have the right to speak. Although I can play dumb first, and then show my strength when other Titans look down on me. And beat up a few minions to shock the whole audience. Forget it. This is too strong. Either I keep a low profile throughout the meeting, or I should do what I should do before the meeting starts, so that I can obtain the corresponding status before the meeting and obtain the right to speak in the meeting. Emolan pondered. If I had followed the original plan, I should have kept a low profile. Survived this meeting of the gods in a way that was not lagging behind, not standing out, not conspicuous, and not attracting hatred, and then accumulated strength step by step, built high walls, and stored up food. But now it's different, Emolan muttered to himself. As he collected more and more information, Emolan became more and more confident. And Emolan became more and more confident. Since you don't plan to follow the original plan, then don't delay until the meeting starts. While there is still time, obtain the corresponding status before the meeting starts, so as to gain the right to speak. But Emolan looked up at the top of the mountain. I am definitely not their opponent now. And the meeting of the gods is being held at the top. We must not make a scene. Otherwise we will not be able to pass. So we can't be too high profile. We still have to be humble and keep a low profile. Huh? It's difficult. Emolan sighed and shook his head, stretched out his hand, and the space seemed to have shrunk in front of him, turning the palace of rules that would not be affected by space into a fist-sized hut that fell into Emolan's hands. But if you look carefully, if you perceive carefully, you will find something surprising. The space has not shrunk at all, and the Palace of Rules has not been affected by the space. It is a micro-world that has swallowed up the Palace of Rules directly. If the space cannot be compressed, then use a small world to carry it. The moment Emolan grabbed it with his hand, he created a micro-world structure in his hand and accommodated the Mage's Palace of Rules. Emolan held the Palace of Rules in his right hand and walked directly towards the mountain. When Emolan started to climb the mountain, he instantly attracted the attention of the gods. As Emolan climbed the mountain step by step, as Emolan passed by one Palace of Rules after another, more and more eyes looked down with curiosity. It must be said that eating melons is something that all intelligent and curious species cannot resist. Even Titans. If there are melons of the same level, they will not mind eating them. Of course, provided that they are not affected. And the Golden Titan is one of the melon eaters. The Golden Titan saw Emolan early in the morning, and saw the Palace of Rules of the wizard. He knew the abnormal strength of the god of mages, and they had fought before, so he locked onto him immediately. Looking at Emolan, his arm ached slightly. He knew that his arm had turned into a mine in the Morse area, and was still being mined by a group of ants. Thinking of this, he felt ashamed. He had hatred in his heart, and murderous intent in his heart, but he didn't dare to do anything. He could only watch the show from the side. He was so far away from the god of mages, and if the god of mages really wanted to go up, he could completely knock down the people above him and directly enter the real upper section of the mountain of gods. He was just the first one below the upper section. There was a huge difference between the middle upper section and the real upper section. So the Golden Titan was not panicked at all. Although he hated it, he still wanted to watch the show and eat other people's melons. Chapter 890. You make sense. Because he thinks that if he can see other titans suffer, he will be happier. If he can see other titans also suffer at the hands of the god of mages, then his reputation will be much better. After all, in this way, it can be said that the opponent is too strong, rather than he is too weak. Suffering will not be reduced by sharing, but it can make him happy. From this point of view, the Titan gods are not so much gods, as they are creatures with powerful god-level power beasts. In fact, it is true. There are many Titans whose consciousness is dominated by animality. Even if others are more rational, they also have 7 emotions and 6 desires, have likes, have hatred, have gloating, and are actually just a kind of powerful creature. In Emolan's view, it is the gods of faith that are more like gods. Because all the gods of faith that have been born so far are gods born from countless beliefs. The character, fighting style, even combat effectiveness, priesthood, authority of these gods are actually not determined by them themselves, let alone born independently by the heaven and earth. Everything about them depends on the believers. They are what the believers want them to be. This is the poison of faith. Of course, for the gods of faith that were born because of this is not poison, it is just like this. So in this case, when believers think that they should be like gods, then they are the real gods, including appearance, image, personality, and fighting methods are what they believe in. And which believer would think that his own God is not great and perfect, not a god? So in fact, the vast majority of gods of faith have very good personalities, very positive, without dirty sides. But there is only one point: the suppression of self-consciousness and scientific research consciousness by faith is almost destructive. So even if every god of faith has a positive character, is perfect, is not a trace of filth, it cannot change that they are bound to be stumbling blocks and obstacles to human development, and must be enemies. They are gods, but titans are not. From this perspective, in fact, titans may not be enemies, but they are enemies at present, and they will most likely be enemies in the future, while the gods of faith, from the beginning to the end, are bound to be enemies. If we want civilization to develop, this enemy must be eradicated, or at least its influence must be limited to a controllable range. Theocracy cannot override imperial power, and gods are lower than the kings of civilization. Emolan lowered his eyes, and continued to move upward with his hands holding the palace of rules. As the height increased, the startled titans saw more and more gods. Many titans were waiting to see the joke of this weak god of faith. They had encountered this kind of thing once before. A god called the Dark God was so arrogant that it seemed that when he was formed, he was instilled with an invincible, arrogant, and conceited character in his mind. Then he came to the mountain of gods, and before he knew anything, he carried his palace of rules upward, and thought of finding a place on the top of the mountain. Later, he was beaten badly, but the titan who was found also looked very ugly, almost became a laughing stock, and was extremely angry. The others watched it with great fun. They didn't expect that there would be another god like this today, and they were immediately happy. There was fun to watch again. In the process, many titans also communicated. In fact, Emolan's guess was correct before. Once this meeting was held, these titans would definitely communicate in front of so many creatures that could communicate equally. There would definitely be partners, companions, circles, and even exclusion in the end. If Emolan didn't come, or if any god didn't come, it would be very likely that they would become very miserable. On the mountain of gods, many titans were watching the fun while communicating with each other. Powerful thoughts and rules intertwined and echoed in the sky. If there were low-level creatures, such as legendary creatures, they would only find the majestic power here, and feel the rules intertwined in the sky, which was extremely depressing and terrifying. But if a god of the same level like Emolan saw it, it was just a vegetable market, with people talking and talking. But they communicated with thoughts and rules. The low-level ones look really cool, really amazing. But some things, how to say it, distance creates beauty, really enter this circle. Actually, it's just like that. Just like Emolan listening to their words at this moment, the complicated voices make people feel annoyed. Hey, the parties are here, can you talk a little more quietly? The rules of the sky paused for a moment, and the next moment it suddenly became lively again, much more lively than before. Emolan clearly heard a lot of laughter and disdain. Fuck. There is really no difference between them and humans, Emolan thought to himself. And a surge of anger rose in his heart. He looked at his position and raised his feet. Now everything was really quiet. All eyes were on Emolan's feet. Only a titan, who looked like an ape, but had a pair of wings, looked strange. He was not in the mountain of gods at the moment, but his thoughts had come over. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Emolan's back, and there was murderous intent inside. Seeing that he wanted to take action, the thoughts of the golden titan turned into a small golden titan, who ran over and grabbed the thoughts of the ape titan. Hey, Mole, why are you so anxious? Don't be anxious. Maybe he doesn't want to go to your palace of rules, but to mine. Our two palaces are so close. Right? Although I am a little higher than you, I am not much higher. The golden titan was happy. The location of the ape titan Mole and his palace of rules were close, and their strengths were similar. They were also close to each other on the continent. They had conflicts, but they didn't fight to the death. Neither of them could do anything to the other. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to see Mole's good show today. Moreover, he knew the abnormal strength of the god of mages. Mole would definitely suffer a loss, and would definitely not be able to beat him. The Golden Titan's mind was moved instantly. Make him more angry a little more, let the mage god look bad, and embarrass Mole a little. After making up his mind, the Golden Titan spoke again. And you should also reflect on it. How could you let a god of faith target you? Right? Look at me, I'm so close to you, I dare not move even if I ask him to. Right? But then again, this kind of shame is indeed a bit big after all. This is the mountain of gods, all the gods, the titans have their thoughts here, and this is where the rules of the world intersect. The battle of gods that takes place here will definitely be imprinted in the rules, and once the situation is right, it will be played again, and it will never disappear, and it will be imprinted in the depths of this world forever. How can you still have the nerve to live after this? If it were me, I would fight him, either kill him, or be killed by him. Titan Mole was getting angrier and angrier, but suddenly, the anger disappeared without a trace, happily patted the body condensed by the Golden Titan, and agreed. Yes, you make sense. Chapter 891. Except for the gods. Yes, you are right, it makes a lot of sense. Titan Mole said to the Golden Titan in agreement. The Golden Titan suddenly felt something was wrong when he heard it. He turned around, and saw Emolon standing in front of his palace of rules. The Golden Titan's golden face instantly turned purple, and then white. A bunch of titans watching the fun around him immediately laughed. They all heard clearly what the Golden Titan said to Titan Mole. This reversal is simply wonderful. This is even more of a topic of conversation. They can remember this kind of thing for 1,000,000 years. And they can talk about it when they meet a familiar titan in 1,000,000 years. Hey, do you still remember the Golden Titan at the meeting of the gods? The Golden Titan? I don't remember. The one who got it by eating melons on himself. Oh, it's him. I remember it. I remember it. The Golden Titan had a picture in his mind, which made his face turn purple instantly. He wanted to kill the god of mages immediately, and completely destroy this profession and this rule. The next moment, he suddenly remembered that he could not defeat the god of mages at all, and his face turned pale. And the sound of the rules of the titan next to him, the words of God were still echoing in his ears. Go and kill him. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to bear it. Especially the Titan Mole, he was so happy to say it. Emolon stood in front of this palace of rules, raised his feet, but remembered his plan. I originally planned to be low-key, now even if I am not low-key, there is no need to be too high-profile. Even if I come here to establish my authority, it is the same. There is no need to add an enemy for nothing. A titan is quite important. Emolon thought for a moment, and put his foot down again. Looking around, he felt a familiar breath on a palace of rules next to him. The breath of the Golden Titan. As for the Golden Titan, it is stronger, and has a higher status, which is better for establishing authority. More importantly, I have already had a conflict with the Golden Titan, so it doesn't matter if the hatred deepens a little. Well, that's it. Let's do it to death. It's him. At this moment, Emolon stood in front of the Golden Titan's palace of rules, under the gaze of dozens of titans, and nearly 10 gods of faith, and said calmly, "Get out of here." At this moment, there was silence on the mountain of gods, and the public screen chat that made Emolon annoyed finally disappeared. The Golden Titan in the sky was also confused. Even the ridicule of other titans just now did not make him so angry. Waves of angry flame surged into his heart, and all reason and restraint were swallowed by anger. Titans cannot be insulted. Gods cannot be insulted. Those who insult gods will be destroyed by gods. After a few breaths, Emolon did not get a response. But at this time, a violent space fluctuation rose behind him, and a space door opened. Emolon looked back and saw a fierce Golden Titan rushing over, with the force of holding up a mountain. The terrifying size, and terrifying might seem to destroy everything in the way. At this moment, all the titans and gods also quieted down, watching the attack of the Golden Titan below with a smile, and preparing to enjoy the ancient titan beating the ignorant gods of faith again. In their opinion, the result is already determined. After all, the Golden Titan is a strong one even among the titans. You know, the Golden Titan's position is right next to the top of the mountain, which is the highest position under the top of the mountain. Don't think this position is low. In fact, it is already the object of admiration of many titans. It's like the top 500 in the world. And he is the 501st. Can you say he is weak? The top of the gods' mountain is counted from the Golden Titan. There are only 10 rule palaces in the huge mountaintop section, which means that there are only 10 titans higher than the Golden Titan. Of course, the life and death of the sun god is unknown. And there is a titan who is not worthy of a name, and even failed to appear, and could only become a background board, and was swallowed by the god of light. There are only 8 titans in the 10 rule palaces on the top of the god's mountain, and one is a god of faith. Therefore, with the strength of the golden titan, it would not be difficult for all titans to beat a god of faith other than the god of light. The golden titan, who was blinded by anger, would definitely use the most brutal means to tear this god of faith into pieces and destroy its president, and completely kill this god of faith. However, Emolan felt the ripples behind him, and slowly turned his head. He glanced at the golden titan indifferently. The angry golden titan felt as if a basin of cold water was poured on his head. He calmed down instantly, and stopped in front of Emolan in the stunned eyes of all the titans and gods. Do you want to go down by yourself, or should I take you down? Emolan's indifferent voice sounded on the mountain of gods, causing all the titans and gods' hearts to jump suddenly. Emolan, gods cannot be insulted, the golden titan said angrily. But at this moment anyone could see that he was timid. The golden titan panicked at this moment. He couldn't help but think back to the day when he fought with Emolan. On that day, he really felt the fatal crisis. The golden titan was sure that if he really dragged on, he would really die that day. So he would rather abandon one arm of the titan body, and would rather leave and escape even if he was seriously injured. That was the first time that the golden titan felt the fear of death. He found out for the first time that he was afraid of death. At this moment, the golden titan had the same feeling again. The crisis of death stimulated his nerves every moment, and the fear in his heart eroded the heart of the golden titan bit by bit. Some things can happen only once or countless times, under the gaze of many titans and gods. The golden titan retreated under the indifferent gaze of Emolan. Like a giant in mythology, he carried his palace of rules and walked down the mountain, muttering, "Titans cannot be insulted. Gods cannot be insulted. But gods are the exception. Gods are the exception." Emolan saw this without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. In silence, he threw down the palace of rules belonging to the mage under the shocked gaze of all titans and gods. The mage's palace of rules grew larger and fell to the ground, taking root, and directly connected to the mountain of gods, and the origin of the world. At this moment, even the titans on the top of the mountain of gods, the gods couldn't help but lower their eyes. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Hey, who is this? Why are you going down the mountain?" The voice of Titan Mole sounded next to the golden titan. Everyone was stunned. The golden titan was stunned. The next moment, the golden titan suddenly realized, "Yeah, why am I going down?" Hearing this, Titan Mole suddenly had an ominous premonition, and saw the golden titan stop in front of the palace that belonged to him, and then, just like Emolan just now, slowly raised his feet. Bang! Chapter 892 Divine Text. Do you want to go down by yourself, or do I help you? The golden titan carried his own palace of rules, and kicked the door of Mole's palace of rules to lose his temper, and asked with his head tilted. Emolan, who was standing in front of his palace of rules, and planning to watch the show, suddenly felt that this sentence sounded familiar. The tone of this golden titan is so arrogant. Does his mother know that he is so arrogant? Emolan muttered in his heart, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it out loud. After all, people can't be too high profile. You have to be more low-key. Moreover, the original plan was that if he was going to offend someone, he might as well catch the golden titan and offend him until he died. After all, he had already offended him, so it didn't matter if he continued to offend him. But Mole was so powerful that he provoked him crazily before and after the beginning, and directly and forcefully took away all the hatred, because Emolan's strength suppressed the golden titan to a certain extent, according to the concept of respecting the strong, coupled with Mole's crazy attention grabbing. The golden titan finally used Mole as a venting object. After being vented, Emolan's hatred was not so high, and it was even better than before. This kind of good thing made Emolan himself a little bit unbelievable, but since there are good people, then Emolan can't be stupid enough to pull back the hatred. Otherwise, it's not powerful, but hopelessly stupid. Mole, thank you, you are really a master. Emolan thanked silently in his heart, watching Mole carrying his own palace of rules with an extremely ugly face. This time, he didn't need anyone to remind him, and went directly to the palace of rules below. Do you go down by yourself, or do I help you? After the voice fell, the owner of the palace of rules below didn't react. Suddenly there was a loud noise at the bottom of the mountain. All the titans, The gods turned their heads to look. I saw that the rule palace that was originally on top of Emolan at the bottom of the mountain was directly lifted up by his god. And then, the rule palace was placed at the original position of Emolan. After this, god of faith carried the rule palace down. He directly lay on the roof of the rule palace and looked up. Eating melons? JPG at this moment. Many titans, and the gods of faith were speechless. At this moment, even Emolan didn't know what to say. What a conscious god of faith. Not only did he directly remove himself from the identity of a melon, but he also transformed himself into a melon-eating crowd. At this time, other gods of faith, titans suddenly reacted, looked at their own rule palaces, and then fell into deep thought. By the way, aren't they here to eat melons and have fun? Now they seem to have become fun? No, not just seeming. They really have become fun. And a big fun. All titans and gods couldn't help but cast complicated eyes on the first palace under the mountain. I am the mage Emolan. Emolan seemed to be aware of many gazes, and his mouth curled up slightly. And he said softly, just like the young boy outside Hanfeng City a long time ago. As Emolan's voice sounded, all titans and gods knew Emolan. All titans and gods knew the profession of mage, and his powerful strength. One palace after another moved down, and under the leadership of the gods at the bottom, the gods below began to take the initiative to move the palaces down to make room for the palace of rules on the upper level. Of course, there are some who are stubborn and unwilling to give in, but under the watchful eyes of many titans, the gods, and in order to avoid becoming the biggest fun in this incident, the upper layer will often fight desperately. The lower layer was beaten badly. It can only be said that the original location of the Palace of Rules is indeed very reasonable. However, in Emolan's opinion, it is estimated that before he came, there must have been many battles here, and the Palace of Rules must have been moved many times. Otherwise the ranking would not be so close to the combat power. Well, the action of moving the Palace of Rules would not be so skillful. Emolan suddenly realized when he thought of this. So this kind of thing is very common? Compared to the very common Rule Palace ranking challenge, what makes Golden Titan even more unbearable is the ridicule of others after losing. So that's it, no wonder Golden Titan doesn't care about me, but hates Mole so much. Emolan muttered, thinking back to the scene when someone was talking nonsense next to him when he was playing games before, and suddenly realized, it must be like this. After Emolan figured it out, he watched the Rule Palace relocation game with interest. When the last Rule Palace was relocated, when everyone's Rule Palace was connected to the Mountain of Gods again, a wave spread from the top of the Mountain of Gods. Feeling this wave, Emolan raised his head and looked up at the top of the mountain. The meeting of the gods has begun. It seemed that the gods on the top of the mountain were also paying attention to the things below. Seeing that the things below had come to an end, the meeting of the gods began immediately. The top of the mountain occupied 1/5 of the height of the gods' mountain. But there were only 10 rule palaces in this 1/5 of the height, and each rule palace occupied a very large area. Emolan could only see 4 on this side, and one of them was the rule palace of the god of light who believed in the god. This god of light awakened, catalyzed, customized, and built by the players became unstoppable after breaking free from the players' reigns. His faith spread rapidly, and his divine power expanded rapidly. He could firmly occupy the top 10 positions among the ancient titans born and raised by nature. He was extremely powerful. If it were placed in a novel or biography, this would definitely be a typical plot of a player committing suicide. Right? Or a typical environment for an ancient mage to commit suicide? For some reason, this sentence popped up in Emolan's mind, causing him to shake his head slightly. I've been a little crazy about what I've been doing lately. I've been thinking about all these weird things all day long. Emolan muttered in his heart, looking up at the palace on the top of the Mountain of Gods. The palace is majestic and magnificent, covering the entire top of the mountain, and its huge and majestic aura makes people feel awe. The gate of the Palace of Rules happens to face this side. There are 2 divine characters engraved on the gate. Thunder, Judgment. These 2 divine characters are the embodiment and description of the concept of authority. If a wizard sees them, just describing the meaning of the divine characters in the form of spell models can attract the power of concepts, and the power of spells that bloom may threaten the gods. Because this is essentially borrowing concepts and the power of authority by describing the divine characters, and concepts and authority can cause effective damage to gods, or even kill them. And if these 2 divine characters are written down directly, and they are successfully maintained, it may even directly attract the incarnation of the god of thunder and judgment. And there is a wizard at the scene, and he is the strongest wizard. However, Emolon gave up after a few glances, because he understood that this behavior was essentially borrowing the power of the god of thunder and judgment. It would be fine if the relationship was good, but if the relationship was not good, he might even strike you with a bolt of lightning if he disagreed. Those who could use this power were either descendants of the god of thunder and judgment, or followers of the god of thunder and judgment, or people walking on earth. Chapter 893, The Contract of Gods. Divine Script. Emolon muttered these two words, and his eyes swept over. Above the portal of each palace of rules was a unique divine script. So it is not only the divine script of the god of thunder and judgment that has this effect. In fact, every titan, every god's divine script describing his own authority, priesthood, concept has this effect. Divine script is the concrete description of the concept. This is the pattern of heaven and earth. If this world is composed of data, then the divine script can be regarded as the source code, its status, and its effect can be imagined. Unfortunately, each divine text has an owner, or the concept represented by each divine text has an owner, a titan. Otherwise, a divine text can form a spell with just a few corners. If the divine text can be directly described by a spell model, it will be a super divine spell, or it can be called a forbidden spell. Each divine text can form a series of spells, and each divine text represents the ultimate secret forbidden spell of a spell. If the divine text can be used, it will be a great expansion of the width and depth of the mage professional system. It's a pity that there is a god behind each divine text. It's fine to simply use some corners to release low-level spells. But if you release a master-level spell that can touch the rules, it's equivalent to teasing this god. If you release the forbidden spell by interpreting the complete divine text, it is equivalent to drawing power from the gods for your use. If you are a descendant of the gods, it is fine. If you are a believer of the gods, it is fine. Maybe the gods will tolerate it and lend you power. But if you are not any of these, the will of the gods will come down at the moment the spell is formed, and then crush you to death. Therefore, it is unrealistic to want to use the divine text and popularize it as a part of the mage profession. It is a pity. After Emolon thought for a while, a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Wait, the reason why the divine text cannot be used is entirely because of the existence of the gods. Because the gods have mastered the relevant concepts, the divine text will trigger the concepts, so using the divine text will alarm the gods. And the divine text is not essentially created by the gods. It can even be said that it has little to do with the gods. The divine text is here, and it doesn't matter whether there are gods or not. Does that mean that, as long as all the titans are dead, or equivalent to dead, then the divine text can be popularized and used casually? Emolon was stunned by his bold idea, but after thinking about it carefully, he found that it was really like this. It seems to be possible. It must be said that Emolon was moved. But he reacted the next moment, and shook his head violently. Damn. Thinking about killing them all in the enemy's lair. This is too exciting. Too suicidal. Emolon directly threw away the bold idea in his head. Otherwise it would be over if someone saw it or said it accidentally. He died instantly. After all, there are so many rules. Does Titan have abilities, like mind reading and truth telling? If so, it will be a big trouble. Think about the feasibility later. The thought in Emolon's mind disappeared, and he focused on the palace of rules of the god of thunder and judgment. This palace occupied the entire mountain top, and there was a square in front of it. In the center of the square, a thin, long, substantial golden lightning pierced diagonally on the stone slab. Under the gaze of Emolon and all the titans and gods, this palace of rules was actively disconnecting from the mountain of gods, and then floating. The god of thunder and judgment is moving? Emolon reacted instantly, and was shocked. Who can make him move? Is the strongest among the gods going to change today? The god of light moved. Emolon was shocked, but the next moment, the other palaces of rules also moved, which made him feel relieved. Fortunately, it's not the god of light who has become the first. As the palaces of rules rose one after another, Emolon gradually realized that it was not that the first place was going to be replaced, but that the god of thunder and judgment were going to give up the position on the top of the mountain. So each palace of rules on the top of the mountain moved down a little, allowing the god of thunder and judgment to remain at the highest position, while leaving the position on the top of the mountain vacant. When all the rule palaces on the mountaintop were set up, another rule wave spread. All gods extend the rules and concepts and interweave them on the mountaintop of the gods, forming a blank contract of the gods. As soon as the words fell, the concepts of thunder and judgment soared into the sky from the rule palace of the god of thunder and judgment, directly turning into two thick rule chains. The chains instantly reached the mountaintop like a long dragon, and circled on the mountaintop. Emolan sensed the information inside the rule wave. Watching this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Now he was 100% sure. At the same time, Emolan sensed a wave coming from the mountain of gods, from the heaven and earth, as if the heaven and earth were moving in accordance with the words of the god of thunder and judgment. It would be fine for Emolan, but if it was a titan born from the heaven and earth, they would find it difficult to refuse such a call for the heaven and earth to participate as long as it touched their own interests. However, the influence on the gods of faith such as the god of light would be very small. Almost no. And the same was true for Emolan. However, Emolan would not refuse this matter, but would take the initiative to promote it. So almost at the same time as the sound of rules sounded, Emolan directly responded to the call of the god of thunder and judgment with practical actions. The concept of the mage soared into the sky, and instantly flew to the top of the mountain and spread out. At the same time, the sound of the rules that he played the rules also spread out. Mage, come! And after Emolan, the god of light also directly raised the concept of light and threw it into the top of the mountain, followed by the golden titan, more, one titan after another, the concept of one god after another, the power of rules spread out on the top of the mountain. Light ginseng. Gold ginseng. The sound of rules echoed on the mountain of gods one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the titans and the concepts of the gods had gathered on the top of the mountain. The terrifying concentration of rules, the unprecedented gathering of concepts, the space on the top of the mountain seemed to have become substantial. No! The space has become substantial. After all the titans and the concepts of the gods gathered together, a surge of origin surged out from the top of the mountain of gods, and instantly intertwined with many rules and concepts. The will of the sky seemed to have descended, but it seemed that the will of the god of thunder and judgment acted on behalf of the sky, directly intertwining and weaving together the rules and concepts in the immersion of the world's origin. Emolan discovered this scene and immediately participated in it. Chapter 894 Weaving Rules. Rules are like chains, weaving a huge net. Rules are like silk brocade, weaving a grand vision. Rules are like wood, building the palace of heaven and earth. Emolan muttered to himself, and began to guide the rule chains to weave and structure according to his ideas. As the mage who just scared off the golden titan, Emolan relied on his own strength to get the recognition of all titans and gods. It is not certain whether they respect him or not, but his strength has been highly recognized. In this case, there was no resistance to Emolan's guidance of the rules, and the weaving of the rules. In fact, Emolan was not the only god guiding the weaving of the rules. At this moment, all the titans on the top of the mountain were doing this with their own rules. In the 10 palaces of rules on the top of the mountain, except for the Sun Titan, which was only passively attracted by the rule chain due to an accident. The other 9 titans were using their own rules to guide and weave the rules of other gods, including Emolan. There are exactly 10. Oh, not only 10, but also many minor characters. But due to different status, different deterrence, there are not many gods at all. And the titans are willing to accept their guidance, so they can be completely ignored. There is no need for anyone to target them. They will give up quickly and be guided by other titans and gods. If this is compared to weaving a big net, then at this moment, 10 people are weaving at the same time, weaving according to their own methods and at their own pace. The direction that other gods weave is often the direction they are good at, and they use the concepts of the direction they are good at to weave rules. The same is true for Emolan. He refers to the concept of the virtual world. In the process of weaving rules, Emolan suddenly discovered something. A rule, a concept is a titan or a god. The world is composed of rules and concepts. If all the rules and concepts of titans and gods are put together, wouldn't it be a complete world? Why is Emolan so shocked? Because the basis of the existence of the virtual world is simulation, virtualizing all the rules, and then forming the origin of the world through the interweaving of rules, thus turning into a real world. But at this moment, simply interweaving to form a sea of rules, simply interweaving to form the origin of heaven and earth may not be the best way. Of course, whether it is the best way or not is not the point at this moment. What is the most important thing at this moment? The most important thing is that Emolan is personally participating in the weaving process of all the rules and concepts of a world. In this process, Emolan can first be familiar with, understand the rules he is exposed to and guided by, and even comprehend them to a certain extent. Secondly, Emolan can personally handle all the rules and concepts of a real world. If the interweaving of real rules is successful, will the virtual one fail? Even if there is still a probability of failure, it is very small. This can double the chance of success. Double it, and double it again. This is like a person who has been on the battlefield and now walks into the field of real-life CS. Of course, we can't say for sure, and there is a chance of failure. But this is enough to show how precious this opportunity is. Another point is that Emolan understands that this is an alternative status competition, just like the sun god who did not participate in this matter. As long as Emolan can maintain his state and continue to take the initiative in weaving rules, then Emolan can directly replace the Sun Titan and step into the top of the gods. As for the Titans who dominate the entire weaving process, let alone the gods, Emolan's distracting thoughts flashed away, and the next moment he focused all his attention on weaving the rule chain. If Linhua and Lu Bin were at the scene and saw Emolan's actions, they would have discovered that Emolan was constructing an illusory world. No, it was not an illusory world. How could a world constructed with real rules and chains be illusory? This is a real world. This is constructing a real world. Emolan was one of the participants. Weaving. The speed of construction was not fast. During this process, the peak of the God's Mountain had always maintained a very depressing feeling. This is not the oppression of momentum, nor the oppression brought by space, but the oppression brought by the enrichment of rules and frequent collisions. Emolan weaved the plan quickly according to his own structure. Time has lost its meaning on this mountain of gods. I don't know how long it has been. Finally, all the rules and concepts have been woven, or divided up. At this moment, all the rules and concepts have been woven into 10 different styles of structures. Yes, it is still a structure. It's just different from the spell structure. This is a structure at the origin level of the world. This is the world structure. This is the heaven and earth structure. At this moment, the ocean of rules on the top of the God's Mountain was quiet for a moment. In an instant, the other 9 structures directly controlled Emolan's structure to encircle and suppress it. The collision of rules exploded on the top of the God's Mountain. After a moment, Emolan was depressed and cursed. Damn! Emolan. Out! Emolan was extremely depressed at this moment. Although he had expected it in his heart, he had guessed that he would be the first to be encircled and eliminated. But even if he had expected it, he was still extremely depressed at this moment. Of course, Emolan was eliminated from the top 10. 10 people took the exam together. Even if Emolan was the last one, he was still in the top 10. So even if Emolan was eliminated, he still got the top 10 position. But this top 10 was only the 10th. Emolan was not angry after being eliminated, and began to watch and eat melons. The next moment, he saw the top 8 targeting the owner of the 10th Palace of Rules on the top of the God's Mountain. The next moment, the 9th was eliminated. There was one more person in Emolan's eating melon team. Oh no! One more god. The 8th is out. The melon eating team continues to expand. The 7th is out. The god of light is out. The 4th is out. As the melon eating team continues to expand, the 3rd and the 2nd suddenly attack the 1st at the same time, that is, the god of thunder and judgment. Boom! 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 This collision is more violent than all the previous collisions. The fierce and violent sound of the rule shakes all the gods like a substance, Titan. And there is no power involved in it at all. No matter which Titan, the gods do not use their own power, but only use their own rules, concepts to guide the weaving of rules, and finally collide with the woven rules. This is the most primitive collision. The woven rule structure collapses and then fails. At this moment, boom! Chapter 895 The Hall of the Gods. Boom! The terrifying sound of rules suddenly spread out. All the Titans watching around, the gods felt dizzy when they were swept by the sound of rules, and their bodies were shaken violently. The weaker gods of faith were almost shaken apart. In fact, there are risks in eating melons, and there is a possibility of being killed by the aftermath. Sorry, no one is targeting you, but I didn't expect you to be so weak that you can't even withstand the aftermath. Fortunately, no gods of faith were defeated, otherwise that would be fun. Besides, the whole world was shaken. Many Titans and gods could not care about these things. and could not wait to look at the top of the God's mountain and the Sea of Rules. At this moment, there was only one breath in the Sea of Rules. An extremely powerful breath. The breath condensed into a titan. And the titan looked around. And his voice echoed around like heavenly sound. I am the God of thunder and judgment. The grand voice, and the record of fighting 1 against 2 just now stunned all titans and gods. I am the God King. After the voice fell, the breath dissipated, and the titan's figure also dissipated. Seeing this, the huge group of spectators sank their minds into the Sea of Rules again. But this time, they were not weaving their own structure, nor were they colliding with the structures woven by other titans and gods. At this moment, they were responding to the God of thunder and judgment, or responding to the call of the God King, according to the God King's ideas, and began to weave rules in an auxiliary manner. In this process, the God King occupied an outright dominant position, including Mo-Lan and other 9 gods, and the titans were all following the God King's ideas. Of course, no matter what concept is used to build, no matter what efforts are made, as long as it is built by humans or intelligent life, there must be certain personal habits and personal styles. This time, the rules are woven like this. The concept and structure of the God King runs through it all. But the whole is divided into 10 parts. And each part is different. When this structure is woven, when this structure is formed, Mo-Lan's face shows a smile. A smile from the heart. Mo-Lan looked around. All the titans, the gods, smiled. Not only that, the mages in the Mage Association smiled and rejoiced from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, Mo-Lan realized that it was not them who were happy, but this world. The moment this structure was formed, the world was full of joy. This made Mo-Lan fall into deep thought. Is it because this is the contract of the gods? Because all gods can be bound by the contract of the gods, so the world is happy? Mo-Lan guessed in his heart, but he realized it immediately. No, it can't be because of this. If this is the contract of the gods, then the joy of heaven and earth should start from the moment the contract of the gods is signed. It shouldn't be when the structure is just successful. Mo-Lan denied this answer, and continued to think. Something that can make heaven and earth happy must be a big thing. And it must be a big thing that is of great benefit to heaven and earth. It would be fine if Mo-Lan didn't see this kind of thing. But now that he has seen it, Mo-Lan can't give up. Because Mo-Lan's major for a long time is the world. And even the ultimate fighting force in the future is the world. In this case, it is impossible to give up the powerful ways and measures for the world. Concepts, rules, authority, titans, gods. Mo-Lan muttered to himself. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Mo-Lan's mind. Wait. Concepts, rules, authority, structure the world. Structure the world. Mo-Lan's chanting speed is getting faster and faster. And he is getting more and more excited. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Originally, this world already has a basic structure. It is the existence of these basic structures that allows the world to exist. This is why each rule breeds titans, gods. All the rules intertwine together to form a structure of whatever shape. That is the world. But the world itself exists. So what is constructed by all the rules? Mo-Lan muttered to himself. Authority. This structure is not the world, or the ultimate concept of the God King structure. The purpose is not to build a world. Since the God King is the God King, what he wants to build is an organizational system of gods, or a professional system of the world. Mo-Lan muttered to himself. If authority is compared to power, then before this, there were no restrictions on the use of authority by titans, or the restrictions were not complete. Then the structure completed by the God King at this moment is equivalent to completing an entire system, which is equivalent to forging a throne for all titans and gods involved. This throne contains the responsibilities of gods and titans. What kind of authority you enjoy must be fulfilled. This is certainly not a good thing for titans and gods. But it is not necessarily a bad thing. Mo-Lan pondered. But it is a good thing for the world. Which means that the system called the world is running again. This kind of thing is naturally worthy of the joy of the world. Mo-Lan muttered to himself. So in the future, such a rule structure can be condensed in the virtual world, which is of great benefit to the world itself. Mo-Lan made a decision in his heart. And at this time the joy of the world gradually dissipated. And the body of the God King occupied Mo-Lan's vision again. And the terrifying pressure covered the entire mountain of gods. The God of thunder and judgment seems to have become stronger again. Mo-Lan was slightly startled. And looked up. And saw the God King stretch out his hand. And a structure emerged in his hand. Emolan looked at the structure quietly. He didn't know if it was an illusion or a psychological effect. Emolan looked at the structure as if he saw a slowly unfolding scroll. With nothing on it. Emolan muttered to himself. Blank contract of the gods. Emolan shook his head slightly. The illusion seemed to be dissipated. What appeared in front of Emolan was still a structure composed of all the rules. At this moment, the God King threw the structure in his hand, and the illusion just now appeared again. It seemed that an empty contract of the gods was thrown over. In the blink of an eye, the structure returned to its original state, and then a drastic change occurred. The changes in the rules turned directly into chains of rules intertwined, and the chains of rules turned into rectangular blocks of stone. One block after another of stone was piled up, and in the blink of an eye, a huge and majestic palace was located on the top of the mountain of gods. At this moment, the majestic and grand voice of the God King slowly echoed on the mountain of gods. The Hall of the Gods. Chapter 896 Top 10 Seats. There should be seats for the gods in the Hall of the Gods. The voice of the God King, like a huge bell, resounded on the mountain of the gods, like the resonance of the rules, resonating in the ears of all titans and gods. Emolan listened to the voice, felt the resonance and vibration of the rules. His face remained unchanged, but he was surprised in his heart. So strong, this feeling, it's as if the rules are agreeing with him. No, the rules are indeed agreeing with him, even at this moment. The heaven and earth began to agree with him. This should not be an ability that he originally possessed, but an ability that he acquired after leading the weaving of the gods' contract. That's right. All the rules and concepts were woven into the gods' contract under his leadership. All the rules were led by him, so they would naturally agree with him. The world is made up of rules, and the rules agree with him, so the world will naturally agree with him. Every move is protected by rules, and every word and deed is responded to by rules. This is already a true God King, the King of gods. Moreover, Emolan felt the resonance and fluctuation of these rules, and he immediately understood this level of rule response. I'm afraid it has reached the point where the words come true. Emolan was more and more surprised. What is the point of the words coming true? This means that the God King does not need to cast any spells, does not need any component structure, and does not need to use any authority. As long as he opens his mouth and says a word, as long as the word is within a certain scope, it will become a reality directly. For example, Zhao Gao called a deer a horse. This deer is still just a deer. It's just that Zhao Gao killed all those who called it a deer, and let everyone admit that it was a horse. What if the God King said a word in his current state? Then the deer would really turn into a horse. It is even possible that the entire herd of deer would turn into a group of horses. No matter how much you brag, it will become true. This is what you say. This is the unique privilege given to the King of Gods by heaven and earth. While Emolan was thinking about thousands of things in his mind, the God King's words did not stop. His voice still echoed on the mountain of gods like a huge bell, and echoed in the ears of all titans and gods. The words spoken in the temple of the gods shall be regarded as the signing of the contract of the gods. Those who violate the contract of the gods shall be struck by the gods, and abandoned by the heaven and earth. Every word spoken by the God King caused the palace of the gods to shake. Every time the palace of the gods shook, drastic changes occurred inside. After the first word fell, the seats of the gods appeared in the empty temple of the gods. Each titan, the seat of the gods, was different. Each seat was composed of the interweaving of rules. The images displayed, the patterns engraved vividly displayed the characteristics of the rules. The positions of the seats are also different. Some are good and some are bad. Looking closely, they are all arranged according to the order of height in the mountain. Among them, the seat of the Golden Titan is at the front. The middle position. 10 seats slowly rise opposite their seats. The middle one is the God King. However, what shocked the god was that the seat next to the God King was not the second Titan, but the God of Light. The God King is first, and the God of Light is second to him. The second one is right after him, and the seats behind are arranged in order of height, among which Emolan is in the 10th position. Although it is only the worst 10th position, Emolan has squeezed in after all, which means that his seat is high above, and he can look down on the gods when he sits on it, or let the gods look up. After the second sentence fell, a high platform in the shape of a book rose in the center of the hall of the gods, exuding the breath of the origin of heaven and earth and the sea of rules. Emolan knew that this would be the place where the contracts of the gods were signed. When the third sentence fell, Emolan suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and felt abandoned by the world, and hated by the world. At that moment, Emolan felt that his existence seemed to be wrong in the world. At that moment, Emolan felt that everything, every object, and every creature in this world was full of malice towards him. This feeling made Emolan shudder. In addition, there was lightning flashing above his head. The lightning seemed to be connected to the consciousness of the world. The lightning was filled with the breath of judgment and killing, like a long sword standing above everyone's head, which could be cut down at any time. This is a punishment from heaven. For some reason, this thought naturally emerged in Emolan's mind. After the 3 sentences, the God King spoke again. The meeting of the gods begins, the gods return to their seats. As soon as the words fell, Emolan felt a pulling force. The pulling force was not very strong. Emolan could break free with just a little effort. But Emolan did not break free, but directly followed this connection to respond to the call of the seat in the Hall of the Gods, and appeared directly at the end of the 10 seats in the air in front. The view from above was very good. Emolan could see one titan after another when he looked down, and the gods appeared in the Hall of the Gods. Fortunately, the Pantheon Hall has a huge space. Titans of hundreds or thousands of meters can sit directly on the seats. All the seats are not densely arranged. In this case, the Pantheon Hall still looks very spacious. The size of the Pantheon Hall can be imagined. In fact, the size of the Pantheon Hall is extremely terrifying. Looking up, the top is dotted with stars, like a world. This is true. The Pantheon Hall is transformed by the Pantheon contract, and the Pantheon contract is interwoven with all the rules and concepts. The interior of the Pantheon Hall is indeed equivalent to an independent small world. With the arrival of the God Kings at the core of the 10 seats, the entire Pantheon Hall became quiet, and only the voice of the God King slowly echoed. The meeting of the gods begins. This meeting of the gods mainly has 2 things to do. The God King looked around with his tiger eyes, and said in a clear voice, the first thing is that all gods are not allowed to enter the main material world in their bodies, and any clones above the god level are not allowed to enter the main material world. God-level combat power is not allowed to fight in the main material world. All titans currently in the main material world, the gods must leave the main material world within 1 day, and are not allowed to enter. The God King's words immediately caused an uproar. Almost 50 to 60% of the titans and gods are in the main material world, and only a considerable number are in other elemental worlds or other deep worlds. This means that with one word from the God King, at least 60% of the gods and titans will leave the main material world, and no gods are allowed to enter. This shocked all the gods. This was unacceptable to most gods. However, just when all the gods and titans were in an uproar, there was a sudden thunder in the Palace of Rules. Boom! The majestic voice of the God King echoed. I am notifying, not negotiating. All gods sign the gods' contract. Chapter 897 Loopholes in the Rules. This is not a discussion, this is a notification. The words of the God King shocked Emolan. The punishment hovering in the sky was like a sharp blade that could fall at any time, which was really intimidating everyone. At this moment, even Emolan was shocked. Is this God King so tough? No way. Is the God King so stupid? Emolan was shocked, Emolan was stunned, but when the God King said the following words, Emolan realized that this was a complete misunderstanding, because the next moment, the God King waved his hand and summoned a projection. There seemed to be nothing special on the projection surface. The only special thing was that this projection was not of a certain region, but a projection of the entire world. But the next moment, a network covering it instantly made Molan's pupil shrink. This was not surprise, but excitement. This network covered the entire world, and there were holes in this network, making this large network covering the entire world become broken. In the projection, the biggest hole on the web is right around the kingdom of the God of Light. This hole almost surrounds the entire kingdom of the God of Light. In addition, the second largest hole is right next to the Morse area, which is where Emolan fought with the Golden Titan. This discovery did not surprise Emolan, nor did it make him feel a bit of coincidence, because this was within Emolan's expectations, and it was within Emolan's plan. So far, everything is under Emolan's control, everything is in Emolan's deduction. Even if there are some different details, most of them are the same, and they are not beyond Emolan's expectations. Emolan said in his heart, these holes. At the same time, the voice of the God King sounded, echoing in the Hall of Gods. These holes are the broken rules, the holes in the rules that have been torn apart. I think you are all familiar with these holes. After all, these holes are created by you. The indifferent voice of the God King sounded. Every location of these rule holes is where a war between gods took place, and where gods have taken action. As long as gods take action, they will definitely tear the rules apart, forming rule holes. Such rule holes are destructive death-restricted areas in reality. The battlefield of gods. And in such a battlefield of gods, each rule hole often takes hundreds or thousands of years to dissipate naturally. How long have you been awakened and born? And so many rule holes have already appeared. If you ignore it, as long as this speed continues for hundreds of years, then the whole world will be covered by the forbidden land of death. All the rules of the whole world will be torn apart. The network of rules will be completely shattered. All life in the world will be completely destroyed in the aftermath of your attack, in the remains left by your battle. This world will be destroyed in your battle, and every titan, every god relies on rules, concepts. I don't need to say much about the importance of the world. Once the network of rules is completely broken, once all life is destroyed, then all gods, titans will lose their source of power. All titans, the power of the gods will fade away little by little, and then die, completely die. At that time, it will be the Ragnarok of the gods. The deafening voice of the God King echoed in the hall of the gods, and in the ears of all the gods and titans. And when the 5 words Ragnarok came out of his mouth, the hall of the gods seemed to have fallen into Ragnarok, and all titans, the gods seemed to feel the scene of losing all their power, and dying in powerlessness. This feeling made all the titans and gods who had objections shut up. Nothing is more intimidating than experiencing death firsthand. Moreover, this is the most painful death, where power is drained away bit by bit. At this moment, all the titans and gods had no objections. At this moment, all the titans and gods calmed down and listened to the words of the God King. So, all gods and god-level clones are not allowed to enter the main material world. All gods above the level are not allowed to fight in the main material world. The God King shouted in a low voice. Now, all titans and gods sign the gods' contract together. Those who violate it will be abandoned by heaven and earth, and the gods will strike them down. As soon as the words fell, a god left his mark and divine text in the blank god's contract. With a beginning, the next thing was easy. One god after another signed the contract, and one titan after another left his real name. Soon, all the titans and gods below signed the contract. Next, it was Emolan's turn. Emolan did not refuse, and directly left the divine text meaning mage on it. What does the god's contract signed by the god of mages have to do with me? Emolan? Of course, this is just a joke. Emolan attended the god's conference as the god of mages, and the god's contract signed at the god's conference represents both the god of mages and himself. After all, the world is not so easy to fool. In addition, it is not just the world that executes the contract, but also the gods and the God King. Even if the world is deceived by cutting off the connection, the gods cannot be deceived. Even if you cut off all ties with the god of mages, they will still come to Mage Molan. The gods will not reason with you. So Molan signed the god's contract. And he signed the god's contract. Molan can choose not to execute it, but Molan cannot escape for any reason or in any way, avoiding the cost of violating the god's contract. Of course, Molan has no intention of violating it. Just kidding, this is obviously good for Molan, good for the players. Right? Kicking away all the high-end combat power of the gods. Then the top level is the demigod level, and the legendary level, which can barely be considered upper middle level in the era of gods. For today's players, it may still be impossible or very difficult for a mage to fight against a god. But if the enemy's strength limit is set to the demigod level, players, mages are not looking down on anyone. They are not targeting anyone. Everyone is garbage. You know, the mage's technology is a combination of some of the essence of modern technology. What is a very big feature of modern technology? Reproducibility. All technological creations are basically reproducible. At most it is a little more difficult to copy. The cost is a little higher. There is no such thing as not being able to copy. This means that as long as the mage, the player has a weapon that can threaten the demigod level, the legendary level, as long as there is one, then it can become 2, 3, 5, 100, or even 1,000. People with severe paranoia and insufficient firepower will never think it is too much. Chapter 898 Gods do not enter the mortal world. Of course, this is the most ideal state. Although most technological creations are replicable, they are actually still subject to production capacity, raw materials, maintenance, and other factors. Even a completely technological civilization is also subject to this point. It is impossible to produce top-notch, high-end weapons in unlimited quantities. But even so, the truth is the same. At present, human beings are limited by the high-end combat power of the god level. Although the players have Imolan and Lu Bin, they will soon have 2 god-level combat powers. It seems a lot. But what about the reality? How many titans are there in this mountain of gods? The number of titans here is more than Imolan imagined. There are nearly 100. Nearly 100 titans. Not nearly 100 pigs. This number shocked Imolan. What does it mean to have nearly 100 titans? This means that the human race is 50 times stronger than the human race. If one titan hits one punch, the human race will almost be wiped out. No one can withstand it. This number made Imolan feel shocked. Trouble. God knows why so many god-level titans were born. Each ancient god titan must occupy a large amount of world origin. God knows why this game world, the illusory world, can have so many origins. This is not just a matter of too many origins. The problem is that the game world is still giving birth to the gods of faith. Although most of the power of the gods of faith comes from the gathering of faith, the heaven and earth must also participate in it. Imolan couldn't figure out why the game world has such a deep foundation. Could it be that the essence of this game at the beginning is a world embryo, which itself has an extremely strong origin? Imolan even had this unfounded thought in his mind. Shaking his head, putting aside all distracting thoughts, Imolan lowered his gaze to the contract of the gods. After Imolan signed, many titans in front of him signed one after another. After the god of light signed, the god king also engraved his own divine text on the contract of the gods. When the god king finished signing, golden light shone, but it disappeared without a trace after just 1 second, and the contract of the gods, which was like a book, opened the first page. And there was an extra line of words on the originally blank first page. 1. Gods do not enter the mortal world. When these 4 words appeared on the contract of the gods, a rhythm of rules began to spread from the palace of rules to the whole world. When Imolan noticed this fluctuation, he was shocked. The rules have changed. This contract of the gods directly changes the rules of heaven and earth. This time Imolan was really shocked. This nature is different. The original gods' contract can be seen as a group of gods, titans agreement, and the bound and executors of the contract are actually still these titans, gods. So in fact, if you have a good relationship with all titans, gods, or if you do something and get the approval of all, or most titans, gods, then it is not a big problem to violate the contract. This situation is actually still feasible. But now it is different. Now the gods' contract is not just a contract. The contract recorded on it has become the rules of heaven and earth, making the rules of heaven and earth change. This means that the supervisor and executor of this contract has been expanded to include the heaven and earth itself. The heaven and earth are merely formed by the interweaving of rules. And the so-called heaven and earth consciousness is also merely formed by the interweaving of rules. There is no consciousness, tendency, preference, or desire. Rules are rules and cannot be changed. This means that the heaven and earth now have a brand new rule. Gods do not enter the mortal world. Has it started? Imolan's main body muttered to himself as he felt the heaven and earth reject him. From the moment the god king signed the contract just now, Imolan felt the heaven and earth reject him. The repulsion is all round, squeezing of space, the inertia of elements, etc. However, the repulsion was not strong at the beginning, and it seemed to become stronger as time went by. However, the magnitude of the increase was very large. It might be only 1 at the beginning, but it became 2 in the next second, and 4 in the next second, and 8 in the next second. The magnitude of the repulsion increased exponentially, changing every second. At the beginning, the repulsion was very small, and Imolan could easily bear it, but at this speed, Imolan found that he could not hold on for a few seconds at all. Theoretically speaking, I can still hold on for a few seconds. If I encounter an emergency, I can force my move directly. However, if the degree of rejection is too high for a long time, my strength may drop below that of a god. It won't take more than a few seconds. Imolan muttered to himself. And at this level, even gods have entered the legendary level, the hunting range of the demigod level, directly killing gods, and it is not impossible for gods to fall. But if I use the loophole, go out and come in again, and use the god level strength in the first few seconds to make a move, Emolan quickly dispersed the attack-type miniature flame world condensed in his hand, suddenly raised his head, and immediately saw the rolling thunderclouds in the sky. The aura and the lock-in had made Emolan understand instantly. This is a punishment from heaven. And it's like the God King is in person, or even stronger, because this is the thunder rule of the God King borrowed by the heaven and earth. The concept of judgment is executing the punishment from heaven, which is completely stronger than the person himself. In addition, Emolan also realized something. I absolutely can't bear it. I will die. There is really no way out now. If you want to enter the main material world, if you want to bloom the power of the gods in the main material world, you must be prepared to accept a painful price. And this price, at the least, you will be seriously injured, at the worst. You will die. TSK. Emolan suddenly laughed as he spoke. Good thing. It is indeed a good thing, because this contract itself is beneficial to them. And it is indeed a good thing that a favorable contract can be implemented more favorably. But there is another thing. Titan is born from heaven and earth, and is the embodiment of rules. Faith in gods is born from faith. Faith breeds concepts. Concepts make gods. To put it bluntly, rules are basically equivalent to concepts, and they are all equivalent to gods, finally. To put it bluntly, they are equivalent to power. Now, every rule and concept between heaven and earth has an owner, and is controlled by the gods or titans. This new rule, giving birth to new titans or gods, is the best and simplest result. Emolan looked up at the dark clouds of punishment that were slowly dispersing in the sky, and he understood immediately. Judging from the manifestation and rules of the punishment just now, this rule derived from the contract has fallen into the control of the God King, the God of thunder and judgment. The power of the God King is extremely powerful, surpassing all gods. And now, he has the power of another rule. Chapter 899 Leaving. But fortunately, this is not without cost. Emolan thought in his heart. This kind of rule brings not only power, but also constraints. If the God King wants to enforce the rules, he must abide by the rules and maintain the rules. Otherwise, he will lose the power given by this rule, and may even be backfired by the concept of judgment. Compared with ordinary titans, the price that the gods have to pay for violating the contract rules, the price that the God King has to pay for violating this contract will definitely double. And this is also a good thing. Emolan said silently in his heart. When the strongest is willing to restrain himself with rules, it is actually a good thing. Because the strong who have rules to follow are not scary. What is really scary is the strong who have no rules and are moody. And this God King now not only abides by the rules, but also actively signs a contract, and actively pulls in the consciousness of heaven and earth as supervision. In any case, it is indeed a good thing. And since the contract left on the God's contract can be directly transformed into the rules of heaven and earth, if the rules of heaven and earth are changed. Emolan couldn't help but take a breath after thinking for a moment, and made a contribution to global warming. The God's contract can directly affect and change the rules of heaven and earth. This is of great value. At this moment, Emolan was extremely envious of the God's contract. However, Emolan understood that not all contracts were written down and could not be realized. And not all contracts could be realized simply by writing them down. In order to transform into the rules of the world or change the rules of the world. The first point is that the contract must meet the requirements and belong to rules that can be realized and changed. The second point is the issue of use. Although Emolan has not used it, he is one of the participants in weaving the God's contract and the owner of the concept of magician in the God's contract. So Emolan roughly understood some of the requirements for using the God's contract. The requirements for use are quite demanding. The first point is to obtain the approval of the heaven and earth consciousness. The second point is to obtain the approval and consent of all titans and gods. Only when the latter two points are met can the contract content appear in the God's contract. And only after obtaining the approval of the heaven and earth consciousness can the contract content have the ability to change the rules of heaven and earth. However, although this content is demanding, Emolan is still moved by it. After all, it is very difficult. But there is still a possibility of success. As long as it succeeds, it can bring huge results. Feeling the increasingly huge suppression, feeling that his strength has fallen to the level of a legendary mage. Emolan sighed slightly. His strength stopped after it was reduced to the legendary mage, as if to express that as long as he can accept being suppressed to the legendary level, he can stay in the main material world. Gods cannot enter the mortal world, but legendary gods can. However, legendary level. Although I have all kinds of knowledge, abilities, and skills that can make my combat power surpass ordinary legendary levels. I can easily defeat, and even kill ordinary legendary levels. But after all, I have been suppressed to this extent. I already have the foundation to be surrounded and killed by the demigods. Legendary level is fine. No matter how many of the same level there are. It makes no difference in front of Mulan. But the demigods are different. As long as there are a certain number of demigods, they are fully capable of surrounding and killing me. After all, this contract is that gods cannot enter the mortal world, and demigods are not within the scope of the constraints at all. Mulan frowned, suddenly felt something was wrong and thought. Once a real god appears in the main material world, all the characteristics of the gods will be suppressed. Although the demigods have not been promoted to gods, they have already possessed some of the characteristics of gods. It is precisely because of this trace of divine characteristics that the demigods can easily surpass the ordinary legendary level and double their combat power. Mulan sighed. The real problem is that the demigods are not gods. They will not be affected by the contract. And they will not be rejected by heaven and earth. Mulan was a little speechless. The demigods who can be easily killed in the divine state have become true top masters in the current main material world, and are even more powerful than gods to a certain extent. What a shit. Mulan shook his head slightly. Just at that moment, Mulan thought about many things, mainly about leaving the main material world. The first thing to think about is whether to leave. Although the strength of the mage god who stayed in the main material world would be suppressed to the legendary level, Mulan actually didn't care. Because Mulan, the mage god, had not reached the legendary level in the first place, Mulan was only at the peak of the master level. The legendary level was already very strong. Moreover, Mulan also has his own confidence. With the floating city, even if the power of the god of magicians is suppressed to the legendary level, no one can do anything to him. In addition, it doesn't matter if he dies. To put it bluntly, it just consumes some resources to restore his strength. After all, there is no new system update, and the death penalty is not increased. Only the second consecutive death will result in account deletion. So if it is just to suppress the power, Mulan can actually accept being rejected by the world. And it is okay not to leave. But the problem has never been this. Being excluded is just the world executing its tasks through rules. It's just an established procedure. But the world itself is just one of the executors of the contract. The world does not need to be considered, but the attitudes of other gods, titans, especially the god king, need to be considered. Mulan's mage priesthood is here, which is more conspicuous in the eyes of the gods, especially the powerful gods. Such a conspicuous thing stays in the main material world, although its strength has been suppressed to the legendary level. But the contract does not say that it can stay in the main material world if it is suppressed below the legendary level. There is no such saying. The contract stipulates that the gods must leave the main material world. Mulan suspected that if he insisted on not leaving, the god king would most likely come to visit and deliver the package in person, plus some considerations of other titans. Go, I must go, but where to go? Mulan frowned slightly. To the universe? The star world? Mulan looked up at the sky. He had a feeling that if he drove the floating city upwards, he could break through the world barrier and enter the star world. But then Mulan shook his head. No, the floating city is still under construction, and it will delay the construction period if it is opened. And we don't want to expose the floating city for the time being, so we won't go to the astral world. Then we can only consider the elemental world and other worlds. As for the abyss world, the status of the god of magic is too high, and the energy is too high, so we can't get through it all. Then only the elemental world can be considered. Mulan went through all the elemental worlds in his mind, and got the answer after a while. Earth elemental world. Mulan didn't hesitate too much, and went directly to the core of the floating city, and then pulled out a staff directly from the core. Holding the staff of the god of magic, Mulan took a step into the Earth elemental world. Chapter 900: The Opportunity of Contract. Earth elemental world. Mulan entered the Earth elemental world again. This time he entered the Earth elemental world directly as the god of mage, which gave him a completely different feeling. When he first came here, he only felt that the Earth element was very rich, and many powerful elemental lives were born. Well, it means that the 6th level is just a small minions, the 7th level is everywhere, and the 8th level is not lacking at all. Mulan can even sense the existence of legendary and semi-god level elemental lives at this moment. Mulan could easily sense their hidden energy deep in the earth. Originally, I thought these were all strong, all very strong, and posed a great threat, but now it seems it's not targeting anyone, all of them are trash. Emolan held the staff called God of Mage, stood straight, and said very firmly, "Well, there are probably titans here. I remember quite a few titans in the form of elemental life, and there is also one of the earth element. It should have mastered the rule of earth. If nothing unexpected happens, this god-level earth element life is living in the earth element world. Well, I'll go talk to them later when I have time. I can talk to them about the gods, demigods, and legends. After all, as a mage, how could I not know the most classic earth element giant summoning technique? It didn't exist before, but now it has to be available. There is also the dragon summoning technique. Well, the dragon god seems to be a titan as well, and it seems to be ranked in the top 10. Emolan was silent for a moment, then nodded. Well, I can play it. At most, I can add money. Will a mage who can summon dragons be short of money? Don't these dragons like gold, silver, and treasures? Enough. Well, I have to have the dragon hiring technique as well. Emolan flew to the abyss above the earth element world, found a place to build a simple house, and stayed there. But there is no time to do it now. We can talk to the dragon god about this matter when the meeting of the gods is over. As for the titan of earth elemental life, it doesn't matter. I have always been in the earth elemental world. I can talk to him whenever I have time. Anyway, there is a way to restrict it now. We can directly refer to the contract of the gods to formulate contract spells. It should be possible to reach the god level. That is, the divine contract. Emolan discovered before that, after the contract of the gods was condensed and the first contract was completed, the contract spells that did not exist at all began to take shape. Emolan can completely use the projection of the god's contract to pull down the aura of the god's contract and sign a contract with the god's contract as a proof. Once this kind of contract is signed, its content will directly connect to the god's contract, directly connect to the heaven and earth, and even connect to the heavenly punishment. However, if you want to connect to the heavenly punishment, you still have to do some work, and you have to convince the God King to cooperate. As long as the God King cooperates, Emolan can directly create a kind of God's contract, through which you can completely reach a contract with the gods, and the gods will also be bound by the contract. And even if the gods violate the contract, the price they pay will be extremely heavy, and if they are unlucky, they may even die directly on the spot. This kind of God's contract has the basis for being published, and this is the fundamental source of Emolan's 2 summoning spells. Although Emolan wanted these 2 spells, he did not have a contract spell that was qualified. After all, in order to complete these 2 spells, it is necessary to ensure that someone supervises the execution of the contract, supervises the establishment of the contract, and is responsible for the execution of the breach. Only when these 3 are available can a contract be feasible. In the original situation, there was nothing that could complete this level of observation and execution. So the contract spell was a nonsense. But now it is different. Now there is another item formed by the interweaving of rules between heaven and earth. The God's contract. The God's contract is closely connected with heaven and earth, and even directly changes the rules. In addition, the contract function of the God's contract itself makes the rules of heaven and earth the basis for the supervisor and executor of the contract. With these prerequisites, the foundation of the contract spell is established. Although Emolan has not yet made any actual attempts, he understands after a simple deduction that this is feasible. This is the confidence of Emolan as the god of mages. Well, I will go back to find the God King and then the Dragon God. As for now, let's concentrate on the meeting. Emolan muttered to himself, and let his thoughts descend into the projection in the Hall of the Gods. In the Hall of the Gods. After the first contract was signed and transformed into the rules of heaven and earth, all the titans did not move at all. The entire pantheon became silent at this moment. Even the God King did not make any sound at this moment. He leaned on the throne and closed his eyes, waiting, as if waiting for the gods to leave the main material world. At this moment, the gods were indeed leaving the main material world, heading to one deeper plane after another, the world. And Emolan looked at this scene, thought for a moment, then opened the attribute panel, entered the forum, started editing information with his own account. Soon, a message from Emolan was sent to the forum, and quickly attracted the attention of players, and the popularity instantly soared. The post Emolan sent was very short and brief, but the content was very explosive. It was okay for ordinary players to read it, but the presidents of those large guilds were shocked when they saw it. The gods are leaving the main material world and are not allowed to enter again. From now on, the demigod level is the pinnacle of the main material world. This short sentence instantly made countless presidents think a lot. This short sentence caused the player guilds that had gradually calmed down to be in turmoil again. No gods? No gods. No gods. Countless people stared at this short sentence, and their hearts were moved. The most prominent thing about this sentence was the reply below. There is no God. There is no God. So why should we be afraid of it? The players immediately became agitated, and Emolan smiled when he saw this. And then, he directly closed the system panel, and his thoughts returned to the Hall of the Gods. The God King seemed to think that the waiting time was long enough, and said, "Next, we will move on to the second thing, repairing the rule holes. Every rule hole here is caused by the War of Gods. You should all take away the chaotic rules that are rampant in these rule holes." Immediately, under the gaze of the God King, one titan after another, the gods carried the suppression of heaven and earth and went to the rule battlefield they created to take away their own power. These forces remaining on the battlefield are often completely mixed with other rule forces, very chaotic, difficult to separate, even if the gods themselves want to separate them. It is difficult to do so. But there is no way. The power of the God King is getting bigger and bigger. Under the indifferent gaze of the God King, all titans, gods can only honestly clean up the rule relics they have created. The worst is the God of Light, who has a share of the rule relics around his kingdom. Chapter 901 Magic Net. However, the God of Light cooperated surprisingly, and he removed the rule relics surrounding the kingdom of God one by one. This moment also reflected his strength and control. Although he had the most rule battlefields, he was not the last one to complete, and even completed it early. The King of Gods did not rush to continue speaking, but waiting for everyone to remove the rule relics left by themselves. This waiting lasted for half a month. It can only be said that for the immortal species such as titans and gods, the concept of time is really indifferent, or half a month is indeed very short for them, and they can wait for half a month casually, without any impatience. Well, it's definitely not because the God King is watching that he dares not be impatient. But Emolan doesn't care. He directly withdraws most of his thoughts, and happily reads and studies in the Earth Element realm. Although Emolan's original body has entered the Earth Element realm through the space channel, Emolan's projection is stationed in the Mage Association. In fact, there is not much difference from the original one. At least outsiders don't even know that Emolan has left. The waiting time lasted for half a month. Half a month later, the God King finally spoke again. Although the rule ruins have been cleared, the rule loopholes still exist. It will still take some time to repair them. Although it won't be long. The loopholes will still exist during this period. When the God King said this, Emolan smiled and said directly, "God King, since the loopholes still exist, why don't you take the initiative to repair them?" Emolan's sudden voice startled all the titans and gods. And the God King's voice startled many titans and gods. But then, they thought it was reasonable and normal. Because he is almost a God King now. God of Mages, what do you think? The God King focused his eyes directly on Emolan, and said calmly. Emolan looked around after hearing this, taking in the expressions of the God King and the gods. They were all looking at Emolan at this moment, waiting for Emolan's answer. Seeing this effect, Emolan smiled slightly, which showed that his previous preparations were very successful. If he hadn't been so high profile before, if he hadn't established his authority before, Emolan would not have had the qualifications to speak at all, let alone the qualifications to make the God King and the gods think about what he said. That is to say, he has taken the 10th position. That is, he has entered the 10 seats. And he has become one of the 10 seats. Only then can he be qualified to say this sentence today. And it is possible for the God King to ask this question. If he does not have these, if he sits below, then Emolan will not even be qualified to speak. And he will definitely be ignored even if he speaks forcibly. If he does not give in, Emolan suspects that he will be suppressed directly, or even expelled from the venue. This proves that what Emolan did before was worth it. Prove that it is worth it for the Golden Titan to lose face. Golden Titan, ? Emolan was happy in his heart, and said with a natural smile on his face, "My idea is very simple. If there is a hole in the rule network, then we can repair the rule network. Outside the rules are fragile, we can strengthen the rule network. As for the repair method," Emolan's mouth curled up slightly, looking at the God King and asked, "God King, do you know the magic network?" "Magic network? What does it mean?" Obviously, the God King has never heard of the word magic network, of course. This is very normal. There is no magic network in this world. If the God King knows what the magic network is, then the problem will be a big problem. Either it means that the God King has been assimilated by a player, or that the God King has assimilated a player. And worse, it may even be that the God King has begun to pay attention to the player, and the world behind the player. If this is the case, it will be more troublesome. And the God King does not know Emolan, which is a good thing. At least it is a good sign. In response to the God King's question, Emolan explained, I will explain it from the beginning, from the principle, so that you should be able to understand it better. Emolan said after thinking for a moment. The so-called power of faith is the convergence and superposition of the thoughts of intelligent life. A kind of power that achieves qualitative change through quantitative change. The power of belief is basically equivalent to the power of faith. But compared with the power of faith, the power of faith has a much lower impact on individuals. The power of faith is a discovery of mine. And the entire magic network is my application of the power of faith. Emolan smiled. A smile from the heart. In addition, the magic network originally originated from some applications of my magic tower. There is a tower spirit hidden in my magic tower. The magic tower has a constant spell model. Anyone, even ordinary people, can release the spells in the magic tower as long as they connect with the tower spirit and cast spells. In this process, the magic tower will absorb a part of the pure mental power as the cost of casting spells. Part of this cost is used to make up for the actual consumption of casting spells, and part of it will be accumulated. In this way, my tower spirit will not lack mental power. The mental power inside the tower spirit will not decrease when it keeps running. On the contrary, it will continue to increase. In this process, the tower spirit can even be strengthened and become stronger. From this, I got the inspiration of the magic network. Let me briefly explain the operation mode of the magic network. It is very simple. Gather the power of faith and input it into the network of rules. The power of faith can create rules and concepts, not to mention simply repairing rules and concepts. This is definitely no problem. Even under the continuous coverage of the power of faith, it is possible that the rules become stronger and stronger. The moment Emolan's voice fell, the eyes of many titans lit up. Titans are the embodiment of rules. Each titan has at least one rule. To some extent, the strength of the rules is equal to the power of the titans. They are the same thing. And strengthening their rules is basically equivalent to strengthening their strength. This instantly attracts their attention. At this moment, even the eyes of the God King changed a little. Emolan smiled slightly when he saw this. According to the normal order, since Emolan mentioned that the power of faith can strengthen the rules, then the next step should be to show the strengthening process and the effect of strengthening in order to attract attention. However, Emolan likes to say no to self-righteous people. After Emolan said that the power of belief can strengthen the rules, while everyone was looking forward to it, Emolan changed the topic. But to achieve this effect, a very large number of intelligent life forms are needed. And now that I have said this, I am sure of it. Now I will tell you how I plan to gather popularity. Many titans, fuck! Emolan suddenly felt a trace of murderous aura, which made his heart jump. With the God King here, who dares to kill me? Emolan muttered. It's probably an illusion. Chapter 902. Are you worthy? Could it be that the God King has murderous intentions towards me? Or all titans, gods have murderous intentions towards me? Emolan shook his head. No way. Forget it, why bother so much, even if they want to kill me? They can't kill me. Emolan continued to preach immediately. It's very simple to gain the power of faith, as long as the knowledge you created, your unique knowledge is being used by others. Just like me, I am the god of mages. As long as someone uses the method I created to change jobs to become a mage, as long as the mage profession I created exists. The main thing is that the mage realm I created is still being used. And the promotion method is still being used. As long as the mage knowledge I created is still being used, there will be a constant flow of faith power. So as long as everyone spreads their own creations and lets others learn their unique knowledge, they can gain a lot of faith power. The power of faith has a relatively light erosion on the will and soul, and it can be easily resisted, which is much better than the power of faith. The more knowledge is spread, the better, and the more people learn, the faster your strength will improve. You will become stronger than others, and this is not determined by innate strength. This method has the potential to make you rank higher on the mountain of gods. You know, I am a new god, a god of faith that is generally recognized to be relatively weak. And why was I born so quickly? Why did I become stronger so quickly? That is entirely due to the power of faith. Emolan said with a smile, the sound of rules that spread out with the rhythm of rules is the language that gods and gods can only communicate with each other. It can be called the language of God, the language of Titan, but at this moment, it is like the temptation of the devil, the whisper of the devil. Looking closely at Emolan's face. It is a handsome face that is only slightly worse than the reader, but from a distance, there is clearly a big word written on it. Roll. And all the words Emolan said seemed to mean the same thing, that is, give me a roll. Emolan wanted to bring up the example of the God of Light. The God of Light is a typical example of collecting faiths while collecting the power of faith through the magic spread among the believers. That is, the two are added together. The believers spread rapidly to increase the power of faith, while the magic spreads among the believers, also providing the power of faith. For the God of Light, a believer can provide both the power of faith and the power of faith. All faiths can be doubled. It's so cool. However, Emolan thought for a moment, turned his head, and looked at the kind-faced God of Light, and finally decided not to give this example. After all, Emolan felt that he had explained it very clearly before, and there was no need to give this example again. It was not because he was afraid of the God of Light. You know, the God of Light is really kind. As a God of faith, the God of Light must endure the poison of faith while obtaining the convenient power of faith. Other titans may resist the erosion of the power of faith, but the God of Light will not, and cannot resist, because the God of Light himself was born out of faith. Therefore, the character of the God of Light must be the same as described in the doctrine. Even if they are different, they will become the same. There is no doubt about this. So the character of the God of Light is actually quite positive. He is a very good God. So Emolan is not afraid of the God of Light, nor is he afraid of angering an honest man. After all, no matter how positive a God is, he is still a God. The dignity of God cannot be violated. This is basically the same. Emolan continued. And what do I mean by this? It seems to have nothing to do with the magic network. Right? In fact, the connection is very large. Emolan said with a smile. There are mainly two aspects. I will introduce the necessity of the existence of the magic network in two aspects. First, although the degree of erosion of the mind by the power of belief is low, it does exist. Moreover, if the power of belief is excessively gathered, and you do not actively isolate it, it will still affect the mind. But if the magic network exists, the power of belief will directly gather on the rules through the magic network and be used to strengthen the rules. If it is just strengthening the rules, it will of course have no effect if it is an ordinary person. But you are all the embodiment of the rules, and each of you has mastered at least one rule. So the strengthening of the power of rules is actually equivalent to the strengthening of your power. As for the erosion of the mind by the power of belief, Emolan laughed. This is simply the best joke I have heard this year. Worried about the lack of will, the rules as part of the world are eroded by the erosion effect of the power of belief? This kind of joke can make the God of Death laugh. Of course, it is impossible. And this is the first reason I said that we need the magic net. The power of belief is power, but has the effect of eroding the mind. The magic net can use the rules to completely erase the effects of eroding the mind. We only need power. Second, Moling can be used as a platform to carry all the rules of titans and gods. All the rules and knowledge can be directly integrated with the magic network. People only need to use the magic network to learn and use their knowledge without having to start a new job. After you have researched new knowledge, you can also upload it directly to the magic network, so that all people who have registered the magic network can learn and use it. This will reduce all unnecessary waste, spread knowledge with the simplest method and the highest efficiency, and provide everyone with the most power of faith, thereby enhancing strength. In short, everyone can regard the magic network as a platform, which helps everyone spread knowledge, collect power of faith, and filter power of faith. Of course, these are secondary. The real main functions of the magic net are also two. First, repair the rules and strengthen the rules. As the power of faith, it can strengthen the rules, let alone repair the drum, a mere hole in the rules. After repairing the hole in the rules, the power of faith directly strengthens the rules. The world is interwoven with rules. Strengthening a single rule can be called strengthening the world. Strengthening every rule is a well-deserved strengthening of the world and strengthening the world. As long as the magic net continues to operate, the rules will continue to become stronger, and the world will continue to become stronger. After Emolan finished speaking, all the titans and gods fell into deep thought. And suddenly a voice sounded. If the knowledge of the gods is known by mortals, won't it lead to mortals surpassing the gods? Emolan looked around after hearing this. But he didn't find the god who was speaking. And he didn't find the general direction. However, Emolan didn't insist on looking for him. He just said with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. First of all, I am glad that you highly recognize people. Regarding your question, I want to say that the gap between you and mortals is as big as that of a god. And you have been surpassed by mortals even though you have published knowledge. Then are you worthy of becoming a god? Are you worthy? Emolan's voice fell. And the entire temple of the gods was silent, with only Emolan's voice echoing continuously. Chapter 903 Conspiracy. Although I don't know who said this, I guess you must be a titan, Emolan said with a smile. As soon as this sentence came out, all the titans focused their attention on him. Emolan felt a chill all over his body, but Emolan didn't care, and continued. If you were a mortal who became a god like me, then you wouldn't care about these things at all because of your courage and ability. Just like me, all the knowledge I have created so far, whether it is high level or low level, I have no choice but to keep it private. I have published it all. But when have I ever worried about others surpassing me? When have I ever worried about others becoming gods? Has anyone surpassed me? No, but if it happens, I will be very happy. There will be one more person to communicate with, to learn from. Has anyone become a god? No, but if it happens, I will be even happier, because it means the expansion of the world. It means that he has defined new rules or concepts. Either point is good. I welcome it very much. I am not bragging. I am not bragging myself. Although I am very powerful, I will not brag about myself for no reason, but ask yourself, a god like me who has achieved the body of a god, as a mortal cannot ask such a question. And the belief in gods is even less likely. Belief in gods is born from faith. No matter from which aspect. The belief in gods is a well-deserved god, with the pride of gods. With the pride of gods. It is impossible to ask such a question. Remove these two kinds of gods, then only the Titan gods are left. The Titan gods are bred by the rules of heaven and earth, and materialized. They are just creatures that master the power of gods. Since they are creatures, they have their own personalities and ideas. Some Titan gods, such as the God King, are better than the best belief gods, and are well-deserved gods, worthy of our learning. But there are some Titan gods who can ask such questions. Are they afraid that a mortal will surpass themselves? It is simply a shame for the gods. This is probably not a belief in gods born from the concept of cowardice. Their mere existence is an insult to the word Titan, let alone the word God, Emolan said disdainfully. After speaking, Emolan found that many Titan gods sat up straight, with serious faces, as if they were distinguishing themselves from the Titan god who just spoke. For such Titan gods, many Titans showed a disgraceful expression, as if they were all ashamed that there would be a Titan asking such a question. Shame on him. No. Shame on the Titan. Obviously, the anger caused by Emolan's ridicule of the Titans has been transferred to this unknown Titan. Obviously, this Titan who was nailed to the Titan's pillar of shame for just asking a question must hate Emolan to the core. And he wants to get into the ground and kill Emolan as soon as possible. Emolan looked around, and he didn't find any Titan's expression or breath that was different. He couldn't help but admire that this Titan still had some skills in cultivating his chi. At the same time, he secretly regretted that he had just said such harsh words. He really shouldn't have. Alas, I was too impulsive just now, and I said something wrong. Maybe I was a little proud of myself after entering the top 10 smoothly. This time I directly offended a Titan. Now it will be difficult to deal with if a strange Titan comes to seek revenge. This is really a deadly feud. Huh? Wait. Did I ask the question just now? Did I direct and act it myself? Oh. Then it's okay. Emolan looked around and asked, do you have any other questions? Although Emolan was still asking. Although the results have not come out yet. Emolan knew that the creation of the magic net has basically become a foregone conclusion. Because the magic net can indeed achieve the above-mentioned effects. And in such a meeting of the gods dominated by the will of heaven and earth. And the God King who is the agent of the will of heaven and earth. The meeting of the gods with the solution of the problem of loopholes in the rules as the core. The functions described by Emolan are the most correct. If most of the gods in the Hall of the Gods believe in gods, Emolan would not dare to guarantee it. But most of the gods in the Hall of the Gods are Titan gods bred by the rules of heaven and earth. And materialized. since the God King called on all Titan gods to take out the rules and weave the rule chain. No Titan refused. And no Titan hesitated. Emolan was sure. Perhaps it is because the Titans are the embodiment of the rules of heaven and earth. So they naturally regard heaven and earth as their mothers, and will not reject anything that is beneficial to heaven and earth. Perhaps it is because although the Titans have independent consciousness, they are still inseparable from the rules of heaven and earth. And they are still inseparable from the connection with heaven and earth. Heaven and earth can still have a certain impact on the Titan's consciousness. Both reasons are possible. And perhaps both factors are true. But in any case, Emolan can be sure of this. This is Emolan's thinking. And this is also some of Emolan's considerations. This is not a conspiracy. This is an open conspiracy based on the needs of the world and the needs of the world. Because at this stage, or at all stages, the world needs to repair the loopholes in the rules, and the world hopes to become stronger at all stages. Even if this will affect the interests of the Titans, it may not affect the emergence of the magic network. What's more, it will not, on the contrary, the magic network itself will become a helper for the Titans. Molan is right, the magic network can make the rules stronger, and the strengthening of the rules means the strengthening of the Titans. There is no doubt about this. At this time, a Titan spoke. Emolan turned his head, and saw that it was a Titan sitting next to him. Ocean Titan, you made the magic net. I have to say that the description of the magic net is very tempting. But you are talking about what the magic net can bring to the world and the Titans. What can the magic net bring to you? The Ocean Titan said lightly. If you were a Titan, I wouldn't have this problem. Because every Titan will do anything unconditionally for the world that gave birth to him. Unfortunately, you are not. You are just a god. And a god promoted from a mortal. Emolan was stunned when he heard this. Then he was shocked. And then he was happy. Looking at this Ocean Titan with the appearance of a giant whale. If he had not been in touch with Hu, Emolan would have suspected that this was a trap he had found. Wonderful. Emolan smiled and said without hesitation. First of all, as a part of this world, as one of the masters of the rules of the world, I also hope that the world can become stronger to resist foreign enemies. After all, no egg can be left unbroken when the nest is overturned. Of course, I also admit that I am not selfless. I also have personal considerations. My consideration is very simple. That is, all users of the magic network must be called. Emolan paused slightly, and uttered 2 words. Mage. Chapter 904. You can't control the magic network. Mage. When Emolan's voice slowly echoed inside the Hall of the Gods, hearing this voice, all the Titans, the gods immediately understood. All the Titans, the gods here knew that Emolan's priesthood was a mage. Even if they didn't know it before, the moment Emolan ranked in the top 10, they knew it. Knowing that Emolan's priesthood was a mage, the concept that Emolan mastered was a mage, then everything could be understood. After the magic network is constructed, it can not only strengthen the rules of heaven and earth, strengthen the strength of many Titans and gods, but also strengthen the concept of magicians that he himself controls. For every additional user of the magic network, the concept of magicians will increase. However, for every additional user of the magic network, it seems that the power of faith that the rules of heaven and earth can obtain will also increase. It seems that their thinking will also be stronger. Everyone has gained more power of faith. And heaven and earth have also gained more power of faith. Everyone is increasing. And everyone is getting stronger. Who is at a disadvantage? It seems that no one is at a disadvantage. Many Titans and gods fell into thinking. There seemed to be a vague concept in their brains. But they didn't know how to call it. This concept is called this is win-win. Yes. Yes. Win-win. This word emerged in the minds of most Titans. Feeling the perfection of this word. And feeling the beauty of this word. What was the point of them fighting for believers before? They were just fighting for those believers. You have more. He has less, he has more. You have less. The total number will never increase, it will only decrease. And if we use the power of faith, it seems that it will only increase, not decrease. Will this make the gods stronger, and the world stronger and stronger? Emolan looked at the gods and said, internal friction will only damage all Titans, gods, severely hurt, and even directly lead to the Ragnarok of the gods. This is like a big tree. The roots of the big tree do not take root in the earth to absorb nutrients. Instead, the roots are inserted into different branches to absorb nutrients from each other. In this way, the big tree will die soon. If the big tree takes root in the earth and continuously absorbs the power of the earth, then the big tree itself will thrive. And each branch of the big tree will thrive. Perhaps at the beginning, the big tree is only as thick as a fist. And the branches of such a thick tree are only as thick as a thumb. No matter how much the branches grow on such a big tree, can they exceed the fist thickness of the tree itself? And if the big tree takes root in the earth and grows directly to the thickness of 10 fists, then the branches will naturally be several fists thick, which is several times thicker than the original trunk. Emolan looked at the fists of some titans that were tens or hundreds of meters thick, and after thinking for a moment, he chose to use the thickness of 10 fists as a description. Rigorous. The trunk is the world, the branches are the gods if you choose. It is actually clear at a glance. We are lucky to have a god king who can gather all the gods together. And we have such a place to discuss. Since we have such a good opportunity, why don't we cooperate and move forward together? We are all gods of the same world. And each of us is closely related to the heaven and earth. If there is a problem with the heaven and earth, none of you can escape. Emolan's voice fell. And no god spoke. And no god made a sound. Seeing this, the god king nodded. In this case, let's do it this way. Mage, I will leave the construction of the magic net to you. What do you need the gods' help with? Emolan raised his lips slightly and said, First, I need a projection for each rule of the gods. I need to weave and construct the projection rule net. This layer of projection rules will cover the outer periphery of the original rule net and connect the rules inside and the magic net outside, which will connect the upper and lower layers. After the magic net is completed, it will form a 3-layer structure. Once a battle that is strong enough to shake the rules occurs, the magic net will first take over, disperse the power, and the projection rule net will assist, and disperse again, and finally, what falls on the rule net will be insignificant, and it may not even be transmitted to the rule net. If the magic net can't bear it, there is still the projection rule net. Before the projection rule is broken, the real rule net, that is, the world itself, cannot be damaged. The 2 layers of protection nets themselves, plus the various cooperative structural effects, require at least 10 times the original power to damage the rule net. In other words, ordinary titans and gods are not qualified to destroy the rule net in battle, and are not qualified to form a rule hole. Of course, this does not mean the gods can enter the main material world. They still can't. After all, the battle between gods will still damage the magic net, and it will be very troublesome if the magic net is broken. I constructed these 3 layers just for defense, to prevent certain gods, certain titans, or gods from the outside world, titans from maliciously destroying the structure of heaven and earth, and the network of rules. The god king's face did not change at all when he heard this. Yes. After the words fell, the god king directly condensed 3 projections of rules, and threw them at Emolan. One is thunder. One is judgment. One is heavenly punishment. All titans, gods condense the projection of rules within 3 days, and hand it over to the god of mages. Yes. The gods all made the sound of rules. Emolan nodded at this and continued. Second, I need the divine text of the gods, as the underlying structure of the magic network. This divine text will be linked to the projection rule network, and will become the anchor point for the gods to collect the power of faith, and will also become the source of some of the magic network's abilities. After the gods take out the divine text, they must allow the magic network to mobilize the power of the divine text. They cannot refuse. If they want to refuse, they must explain it in advance and announce it. Violators will be punished by heaven. This needs to be signed in the contract of the gods. Okay. The god king nodded in agreement. His straightforwardness surprised Emolan. He thought it might go smoothly, but even he himself did not expect it to go so smoothly. This was going so smoothly that it seemed fake. Until the words but. The 2 words from the god king made Emolan's heart skip a beat. And his heart was hanging. The magic net, and the concepts derived from it cannot be controlled by you. Emolan was relieved when he heard this, and even laughed out loud, and he was no longer worried. However, on the surface, the smile on Emolan's face gradually disappeared, and then recovered, and asked with a smile, If I can't be in charge, then who will be in charge? Compared with the poor acting skills of the rookie when he just entered the game, Emolan's acting skills are now like his strength, which has been greatly improved and honed. He is no longer the original Emolan. No one will be in charge, waiting for the heaven and earth to use the magic net itself, and the concept of the magic net to breed a god. And this god will be in charge of the magic net. the God King said directly, and it was obvious that he had already prepared something in his mind. Chapter 905 Constraints. This will take a long time, Emolan said, but before he finished speaking, the God King continued, have you forgotten what you just said? The magic net will gather a lot of faith power. The emergence and formation of the magic net will definitely directly form a new concept. And when there is a new concept, and no one is in charge of the new concept, a large amount of faith power will gather, and a new god will be born at a very fast speed. The God King said directly, if you become the creator of the magic network, the definer of the magic network concept, then you will directly become the master of the magic network concept. You must take the initiative to separate this point, solve this point, and let the magic network concept be born in an ownerless state. This problem seems difficult, but I think it is not a problem for you. Emolan smiled, but his smile revealed a hint of reluctance that he tried hard to cover up, but could not cover up anyway. Magic network, a network that releases magic, a mage, a person who releases spells. Magic is basically a spell without understanding the principle, in terms of expression. It can be basically equated. The relationship between the magic net and the mage is obvious. The concept of the magic net and the concept of the mage are closely related. Once the magic net is controlled by Emolan, Emolan can even collide the concept of the magic net with the concept of the mage, or even merge them into one. This is absolutely subversive to Emolan's concept of the mage. Because this magic net is not an ordinary magic net, it is based on the projection of rules, and is built with the gods' divine text as the skeleton. The magic net of gods, or the magic net of heaven and earth, is very different from the ordinary, normally built magic net. Once Emolan masters this magic net and successfully integrates it with the concept of a mage, Emolan's strength will definitely catch up with the god of light, or even surpass the god of light in one fell swoop. Because for the concept of a mage, the concept of the magic net is definitely the best concept supplement, nothing else. The integration of the magic net concept can directly make the concept of a mage undergo a qualitative change, expand and supplement the concept, which will directly affect Emolan's means and strength, and it will definitely be a surge in strength. However, in fact, this is secondary. If it is just the expansion of Emolan's concept, the growth of strength will be nothing. The God King doesn't care about this. It doesn't matter to the God King how Emolan's strength grows, because no matter how much it grows, it will never surpass him, and he doesn't care at all. But why did the God King speak out to stop Emolan from controlling the magic net? Emolan's control of the magic net will bring two problems. One of them is personal strength, which the God King doesn't care about at all. The God King cares about another aspect, which is the other effects of Emolan's control of the magic net. If the magic net and the concept of the magic net are controlled by Emolan, it may not matter now, but when a large amount of faith power is gathered on the magic net, the gods have obtained a large amount of faith power on the magic net, and even most of the faith power of the gods is obtained from the magic net. As the ruler of the magic net, as the ruler of the channel of faith power, Emolan has 1,000 ways, 10,000 ways to block the faith power of other gods. Once this happens, the more important the magic net is, the more likely the gods will be threatened by the magic net and Emolan. Even the will of heaven and earth will be affected by the ruler of the magic net. At that time, even if Emolan is the true king of gods, all titans must obey Emolan's orders. This will have a very serious impact on the entire world. Although the magic net has not even appeared at this moment, it is obvious that the God King has seen this step and has taken action for it. In addition, as the designer and constructor of the magic net, no one is more familiar with and understands the magic net system than Emolan. Even if he listened to Emolan's complete introduction to the magic net and the principles of the magic net, or even watched Emolan build and deploy the magic net with his own eyes, he could not understand it better than Emolan. In addition, Emolan himself is an extremely excellent mage. As a mage, leaving a backdoor in the manufacturing process of a super large structure is almost an instinctive behavior. Even if Emolan doesn't do this on purpose, he often leaves it there out of habit. After discovering that it doesn't affect the function, he doesn't bother to cancel it, nor does he bother to fix it. Anyway, only he knows about it. Even if others know about it, they can't use it. Only he can use it. In this case, why waste time? This is not just Emolan's habit. Basically, all mages have this habit. A subconscious behavior. No one knows where this habit comes from. No one knows how this behavior spreads. And no one knows who started this habit. Anyway, it exists. Of course, even if there is no such habit. As the inventor and architect of Emolan, Molan does not need anything to influence the magic network. It is the same even if the magic network is controlled by others. Even if the magic network breeds its own gods, Molan can easily use the structure of the magic network to influence the magic network, so as to achieve the effect he wants. Of course, if the magic network is controlled, it will still hinder Molan from influencing the magic network and controlling the magic network to a great extent. At this moment, Molan suddenly thought in his heart, has the God King thought of this step? If the magic net is controlled by him, without constraints, it may cause great adverse effects. But if the magic net concept relies on the birth of a magic net god, it may not be reliable. After all, God is also a wise God, that is. Using the power of faith, the God born from the magic net concept will be a state similar to the belief in the God, rather than the state of the Titan God. This can make people relax a little. If it is the state of Titan God, the God King might be more willing to let Emolan control the magic net. To be honest, the God King thinks that Titan God is somewhat embarrassing. And because he believes in gods, the God King believes a little, but he dare not believe it completely. Because the belief in gods is also a kind of intelligent life, since it is an intelligent life. It has its own ideas. If the magic net gods also have all kinds of other ideas, they must be dealt with if they use the magic net to act recklessly. This is not fundamentally different from Emolan controlling the magic net and acting recklessly. But there is one thing to note: when the magic net spirit controls the magic net and acts recklessly, that is Emolan. If it is Emolan who controls the magic net, then when Emolan uses the magic net to act recklessly, the God King has no way to solve the magic net at the lowest cost. But if the one who controls the magic net is a religious god, then when he acts recklessly, at least there is Emolan if the God King even thinks of this step. Emolan's face became slightly more serious. Chapter 906, The Contract of the Gods 2. That's true. But why do we have to put the control of the magic network on a faith god that has not yet been born? Emolan smiled, but said it quite seriously. Obviously, after a few simple words from the God King, Emolan had a simple understanding of the God King, and immediately became serious. Perhaps in the future, the Titan gods can be divided into two types. The first type is called the God King, and the second type is called others. Even if the faith god is born, its personality will be affected by faith, and it is relatively stable, and it must be a god. But gods can be divided into good gods, evil gods, and order or chaos. People have thousands of faces, and gods also have thousands of faces. Since it has not appeared, the magic net gods are still unknown. Instead of letting the unknown magic net gods take charge of the magic net, and then deal with him when problems arise, why not put the power of the magic net in the hands of known and controllable people? For example, Emolan looked around and smiled. All the gods present. With my ability, it is difficult to separate the concept of the magic net from me. But I can do it. Similarly, I can also split the authority held by one person and have multiple people hold it at the same time. Unfortunately, I have just come across relevant situations, so this is a little easier. As long as we use the projection rule network that constitutes the magic network and the god's script as the basis, it is easy to do. Emolan looked around at the gods. The Hall of the Gods includes the 10 seats above us. There are 87 Titan gods, 15 faith gods, a total of 102 gods. I can directly divide the concept and authority of the magic network into 102 parts, big or small. I can do it. Each one has a share of authority, but at the same time, the authority of any god is not enough to independently affect and control the magic network. If you want to control the magic network in the future, you only need to convene a meeting of the gods and make a collective statement at the meeting. Of course, if this is unreasonable, I will divide it into 10 parts, and we can share the 10 seats together. Emolan's mouth curled up slightly. If it really doesn't work, then the God King will control the concept of the magic network alone. Authority is also fine. As the God King in charge of the power of judgment, all of us gods believe in the God King. After the voice fell, all the gods looked at the God King quietly. When Emolan said that everyone would have a share at the beginning, many Titan gods were a little surprised, and they all seemed to want to say something. But when Emolan said that the 10 seats would jointly control the power, they were stunned, and the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. And the Titan gods on the 10 seats seemed to be in a good mood. Finally, Molan's voice fell, indicating that the God King would control the power of the magic network alone, When the concept came, the entire hall of the gods was silent. The smiles on the faces of the gods gradually disappeared, or the smiles on their faces became slightly forced, but they said nothing, just looked at the God King quietly. Only Emolan had a relaxed smile on his face. And he called out to the gods. Everyone agrees. Right? You should all trust the God King. Right? The hall of the gods was silent. And all the gods looked at the God King quietly, waiting for his reply. Although the gods still had smiles on their faces, the atmosphere in the hall of the gods became wrong in an instant. At this moment, Emolan felt that he was floating. If the God King was a normal person, he would probably want to slap Emolan to death at this moment. There is nothing wrong with what Emolan said. But there is a problem with the order in which Emolan spoke. And the problem is not small. Of course, the premise of all this is that although the Titan gods are all called Titans, each Titan is independent, and each Titan is a different race. This is just like wolves and sheep on Earth. Both are called animals, and are produced by the environment of the Earth. That's all. They are not of the same race. And their relationship is not as close as imagined. Not only is it not close, but many of them even dislike each other, and have some conflicts. After all, where there are living things, there are frictions, and the gods are no exception. The reason why they could obey the call of the God King and gather on the God Mountain to start the God Conference was because the God King was the strongest. And at that time, they represented the will of heaven and earth. The latter is crucial. Without the latter, it would be impossible for all Titans and all the gods of faith to be present. Perhaps because they were not Titans or gods. Emolan did not notice this at first. It was not until he came here, to the God's Mountain, and started the God's Conference that Emolan could see it clearly and understand it little by little. It was precisely because of this that Emolan dared to be so bold, and even so arrogant. In silence, all the gods looked at the God King, quietly waiting for the God King's reply or answer. In fact, at this time, no matter what the God King answered, it was wrong. It's just that there is a difference between not too wrong and very wrong. I don't know how important this magic net is in the mind of the God King. See if the weight of this magic net is enough to make the God King voluntarily make an outrageous mistake. On the surface, the magic net seems to be just an ordinary concept, but the farther you look, the higher your vision, the more you can see the concept of the magic net, the importance of authority. In addition, the farther you look, the bigger your vision, the more you can resist temptation and make the right choice. Let the concept of the magic net grow on its own. The God King said indifferently. The growth of gods does have a certain random component, but I believe in the choice of heaven and earth. Emolan raised his eyebrows slightly. The decision made by the God King did not surprise him, but it also made Emolan pay more attention to and face the God King. As expected of the God King. Why, is it because you don't believe in the gods? Well, I don't believe in the Titans. A bunch of idiots. The God King said simply and straightforwardly. This sentence seemed to be a loud response to all of Emolan's previous actions. But before Emolan could respond, the moment the voice fell, it immediately caused an uproar among the gods. But when the God King's indifferent eyes swept over, no Titan dared to look into the God King's pale golden eyes. Idiot. The God King's indifferent voice sounded again. Emolan was stunned, and then he laughed. Ha ha ha, respect the decree of the God King. The magic network will be completed in the shortest time possible. Please record the second contract in the God's contract. Yes. The God King's eyes swept over the God's contract. The pages of the God's contract suddenly turned. The gods, Emolan, what the God King just said, the words of discussion all scrolled on the pages finally. These words merged together, turning into a line of divine text shining with golden light. Second, those who understand the divine texts can directly call upon the power of the gods. The God's Contract. Chapter 907 Divine Contract. The contract was written, and the rules were formed. Emolan felt it, and found that the moment this rule was formed, the divine text could directly call for power from the corresponding rules, and no longer needed the consent of the gods. However, every time the gods wanted to sense it, they could still sense it, and they could isolate or reject it as long as the gods thought about it. Well, in short, it made the consent of the divine text to call for the power of the rules the default option, and the power of the rules could be directly called through the divine text, without waiting for the consent of the gods. This is more convenient. After a while, the God King saw that there was no Titan. The God Spirit spoke, and immediately said, "The main problems in this meeting of the gods have been solved, so let's end it here. The meeting is adjourned." As soon as the voice fell, the God King took a step forward, left his seat, and walked towards the Palace of Rules located on the second mountain of the gods. However, Emolan followed the God King as soon as he left, and directly followed the God King. Master Emolan, do you have anything else to say? The God King said directly, but he did not call Emolan the God of Mages, but called Emolan the Mage Emolan. Obviously, the God of Mages is the one who discusses matters in the Hall of Gods, but after coming out, the God King is quite satisfied with the Mage Emolan, who Emolan introduced himself as. I want to borrow the God King's authority of heavenly punishment. The God King remained calm and looked at Emolan indifferently. What do you mean? Emolan thought for a moment, and then made a long story short. I want to create a contract spell to constrain the agreement between gods. The authority of heavenly punishment is used to supervise such an agreement and punish those who violate it. The God King gave Emolan a reply after a brief thought. What can I get? Emolan looked at the straightforward God King and immediately spoke out. You can get the opportunity to master the power of the contract. As long as you are the most fair guarantor of the contract, you must guarantee absolute fairness, not be biased towards anyone, any god, as long as you execute the contract. Then with the use of contract spells again and again, you will be involved in the concept of contract, and even master the concept of contract. Every time you use the contract spell, every time you execute the contract spell will push you to master the concept of contract. Of course, once you accept the concept of contract, you are doomed not to violate the contract. Once you violate the contract, you will not only lose the power of the contract, but also be attacked by the heaven and earth, which is a big price to pay. But if you can master the concept of contract, Emolan smiled slightly and said, the thunder rule and the judgment concept are extremely compatible and complementary, giving you several times or even dozens of times the power that the two normal powers or rules should have. And the concept of contract, if I am not wrong, is also a perfect match with the concept of judgment. This is like thunder and judgment, mages and magic nets. Emolan's straightforward words echoed in the ears of the God King. If other gods heard these words, they would probably be shocked. The amount of information is too much. And this is the way Emolan figured out to make gods stronger. Each god holds authority or concepts, so how can gods become stronger? Pure practice, simply increase the power of faith? This can indeed make you stronger, but generally speaking, it is a quantitative change, and will not cause a qualitative change in the strength of the gods. In fact, Emolan was also quite puzzled about how the gods could produce a qualitative transformation of their power before. But he had never thought of it. Even if the number of rules or concepts controlled increased, it was far from a qualitative change. It was just another form of quantitative change. Emolan even doubted whether the power of the gods could still undergo a qualitative change. This thought did not come to Emolan's answer until halfway through the meeting of the gods. It was the words of the God King and the name of the God King that inspired him. The God of Thunder and Judgment. This name, coupled with the situation when the God King prevented Emolan from controlling the concept of the magic network, instantly made Emolan react. The key to the qualitative change of God's power is most likely authority, the combination and fit of concepts. Two extremely fitting, matching, complementing each other, and concepts or authority on the same logical chain can surpass 10 unrelated concepts. Authority. Of course, actually, Emolan was not too sure at first. Now it is not only Emolan's inquiry to the God King, but also a test of this point. The God King does not need to answer directly. When Emolan asked this question, the answer almost appeared in Emolan's mind. Yes. The light voice of the God King made Emolan smile slightly, and then he said directly, but I have another request. I asked the God King not to check any contract content, and leave the authority to judge whether the contract is violated to the heaven and earth. Emolan said with a smile. After all, we have to keep the secret of the person who uses the contract spell. The God King looked at Emolan with interest. This was the first time Emolan saw other emotions in the eyes of the God King. At this moment, the God King spoke. I can do this, but what can you use to restrain me? Hearing this, Emolan laughed again. We can sign a contract, and then proceed in accordance with the relevant requirements of the contract. Emolan seemed to be telling a joke, and it was good to hear someone say it. Who in the hall is suing me? Signing a contract with the God King, the executor of the contract, is simply competing with the referee. However, the more outrageous problem is that this is actually one of the most effective methods. As long as the God King signs the contract, Emolan can basically rest assured. and can basically trust the God King. Because although this contract suing me seems to be a joke, it actually has a greater binding force on the God King than any other contract. Yes. The voice of the God King sounded in Imolan's ears. Imolan immediately had an idea. The God King's divine text was directly constructed by Imolan. Imolan had already had a plan for the structure of the contract spell in his mind. At this moment, the idea came out in his mind. Using the earth as the foundation, writing the contract with divine text, Imolan constructed the contract in a blink of an eye. At the same time, he used the divine text to attract the power of heavenly punishment. And the power of heavenly punishment contains a trace of the power of judgment. Divine contract? Imolan pointed to this high-standard contract document and said to the God King, God King, please? The God King did not hesitate, and immediately left his divine text on the contract. Imolan also did not hesitate, and directly left the divine text symbolizing the meaning of the mage on the other side. The contract was formed. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the first divine contract between heaven and earth appeared. The God King immediately felt a sense of restraint. But at the same time, the other end of this restraint also involved a concept. And the name of this concept is Contract. Chapter 908 Dragon Tribe Higher Spell. No, I don't like gold coins. Dragon Titan shook his head in confusion. He didn't know why the mage god came to him. He could only show his good character of politeness as much as possible. Be polite to others. Aren't you a dragon? Isn't your race called the Dragon Tribe? Imolan wondered. Dragon Titan looked down at his body and became even more confused, but still said very politely, Yes, I am a dragon, my race is the Dragon Tribe. Is there any problem? Does the Dragon Tribe have to like gold coins? Dragon Titan was even more confused. Gold is just a common thing. As a noble dragon, why do you like gold? Dragon Titan noticed that Imolan's expression changed slightly. The miniature flame whirled in his hand was about to explode. Suddenly, he realized, oh, yes, the underage dragon likes gold coins very much. Because it symbolizes money in the mortal world. And people give it the concept of money. The underage dragon does not have enough strength to find and snatch the truly valuable things. So he can only snatch. No. Earn some gold coins to comfort himself. Well, just like I don't like money, but just the luster of gold coins. This is actually what the little dragon said to comfort themselves. Should it be called pretending not to care? Yes, that's what I mean. Imolan's face was dark, and he suddenly felt a little bad. Then why are the outside world saying that the Dragon Clan likes gems and gold coins? Really? Dragon Titan was a little confused. But we do like elemental gems. Imolan just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Dragon Titan continue to speak. But don't you like it? God of Mages? This is hard currency, if we convert it into a concept. This is money. Does God of Mages not like money? Imolan was silent after hearing this. It's normal to like money, but just liking money normally, this is not a dragon. Imolan rubbed his brows with a headache, and Dragon Titan said, I like money more, so I engraved this hobby into my inheritance. As long as it is my bloodline, the inheritance can be awakened. As long as the inheritance is awakened, no matter how much it is, it will be affected by the inheritance and become fond of money. God of Mages. This is what you said before. Right? Imolan was speechless. Did you carve it? Yes. I did. The dragons are all my descendants. I am the first dragon in the world. If it wasn't me who carved it, could it be someone else? Dragon Titan said without hesitation. Any questions? Imolan thought for a long time and shook his head. No. No problem. It's okay if you like money. Let me put it straight. I want you, or all the dragons, to reach a contract. A hiring contract, well, an equal contract. As long as the mage casts this spell, the nearby dragons can sense it. In the spell, the mage who casts the spell will take out the corresponding treasure as a reward to hire a dragon to fight. The level of reward the mage takes out can only be used by a dragon of that level of strength to fight. After the battle, take the corresponding reward. A very casual hiring contract. What do you think? If there is no problem, we will sign a divine contract. What can I get? Treasure? No, as long as the service is good, the mage will not be stingy in hiring dragons. When the number of times increases, it is another battle. Every time your dragons fight, it will deepen the impression that the dragons are strong. And will strengthen the concept of dragons. This is only good for you. No harm. Emolan analyzed. Dragon Titan thought for a moment and shook his head. God of Mages. You are very powerful. And I am willing to respect you. But although the dragon race is powerful, its reproduction capacity is low. Every dragon is my blood. And they are my descendants. Let them get involved in dangerous battles for some treasures. Even if they are strong enough to survive, they will inevitably suffer casualties if they do it too many times. There will definitely be casualties. This is what I don't want to see. At this moment, Dragon Titan became more serious, not flinching at all. Just as he said, he respected Emolan, but he was not afraid, not terrified, and it was impossible for him to obey his orders. Emolan thought he was going to fail, but he still had some obsession with the dragon summoning spell in his heart, and wanted to make it. So he continued to speak with a glimmer of hope, but he thought the hope was not too great, because the feelings shown by the dragon god just now were still quite sincere. As the dragon god, you can set a commission in the hired spell. 10%, 20%, or even 50% are all okay. Don't you like money? Although these are of a lower level, they are larger in quantity. You can use a large space as a treasure house, and fill it with treasure. Of course if... Emolan was interrupted by Dragon Titan halfway through. Wait, a commission, 70%, 80% is also okay. Facing Emolan's surprised expression, Dragon Titan coughed twice, and continued. Ahem, as a powerful dragon clan, in the long life, the tempering of battle is also indispensable. Since the God of Mages has such a need, I think it can be considered. After Dragon Titan finished speaking, he thought for a while and added. However, the spell of the employment contract must be absolutely free. My dragons can accept it or not. And it cannot be forced. Yes, but as long as you accept it, the dragons who accept it must be in line with the requirements of the mage, and their strength can only be higher, not lower. Yes, in addition, the employment contract must state that the dragons cannot be insulted, and they cannot be hunted in this way. When the dragons are facing a fatal crisis during the execution of the employment contract, the contract will be automatically terminated, but the employment fee must be paid as usual. The first part is okay, but the last part, the contract will be terminated directly when they are seriously injured, and the employment fee will be paid as usual. However, if the dragon clan is about to be seriously injured or face an enemy with overwhelming strength, the dragon clan can also cancel the contract by notifying the mage in advance. But the hiring fee can only be paid as a deposit, and the subsequent part cannot be paid as usual. No, if this is the case, the mortality rate of my dragon clan in executing the hiring contract will be very high. In addition, once the hired dragon clan dies, the summoning mage must pay compensation. It can be discussed, but after a long discussion, Emolan used the mage's divine text and the dragon's divine text to write the divine contract at the same time, and he and Dragon Titan left the divine text imprint at the same time. The divine contract was reached. The stone tablet on which the divine contract was written was divided into three. One fell into Emolan's hands, one fell into Dragon Titan's hands and feet, and one sank into the sky. After getting the contract, Dragon Titan left. Emolan looked down at the contract stone tablet in his hand, and smiled. The Dragon Clan hiring spell is completed. Chapter 909, This is not the Dragon Clan. This is not the Dragon Clan. Emolan looked at the employment contract, and said suddenly after a long silence. This employment contract has been reached. The dragon employment spell that was finally conceived and constructed by Dragon Titan is a 6-ring spell, or the difficulty of casting is only a 6-ring spell. Although it is a more complex one among the 6 rings theoretically, a 6-ring mage can indeed release it. And this is only the difficulty of casting, not the strength of the spell. Theoretically speaking, as long as the treasure paid is enough to attract the demigod dragons. The spell model completed by Emolan and Dragon Titan contains the structure of dragon god text, which can completely hire demigod dragons. And the contract of the divine covenant level can also completely constrain the demigod dragons to complete the contract. In other words, this spell difficulty is only 6 rings of dragon hiring spells. As long as there is money, it can completely burst out the power of demigods. And it is basically the strongest level of demigod power. Because ordinary demigod level spells can only unleash a demigod level attack or other abilities. But this dragon hiring spell is different. This one directly summons a demigod level dragon. The dragon itself is very strong among the titans, a very perfect kind, not to mention among ordinary people, ordinary monsters. they basically occupy a dominant position in the same level, and a crushing position. So as long as the summoning is successful, it is comparable to a bunch of demigod-level spells. And if the financial resources are insufficient, the legendary dragons are also available, and master-level underage dragons can also come. If it really doesn't work, you can summon an elite-level young dragon as a mascot, cheerleading team. As long as the price is high enough, it is estimated that they can accept it. In addition, since this spell model was jointly completed by Emolon and Dragon Titan, the divine contract was also signed by Emolon and Dragon Titan. Therefore, not only Dragon Titan can unilaterally refuse certain people from using this spell, but Emolon can also do it. Emolon can allow certain people to use the Dragon Hire spell, and can also limit people under certain conditions to not use it. Everything is up to you. From these perspectives, except for the cost, this Dragon Hire spell is simply a perfect spell, without any shortcomings. The difficulty of casting a spell with only 6 rings can release a power beyond ordinary demigod-level spells. And there is no spell backlash to the caster. Pressure. And there is no disadvantage at all. If this is not a perfect spell, what is a perfect spell? What? You said its disadvantage is that it costs money? Very expensive? Isn't that your disadvantage? When did it become a spell? Logically speaking, completing such a perfect spell. Realizing a little interesting idea in my mind. Replicating the dragon hiring spell in the novel. Emolon should be happy. But at this moment Emolon couldn't be happy at all. This is not the Dragon Clan. They said they were proud. But where is their greed? Thinking back to what happened just now, Emolon was silent. Not only are they not proud, they are actually quite cowardly. They get cowardly when they see me. And they are greedy for money. But this is just the Dragon Titans themselves liking these things. And they are far from the kind of people who value money as their life, as we see in reality. After a long silence, Emolon shook his head, and he finally understood. That's right, I overthink it. As a descendant of the Titans, the Dragon Clan has the capital to be proud. In fact, other Titans are arrogant. This arrogance comes from their blood and their powerful strength. I should have reacted when I met the Green Dragon before, but at that time, I thought its arrogance was the arrogance of the dragon race, not the arrogance of the Titan race. I thought too much. At the beginning, I thought that this game world was materialized by countless people. Since it was materialized, it was normal for the character in various settings of the dragon race to conform to the public's ideas. That was normal. But now think about it, the whole dragon race regards money as life. Which is not so normal, not so reasonable. Although the dragon race has appeared, it is also very normal that their character has become rational. This is normal. Because if everything is formed according to the public impression, then the world will be full of conflicts and loopholes, and the world will collapse long ago. Since this situation has not appeared, then the world naturally has ways to make these things reasonable, smooth, and non-conflicting. And it is even more normal for the Dragon Titan to be timid when he sees me. I am the god of the 10 seats mountain, even if it is the 10th. It is still in the top 10 seats. He is just one of the stronger Titans below. It is very normal to be a little timid, and that cannot be called timid. At most it can be said to be sensible and respectful. Everything is reasonable. But because of some misunderstandings, and some information in reality, that I formed a fixed impression, I felt a sense of gap. That's all. Emolon thought for a long time, and looked at the Divine Covenant stone tablet in his hand quietly, and said viciously, "It doesn't matter if there is no. Can't Dragon Titan carve the greedy character into the blood inheritance? There will be a chance to let him carve the value of money as life into it. And carve it into the dragon's DNA. Emolon said viciously, and suddenly laughed after speaking. Looking around, while he was communicating with the Dragon Titan, most of the Titans had already left, only a few were still on the Mountain of the Gods. Many Titans were originally active in the material world, living, not necessarily fighting for the human race in the material world, but sleeping in the material world, and many were resting. Although the matter had little to do with them, the contract had been signed, and they had to abide by it. So the moment the first clause of the gods' contract was formed, they also left the material world and went to the astral world, the elemental world, or other worlds. Since the meeting of the gods was still going on, they returned to the Mountain of Gods after they left. After all, not every Titan came here in their original form. In fact, most of them came in clones. More Titans were like Emolon, who stayed in their respective territories to avoid being attacked by other Titans. If you leave, the Better Eaters will not touch your territory, and will just take away all the people. If you are rude, you can't come back, because your territory has been occupied by other titans. If you come back, they will fight, and they will not let you come back at all. After something like this happened, the original body was in charge. Even for such a big event as the Gods' Conference, they dared not relax. So their original bodies left the main material world hastily. Neither the main material world nor their new place of residence had actually been settled. Now that the Gods' Conference was over, they had to settle it immediately, otherwise it would be easy to cause problems. Emolan looked around but couldn't find those elemental gods. So he realized that they probably left. Forget it, go back to the elemental world to look for them. The monk may run away, but the temple cannot. Chapter 910 Foolshot Operation. I'm not used to living in a new place. Emolan stretched lazily in the abyss of the earth elemental world, felt the surrounding environment, and shook his head slightly, muttered. Forget it, project back to the association, as long as my projection is real enough. It will be the same as me in the Mage Association. Rounding it off. I'm back to the Mage Association. Emolan thought, through the space channel, directly formed a projection inside the association. Or read it as projection, and write it as an incarnation. After projecting back to the Mage Association, Emolan looked back at the Earth elemental world, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. Forget it, I can find these titans in the elemental realm anytime. But let's build the magic network first. But then again, I have to separate myself while building it. I can't let the concept of the magic network directly entangle me, or I will be struck by lightning. It's really troublesome. Molan muttered and thought. Molan was considering how to build the magic network. After successfully building the demon network in the Abyss world, the construction of the magic network is still difficult for Molan, but it is not impossible to complete. Not to mention that there are now 102 rules, concept support, not to mention that it has been approved by all titans, and the gods have agreed to allow it. Even without these, Molan can build a magic network with his own magician concept, a magic network that belongs to Molan. It's just that there is only one concept, and the magic network that is only connected to the rules of heaven and earth can also provide spells. But compared to the current magic network with all the gods involved, the original design version will be greatly reduced in terms of upper and lower limits and load levels, and the potential of the former is far less than that of the latter. This is like one is that Emolan has 10,000 yuan alone, and the other is that Emolan has 1% of 100 million yuan. It does not mean that Emolan alone owns it, and that he can maximize the benefits by owning it completely. The reason why win-win is called win-win is that it is really win-win. It is like you really read this sentence, and it is a fact. This is also one of the fundamental reasons why Emolan chose to take this opportunity to bring in all the gods. Make the pie bigger, and you can get more. At the same time, it also pulls most people to his side, making him the majority, rather than the minority being targeted. When there was only the concept of mages, the magic net could be formed. But now it is even simpler. Emolan came to a conclusion after thinking for a moment. The principle of the demon net in the Abyss world lies in the cross-space power blessing ability of the blood pool. Use the demon throne to integrate the blessing power of all blood pools, and then distribute it uniformly. In the main material world, the divine text can communicate the rules and draw the power of heaven and earth. Or the divine text itself has power. The divine text can replace the blessing power of the blood pool. And as long as the divine text is used, the power can be directly communicated to descend. However, the divine text is also extremely difficult for ordinary people. If all the information contained in a divine text is analyzed, it can directly explode the brain of ordinary people and turn ordinary people into fools. Even if ordinary people understand it, they cannot write it out completely. Writing it out completely is the power of a divine level spell. This level can be called a forbidden spell. So relying on the divine text alone is not enough. The divine text is a dragon slaying technique, but there are not so many dragons in the world, and not so many people who can use the dragon slaying technique. Even if there is, these people don't need the magic net. The magic net is for ordinary people who know nothing about magic. This is for popularization. To put it bluntly, it needs to be operated by a fool. The more convenient the operation, the lower the threshold of use, the larger the coverage of the magic net, and the greater the real significance of the magic net. So it is definitely not possible to use the divine text directly. There should be another layer between the divine text and the user of the magic net. This layer is used to connect the user's operation, demand, and the divine text at the other end. It is a compilation process. Compile the divine text according to the needs, influence the power of the rules, and finally release the required spells. Real-time compilation? Emolan shook his head. This is basically equivalent to having a magician with you. If someone needs to release a spell, a magician needs to hide behind to cooperate. This is as stupid as locking a person in an ATM machine. It definitely won't work. Then use the Tower Spirit as a substitute? This is okay. The Tower Spirit's computing power is also enough to compile the divine text in real time according to the specific needs, and finally form a spell, but the consumption is too large, and the computing power requirement is too high. It's okay if 1 or 2 people use spells. But if thousands, tens of thousands, or even tens or millions of people use spells at the same time, the computing power required will be sky high. If the computing power is not enough, the magic network will collapse in a minute. Therefore, it is not possible to evolve the demand into specific spells in real time. The demand is infinite. And even if the calculation is fast, it still requires a computing world. It is too slow to deduce spells based on the demand, and then release the spells. Still have to give up something, use the most foolproof operation, just like playing games and using skills. Just click on the light wherever it lights up. Directly enter all the current spells into it. Constitute a spell library. The Magic Network user is just like browsing the mobile phone application store. If you want to play games, choose to download games. If you want to listen to music, choose to download music software. This can be the same. Download whatever spells you want, or collect whatever spells you want. As long as each spell entered into the spell library uses the divine text, or part of the divine text structure to recompile, it can be done. Although the workload is not small, it is much better than real-time deduction. After all, this is just a one-time deal. After a spell model is compiled, everyone can use it directly, no matter when, who, or where it is used. It does not need to be calculated or compiled again. Just use it. Although this sacrifices a little flexibility, it has a fast casting speed, strong pressure resistance, and can accommodate a large number of users to use the magic network to release spells at the same time. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. If you want to pursue flexibility, then let them learn by themselves and become mages by themselves. I have become a mage. I can cast any spell I want. If I don't have any spell, I can modify it at will, or even create it. Emolan thought for a moment and nodded. As for the fact that the Magic Net users can't beat the official mages, it doesn't matter. Isn't this normal? Yes. That's it. It's not complicated to realize these functions. First, use the rule projection to weave a projection rule net to cover the original rule net, protecting the rule net while connecting to the rule net. Chapter 9:11 Abyss Situation. The projection rule network is connected to the real rules, and it can also be used to open the connection between the rule network and the outside world. After all, the rule network is not convenient to connect with the outside world, but the projection rule network is convenient. And the projection rule network can also connect with the real rule network without any obstacles. And the connection below the projection rule network should be the God text library. And below the God text library is the God text analysis, the decomposed God text structure. Further down are various compiled spell templates. Further down is the architecture for actively connecting with users, the architecture for processing user information, the architecture for maintaining the entire magic network operation, and so on. Under such an architecture, anyone with spiritual power can sense the existence of the magic network and select the compiled spell template to engrave in their own spiritual space. When it is necessary to release, just connect to the magic network, activate the compiled spell model, and the spell model will drive the decomposed divine text structure, and the divine text structure will form a spell model, which will drive the power of rules and directly bring the power to the person who releases it, and it will become the spell released by him. But just like the demon network, since it is for popularization, since it is for lowering the threshold, then the threshold cannot be set at the point of having mental power. If you want to completely popularize it, then there must be no such threshold at all. Even this threshold must be erased. But this is simple. Emolan's thinking is very clear. Just follow the old method. How the demon network was made in the first place, you can do it here exactly the same way. It's even simpler this way. The divine text can directly mobilize the power of the rules. Even a part of the structure of the divine text has this power. Ordinary people without spiritual power only need to use the corresponding raw materials to draw a magic circle with specific patterns. Then, they can also use the special nature of the divine text to communicate with the magic network and cast spells. If it is improved with the help of the knowledge related to the microscopic magic circle, it is entirely possible to fix this magic circle on some media. For example, pendants, rings, necklaces, belts. These can all become the objects of the magic circle. Just like mobile phones carry the internet, people without spiritual power can also use the magic network with the help of these media. Well, however, without mental power, the limitation is still quite large. If micromedia is used, the factors that can be manipulated are reduced. In this way, micromedia can only release some specific spells or some simple spells. If you want to release a spell that is more difficult, it is better to arrange a large array. Use the method of drawing the array to express the message that should be transmitted by mental power in writing, and pass it to the magic network. Well, or fix these arrays in large machines in advance, and release them directly when you want to release them. This is also a good idea. Emolan nodded. It should be enough if the threshold is so low. The next step should be to popularize spiritual power among all people, just like literacy among all people. Instead of lowering the threshold, lower it until even illiterate people can use it. Molan pondered. The overall framework of the magic network has been finalized in his mind. It must be said that he obtained 102 kinds of divine texts, got the consent of 102 gods, and waited for 102 rule projections. All of these directly reduce the difficulty of Molan's magic network covering the entire world. The network of rules inherently covers the entire world. This world does not only include the main material world, but also includes the elemental world, all spaces including the demiplane, the heaven and earth, as long as they belong to this world. They are within the coverage of the network of rules. The magic network is built on the basis of the network of rules. As long as it is within the coverage of the network of rules, theoretically speaking, it is the coverage of the magic network. So its difficulty has been greatly reduced. If it was originally hell level, then now it has become beginner's easy level. The rewards for passing the game are just the opposite. Originally, even if you passed hell level, you would only get rewards for beginner's easy level. Now, as long as you pass beginner's easy level, you can get rewards for hell level. In one word, awesome. It's so awesome. And Molan himself felt refreshed. However, just when Molan was about to implement the general framework, ideas, and methods of the magic network in his mind, he was suddenly stunned and immediately opened the attribute panel to enter the forum. There is a private post on the forum personal page, which is the post that Molan uses to communicate with his clones. At this moment, there are several more messages in this post. Molan clicks on the post and looks at the replies inside. Molan was quite casual at first, but when he saw the content clearly, Molan suddenly became more cautious. All 4 4th level blood pools have been occupied. This should have been good news, but behind this good news is the real reason that made Molan cautious. The 4 4th level learning ground veins all point to the same location. If the directions of these ground veins are drawn in the form of extended lines, then the extended lines will intersect at a location very far away from the 4th level blood pool. This intersection happens to be in the bottomless abyss in the center of the abyss continent. Molan looked at the news, gradually had a more detailed understanding of what the clone had experienced during this period. For 4th level blood pools, then, they are 4 demigods who hold some power. Except the 4th level blood pool I have occupied before, then I have killed at least 3 demigods during this period, and only then have I occupied all the blood pools. Molan thought about it, and couldn't help but sigh. TSK, having a comprehensive map means speed. In the past, I risked my life to find a blood pool. Now the locations of these blood pools are clear and obvious. All I have to do is go to the location and fight. After Molan sighed, he looked at the post again. He didn't finish reading the post just now, but only read part of it. I took a look. The distances between the 4 4th level blood pools and the central abyss are about the same. If nothing unexpected happens, the 4 4th level blood pools should be used to protect the center of the continent. As for the 4th level blood pool, which can be protected by the ground vein, it can be basically inferred that the central abyss of the abyss continent should have been the location of the 5th level blood pool, which is the real location of the divine blood pool. In other words, this abyss is the 5th level blood pool. However, it should not be, because I found some traces of battle in the abyss in the center of the abyss continent. These are not traces left by ordinary demon battles. There seems to be a regular rhythm in the traces of battle. This seems to be a regular battlefield left after a divine war. The chaotic rules left on the battlefield have dissipated with the passage of time. Chapter 9:12 Strong Artificial Intelligence. The real 5th level blood pool should have existed in this location. The original 5th level blood pool should have carried the origin of the world, or the origin of the blood pool is the origin of the world. But it is not right to say the origin of the world. Although this abyss continent is a world, it is not a world, it is just a continent. Because the real abyss world is the darkness outside that devours the world and devours everything. And this continent is just a layer of abyss continent in the abyss world. The origin of this abyss continent should not be called the origin of the world. It can be called the origin of the continent at most. Or the origin of the territory, the origin of the demon lord's territory. If you carry the origin, you can become the lord of this layer of the abyss continent. In other words, controlling this 5th level blood pool can control this abyss continent, become an abyss lord, and exert the combat power of the god level. Originally, it should be like this, and this is the blood pool system of the abyss continent. Then the alien world invaded. Emolan continued to look down. It should be that a god invaded this layer of the abyss continent, and a war of gods broke out in the core of the abyss continent. Although it is not clear why the sun god can exert his god-level strength in the alien world. I think it should be related to the projected sun above the abyss continent. In short, it can be confirmed that the war of gods broke out in the center of the continent. This war of gods shattered the 5th level blood pool in the core. It was shattered too thoroughly, and it has not been able to recover and recondense until now. Therefore, there has been no abyss lord who unified the continent so far. Only 4 demigod-level demons. Of course, that was before. And now all these demigod-level demons are gone. As for the outcome of this war of gods, there are roughly only 2 possibilities. First, the sun god of another world wins, takes what he wants from this abyss continent and leaves, or is killed and repelled by other lords of the abyss continent. Second, both die together, or the sun god of another world kills the demon lord and shatters his origin. But he is also too seriously injured, so he has no choice but to leave, sleep in the kingdom of God, and lick his wounds. But no matter what, this alien sun god is not dead yet, he must still be alive. Because the projected sun above the abyss continent still exists and operates normally, it has almost forced the concept of the sun into the origin of the abyss continent. No matter where this alien sun god is, according to the projected sun, the coordinates of this abyss continent should be found, and he will come again. Well, if we need it, we can also find some time to study the projected sun, see if we can trace it back to the past, find the coordinates of the alien sun god, so there is a high probability of obtaining a coordinate of another world, and we will definitely get an angry sun god. Therefore, we must be cautious in the research of the projected sun. Let's get back to the point. This 5th level blood pool has been broken into pieces, and it has not been pieced together yet, but the abyss continent still exists, and it still retains its vitality, and the blood pool system is still functioning normally, which means that the origin of the heaven and earth of the abyss continent still exists. It must have recovered to a certain extent, but not completely, which means that the thing we conceived before is indeed feasible. That's all. This is my current space coordinate. Open the door quickly, and come here, and get down to business. Emolan thought for a moment, and he had the answer in his mind. The projected rule network can directly connect to the real rule network, so as to directly cover the entire world. But below the magic network, especially the calculation, operation, storage and other structures are more troublesome. The plan is to directly incorporate the concept of the mage, directly through the connection between the mage concept and the world, force this part into the structure of the world. Then as part of the structure of the world will naturally maintain its operation and store its information. But the current magic network can't do this otherwise. Emolan looked up at the sky. There were no clouds in the sky. The thunder is really going to strike me. Emolan shook his head. So we have to think of other ways, well, manually stabilize it, just like the constant array, using the space barrier as a carrier to directly transform these structures into nodes one by one, deploy the units, and imprint them. Nodes one by one, lines one by one together form the magic net. First cover the cities with large populations. This will catalyze the concept of the magic net. As long as it covers most of the big cities, then the power of faith gathered should be enough to define the concept of the magic net, enough for the birth of the faith gods that symbolize the concept of the magic net. Once the concept is born, it means that the magic net has become a part of the world, and the magic net structure has become a part of the structure of the world. Then the magic net will naturally cover the main material world, the elemental world, all small spaces, and the entire world. Once the magic net's faith god is born, according to the characteristics of the faith god, This god is destined to serve the magic net once it is born. If the magic net is broken, he will repair it. And he will also transform the various spell structures inside the magic net into divine text structures. He might even make accessories related to the magic net. Altar? Emolan was suddenly stunned. If there is no such god of faith, then I will have to do all these jobs? If you think about it this way, this is not bad. Emolan's mood suddenly improved a lot. TSK, what a good thing, I can use the magic net, get the benefits of the magic net, and then I don't have to maintain the magic net after it is built. I don't have to worry about anything as long as it is on the right track. Everything has been done by someone. I just need to use it. There is such a good thing in the world. Emolan was suddenly shocked. He suddenly realized something. If a large-scale project like this can produce a god, wouldn't it be equivalent to a weapon spirit or a formation spirit? Born from faith. They will definitely perform the functions given to them by faith or belief. Although the power of belief has no corrosive power, they are born from the power of belief. They are not corroded at all. They are like this from the beginning. From this perspective, cultivating gods in large-scale projects is equivalent to hiring a super laborer who works 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, has a very proactive and positive work attitude, has a strong sense of ownership, and does not ask for salary, and the validity period can be extended to 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and can be used forever? Emolan was shocked. And after a moment, he calmed down and muttered to himself. It's not feasible now. But when we have a thorough understanding of the gods, we can train and control them. And when their fighting power is negligible, we can consider this aspect. If you think about it from another perspective, this thing is simply the strong artificial intelligence in science fiction novels. Chapter 913, The Vent. Strong artificial intelligence, possessing supercomputing power, possessing advanced intelligence, is created by humans rather than natural intelligent life, is a handy tool for those who can master it, which is of great help, and is a black box technology for civilizations that cannot master it, which may destroy the entire civilization. Well, this is probably what many people understand as strong artificial intelligence. Now let's see, one by one. Emolan muttered, and began to apply these conditions to the belief in gods. The God of Light can handle the prayers of so many believers, and can also grant believers divine arts. The God of Light definitely has a computing unit, and has supercomputing power. Advanced intelligence? Although the character of the gods of faith is determined by faith, no one can deny their intelligence and wisdom. They also have the ability to create and innovate. Was it created by humans? Well, Titans are not. But the gods of faith are. It is a handy tool for those who can control it. And it may destroy the entire civilization for civilizations that cannot be controlled? Well, for the temple of the gods. Or for the God King. It is just a god of faith, which can be controlled and used to manage the magic network after it appears. But for humans, no, humans can also kill him. Forget it. For humans who do not have combat power above the god level, do not have enough knowledge of studying gods, and do not have the ability to create gods in a targeted manner, although gods are created by themselves, they are enough to destroy civilization. The bloodline can definitely be passed down, and the human race must still be there, but it is like a brain in a jar, it is considered alive. But civilization is definitely gone. Emolan fell into deep thought. Perfect fit? Is this a corner of the super wizard civilization? But from the perspective of a pure wizard civilization without computers, they want to have a computing power structure and must be studying some creatures that are born with supercomputing power. Scientific research naturally requires high computing power. From this perspective, it is natural for them to study gods. Well, it can be used as a direction, but if we go in this direction, Emolan looked at the association's mage tower. If this will be one of the outlets of the next era, then perhaps we can allocate certain resources to the God Studio, and we can consider it. Molan kept this in mind, and immediately began to deduce the magic network structure that can be fixed in space. First of all, this structure must meet Emolan's previous needs. Second, this structure can be constant in space. Although space has no substance, it can also be constant. This is a new discovery after Liu Bing completed the definition of the origin of space. And now Emolan can use it. Compared with building one base station after another to cover the model of the magic network, it is much better to keep the magic network structure constant in space. It is not easy to be destroyed. It is not easy to be perceived. It is everywhere. There is no signal shielding, etc. There are too many advantages. after Emolan took Lu Bin's space constant technology. He searched inside the tower spirit of the association and found the latest achievement of the Mechanical Automation Working Group. The latest version of the automatic constant machine tool. It can quickly and stably identify various materials, and finally very intelligently and automatically constant the required array on it. This level of machine tool can already realize the automated production of many mechanical creations. You only need to put the raw materials into the machine, drive it with mental power as energy, and directly produce one array item after another. It is very convenient and has a high production efficiency. Compared with the original manual constant production efficiency, it has undergone a qualitative change. Emolan directly took over the technology. The Magic Network project is too huge. Even if it is just the initial part, it must cover most cities. Because even if it is the initial startup project, its success is the birth of the concept of the Magic Network. The birth of the Magic Network belief gods. The power of faith is enough to give birth to a god. This volume is huge. And even if it is a city, take Hong Kong City as an example, there are hundreds of millions of people in a city. How big is a city with hundreds of millions of people living in an era without high-rise buildings? It is hard to imagine. If there were no supernatural power like magic, if there were no natural plants that absorb elements to grow quickly and produce a large amount of food, it would be impossible for a city of this level to be created. This is not realistic at all. Even if there is such food that does not require soil fertility, has a short growth cycle, and is high in yield, the existence of such a large-scale city is still unreasonable and abnormal. It stands to reason that there should not be such a bold city. But since it exists, and has not collapsed, and is running normally, it means that it is reasonable and special. After all, there is still a difference between the magic world and the ancient reality. And the area of a city of this level is very large. If you want to keep the magic net covering the entire city, it means that the structure of the magic net must be kept constant in every inch of space. This workload is sky high. If such a huge workload is done purely by hand, if it is done purely by hand, not to mention how much manpower and material resources are needed, the engineering time requirement will reach an extremely horrifying level, so Emolan can't use manual labor at all. Automation, this is the basis for covering a large area of magic net. Well, the structure of the magic net can refer to the spiritual particles. Each magic net unit can run independently, or jointly, so that even if one is broken, the others can still be used normally. An inspiration suddenly emerged in Emolan's mind. Emolan wrote it down, and continued his work. Well, the constant array needs to put the raw materials into the machine, but what I want to keep constant now is the space. How to put the space in like this? Pack the whole world and put it into the machine, and take it out after everything is constant? Emolan smiled, an idea emerged in his head. It's not a big problem. Just make a few more parts to surround them. Emolan thought and designed at the same time. The original lathe design changed more and more in Emolan's hands. In the end, the lathe originally designed, as a whole, was transformed by Emolan into thousands of small structures connected by wireless. Each structure is like a floating cannon. In Emolan's design, some of the thousands of structures are on the surface of the space. Some are deep in the space. And thousands of structures directly build a sphere on the four-dimensional solid. That's it. It can achieve stability over a large area at one time. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Just use it first. After using it for a while, we can combine it with the actual situation and improve it according to the problems we encounter. As for now, the structure is missing. Emolan began to conceive the structure of the magic net. Once the structure of the magic net is conceived, he will go to the Abyss continent for a while. A big thing. Chapter 914 Branded Magic Net. Perfect. Emolan stretched his waist and looked at the basic unit structure of the magic net floating in front of him. The structure was extremely simple, but it did not feel shabby or low-level at all, but it looked like the popular decoration style now. Simple but not simplistic, simple but not shabby, on the contrary, it was simple with a touch of luxury. This basic unit structure of the magic net was floating in front of Emolan, extremely perfect, without any redundancy. No node was wasted. Basically each node often had 3 to 4 different functions, taking into account the operation of several structures. This is the structure that Emolan created after he opened the door to the other world, retracted his clone, and completed it in full force, and created it. In the process of completing this structure, inspiration flowed out like spring water, feeling smooth and in excellent condition. After completing the design of this basic unit of the magic net, even Emolan felt a little incredible. At this moment, even if Mo did it again. It would be impossible to reach this level. This level of perfect structure is rare for Mo. And what's even more wonderful is that this basic unit of the magic net even gave Mo a feeling of divine text, giving Mo a feeling that this is the rule. Although it was incredible, Mo knew that this could not be his illusion. He could not have such an outrageous illusion. The only possibility was that this basic unit of the magic network had been very perfect since its birth. Very close to the divine text. Close to the rules. And only a hair's breadth away from the real divine text and the real rules. This is probably related to the divine text and rule projections I saw before. Mo thought quietly. During this period, I have studied too many divine texts and have experienced too many projection rules. Basically, the rules and divine texts of the entire world are flowing in my hands, which can allow me to study them extensively. No, to construct the magic network extensively. This top-level knowledge once again fills my foundation. There should be no second person or second god in the world who has seen and studied all the gods, the divine texts and rules of the titans like me. This knowledge accumulated in my mind, turned into my foundation, and became my source of inspiration. When designing and creating the basic unit structure of the magic network, relying on my feelings and the explosion of my knowledge foundation, I finally completed such a basic unit of the magic network. Mo roughly sorted out the relationship between them, and understood how he designed this basic unit of the magic network. But even so, Mo himself still felt very excited, because this is his most pinnacle work ever. This level of work allows him to reproduce this state, this environment, and this feeling, which cannot be created again. The right place, the right time, and the right luck are all indispensable. Even Mo is excited about this level of work and achievement, and can talk about it and show it off. Of course, I am not showing off to ordinary people. Even if ordinary people see it, they will not understand it. At most, they only know that it is awesome, but don't know why it is awesome. At most, the uneducated will shout a few words of wow, and the educated will shout a few words of why don't you go to heaven, which has no practical significance. The show-off that Mo mentioned can be done in front of Linhua and Lu Bin. They can see where the strength lies, and then even they will be shocked. So Mo is ready to wait. Wait. Other things can wait. But why wait for this kind of thing? Mo was stunned, and immediately sent the structure of the magic network basic unit to the group of 3 people. At Lu Bin. At Linhua. The magic network basic unit that I just made is average. Not very good. Please help me take a look. Improve it. And make it more perfect. Mo posted it with a smile. And because it was tagged, there was a reply soon. General? Not very good? Improve? Perfect? President, be a man. I suspect you are here to show off. How can we improve your structure? Mo smiled and said after publishing the message. Be more positive. Get rid of the suspicion. I am here to show off. How about it? Is it okay? It seems like we should beat him. This structure cannot refute it, so let's beat him secretly. Lu Bin looked at it and said calmly. We can't beat him even if we join forces, after all. My divine duties have not yet been condensed, even if they are condensed. We are still not his opponent, after all. You are just a master. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not saying you're weak, I'm just saying, forget it, I won't cover it up. I think you're weak. What kind of damage transfer is this? So I'm the only one who got hurt in the end? Be a man. Linhua, forget it, destroy it. Linhua popped up again after a while. I'll kill you all when I have time. Mo smiled and closed the attribute panel, and input the design structure into the automatic constant machine. Activate. Start constant. The moment the voice fell, thousands of small parts moved, some of them flew into the air and started the hovering mode, some of them emitted a space wave, then fell into the space bit by bit, and entered the void. After a while, all the parts arrived at the designated location. On the surface, there seemed to be many parts floating in the air without any rules. However, if you penetrate the space and observe the void, you will find that the parts outside and in the void just form a sphere. Because space itself is not a plane. Space is 3-dimensional. And space is multidimensional. If the structure is only fixed in the surface space, it will be easily damaged once the surface space is torn apart. If it is fixed in the void like now, then the ordinary space crushing will not affect the structure of the magic network. In the outside world, the space covered by this star structure is about 125 cubic meters. After all the structures are in place, Constant work begins. Invisible rays of light are emitted from the structure, accompanied by energy beams, and space fluctuations are oscillating, instantly capturing the frequency of the deep space and the void, and resonating with the deep space and the void. In the resonance, the basic unit of the magic network is directly imprinted, and begins to absorb various discrete elements in the space. The constant was completed, and there were tens of thousands of constant magic network basic units in a space of only 125 cubic meters. After the constant was completed, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Only by using mental power to perceive could one discover the existence of the magic network basic units in the space. And only by using mental power to perceive could one discover the existence of the magic network composed of the magic network basic units. As time passed, changes slowly occurred. Chapter 9:15 Sorting out the elements. Let's begin. Molon said softly, looking at the place where the basic unit of the magic network was imprinted, quietly observing the changes. The various elemental forces floating in the air were originally very difficult to control. This is why Molon couldn't directly use mental power to control the elements to construct a spell model. The elemental forces are too chaotic and active. If you only use mental power to control it, it is difficult to directly construct it into a spell model. At the beginning, Molon could only use his mental power to construct the spell slot first, use the spell slot to construct the spell model in advance, and then import the elemental power into the spell model to cast the spell. This is like preparing a mold in advance, and then directly importing it into the mold, so that active and difficult to control elements can be used to release spells. In addition to this, there is also the method of refining the elemental power in advance, and constructing magic power with mental power, and then directly using the gentle, easy to control, and free to use magic power to construct the spell model, and use it to release spells. But no matter what, whether to control the elements first or to construct the spell model first, there is actually only one problem. The power of the elements is too active, difficult to control, and cannot be used directly to cast spells. The two casting methods are actually just to avoid this shortcoming before casting. So under normal circumstances, the power of the elements cannot be used directly for casting spells. This is also true for Molon. Although Molon can now cast spells directly using elements, that is entirely because of Molon's super strong mental power and super high affinity for elements. The super strong mental power forced the melon to be sweet, and forced the elemental power to cooperate with oneself. But with Molon's strength, this method can only release 3-ring and 4-ring level spells, and it is impossible to do it again. Although the super high elemental affinity can allow Molon to release 6-ring, 7-ring, and even 8-ring and 9-ring spells, it is entirely because the elemental power becomes coordinated after the elemental affinity is improved, and it becomes easier to control, and can be directly used for casting. Increasing the elemental affinity is basically to find a way to solve the problem of the difficulty of controlling the elemental power, and then cast the spell, which is essentially no different from the previous two methods. But now it is different. Within the coverage of the basic unit of the magic net, the elemental power has directly become stable, still active, but easier to control. Molon roughly sensed that the elemental power within the coverage of the magic net can be directly used to construct spell models, to release spells. Within the coverage of the magic net, the elements are no longer chaotic. The magic net is like a comb, smoothing out the originally chaotic and uncontrollable elemental power bit by bit, making it regular and smooth. This is the most basic function of the magic net, combing the elemental power in the world. The elemental power in the area where the magic net is combing will become balanced, stable, coordinated, and there will be no elemental chaos or riots. As for other functions, such as one-click spellcasting, alter spellcasting, etc., they are not yet perfected. After all, it is just a super micro magic net covering a mere 125 cubic meters. Except for the most basic stability and the function of regulating elemental power, no other function is turned on. However, although this function is basic, it is very important, and can even be said to be one of the most important functions. Because, when the concept of the magic network is born, when the gods of the magic network are born, and when the magic network covers the entire world, the function of the magic network to sort out the elemental power should be further sublimated and evolved into a function of sorting out rules and stabilizing rules. Right? Molon pondered. This function of sorting out rules and stabilizing rules is one of the most core functions of the magic network. While letting thousands of builders continue to maintain the magic network, Molon checked the operation of the magic network and nodded after confirming that there was no problem. Well, no problem. We can try to build a local magic network in the association for a pilot. If there is no problem at that time, we can build a large area and promote it. Mo Lan's thinking is very clear. He did not get carried away and immediately choose a large area and promote it on a large scale. Instead, he calmly chose to limit the scope of the association to conduct a pilot. And this machine tool composed of thousands of components is called Mo Lan thought for a moment and said, Distributed Laser Space Array Stabilizer, or simply Space Stabilizer. This type of space stabilizer can start designing an assembly line for production, even if it is just to cover the inside of the association with a magic net. A large number of space stabilizers are needed. After all, a space stabilizer can only stabilize 125 cubic meters of space on the magic net at a time. If you want to stabilize the inside and outside of the mage association, all up and down, all covered with magic nets. TSK. Mo Lan immediately arranged this matter. Of course, he didn't need to do these things himself. After telling his assistant a few words, the assistant would naturally handle these things properly. After instructing his assistant, Mo Lan let out a long breath, and the gate to the other world opened in front of him. Mo Lan thought about it and closed it again. The main body in the Earth elemental world pulled his thoughts away from the projection of the Mage Association, and slowly opened his eyes. Looking around, looking at the bottomless abyss of the Earth elemental world, Mo Lan nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad. Let's do things here. If we do things here, we don't have to worry about any problems later. And we don't have to worry about affecting the association. Mo Lan's thoughts moved, and the gate to the other world immediately opened in front of him. There was also a bottomless abyss opposite the gate to the other world. It's just that the abyss of the Earth elemental world is filled with endless Earth elements. And the abyss on the abyss continent is indeed filled with endless abyss aura and endless demonic power. Although the abyss on the abyss continent is bottomless, its scope is not too large. At least Mo Lan can see the land at the edge of the abyss from the high altitude in the center of the abyss. On the surrounding land, there is a thin line extending towards the abyss in the four directions. Looking closely, those are not thin lines, but huge soil and rock pipes tens of meters thick, which are just tiny under the huge abyss, just like thin lines. The pipes in the four directions extend as far as possible into the abyss. If you draw the extension lines of their four directions, you will find that the intersection of the extension lines of these four pipes is at the core of the abyss, which is where Mo Lan is at the moment. These four extremely thick pipes are arranged by Mo Lan's clones, and Mo Lan is naturally clear about their existence and purpose. Earth Vein Passage. Chapter 916 Blood Pool System. The basic system of this abyss continent is the blood pool system composed of blood pools and ground veins. Mo Lan looked at the abyss at the bottom, looked at the ground veins around, and said silently in his heart, The smallest ground veins are like capillaries, spreading all over the continent, spreading every angle, invisible and intangible but omnipresent, absorbing the power from inside the earth and above the earth. These capillary-like ground veins gather one by one, and become ground veins with a thickness standard of the first order. The first level earth vein channel is connected to the first level blood pool. The capillary earth vein channel draws power from the earth and converges on the higher level earth vein channel. It rises one level at a time and finally converges to the first level earth vein channel. It converges to the first level blood pool through the first level earth vein channel. A part of the consumable blood, mental power, and soul fragments are transformed into raw materials for the blood pool. They are made into demon worms by the blood pool and then released to the surface, returning to the external cycle again. The other part of the power belongs to the earth, and the power of the continent is gathered inside the blood pool and stays there. Gradually, the blood pool becomes the core of an area. Mastering this first level blood pool is equivalent to mastering this territory. This part of the power is the source of the power blessed by the blood pool, and it can also be called demonic power. At this last moment, Mo Lan sorted out his thoughts bit by bit. Part of the demonic power stays in the first level blood pool, and part of the demonic power gathers to the second level blood pool through the second level earth vein passage connected to the second level blood pool. The power of the first level blood pools gathered one after another, and the power of the land gathered one after another, forming the power of the second level blood pool. By analogy, the power of the second level blood pools gathered into the demonic power of the third level blood pools. The power of many third level blood pools gathered, and the demonic power of the entire abyss continent was gathered together. And finally 4 fourth level blood pools were formed. In this process, The demonic power has gradually evolved into a concept due to the power gathered by countless blood pools, and the power gathered by the vast land, and turned into authority. The authority of this abyss continent, and the authority of this small world. In the past, the power of the 4 4th-level blood pools converged at one point through 4 5th-level earth veins. With the influx of endless demonic power, the power of the entire abyss continent condensed, and a 5th-level blood pool was born. The authority of the abyss continent and the credentials of the Lord of the abyss continent were born in the 5th-level blood pool. Mastering the 5th-level blood pool can make you the Lord of this abyss continent. This was originally, and now the 5th-level blood pool has been shattered. During the period when the 5th-level blood pool was shattered, the entire blood pool system was still operating normally, which should include the authority of the abyss continent and the demonic power. Without the 5th-order blood pool, this force could not be drawn out at all. It should still be stuck inside the blood pool system. Emolon thought for a moment and muttered to himself. In theory, as long as the 4 5th-order earth veins are recast to simulate the structure of the 5th-order blood pool, or simply draw out the power of the 4 4th-order blood pools and gather them together, it should be possible to recondense that authority and recondense that force. In this case, there should be a chance. Emolon muttered to himself. What Emolon wanted was not authority or that demonic power. If it was before the meeting of the gods, then this authority, this god-level power could be said to be crucial, because at that time, the abyss continent was a way out that Emolon prepared for the players and the humans in the game world. Once the Titans launched a full-scale attack and besieged the players, Emolon would start a large-scale evacuation while resisting. Although those gates to other worlds were distributed to solve the spatial area problem of players leveling up and developing. For Emolon, it was also to allow players to adapt to the situation and environment inside the abyss continent in advance, so that when they really had to migrate urgently, they would not be completely in the dark and know nothing. In the end, even if they ran to the abyss world and escaped the threat of the Titans, they would still suffer a large number of unnecessary casualties due to unfamiliarity with the environment. In addition, the appearance of the gate to the otherworld will lead to a high density of players. For players, the gate to the otherworld is a transmission channel to the monster area and the mining area. Players will naturally gather here and settle here. Those with some strength will even build their guild headquarters directly on the abyss continent and live there directly. In this case, if emergency evacuation is required, these gates to the otherworld will directly become escape passages. High-density players and humans can directly enter the abyss world through the gate to avoid the attack and killing of Titans. In this case, the authority of the abyss continent and the power of the god level are very important, because this determines the safety of hiding in the abyss continent. If you have authority in the abyss continent, have the power of the god level, and become a god level combat force, then with a home advantage, no matter how many Titan gods come, they will not be able to shake the abyss continent. No matter how many Titans there are, the gods dare not enter the abyss continent. Whoever dares to come will die. This is the original significance of authority and power. At that time, it was indispensable and crucial. But after the meeting of the gods, Emolon had a clearer understanding of the entire Titan group and the entire god group. This made Emolon understand more deeply that, in addition to being called Titans, the difference between Titans is greater than the difference between humans and dogs. The same is true for believing in gods. Since this is the case, Titans and gods are not as scary as imagined. They are not a whole, but just individuals with the power of gods. If that's the case, then Emolon is stronger than them. What's there to be afraid of? After deeply understanding this, Emolon even obtained the top 10 seats among the gods through his own strength, and also left a great reputation among the gods. Titans are also living creatures. Living creatures must have the instinct to bully the weak and fear the strong. And Titans also have it. When they can bully the gods who believe in them, they will not be stupid enough to choose to provoke the God King. By the same token, if they can bully and suppress other Titans with weaker strength, they will not target Emolon. On the contrary, at this point, if Emolon doesn't bully them, they should be very lucky. So at this stage, it is basically impossible to escape to the Abyss continent. In this case, the authority and power of the Abyss continent are certainly not worthless, but the value is not that high either. At least there is no need to make a big fuss about it. This is indeed the case for Emolon. Chapter 917 The Origin of Heaven and Earth. Perhaps for ordinary people, the authority of a continent and the power of a god are extremely precious, and are already the end of a lifetime and a luxury. But for Emolan, it is really nothing. Ordinary authority, the power of a god is obtained. And it is obtained. He will take it easily, but if he can't get it, or lose it, it's actually just like that, no big deal. So Emolan can't go to great lengths just for this authority, and this power, or even spend so much energy, and such a great price. However, whether Emolan's real purpose can be achieved is still unknown. At this moment, even Emolan himself is not sure. He can only wait silently. Start it, Emolan said silently in his heart. As Emolan's thoughts moved, the giant magic circle that had been arranged above the abyss was instantly activated and started. The demon throne under his feet made a humming sound, a wave spread out, and started together with the constant magic circle on the shore of the abyss. Boom! A blood-red beam of light shot up from the east, and the majestic power fluctuation spread out, making people feel extremely depressed. The energy level displayed by this blood-red beam of light alone has surpassed all the demigods that Emolan has ever seen. The energy level of this beam of light is infinitely close to the level of gods in Emolan's opinion. Emolan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when he sensed this energy fluctuation. So strong. Before today, even Emolan had never tried to draw out all the energy hidden in the 4th level blood pool. Even Emolan had never thought that the energy contained in the 4th level blood pool would be so terrifying. You know, the gap between demigods and gods is greater than the gap between demigods and mortals combined. There is such a terrifying gap between the energy level of demigods and gods. But the energy level contained in the 4th level blood pool of demigods here is infinitely close to that of gods. How much energy is accumulated in the blood pool of this world? Without the 5th level blood pool, is all the energy accumulated in the 4th level blood pool? Emolan muttered to himself. Now I don't know whether the destruction of this 5th level blood pool is a good thing or a bad thing. With the energy level inside this 4th level blood pool, if it continues to accumulate, it may have a chance to cross that boundary and enter the realm of gods. For 4th level blood pools, directly turned into 4 god level blood pools, hiss, 1 5th level blood pool turned into 4 5th level blood pools, 1 god turned into 5 gods. From this perspective, it's hard to say whether the destruction of the 5th level blood pool is a good thing or a bad thing. But then again, a difference of 1 hair is a world of difference. Like a punishment from heaven. It is unknown how long it will take to break through this line. Even if the accumulation is enough to start the transformation into a 5th order blood pool, the result of the transformation will most likely be failure. Emolan muttered. If it is a normal world, it will be fine. The world will also grow. In this way, there may be a chance to change from only 1 god to 4 gods. But this abyss continent is different. There is only killing and destruction on the continent. And there are very few plants. If the world where plants and animals are extremely lush and the main material world is normal, it is a world full of vitality. Then the abyss continent is a world that has already been destroyed. It is impossible for a world like this to make such a breakthrough. From 1 god to 4 gods. Even if the energy is accumulated enough, it is almost impossible. Even if it is forced to break through, the greater possibility is that the promotion will fail, and the blood pool will collapse. The origin of heaven and earth is not enough to support the birth of 4 gods, Emolan said silently, and a gleam of expectation flashed in his eyes when he talked about the origin of heaven and earth. Boom! Another blood column rose in another direction, and the huge energy fluctuation was no less than the first blood column. This was another blood column that was infinitely close to the level of gods. Boom! Boom! In a flash, 4 blood pillars stood on the abyss continent. The terrifying energy fluctuation spread out like a substance. All the demons in a large range crawled on the ground in fear, not daring to move at all. 4 blood pillars that were infinitely close to the energy level of gods, Emolan waited quietly. Emolan did not wait too long. After only 3 or 5 minutes, Emolan found that the earth vein channel extending from the edge of the abyss was quickly turning blood-colored. The originally transparent and colorless earth vein channel was filled with blood-colored energy, which directly made the entire earth vein channel seem to turn blood-colored. Blood-colored energy surged in the earth veins. The earth veins turned blood red wherever the blood-colored energy passed. The next moment after it turned blood red, the earth veins disappeared without a trace. The earth veins were originally invisible and immaterial. No matter in the earth or in the air. They had no shape or mass. They were naturally formed energy pathways. Under normal circumstances, they could not be found at all. They could only be seen through the places connected to the blood pool. And because energy pathways usually appeared inside the earth, the energy flowing inside was the energy of the earth, which was like the veins of the earth, so they were called earth veins. Previously, Emolan could see the earth veins directly with his naked eyes. This was entirely because these earth veins were constructed by Emolan himself, and were not natural earth veins. These artificial earth veins were not actually completed. Emolan was like a switch. As long as there was a surge of energy flowing into the earth veins, these earth veins would complete the last step and be put into use. They would also become invisible and intangible and disappear into the air. Even Emolan could only observe these hidden earth veins through some special methods. At this moment, under Emolan's gaze, the surging energy from the 4 fourth-level blood pools rapidly advanced along the ground veins, and the distance was constantly shortened. Getting closer, getting closer, getting closer. Boom! At this moment, the 4 fifth-level ground veins collided with each other under Emolan's feet. At this moment, Emolan took a deep breath, and with a thought, the magic array originally arranged under his feet was activated instantly. Invisibly, it seemed that a huge projected blood pool was formed. This projection was extremely real, and it was both a projection and substantial. The blood-colored energy gushing out of the 4 ground veins was input into the blood pool projection. The blood pool projection is based on the structure of a general blood pool, and is made after combining the speculation on the function of the 5th-order blood pool. So this blood pool projection is actually the 5th-order blood pool simulated by Emolan. So in other words, the majestic power of the 4 semi-god level blood pools is now pouring into the projection of the 5th-order blood pool. Colliding, merging, and changes are happening. Chapter 9:18 Projection. Buzz. The elements are trembling. The space is trembling. The rules are trembling. The things inside the 5th level blood pool projection have not yet taken shape, but everything around it has begun to tremble, as if everything is cheering, everything is jumping for joy. And Emolan's eyes are always fixed on the 5th level blood pool projection. Emolan did not find the 5th level blood pool, because the 5th level blood pool has been shattered, leaving no trace. Emolan could not find any content about the structure of the 5th level blood pool even if he wanted to look for it, so Emolan had no idea what the structure of the 5th level blood pool was. However, as part of the entire blood pool system, the structure of the 5th order blood pool must be in the same vein as the blood pool system. Emolan has already mastered the structure of the 1st order blood pool, the 2nd order blood pool, the 3rd order blood pool, and even the semi-god level 4th order blood pool. It is like deducing a spell model. Emolan can refer to it and deduce it bit by bit to restore the structure of the 5th order blood pool. The structure of this projection comes from this. Although Emolan can be sure that the 5th order blood pool structure he deduced is feasible, he is not sure whether it can achieve the desired effect like the real 5th order blood pool. So at this moment, even Emolan is a little nervous and expectant. Buzz. A familiar wave rippled from the projection of the 5th order blood pool. Emolan sensed this wave and reacted immediately. The first thing that appeared was the complete authority of the Abyss continent. That is, a god-level authority. The authority of the Lord. As long as one has the strength to master this authority, in the Abyss continent, or even in the entire Abyss world, one must have the strength of a god. It can be said to be very precious. If thrown into the Abyss continent, there must be a lot of corpses. But this is not what Emolan wants. After taking a few glances, collecting some information and some data, he directly entered it into the demon throne where he sat. Go in. Instantly, a blood-red shadow rose into the sky, which could be seen throughout the abyss. At the same time, a surge of momentum pressed down over the entire Abyss continent, and all the demons could not help but prostrate themselves on the ground, and kneel down to worship the high and mighty Lord. And all the players, who were killing monsters, having picnics, doing experiments, kissing, catching succubi, and fighting fiercely, were alarmed, and suddenly raised their heads to look at the huge throne in the center of the Abyss continent that connected the sky and the earth. And the figure on the throne. Are there gods in the Abyss continent? This thought could not help but come to their minds, and they had a sense of foreboding, as if something bad was going to happen. At this moment, the atmosphere in the player bases in the entire Abyss continent became very solemn, and many leading players looked at each other, and could see the caution in each other's eyes. The Abyss continent was found by Emolan, and now the Mage Association also has a lot of power in the Abyss continent. If a god appears in the Abyss continent, he should be able to take care of it. Right? Someone said worriedly. So what? In the main material world. Although Emolan has the power of a god, this is not the main material world, This is the Abyss continent. MO Land's god-level power is simply not enough to bring it here. And if it is just a master-level mage, to exaggerate, even if it is a legendary mage, what can MO Land do? Legends are still useless in front of gods. The gap between legends and gods is greater than the gap between humans and dogs. But what can we do about it? For a moment, the solemn atmosphere was a little dejected. There are gods everywhere. Or in other words, there are gods in every world. Without the strength of gods, there is no way to fight against them. Only in the main material world, where MO Land has the basic strength of gods, can we barely have a foothold. We can only rely on MO Land. As for here, MO Land is probably powerless. We can only hope that this god will not care about these things, and will not meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, the player lowered his head. His face was extremely gloomy, and a chilling voice came out of his mouth. Then we can only give up everything here and escape back to the main material world. The heart was chilled. Yes, escape back to the main material world, abandon everything here. Just thinking about the losses and subsequent development issues made these people feel chilled. All the players couldn't help but look up, looking at the gradually clear projection, looking at the terrifying humanoid projection on the throne. The humanoid projection was still blurry, and the shape could not be seen clearly. But some people couldn't help but say, "Why does this look so much like a person? Is this a player? Player? How is it possible? A god-level player. Do you think everyone is MO Land? Don't joke, if you say this is MO Land. I will believe it a little. Another player? It's impossible." A player said firmly. The other players were stunned when they heard it. "Wait, what did you just say?" "Huh?" I said it's impossible. No. The previous sentence. Another player? The previous sentence. If you say this is MO Land, I'll... The player paused, then looked at each other, and said in unison, "Isn't this MO Land?" At this time, the projection in the sky just became clear, and all the players looked up, looking at the giant. The giant sat casually on the majestic and solemn demon throne. He seemed to be concentrating on something, with his head down, and his face could not be seen clearly. At this time, he seemed to have noticed the player's gaze, raised his head, looked at the player and smiled. All the players couldn't help but hold their breath when they saw the extremely familiar face. Even those who didn't know this face quickly learned the identity of this face from the mouths of the people around them. MO Land. It's really MO Land. Hi, hello everyone, sorry, I'm doing an experiment, I'm sorry to disturb you, I'll turn it off now. MO Land's gentle voice echoed between heaven and earth. After the voice fell, the projection disappeared, as if turning it off was as simple as turning off the TV with a remote control for MO Land. All the players had a lot of words in their chests. When they looked at each other and wanted to say something, MO Land's projection suddenly flashed again. "Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. I'm sorry to bother you. You continue. Play music. Fight. And kiss. And the guy who is catching the succubus. You continue." When MO Land's projection appeared again, everyone's breathing was stagnant again. When MO Land's projection disappeared, they suddenly found that they were not so shocked after being interrupted. However, wait, what did MO Land say just now? Succubus? The players were shocked. At this moment, they had forgotten everything. What? You said MO Land? MO what Land? Succubus. He was talking about succubus. Chapter 919 Forbidden Spell Level Evil? Magic Web. MO Land has become a god again in the Abyss continent. This news instantly topped the popularity list of the forum, and shocked the mind of Shi1 players. It can only be said that MO Land is MO Land, and he is MO Land wherever he goes. After the shock, the ranking of this news was knocked down, and another topic ranked first. Shocking, MO Land said, there are succubi in the Abyss continent. And this news was knocked down again the next moment. Shocked, there are succubi in the Abyss continent. After this one, another one appeared. Shocked, MO Land actually encouraged the capture of succubi. Is this a moral decline or a victory for old perverts? Succubus.jpg. The headlines of this day changed one after another like a roller, one pushed out another, until a screenshot appeared and completely dominated the top of the popularity list, and stopped changing. And by this time, MO Land's news had already been pushed to the back, hanging at the 10th place on the popularity list, precarious, as if it would be squeezed out of the top 10 at any time. When some people found out about this situation, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this situation caused by too many old perverts? How is it possible? Absolutely impossible. Impossible. Definitely not. Each player is handsome, elegant, dignified, suave, tall and mighty, and upright. How could they be old perverts? Absolutely impossible. So there is only one possibility for this situation. That is, everyone is used to Mo Lan's strong strength, Mo Lan's great ability, and Mo Lan's accomplishments. They are all tired of this. In other words, what is shocking? Hasn't Mo Lan already been a god? Isn't it very reasonable for him to become another god? Mo Lan is already so awesome. It's not surprising if he becomes more awesome. Is it worth being surprised? Yes, only this can explain why this situation happened before. It makes sense. Mo Lan is not aware of the noise in the outside world, but he is quite curious about the feeling of the demon throne turning into a projection just now. Well, it's interesting, these players are interesting. It's really big, well, the Abyss continent is really big. Mo Lan smacked his lips, and then returned his mind to the projection of the 5th level blood pool in front of him again. As for other things? Is it interesting to study spells? Is it the sense of accomplishment after seeing the truth, solving a problem? That kind of refreshing feeling? Mo Lan curled his lips in disdain, looking at the projection of the 5th level blood pool, waiting quietly. The authority of the Abyss continent has been put into the demon throne by Mo Lan, and has been integrated with the demon throne. As long as he controls the demon throne, he can exercise authority. And power and strength are inseparable. The two have always been closely related, bound together, and cannot be separated. Therefore, after the authority of the Abyss continent was integrated into the demon throne, the demon power comparable to that of a god and lord also belonged to the demon throne and was controlled by the demon throne. Originally, the demon throne was made of materials that could only carry the power of a demigod, and it would collapse if it carried the power of a god without any accidents. But the demon throne was never an independent equipment or item. Even at the beginning, the demon throne was closely connected to a 4th level blood pool. And now, the demon throne is the core of the demon network, connecting the entire demon network. When the divine demon power accompanied by the authority of the continent fell on the demon throne shook, and the entire demon network shook. But the next moment, this divine demon power flowed into the entire demon network along the power channels. With the demon throne as the center, it quickly spreads to the surrounding network nodes, carried by the entire demon network. This god-level demon power is also integrated into the demon throne and the demon network. The demon throne can directly control it, and the demon network can also directly control it. It can be said that from this moment on this Abyss continent, the demon throne has become a genuine artifact. As long as you hold the demon throne, you can gain a power comparable to that of a god, which is extremely powerful. The entire demon network is also filled with the influx of god-level demon power. And then, it is forcibly raised to a higher level along with the demon throne. At this moment, the devil net's ability to withstand pressure has been enhanced. Its load capacity has been enhanced, and its various properties and effects have been almost comprehensively enhanced. What is crucial is that the key function of the devil net, the core function of giving ordinary people the ability to cast spells, has also made a great breakthrough. Theoretically speaking, with the current devil net, as long as an ordinary person is proficient in spell knowledge, has a huge amount of wealth, and has a very high constant ability of the magic array, after a long period of time and a great cost of preparation, he can directly use spells comparable to a blow from a god. A divine strike. Theoretically, a mortal can use a spell comparable to a divine strike through the demon net. A spell comparable to a divine strike is a forbidden spell. This means that the demon net's spellcasting limit is divine level, and the upper limit is an ordinary person releasing a forbidden spell. A system that can release forbidden spells. At this moment, the meaning of the demon net is completely different. This is equivalent to a qualitative change. This is the change that the authority of the Abyss continent and the power of the god-level demons have brought to the demon net, bringing a complete transformation. And these two are just the two that Mo Lan doesn't need. The things that Mo Lan hopes to see have not appeared yet. But when authority appears, after power appears, what Mo Lan needs will almost come. Under Mo Lan's gaze, the majestic blood-colored energy quickly collided and merged inside the 5th order blood pool projection. The rule fragments contained in it quickly reorganized, invisible chains one by one. These invisible chains are extremely fragmented, and it seems that there are tens of thousands of them in a small area, hundreds of thousands of rule chains. These chains seem to be the rules of the entire demon world. These chains of rules intertwined, entangled, woven, and finally, a drop of chaotic liquid slowly fell. Ding dong. The liquid dripped on the space, but it seemed to drip in Mo-Lan's heart, and the aftertaste echoed. Quietly looking at this drop of liquid suspended in the air, Mo-Lan seemed to see the world in it. Mountains, rivers, lakes, blood pools, demons, sun, trees, one after another, as if everything in this world was stuffed into that small, insignificant drop of liquid. The origin of heaven and earth. Mo-Lan murmured in shock. He thought of countless forms of the origin of heaven and earth, but none of them was like this. How could it shock him, and make him feel? And this origin of heaven and earth was exactly what Mo-Lan needed. Mo-Lan did not hesitate, and immediately reached forward and grabbed it. Chapter 920 Rules Battlefield. The origin of heaven and earth. Mo-Lan held the origin of heaven and earth in his hand, which looked like a drop of water, observing and thinking. This drop of heaven and earth, or this origin of heaven and earth, seemed to be only the size of a thumb, but in fact it was extremely heavy. Putting it in the hand was like holding a mountain, heavy. In addition, this tiny origin of heaven and earth also contained extremely surging pure and attributeless energy. Mo-Lan had never seen such pure energy, and Mo-Lan could sense that the energy in the origin of heaven and earth could evolve into any element or power. It's like the stem cells of heaven and earth, which can evolve into any element without any hindrance. Mo-Lan thought. But these huge energies are only one of the reasons why the origin of heaven and earth is precious. In addition, it contains countless rules, which are interwoven by countless rules and concepts. This has an extremely precious function, especially in the field of gods. This is a well-deserved god-level resource, which can provide great help to gods. If a god-level person dares to try it recklessly and swallow it, he will be killed by the huge power in an instant. And then his body will be completely destroyed by the disordered thousands of rules. And all traces and imprints of rules will be washed away by the torrent of rules. But for the gods who have built the kingdom of God, for the gods who control the half-plane, this origin of heaven and earth is simply the best treasure for cultivating the kingdom of God and cultivating the half-plane. For the mage, if the mage himself cannot break through the virtual world and turn into a real node, this world origin should be able to become the key item to materialize the virtual world, directly promote the condensation of the virtual world into reality, and directly help the mage to become a legend. Although the small world evolved in this way will highly overlap with the original world of the origin of heaven and earth, it is not very important to be able to break through, for the real world that has already materialized, and the rules of the world have been basically perfected. This world origin can also become the best resource for the growth and perfection of the small world. Mo-Lan just took a look at the formation process of the origin of heaven and earth, and felt the situation of the origin of heaven and earth. Mo-Lan had a deeper understanding of the origin of heaven and earth in his heart. TSK, for high-level mages, the origin of heaven and earth is simply the most perfect power upgrader. Right? From the master-level component virtual world to the legendary, from the legendary materialized small world to the later perfect world, to the big world, all the way to the god level, and even beyond the god level stage, the origin of heaven and earth can super double the growth rate. And once the mages develop into a multi-world civilization, Mo-Lan smacked his lips and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, mages will be world-class locusts in the future, very aggressive." Right? In the future. Once the mage civilization develops, if the high-level mages don't form a group to brush other worlds, to plunder the origin of heaven and earth in other worlds, I will commit suicide on the spot. The origin of heaven and earth is simply too helpful, and except for the use of promotion, there may be some risks in imitating the virtual world, which may limit the potential. There are no other obvious shortcomings and disadvantages. This is just like plants absorbing nutrients to grow. TSK, if it continues to develop at this pace, there will be only two possibilities for the future mage civilization. Either it will be destroyed, or it will become a top civilization, and become a hegemon in the multiverse. Mo-Lan's tone was very certain, because he was very sure of one thing. A civilization that has this method, and will use it, will grow very fast, and will definitely be targeted by a large number of civilizations. Under this kind of targeting, if it does not become a top civilization, if it does not become a hegemon, it will definitely die. Mo-Lan shook his head and said, and then he focused his eyes on this strand of the origin of heaven and earth, and a sun was reflected in his pupils. What a pity. Mo-Lan shook his head slightly. It was impossible for him to use this origin of heaven and earth. It was not because it might affect his potential. Emolan could turn the illusory world into reality at any time. The real world could absorb the origins of other heavens and earth to increase its growth rate and the degree of perfection of rules. There was no need to worry about affecting potential. What really made Emolan reject this origin of heaven and earth was the sun reflected in the origin of heaven and earth. It was normal for the origin of heaven and earth to reflect all things in heaven and earth. If it was the origin of heaven and earth in the main material world, then there must be a reflection of the sun. But the problem is, Emolan is clear about one thing, that is, the sun must not have existed in the abyss world before. So the sun in the origin of heaven and earth can only be the erosion of the sun projection in the sky. The rules of other worlds are forcibly inserted into this abyss continent world, which is not a good thing in any world. What's more, this erosion of the concept of the sun has actually penetrated into the origin of heaven and earth, which is even more incredible and even more terrifying. A wisp of rules from another world has been integrated into the origin of heaven and earth in this world. Emolan smelled a whiff of gunpowder in it. Although this war on the rule level was silent, and did not seem to cause any casualties, it was more terrifying than any battle. What is the strength of this sun god? It is so terrifying. Wait. This 5th level blood pool has not been restored. Could it be that the sun concept is causing trouble? Otherwise, with the ability of ordinary blood pools to repair damage, this 5th level blood pool should have been restored long ago. Emolan pondered. This sun god must have been severely injured for some reason, or was unable to come to collect the spoils for some reason. This is the only way to prevent the birth of god-level demons in the abyss continent. Otherwise, with this concept of the sun that penetrates into the origin of heaven and earth, this sun god is no different in this abyss continent and in his own main world. No, it is even more terrifying, because the concept of the sun here has been eroding recklessly for so long, penetrating into the origin of heaven and earth, but not constrained by the origin of heaven and earth, his. Isn't he watching here now? Emolan muttered to himself. I don't know if it's a psychological effect. At this moment Emolan felt a sense of being watched. Emolan suddenly looked up at the sun in the sky. The gloomy sun was still hanging there, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Emolan turned back and looked at the origin of heaven and earth again. Emolan was thinking about whether he could find a way to separate the invading sun concept, but after being silent for a long time, Emolan couldn't even sense the invading sun rules, and could only sense the origin of heaven and earth. The battlefield of rules above the god level is silent, and even more cruel. Chapter 921, Be Cautious. Huh? Emolan cleared the distracting thoughts in his mind, and continued to look at the origin of heaven and earth in his hand. At this time, new origins of heaven and earth emerged from the projection of the 5th level blood pool, and Emolan took them into his hands again. Although Emolan had no way to use them, it did not affect Emolan's collection of such god-level treasures. There are not many opportunities for a continent that can give birth to gods, but is not protected by gods. Emolan just picked up a big bargain and plucked the peach of the otherworldly god of light. Moreover, Emolan had no intention to collect it for his own use from the beginning. Regardless of whether it could be used or not, Emolan had never planned to collect the origin of the world in this abyss continent to expand his own small world. Because this is a continent belonging to the abyss, even the origin of the world is filled with the breath of the abyss. Emolan dare not provoke this abyss breath in the origin of the world. This is not a joke, and the illusory world in his body is related to his future. Emolan cannot risk destroying his potential for a little accelerated growth, a little convenience. After all, it is not a situation where you will die if you don't become stronger. There is no need to take such a stupid risk. Since the beginning, Emolan has been collecting the origin of heaven and earth for the floating city. After the construction of the floating city was subcontracted to all players for public bidding, the construction progress of the floating city was instantly advanced by a large margin. The difference between them is like the difference between a network disk with membership and a network disk without membership, a few K and a few M. Emolan took a rough look at this progress. It won't take long for the floating city to be tested and completed. In addition, the microworld solution proposed by Lin Wu before, together with Emolan's deduction of the microworld, has already built a simple world structure. This means that the floating city can immediately run a virtual world. The virtual world is just a deduction of the world structure. Just a deduction of the world structure that suits itself. This progress can be completed quickly with huge computing power. The floating city can be completed soon. And then it is the threshold of turning virtuality into reality. The threshold of turning the virtual into the real does not exist for Emolan at all. He can just step over it by lifting his foot. However, It is different for the floating city. The floating city does not have such a strong power of faith. Nor can it obtain so much power of faith. Molon cannot give his power of faith to the floating city. He cannot give it. In addition, the virtual world based on the floating city is inherently larger than the virtual world opened up by Molon in his own mind. And its foundation is more solid. Even if all of Molon's power of faith is transferred there, it may not be enough. Therefore, the threshold that Molon could easily cross was a natural chasm for the floating city, which he could never cross. Therefore, Molon focused his attention on the origin of heaven and earth, since the world of the floating city was illusory, and it was impossible to turn the illusion into reality by relying on its own strength, then use external forces, then actively inject a real seed into it, or even directly fill it with the origin of heaven and earth in the real world, and force it to become real. Of course, in fact, the floating city also has a way to possibly complete the transformation of illusion into reality. The first is to live there. Through the residence of a large population, they can focus their concept of home and city on the floating city. Over a long period of time, the floating city may gather enough faith power to turn the virtual world from virtual to real. Of course, since the number of people living in the floating city is limited, and the floating city can only collect faith power from these residents, the speed of collecting faith power will be very slow. In addition, the faith power required by the virtual world of the floating city is more, so this long period of time may be calculated in hundreds of years. The second method is to bypass the power of faith. Since the power of faith doesn't work, then use the power of faith. As long as you control the floating city to continuously defeat the enemy, save the world, save the lives and property of others, and protect the human race, then directly collect the power of faith for the entire human race. In this case, as long as there are enough deeds and the merits are enough, even if the floating city's virtual world has a huge foundation, it can turn the virtual world into reality in a relatively short time. However, when the power of faith turns the virtual world into reality, it will also lead to the birth of gods. Whether the gods born with the power of faith are controlled or not, and whether other problems will arise is uncertain, since the two problems that come to mind have their own unacceptable disadvantages. Molon still chooses to plan the ready-made origin of heaven and earth in the Abyss continent. As for the Abyss breath and the influence of potential, it does not exist for the floating city at all, and has no effect. This is better. After casting iron into a gun, no one will expect it to mature and evolve into a cannon. People would only choose to melt its raw materials, add other things, and recast it into a cannon. The same is true for the floating city. Or even simpler, the floating city has a modular design. If you find that the road ahead is blocked, you can spend a little money to remove the wrong one and then follow the correct one. After all, the floating city is just a dead object. A building built by humans, not a living person, a unique person. However, there is one thing that makes Molon quite worried. Once the floating city uses this origin of heaven and earth with a backdoor left, wouldn't the world carried by the floating city always have a loophole? If it were just that, it would be fine. It would only be a loophole against a god. But the real fatal problem is, Molon thought for a long time before muttering to himself, returning this origin of heaven and earth with a backdoor of a powerful god from another world to the main material world. Isn't this giving coordinates to that powerful god? Or is it a buy one get one free deal? Molon was silent. This was a question he couldn't avoid. Or don't use it. Once used, it will definitely attract the attention of the other god. And the other party can get the coordinates of the main material world at any time by following the induction of the sun concept. Facing a god with great aggression and aggressive habits, it is not a good habit to reveal the coordinates of your own world. This is almost 100% the result of being invaded by gods from other worlds. Although the god is likely to be seriously injured and dying, Molon cannot pin his hopes on it, and cannot pin the survival of his civilization on it. You know, outside the main material world is the real world like the earth. In the real world, once you attract a powerful god with great hostility, and let him know the world coordinates. Molon shuddered at the thought, and couldn't help muttering to himself. No one knows whether the world they encounter is strong or weak. Even behind a seemingly backward civilization, there may be extremely powerful gods. When you think you have discovered a weak civilization, the next moment you may face the destruction of civilization. Chapter 922. If there is a deity to find a small broken ball. Suddenly there was a thought in Molon's head, mutter. It is estimated that I don't wait for he to be happy. Dozens of gods jumped out of the game world, let him understand what surprises are. But then again, the degree of civilization reaches the level of a small break. There is also enough deterrent to the gods below. It can be said, scientific and technological civilization should have developed to the close stage. No, it should be said that the scientific and technological strength of a single power has developed to the stage of closeness. It's not weak. But, is there any chance for this level of strength to develop further? Is there any future for technological civilization? Emolan thought for a long time. And then nodded. It should be possible. Just like a planetary fortress and a neutron battle star. The former is fine. But if the latter can be made, any world or any god that dares to stand in front of it should be smashed to pieces. From this perspective, technological civilization is still full of potential. And after more game worlds and more extraordinary people appear, various superior materials, observation methods, energy utilization methods, computing power surge, and IQ surge will promote technological civilization to leap forward again. Any of these four is enough to make civilization move forward. Especially the last one. The increase in individual computing power, the improvement in IQ, and the extension of human lifespan. These four together are the rhythm of the improvement of civilization level. But then again, in the game world, the extraordinary should actually be considered a product of technology. And magic technology is also a branch of technological civilization. Technology is not a specific technology, nor is it a specific route, but a concept. A development concept summarized by scientific research. As long as we follow this concept to develop, it belongs to technological civilization. Essentially speaking, there is no difference between the elements used by mages and the wind, electricity, and gravity used by technology. A powerful individual mage may not necessarily be able to defeat the armor, robots, and airplanes created by technological civilization. This does not mean that technological civilization cannot produce strong individuals. Maybe in the future, technological civilization will suddenly change to produce gene fluid, open gene locks, or directly biochemically transform to create super individual strong people. The boundaries between them are very vague. Emolan thought for a moment and shook his head, and once again focused on the problem in front of him. The problem of the erosion of the concept of the sun in the origin of heaven and earth. If this problem is not solved, it will always be a hidden danger. Even if it does not explode now, it may explode in the future. Even if it has not exploded in the past 100 years, it may explode in 1,000 years. The sun god from another world crosses the border to invade the game world, and the war between the two worlds begins. My head hurts. Emolan shook his head helplessly. From knowing nothing about the outside world to starting to contact the outside world, there will indeed be many problems. The unknown is the most terrifying. And once an enemy comes, it must be a god-level force. Any attack of this level is of nuclear weapon level. It only takes a short time to cause a heavy blow to the Earth civilization with only one planet, unless it can be intercepted outside the Earth before it hits the Earth. Emolan thought of something, and suddenly woke up. I remember when the door to the present world was opened before. The world membrane of the main material world was above the present world. Right? And the perception at that moment, and the feeling of the barrier. Emolan's face suddenly became strange and complicated. The main material world, or the game world, is an artificial world barrier, surrounding the Earth with a world, forming a protective shield with the thickness of a world. As long as the game world is not broken, the Earth will be intact. No matter how many gods attack, they can only destroy the game world at most. And it is impossible to hurt the Earth. The more Emolan thought about it, the more possible it seemed. And the more he thought about it, the more he agreed with reality. This is also something they can do. After discovering the external situation, the traces of the extraordinary, and the possible crisis, they will make a prompt decision, put aside all their grudges, and construct the real game with the most decisive and resolute attitude, and then run it together to condense it and form the shield. At the same time, it also opens the extraordinary road belonging to the Earth, extends the branch route of magic and technology, and uses the various changes in people and things brought by the extraordinary to quickly advance scientific and technological civilization. Then once there is an invasion from another world, the game world will directly turn into an existence like an extraterritorial battlefield. And the Earth will still be intact. Still the base camp. An absolutely safe rear base. And can develop with peace of mind? Oh my goodness. With the IQ, vision, and pattern of these top elites of mankind. They probably discovered these things the moment they discovered the extraordinary. Right? Lon smacked his lips. So they really don't care about the existence of titans, whether they are enemies or friends, or any other attitudes. Anyway, this world is here, and no matter how bad these titans are, they are just tools for training players and strong people, just a trial field. If there is really an invasion from another world, then the game world will definitely suffer first. If the game world is invaded, then the first to go will definitely be these titan gods, and they will definitely fight to the death. No way will they hold back. No way will they cherish their lives. Moreover, when the enemy comes, they will definitely fight these titan gods to death. And there is absolutely no way they will stay behind. The humans in the real world can be sneaky, whether it is a sneak attack or running away with the human race, no matter what choice they make, no matter what situation they face. There is enough buffer time, there is enough reaction time. In this case, it doesn't matter what attitude the titans have, or how powerful they are. As long as the barrier between the real world and the game world is well guarded, the stronger the titans, the better. The more Lon thought about it, the more surprised he was. The more he understood, the more surprises he could get from them, and the sense of security brought by such surprises was simply incomparable. Fuck, this is amazing. This feeling of surprise and amazement echoed in my heart for a long time, making Lan's heart quite excited. However, even if the game world is a barrier to reality, even if the real world is the best plan to face the enemy at any time. But these are not reasons for me to ignore the risks and attract the enemy. Every second the enemy comes, the real world can accumulate one more second of experience, so that we can make more adequate preparations. And if they never come, it would be even better, hiding the hometown tightly, and humans can go out on their own. So I still have to think of another way to deal with the matter of the sun god of another world. Chapter 923 Take the initiative. How should we solve the problem of the sun god from another world? Lon pondered. The concept of the sun left by the sun god from another world is here, and it has even been integrated into the origin of heaven and earth. This means that the deep-rooted coordinates cannot be eradicated at all. As long as this sun god wants, he can follow this connection to find the Abyss continent at any time and descend into the Abyss continent. This is the same even if I don't take the origin of the world to the game world. He must have mastered the coordinates of the Abyss continent. It is useless to remove this concept mark. He can come here according to the coordinates he got before. The Abyss continent is so close to the game world. And the Mage Association, and the players have left too many traces in this world that do not belong to the Abyss continent. This alien sun god can easily conclude that alien life has come to the Abyss continent, and even conclude that this alien world is nearby. To the extreme, this alien sun god may even directly discover an open alien world door, and then find ways to obtain the world coordinates of the game world. The biggest problem is not whether the alien sun god will come, but when the alien sun god will come. If the sun god from another world comes, and is discovered by many titans in the game world, and then beaten to death, that would be fine, and I would just be worrying in vain. But if this sun god from another world is too powerful, or if he calls on his friends, and the titans cannot destroy him immediately, and the situation becomes stalemate, or even defeated, then it would be a big problem. Obviously, I can't gamble on this. I may win this bet many times, but if I lose once, I will lose everything. Lon frowned. It takes 1,000 days to be a thief. But there is no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. You can guard against thieves for 1 or 2 days. But it is unrealistic to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. This is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. The sun god from another world may come tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, next year, 10 years later, or even 100 or 200 years later. With such a time span, let alone other people, even I will be lax. It is impossible for me to think about this matter all the time and guard against it all the time. So if you want to solve it, you must take the initiative, and take the initiative into your own hands. Aren't the concepts of solar projection and invasion already here? These are the invasion beacons of the sun umbrellas of the other world. If these beacons are to work, they must maintain contact with the sun god of the other world. It's like a kite. There is always a string in the middle. Without the string, even the kite owner can't find his kite. So solar projection and the concept of the sun must be related to the sun god of the other world. If the connection has been disconnected, it would be a good thing. It means that even if I take away the origin of heaven and earth and use the alien sun god, I can't find the game world. But if the connection is not disconnected, then why don't I just follow the connection back to find the alien sun god and trouble him? Although it is necessary to take the risk of waking up the sleeping alien sun god, but if the problem of the alien sun god can be solved, it is worth it anyway. And even if it is awakened, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have time to collect the spoils of victory in the war while it is asleep. Then this alien sun god must not be sleeping actively, but passively, because of injuries or near death. It must be sleeping and recovering. In this case, wouldn't it be better to wake him up and then give the seriously injured sun god of the other world a righteous blow? After all, no matter what, the sun god of the other world in this state must be injured, must not be in a completely victorious state, must not be prepared for invasion, at least not fully prepared according to the standards of invading other worlds. And even if it fails, it doesn't matter. At least it will cause interference to the sun umbrella of the other world. And at most it will draw its attention and hatred to the Abyss continent. Anyway, he can't have the coordinates of the game world. In addition, if the active attack fails, it can be roughly determined that the opponent will counterattack. In this way, taking precautions in a short period of time can also have a corresponding effect. Emolan suddenly became clear. This is fucking. Success is definitely a good thing. Failure is not necessarily a bad thing. This active attack is not a bad thing whether it succeeds or not. It's so cool to hold the initiative in your own hands. Right? Then what are you hesitating about? Just do it. And I can drive the floating city directly to the Abyss world. In the Abyss world, use the origin of the heaven and earth of the Abyss continent to complete the transformation of the floating city's illusory world into reality, and complete the promotion of the floating city. After the floating city is upgraded, it can be in any world, any location, and without any external objects, according to the design specifications. If nothing goes wrong, as long as the upgrade is completed, the strength of the floating city should be able to reach the predetermined design standard. This can be added after the floating city is built. It can be used immediately for actual combat testing. Hiss! This is so cool! Emolan was shocked, looked up at the less dazzling projection of the sun in the sky, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Emolan sat on the demon throne with a smile, collecting the origin of heaven and earth that emerged drop by drop. Emolan could sense that the origin of this Abyss continent was actually quite strong, but the blood pool system on the continent was broken, which made it look a bit weak. The origin was quite strong, and Emolan stole it. No, it should be said that the origin of heaven and earth that Emolan used did not account for too much of the total origin of heaven and earth. It should not have a serious impact on the Abyss continent. Emolan said in his heart. Well, it shouldn't be. While Molan was working tirelessly to collect the origin of heaven and earth, the public gates to the Abyss suddenly became popular today. Players came to enter continuously. They lined up in a long line. What was surprising was that each of them had a lot of fishing nets, restraints, and sealing arrays in their hands. I don't know what they are used for. It's amazing. Players have always been surprising. At this time, there were also many guilds and studios that continuously transported space boxes to the Mage Association through the space channel in the main material world of the Mage Association. The size of the suitcases was comparable to the capacity of large containers. Space boxes of this specification were transported to the Mage Association one by one. This level of boxes piled up in the Mage Association. The mages of the Mage Association counted them one by one, inspected them one by one, and moved them all to one place to start assembling after verification. Chapter 924 Tailing Automation. Project number 137 of number 9 passed. Acceptance completed. Project number 1342 of number 18 passed. Acceptance completed. Project number 271 of number 35 failed, returned and remanufactured according to the contract requirements. Project number 109 of number 3. Voices echoed in the empty acceptance site. It was obviously empty, only space boxes were flying around, but the sound was extremely lively, like a large-scale logistics distribution center, which was very strange. Cart after car of space boxes were placed in the qualified area by the other party. As for the unqualified ones, they were returned directly by the same route. They flew back to whoever they were handed over from. When the space boxes flew back to them, the reasons for the return and the relevant requirements for rectification were also transmitted to their minds through mental power. The space boxes in the qualified area did not stay for long before they flew away again, flying to the top of a huge island in the Mirror Lake. This island is flat and straight, and it is obvious that it is man-made or has been artificially repaired. After the space box flew over the island, it immediately hovered. Opening it, it was filled with densely packed structures, all kinds of them, but one thing was the same. It was obvious that they were all made according to the same standard. These components were stacked in the space box, and from the outside, they looked like building blocks. Large ones were the size of a palm, fist, small ones were only the size of a thumb, delicate and ingenious. These building blocks flew out of thin air, and after leaving the space box, they swelled in the wind, turned into huge structures, roofs, beams, walls, windows, machinery, street lights, suspended paths, space channel arrays, and so on. All the buildings and functional machines needed to construct a magical city can be seen here. After flying out of the space box, they are no longer building blocks. No. Or they are still building blocks. But what they build is no longer a model. Not a toy. But a real huge magical city. Countless structures are flying in the air. According to the codes on different space boxes. One by one, they fly out and assemble together. Connect the magic array. Connect the energy channel. And connect the tower spirit management. And completely become part of this city. Here, everything is highly automated. There is no wizard in the whole process. No player involved. And even no player behind the scenes. At most, they just start to input the city's blueprints and numbering rules. And the component rules into the tower spirit. And then issue orders. This is how all the basic work, service work, and labor work of the Mage Association are currently completed. There is no need for ordinary people to clumsily and inefficiently build and install bit by bit. Nor is there a need for high-level mages to waste their time and energy to use mental power to control assembly and architecture. Everything is handled by the tower spirit, and no one is required to participate. This is truly unmanned and highly automated construction. Imolon said before that believing in gods has the potential to become strong artificial intelligence. But in fact, the tower spirit is already an artificial intelligence. But it has shortcomings in creativity. Rich in knowledge, with intelligence, but not lacking in wisdom, lack of creativity. Everything was so beautiful, only the noise at the acceptance office was particularly chaotic. A mage passing by couldn't help but complain. Who designed the tower spirit, designed it like this, so noisy? Elder Zhang Guanmo. Hey, don't say it. It's really noisy at first, but if you listen carefully, seduce yourself, you'll find it's lively, friendly, soulful, and full of flavor. Pa. You think what I said doesn't make sense? Do you think there's something wrong with the tower spirit designed by Elder Guanmo? No way, my repetition of Pa shows my high approval, which means approval in my hometown. Really? Really? Oh, Pa! Pa! The two mages left with a pause sound, leaving only a highly automated line. The automated production and construction system built with the tower spirit as the core can be said to have brought the role of the tower spirit to its fullest extent. It perfectly utilized the situation that the Mage Association had superb technology but insufficient manpower. Every formal member of the Mage Association, even ordinary members, had their own research tasks. In the outside world, they were all elite scientific research talents. It was an insult to them and a blasphemy to spend a lot of time on repetitive, low-tech labor. By using the tower spirits, with the high-end technology of the Mage Association, the knowledge of the construction of unmanned highly automated construction, production system, the technical strength is realized, making up for the shortage of manpower. It can be said that the tower spirits hold up half the sky in the Mage Association. Now the Mage Association has become more and more mature in the use of tower spirits. While increasing the efforts to capture Earth spirits, it also studies the production of Earth spirits. Currently, certain results have been achieved. In the future, there is a chance to achieve the level of artificial mass production of Earth spirits, and thus mass production of tower spirits. In addition, in the process of transforming Earth spirits into tower spirits, the Mage Association has also achieved new results. Currently, the tower spirits no longer need raw materials such as mage spell slots. They can directly use pseudo-spell slots synthesized from pure ownerless mental power instead of manufacturing. This technology has made a great contribution to the production of tower spirits. Since the launch of this technology, the production of tower spirits has skyrocketed instantly, completely taking over all repetitive and low-tech tasks of the Mage Association, freeing a large number of mages from service positions and production positions, completing the high degree of automation within the Mage Association, and taking on the responsibility of maintaining the normal operation of a large number of Mage Association branches, receiving mages externally, and the transformation to high automation. In the design of the magical city of the floating city, the big guys also use the tower spirits to serve the people, realize the high degree of automation of the entire city, realize the goal of 0 workers in the entire floating city factory, realize the goal of 0 service personnel in the entire floating city service positions, reduce a lot of manpower demand for the future operation of the floating city. Only a few managers and technical teams are needed to maintain the normal and orderly operation of the city with a population of over 1 million. It is foreseeable that, not only in the floating city, not only in the game world, in the future civilization, in the future world, the tower spirits will definitely be used in large quantities in production, in the service industry, realized production, and highly unmanned automation of services, liberate a lot of manpower, and directly increase the proportion of scientific researchers in the total population. Chapter 925 Tower Spirit Life Right? The proportion of scientific researchers. This value is an important value for evaluating the level of civilization. Generally speaking, the higher the level of civilization, the higher the proportion of scientific researchers. This is mainly due to 2 aspects. First, if the level of civilization is not high enough, unable to achieve unmanned automation, unable to achieve high material wealth, it is impossible to draw out such a large proportion of the population for scientific research, or to train scientific researchers. The second aspect is that, the higher the level of civilization, the higher the degree of industrial segmentation. Science and technology are like a tree diagram. At the beginning, there may be only a few big trees, but as the big trees grow, the branches will become more and more. 10 becomes 100. 100 becomes 1,000. 1,000 becomes 10,000. Because when the technological content is high enough, it is impossible for one person to simultaneously study and master all the disciplines of a project. In the case of a high-level civilization, just to maintain the existing industrial system, maintain the normal development and progress of civilization, and have the ability to carry out normal projects, it is necessary to increase the proportion of scientific researchers, so as to provide a high degree of subject subdivision. Therefore, the proportion of scientific researchers in the total population in a high-level civilization must be very high. In other words, if you want to become an advanced civilization, gradually increasing the proportion of scientific researchers is an inevitable measure. Of course, for now, these are just future matters. Each of these points will take a very long time to complete, and it is impossible to achieve it overnight. In short, for now, the Mage Association has basically taken shape. Among the personnel of the Mage Association, excluding the apprentices who are studying, all the formal members are almost 100% scientific researchers. How terrifying this is! What a proportion this is! What is even more terrifying is that, even if the Mage Association has almost 100% of scientific researchers, they still have a steady supply of materials and wealth to support their learning, research, and experiments, and they also have the strongest strength in the game. This is simply amazing. I can only say that knowledge is power, and mages are even more outrageous. Knowledge can be converted into power instantly. What is instant messaging software? Send now. Get a reply now. What do these 4 words instant conversion mean? These 4 words mean that the mage starts research. The mage gets results. And the next second, the mage's strength increases. No need for any monetization channels. No need for means. When the mage masters this knowledge, his strength will naturally improve. It is not scary that the mage has terrible spellcasting ability. Nor is it scary that the mage has strong survivability. What is truly scary about mages, and what is truly amazing is this characteristic. Knowledge is instantly converted into power. What the hell is this? It is this characteristic that makes mages powerful, and everything else is an extension of this characteristic. Of course, these are all off-topic. Why can mages maintain almost 100% of the researchers? The tower spirits account for the main credit. The unmanned and highly automated tower spirits are simply too worry-free. It can help mages prepare experiments, produce materials, cook for mages, make money for mages, and replace the service post of the Mage Association. The tower spirit can do too much, and the help it provides to mages is too great. It is precisely based on the unmanned highly automated system built by the tower spirit that Mo Lan, Lu Bin, and Lin will have the confidence to produce and build a floating city in a short period of time. The productivity of the tower spirit's unmanned automated system is too high, too strong. And this level of productivity, as long as it is fully popularized, can easily reach a state in science fiction novels. A key node that can determine the degree of civilization. The era of great prosperity. With the presence of tower spirits, as long as they are fully popularized, it is easy to push the entire civilization into the era of great prosperity. However, under the prevalence of tower spirits, such a topic or idea was born within the Mage Association. Although tower spirits are created by mages, they are also a kind of life in a strict sense, and they are intelligent. So some mages who are bored after doing experiments raise such a question. Should we protect the life rights of tower spirits? The right to life is small, but it is a symbol. If there is a right to life, there must be other rights and interests. So this issue has led to extensive discussions within the association, and two directions have been formed on the pros and cons of this issue. Just like the salty party and the sweet party, they work normally at ordinary times, and there will be no impact. But they met after work, and they talked about this topic. Well, let's start the debate. During that period, debates on this topic were everywhere in the Mage Association. Two people could debate over a meal. The husband said he was right, and the wife said she was right. When Emolan heard about it, he couldn't help but reflect on himself, reflecting on whether he had done something wrong. Of course, he didn't reflect on the creation of the tower spirit, the use of the tower spirit. He didn't reflect on the mass production of the tower spirit. Instead, he was thinking, why are these people so idle? Am I wrong? Yes, it must be my fault. I didn't arrange enough things. Emolan was very sincere. He took Lu Bin and Lin Wu together for a serious criticism and self-criticism. I can't escape the blame for this situation. I was wrong. I have to change it. I must change it. I will definitely correct it. After admitting his mistake, Emolan began to think about how to define this matter. After all, since the problem has already appeared, if he can't solve the person who raised the problem, he can only find a way to solve the problem. After thinking for a long time, Emolan came up with the answer and made a conclusion. The original body of the tower spirit is an earth spirit, a life, but without consciousness, or a spirit that has not yet had time to give birth to consciousness. The wizard took this opportunity to transform it into a tower spirit. The tower spirit created by the wizard has its consciousness and thinking mode defined by us. Just like a robot, their thinking mode is the program we wrote. There is no substantial difference between robots and tower spirits. It's just that one is made of metal, machinery, and circuit boards, and the other is made of earth elements and mental power. The tower spirit has no feelings, and will never have feelings. Although the tower spirit is life, and it seems to meet all our definitions of life, it is still just a tool after all. A tool that is no different from a computer or a TV. Do you think computers and TVs need the right to life? Emolan finally concluded. The tower spirit is just a tool, not a life. If one day, the tower spirit has its own feelings, and has wisdom instead of just intelligence, then we can consider its right to life. But whether to give it the right to life that is generally protected for animals, or the right to life as an intelligent life, will be discussed at that time. Chapter 926, The Foundation of the World. Almost done. Emolan thought, while holding a ball of heaven and earth origin the size of a human head. So much heaven and earth origin should be enough for the floating city to complete the most critical first step of turning virtuality into reality. It should also be enough for the floating city to condense the most critical four elemental realms. After confirming that it was enough, Emolan immediately interrupted the condensation of heaven and earth origin, suppressed the fifth level blood pool phantom with a demon throne, and maintained the authority and strength of the god level. For elements realm, Emolan pondered. If a world is compared to a sapling, then the four elements are the roots of the sapling. Only when the sapling has its roots in the soil can it continuously absorb nutrients and grow strong. The same is true for the small world. Only by deeply burying its roots in the depths of the chaotic void can it continuously absorb the chaotic power in the depths of the void. This is the way for the small world to grow. Otherwise, how can the small world grow? No matter how strong Emolan is, he is only one person. No matter how much power of faith he has, no matter how many human races there are, it is unrealistic to want to create a world out of nothing. Even this game world that embodies the faith of all players and carries the spiritual power of all players is not purely condensed by players. Players certainly play a very important role in it, but a considerable part of it is to materialize the elemental world, build the framework of the game world, and then let it take root in the void. After many elemental worlds take root in the void, they continuously absorb the power of the chaotic void to fill the empty framework of the game world, thus creating the current game world. Only the vast and boundless chaotic void can carry the world, and only then can it have enough nutrition and energy to feed the world. Mo-Lan has a very deep understanding of the world structure and the kingdom of God structure. The original framework of the illusory world was also decided after studying several kingdom of God frameworks and several array frameworks. As the most core energy demand problem, it is natural to find a way to solve it. Just like imitating the game world, the elemental world is condensed to directly contact the chaotic void, and the chaotic power and the void power are continuously converted into elemental power, entering the world, filling the framework of the world, and becoming a part of the world. Since there are too many elemental realms, after Mo-Lan's analysis and research, the 4 elemental realms of earth, fire, wind, and water are enough to take on this task. Other elemental realms are not useless, but they are not very useful. These 4 elemental realms can already complete the most important part of the work. So after Mo-Lan considered it again and again, he adopted a structure based on 4 elemental realms. The first step is to use your own strength or the power of faith to condense the 4 most basic elemental realms. After the 4 elemental realms are condensed, the small world itself already has a certain self-growth ability. At this step, you can save a lot of trouble. Although the complete embodiment of the world is still a long way off, at least it is progressing steadily. Of course, these are just Mo-Lan's deductions. Mo-Lan himself has not reached this point yet. After all, Mo-Lan has been stuck in his own realm. After all, once Mo-Lan breaks through the legendary level, it is very likely that the next system update will usher in the next system update. And the next system update is almost certain that the cost of death for players will increase again. It is very likely that the level of death will definitely be deleted, and the main body will suffer mental damage. This is too much of a blow to the players as a whole. After all, Titan attacks can easily destroy cities. Once a city is destroyed, hundreds of millions of players will be deleted. Once Titan breaks through the Morse Kingdom, it will be even more direct. Tens of millions of players will be deleted. Mo-Lan was suddenly stunned. Wait, now it seems that Titans and gods have been forced out of the main material world. And I have also participated in the meeting of gods and have achieved the top 10 position. Titans and gods collectively attacking players is unlikely to happen. Does that mean I can be promoted to legend? Mo-Lan was stunned. Even if the gods left, other demigods and legends would still be able to cause heavy casualties to players. But Mo-Lan is not the player's babysitter. Could it be that I have to wait until the national master level before being promoted? That's impossible. Mo-Lan's original plan was to get rid of the situation where the gods could easily cause millions or tens of millions of casualties to players before being promoted to legend. After all, although he was only a master mage, he had already possessed the strength of a god through the priesthood. In this case, he was not in a hurry to improve his own strength. After all, the promotion to legend was mainly based on the combat power of the god of mage. The research was still the same research, although the promotion might bring some research benefits. Some essential benefits. Mo-Lan was not in a hurry. He would help if he could. He could take his time to improve his own realm. There was no rush. Now that the situation decided at the beginning has been achieved. So I can be promoted now? Mo-Lan was thinking whether he should gather the power of faith to turn the virtual into the real and break through the legend. If he wanted, he could be a legend in the next moment, anytime. But after thinking for a while, Mo-Lan gave up. It's not that Mo-Lan deliberately suppressed his strength or realm. He didn't need to do so. It's just that Mo-Lan felt that, since he had to use the origin of heaven and earth to materialize the 4 elements of the virtual world of the floating city, he might as well wait until he was materialized before breaking through. After all, this is a similar process. It is better to practice it once than to practice it 1,000 times. Experiencing practice once can allow Mo-Lan to have a deeper and more thorough understanding of the materialized world, the virtual world, and the 4 elements. Some things that were not noticed before may also be seen through practice, and then improved. Materialize the floating city world, plus some repairs and improvements. 15 days should be enough. Reserve some reaction time, then break through the legend in 30 days. Well, after 30 days, Mo-Lan had already made the decision immediately. After making the decision, he directly opened the forum and posted a dynamic with his own account. Break through the legend in 30 days, brothers, come on. Mo Lan's popularity has always been very high. Almost as soon as he posts, he attracts the attention of a large number of players. Shoo! Legend? Damn, wife, come and see, Mo Lan has started again. Awesome, legend, but then again, Mo Lan is a legend. Why do we ask us to work hard? Could our efforts help Mo Lan break through the legend? It must be his own efforts that broke through. Your words remind me of a sentence: if you work harder, the boss can change to a Ferrari. I guess Mo Lan is joking. Could our efforts help Mo Lan break through? Obviously impossible. When Mo Lan saw this sentence, felt the power of his own belief, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This. Chapter 927 The Oven. Starts. You all misunderstood. Mo Lan meant that he was going to break through the legend, which means that the system will be updated again. The death penalty will definitely increase with the system update, so the death penalty will also increase this time. In other words, the era of account deletion after dying twice is gone forever. The next month is the last carnival. 1 month later, when Mo Lan completes the promotion, the system will be updated, and the death penalty will definitely become account deletion after dying once. If you die once, your account will be deleted, and you can't create an account again without permission. Brothers, be careful, Mo Lan said. Come on, in this sense. The penalty for death has increased, and everything we do will become more difficult. We only have 1 life left. Mo Lan's face changed slightly when this reply appeared, but the appearance of this sentence was indeed within his expectations, and the come on sentence really meant this. Keep fighting, we players cannot be resurrected, we only have 1 life left. After this reply appeared, Mo Lan's dynamic became more and more popular, but no one posted anything. Everyone looked at this reply, and then pondered Mo Lan's short sentence carefully. After a long time, a message popped up. Mo Lan, can't you wait a little longer? When Mo Lan saw this message, he smiled. He understood that, after that sentence just appeared, someone would definitely ask this question. Although Mo Lan knew that it would definitely happen, and it would definitely make him upset, Mo Lan still waited for this sentence. When I really saw this sentence, I couldn't help laughing. And the next moment, the person was replied. Wait! Hasn't Mo Lan waited yet? How long do you think it will take for Mo Lan to advance to legend? Do you think Mo Lan has just reached the threshold of legend? And is he ready to advance to legend? What are you thinking about? Mo Lan has been waiting for a long time. Mo Lan has just been waiting. Waiting. Waiting for the end of the gods coming to the world. Waiting for the end of the most dangerous era. Until now. Titan, after all, the gods are not allowed to enter the main material world. He chose to break through. What else do you want? What do you mean you can break through after the gods leave? Aren't there still demigods and legends? You said Mo Lan waited. Well, since Mo Lan has waited, why not wait a little longer? Why do you want to break through now? Isn't it for your own selfish interests? You are also a talent. Talking to you makes my mouth dirty. Demigod and legend. Why don't you continue to wait? How long are you going to wait? Wait until you, a piece of crap, complete your job change to Shadow Assassin? Now that the gods have left the main material world, although there are still demigods and legends in the main material world, the magic net that Mo Lan is working on can release legendary and demigod level spells in a relatively easy way at a certain cost. With the help of the magic net, even if the player cannot defeat the legendary and demigod level Titan bloodline, he already has a certain ability to fight back. If you haven't advanced to this point, when will you be able to advance? Ridiculous. The story is well made. You are in the same group. Of course you will help him, bah. What's the use of the magic network? No matter how powerful Mo Lan is, there will be many players who will die and delete their accounts when the system is updated. Can your mage association afford this responsibility? Can you afford this responsibility? Can Mo Lan afford this responsibility? If you can't afford it, don't talk nonsense. Promoting to legend is selfish. Why is it so difficult for you to admit it? And you still look so noble, Pa. Mo Lan was not affected by this, but just smiled at Linhua, who spoke for him on the forum. It was Linhua who just spoke up for Mo Lan. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person know so much? And know it in such detail? Mo Lan immediately opened the group chat and tagged Linhua. Smiling slightly. Why are you still on the forum? Mo Bipe. Lubin popped up at this time. Hey, President. Aren't you angry? What's going on now? You have done a lot for them. But now they don't appreciate your kindness and bite you back. Mo Lan smiled and said, I suppressed the time to break through and become a legend because I wanted to do something for all players. Not just one person. It really helped the vast majority of players. Why should I care about a few ungrateful people? Because some beastly words affected my mentality. How could I be so stupid? It doesn't matter. I'm too lazy to scold him. It's a waste of my time. Emolan smiled and shook his head after saying this. Then closed the chat page. Opened the forum and took a look at the person's name. And then spoke out. Ta Ling, this player is included in the blacklist of the Mage Association. Inform all branches of the Mage Association. All branches of the Mage Association are not allowed to provide any services to Qi, are not allowed to handle any business for him, are not allowed to sell any items to him, are not allowed to trade any items or knowledge with him. Received. Ta Ling's voice echoed in Emolan's ears. Although Emolan was in the Abyss world at the moment, the application of the Gate to Another World spell and the projection spell could completely allow Emolan to easily ignore these distances. As for the treatment of this player, in fact, it is still the same old saying, Emolan never bears grudges. The origin of heaven and earth must not enter the main material world, so the only way is to drive the floating city over. Emolan thought, if you want to use the origin of heaven and earth in the Abyss continent to materialize the virtual world of the floating city, then there is only one way. For now, the core area of the floating city has basically been installed, and the cross-world space jump that Lu Bin prepared before was immediately created and put into use by Lu Bin after the space origin was defined and determined, although the consumption is high. The power of the fission furnace is also enough to drive this large magic array. Emolan formed a projection above the floating city, thinking and looking at the first phase of the floating city that has undergone huge changes. At this moment, many small buildings with 4 or 5 floors, 5 or 6 floors have been built on the floating city. These small buildings have functional buildings and machinery. Between the buildings, the ground is a patch of green land and streams. And next to the small buildings are anti-gravity elevators. In the air, a rail train used for testing was speeding along an invisible track in the air. When the train arrived in front of a building, it slowed down rapidly. A few seconds later, it stopped directly on the roof of the small building next to it. But no one got off. Because this was just a test. Walking on the floating city, Emolan's mouth curled up slightly, and his lips slightly opened. Oven start. Chapter 928 recording the first time the floating city took off. The furnace is activated. The moment Emolan's voice fell, the fission furnace at the core of the floating city instantly roared. Violent destructive energy filled the furnace, and surged in the energy channel, and in just a moment, the momentum of the floating city was completely different. If the original floating city was just a city, just a relatively large boulder, but at this moment, the floating city seemed to have turned into a prehistoric beast crawling on the ground. People with strong perception could feel the fatal sense of oppression nearby. The floating city has been activated, preparing to enter the launch procedure. Irrelevant personnel, irrelevant tower spirits, please leave. The floating city has. The floating city has. The tower spirits' warning voice echoed in this area. All the tower spirits who heard this voice stopped all activities related to the floating city. And when this voice echoed, there was also a voice that sounded directly in Emolan's mind. The self-inspection of the power system of the floating city began. Self-inspection completed. The self-inspection of the life support system of the floating city began. Self-inspection completed. Floating city. One voice after another sounded in Emolan's ears. One system after another completed self-inspection. Finally, when all self-inspections were completed and no problems were found, a sentence echoed in Emolan's mind. Mr. Emolan. Self-check completed. No problems found. Do you want to start the floating city? Start. Lift off. Yes. Mr. Emolan. The moment the voice fell, the terrifying destructive energy inside the fission furnace directly poured into the anti-gravity rule crystal ball at the core of the floating city. At this moment, the gravity at the bottom of the floating city gradually began to decrease. When the gravity dropped to 0, the floating city trembled slightly. And then the height of the floating city rose little by little. Little by little. During this process, neither Emolan standing on the floating city nor the things placed on it, nor the lake water at the bottom of the floating city were affected at all. And the gravity was still normal. Not covered by anti-gravity. If it were the original anti-gravity rule crystal ball, then activating the crystal ball would only cause the floating city to float up. And the gravity of all things in the area below the floating city would be reversed. And they would all float up with the floating city. Even enemies can also float up along this area. And finally, the floating city will create the scene of the abyss in the earth elemental world wherever it passes. In addition to the floating island, there will be huge rocks suspended in the sky. Creatures on the ground or on the floating island can use the huge rocks to travel. It will never be the current situation. This is the role of a magic circle designed by Emolan before. After all, the floating city cannot be as simple as simply obtaining an anti-gravity rule crystal ball, placing it on an island, and then building a city on the island. If this is really the only way, then the uncontrolled anti-gravity can easily cause serious consequences. The floating city is far from being so simple. Designed to suppress the gods, the floating city is far from being so simple. The floating city seems to be just a city suspended in the sky. But the technical content has exceeded everyone's imagination. This is not the masterpiece of a certain person, no matter how good a magician is. It is impossible to create a real floating city by himself. Emolan just made a simple calculation and developed it. The actual construction of the floating city has applied almost all research directions and related technologies in all departments. The technical content, breadth and depth of technology contained in it are unimaginable. It can be said that the floating city is the crystallization of the wisdom of countless wizards, the essence of a civilization, and not a novel creation of a certain person. Only in this way, with such a terrifying power and such a terrifying wisdom, can the floating city have the power to suppress the gods. The floating city slowly rose, and the anti-gravity rule power was completely bound inside the base of the floating city. The base lifted the entire floating city into the air, and the surface of the floating city above it. People were not affected at all. There was no lake water sticking to the bottom of the base, and no anti-gravity rules leaked out. As the floating city rose, the hole that suddenly appeared in the center of the lake allowed the water to rush over quickly. The collision of the water stirred up high waves, which turned into waves and rushed in all directions. The sound it made seemed to cheer for the slowly rising floating city, and it was awe-inspiring and singing. On the vast lake, a huge monster continued to rise in height. But all this was not discovered by outsiders, because the location of the floating city had already been covered by a magic spell. Since the floating city appeared in the lake, it has been covered up. Emolan covered it up himself. Even gods could not see through it. Later, the power of gods was rejected by the rules of heaven and earth, which caused the power level of this cover to fall from the god level to the near god level. But the strongest person in the main material world has also fallen from the god level to the near god level. So there is actually no difference. No one can see through the cover of the floating city. So the outside world may see from the actions of the Mage Association that the Mage Association is building a city. A magical city. But they can never imagine that the Mage Association is building a huge floating magical city. Although it is only a difference of 2 words. The difficulty of construction is also incomparable. So far, no gods, no players know the existence of this floating city. And only a very small number of mages in the Mage Association know that such a huge project is underway in the association. At this moment, the location of the floating city is still covered by the near god level concealment spell. During the concealment, the floating city flew to a height of about 100 meters and then hovering in the air, with a length and width of 1,000 meters and a thickness of 100 meters, and with the terrifying density of the 7-ring spell on the foundation of the floating city. The mass of the floating city has reached an appalling level. The energy consumed every minute and every second of such a mass against gravity hovering in the air is also an appalling bottom. However, the fission furnace, the heart of the floating city, not only held up, but also had a large amount of energy surplus. This is the terrifying part of the fission furnace. Only a fission furnace with such a terrifying energy output can support the suspension and normal operation of the floating city. At this moment, the destructive energy like a torrent was transformed into a state of chaotic magic by a series of magic arrays. In the energy channel, the chaotic magic kept changing its form. Sometimes it was the fire element, sometimes it was the earth element, and sometimes it was the water element. It was changing constantly and had no fixed number. It seemed to be a kind of magic, but it seemed to be all elements. Chapter 929 Chaos Magic. Chaos Magic. This was a magical magic observed by Mullen's use of space seeds in the small space of the architecture in the spell position. Emolan observed this magic very early, and began to study it when determining the true body of the architecture. After such a long world, after consumed a small space, Emolan finally touched a little bit, grasped a little fur, mastered the synthesis of chaos and magic. At present, There is only one characteristic that has been mastered and utilized. But this one is worth thousands of others. This characteristic is actually very simple. Just one sentence. All energy can be converted into chaotic magic. And chaotic magic can be used as all types of elements. When Mo first discovered this characteristic, his hands were shaking. But later he thought it was natural, and not surprising at all. In short, this characteristic is simply amazing. Of course, there are also flaws. That is, the power or effect of the spells released by using chaotic magic will be 50% to 90% lower than the original spells. The worst effect, the chaotic magic released has only half of the original spell effect. And even the best effect cannot reach 100% effect, the highest can only reach 90% of the original. General spells are not as good as specialized ones, this is easy to understand, but as long as they can be released. Mo doesn't care so much. Isn't it just that the spell effect is reduced? It doesn't matter. All spell models are compromised. Casting difficulty compromises casting power. Casting consumption compromises casting effect, etc. Basically, common spells are compromised to find a point with suitable effect, appropriate power, and acceptable consumption. The reduced spell effect may be a disadvantage for ordinary people. But for Mo, it is not a problem at all. Assuming that the original spell effect is 10. The spell cost is 10. And the spell difficulty is also 10. The spell effect directly becomes 5 after using the chaotic magic to cast. It is very simple. Mo directly discards the original spell model and directly changes it. He directly increases the spell cost to 1000 and the spell difficulty to 1000. And increases the spell effect to 100. If it is replaced with the original spell model, this is very uneconomical. The spell difficulty and consumption are increased by so much. 100 times. But the power is only increased by 10 times. Which is not worth the loss. But if it is placed on the chaotic state magic, the spell effect is halved. And it becomes 50 directly. But the original version of the spell effect is only 10. After such a transformation, the power of the chaotic state magic spell has not been reduced, but increased. Of course, it is impossible for Mo to use this spell model. The difficulty and consumption are directly increased so much that Mo himself can't bear it. But Mo never planned to use the chaotic state magic himself. Nor did he plan to give it to others. Since he discovered this feature, Mo planned to use the chaotic magic power on buildings. Only buildings can withstand such terrible energy consumption and difficulty in casting spells, especially when Mo planned to use it on the fission furnace. What? You are talking about energy consumption with the fission furnace. You are talking about the difficulty of casting spells with the spell model that has been fixed. Aren't these two nonsense? So as long as it is used on buildings, used on fission furnaces, this disadvantage is not a disadvantage at all. For someone like Mo, who can rub spell models by hand at any time, it can be ignored directly. At this moment, the surging chaotic magic power directly poured into a large space magic array. The effect of releasing space magic with chaotic magic power is neither good nor bad, and it can exert about 67% of the effect. However, these discounts are basically consumed by Mo's use of spells, and the difficulty of spells, which has increased the effect to 100% again, and it is basically the same as normal use. The surging chaotic magic power poured into a large space magic array, and the magic array was activated. The next moment, all the mages of the Mage Association turned their heads and looked at this area. Although they couldn't see anything under the cover of the concealment spell, the concealment spell couldn't suppress the terrifying spatial fluctuations at all. If the spatial fluctuations were compared to the ocean, then at this moment, it was as if a terrifying tsunami had risen up to tens of meters. This level of movement could be sensed by anyone with a little bit of spatial perception. Not only here, this terrifying energy fluctuation even alarmed the mages in Red Maple City. This terrifying spatial fluctuation, it made people feel awe, as if they had sensed the power of a god. Of course, actually, the effect of this spell has not reached the level of gods. At present, the main material world rejects the power that reaches the level of gods. The floating city is naturally within the restriction range, and it is impossible to burst out the effect of the spell of the god level. However, although this spell has not reached the level of gods, it is already near the level of gods. The so-called near god level is the level close to the power of gods, which is basically the peak power among the demigod level. In today's main material world, gods do not exist, then it is impossible to have power that exceeds the level of gods. So the spell that Mo currently releases is the peak in the main material world. There may be same level of power in the main material world, but it is impossible to exceed it. At this moment, the near-God level space power was all condensed inside a small ball of light. Just a moment later, the ball of light suddenly exploded. The colorless light spread instantly, and wherever it passed was stained with a faint glow. After the glow enveloped, Emolan opened his lips slightly and uttered a word. Break. As Emolan's voice fell, his hand gently moved forward. A beam of light shot out, forming a small light spot in front of the floating city, emitting waves of space fluctuations. As Emolan moved, the floating city in the air accelerated and slammed into it. The floating city was completely covered with a layer of colorless light. At this moment, the floating city seemed to be affected by the space attribute. In other words, the physical damage of the floating city itself could damage the space. Due to the terrifying mass of the floating city, it would take a huge amount of energy to move the floating city even a little bit. Similarly, even if it just moved a little bit, it would burst out with extremely terrifying power. Just like now, wherever the floating city passed, a black trail was left behind. Under the terrifying mass and spell effect, everything including space would be shattered in front of it as long as it moved. When the floating city came to the light point where the light column converged, it slammed into it. Ping. Chapter 9:30 Red Invasion Alarm. Ping. With a crisp sound, the invisible and immaterial space shattered like glass in front of the floating city. In just a moment, a huge dark hole with a width of more than 1,000 meters and nearly 2,000 meters appeared here. The pieces of space fragments fell like starlight, with infinite murderous intent in the midst of beauty. Each of these space fragments was extremely sharp, almost beyond the terrifying sharpness in the physical sense. Once any object or life appeared in this area, it would be directly strangled by the extremely fine space level, and there would never be any fragment larger than a fist. Such terrifying space debris fell on the floating city, but did not leave any trace. On the contrary, the floating city was not affected at all. The space debris was shattered again, turning into a bunch of fine silver white, black, and chaotic powder. These powders are essentially tiny space fragments, becoming even more terrifying. However, they still cannot cause any impact on the floating city. The floating city flew forward, and these smoke-like space fragments were easily pushed away. The light glow on the surface of the floating city gave it an unimaginable space strength. The space debris could not cause any pressure on it at all. At this moment, the glow covering the surface of the floating city instantly bloomed, and rays of light directly enveloped all the space fragments, including the smoke-like fragments. All the space fragments covered by the glow flowed upstream like water, toward the huge empty space in the sky. At the same time, the terrifying space fluctuations spread out, and the mages of the Mage Association, who had just lowered their heads, suddenly raised their heads and looked in this direction. This time, even Hanfeng City was very clear about this terrifying space fluctuation. No, this is no longer a space fluctuation. If the space fluctuation is just a circle of ripples on the water, then this is simply a huge splash of water caused by smashing a huge rock into the water. Emolan also noticed it at this moment, turned his head to look in the direction of Hanfeng City, and muttered, "Red Maple City can sense it? TSK, it seems that this kind of space channel structure makes a little noise. Next time, I have to find a way to create a spell to shield or weaken space fluctuations. Otherwise, the floating city will make such a big noise when it crosses the world. It will make such a big noise when it crosses the world. Without any secrecy, there will be no privacy at all." At this time, Emolan suddenly looked up at the sky, with some confusion in his eyes. Just when he was about to do something, he suddenly received a message. Emolan was stunned when he saw this message. Alert! 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 A large area of space has been breached. Alert! Alert! A god-level aura from another world has appeared. Alert! Alert! The highest level of alert. A room full of screens with a high-tech feel, and red lights flashing everywhere, sirens echoing, and the content of the electronic announcement made everyone's face suddenly solemn. The highest level of alert. This is an alert level that has only existed in theory and exercises from the beginning. Once an alarm of this level occurs, the cause of the alarm must be found as quickly as possible. The real situation must be found out and reported to the Superior Leadership Department as soon as possible. At this time, there are often people from the inspection team standing at the door or watching with surveillance video. If the reaction speed is slow, if anyone fails to meet the requirements, They will be immediately notified in the most serious manner, criticized and dealt with, and in the most serious cases, they may even be directly transferred from their current positions. And this is still based on the exercise. If none of the above happens, this is a real highest level alarm, then the trouble will be big. All the technicians tried their best, using all the authority in their hands. Almost in a moment, they locked the area with problems and projected its image to the center of the room, forming a three-dimensional virtual projection. At this moment, an extremely shocking image appeared in front of everyone. An island suspended in the air, and a magical city above the island. This is a floating city. Outside, the pitch-black space channel that led to nowhere dominated the entire field of vision. The floating city with extremely high energy reaction has all come out, and has entered the game world, and has entered the main material world. Everyone took a breath of cold air, and a slight sense of suffocation surrounded them. They realized a very terrifying problem. The invasion is coming. At this moment, everyone ignored it, not daring to delay for a moment. The person in charge quickly gave the order. Group 1 reports the location of the invasion. Group 2 detects the situation of the floating city, energy level, attack methods, and quickly analyzes them, formulates a quick response plan. Group 3 immediately alerts the entire department and reports on the matter. Now, Group 1 reports. Yes, Hollow, the location of the floating city is the location of the Morse Kingdom Mage Association. Mage Association? Okay, also inform him Olan, he should have discovered it by now. Let him stop it first, but if he can't stop it, safety is the most important thing. Besides, wait. What's wrong? The person in charge frowned and looked at the leader of a group and asked. Olan is at the scene. Oh, have you started blocking? Well, notify him that the support will arrive immediately. No. Don't dilly-dally, answer quickly and concisely. Don't you see what time it is now, what occasion it is? I don't have time to play guessing games with you. The person in charge said unhappily. The leader of a group said quickly after hearing this. It seems that this floating city is not just entering, but is preparing to leave, and Olan is on it. I just wanted to say that this thing wasn't made by Olan. Right? At this moment, everyone in the room looked at the projection in the middle, looking at Olan in the center of the floating city. Compared to the huge floating city, Olan was very small, so small that he could not be noticed at all. But after seeing it, as long as you zoom in, you can instantly find that it is indeed Olan. And at this moment, Olan seemed to sense something. Looking up, his deep eyes seemed to be looking at everyone, making people's hearts palpitate slightly. He found me. At this moment, this thought came to everyone's mind, and the person in charge said with a dark face, "Connect me to Olan's voice call, and there is no need to send the highest level alert." As soon as the person in charge finished speaking, the leader of Group 3 spoke up. It has been sent out, and no department has been missed. The person in charge was silent. The person in charge could not speak, but his face became darker. He was very angry, but he could not say it, and he had to say it in an approving tone. Well, not bad, the speed is quite fast, keep it up. I am very angry. Chapter 931. That's mine too. Hello, who is this? Olan looked at the voice call request in confusion. It showed that the other party was actually a system prompt. System prompts can also make calls? Olan was stunned at first, and then he realized that it was probably the customer service staff who called him, but Olan was still a little confused. What does the customer service want to talk to him about? I am customer service 9527, hello, I want to ask Olan. What are you doing now? Such a large space fluctuation. After Olan answered the phone, a rather calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Why did he appear to be quite calm? Because Olan felt that this calmness seemed a bit fake? Well, it's an illusion. Oh, me? I'm opening a space channel. Is there any problem? Space channel? Yes. Olan looked at the huge hole in front of him that was 2,000 meters long and more than 300 meters high, nodded, and said again, "It's a space channel." Space channel? Olan suddenly felt that the other party seemed to be unable to hold back, and his emotions finally couldn't be held back, and he burst out, and directly threw a photo over. System prompt, screenshot.jpg. You call this a space channel? Olan took a look at the screenshot, which was exactly where he was now. As for the height of the screenshot, it was probably about 2,000 meters in the air. Olan understood immediately. It turned out that the feeling of being spied on just now came from here. Olan thought it was some powerful god before. But did the opening of this space channel attract their attention? Emolan was slightly confused. And did it directly see through the near god level spell cover? Then this should be the observation method of the game system. Emolan guessed in his heart. And looked at the screenshot quietly. And said with certainty, yes. Space. Channel. Channel on the spatial level. All meet the requirements. Although this is a little bigger, it is still a spatial channel. No problem. Forget it. If you say it is, then it is. Then did you build a floating city under your feet? Yes. Didn't I ask many players to help me with the production? I made this thing. This is not quite the same as the rumored magical city. The other side seemed to speak after some words. There is a little difference. Yes, there is indeed a little difference, but the difference is not big. The person in charge looked at this huge, suspended, high-energy level floating city, and suddenly didn't want to discuss this topic with Emolan. What is this called a little difference? They are all magical cities. Right? Isn't that the only thing they have in common? Okay, where are you going to go after opening this space channel? To the Abyss world. Emolan suddenly found that there were crisscrossing silver lines in front of the space channel. These silver lines were woven into a fine net to block the space channel. Although these lines seemed thin, the indestructible space debris fell on them without any reaction, and they were easily intercepted. At this time, the other party asked another question. Why is there the breath of the gods from another world behind the space channel? When Emolan heard this question, he reacted instantly. Although he was talking to him, none of the protective measures stopped, and none of them slowed down. They did not relax their vigilance at all, because they were their own people. However, Emolan did not care, because this was a good thing from any angle. After all, he did not want to betray humanity, betray the world, so he was not worried about his own problems at all. This can make him feel more at ease. With such a layer of review, and such a group of unknown guardians here, he can feel more at ease and more assured. At the same time, Emolan also realized why the normal gate to another world did not attract any attention. But this open space channel caused such a big reaction. It is probably because this space channel has reached the level that allows the energy level of gods to pass through. And there happens to be a god behind this god-level cross-world space channel. A god from another world. These two factors together. I am afraid that everyone will think too much. And everyone will be vigilant. This is not a joke. At this moment, Emolan smiled helplessly. There was no other way. He could only try to explain it. But it was not so easy to do. Emolan gently held his forehead with his hand, and said helplessly, If I say that was me, would you believe it? You mean, that was you? Emolan nodded sincerely. Although it was just a voice chat. He knew that the other party could see his movements. After Emolan nodded, the voice call became quiet in an instant. If Emolan could not hear the other party's faint breathing, he would have even hung up. I believe it. The two words that came out of nowhere made Emolan stunned, almost thinking that he didn't hear it clearly. Do you believe it just like that? Yeah, goodbye. Emolan was stunned when he found that the phone had been hung up, and the silver-white silk thread network that originally appeared in the space channel also disappeared without a trace. Obviously, the channel has indeed been opened. Emolan understood in his heart they should have investigated some situations just now, so he didn't ask much, and believed it directly. TSK, continue. Emolan shook his head, continue. On the other side, inside the office, the person in charge hung up the phone and fell into deep thought while looking at his phone that had been blown up. Has the alarm been removed? Not yet. Are you removing it now? Yes, wait a minute, I'll see if I can apply for an exercise. After all, the alarm has already sounded, the departments that should respond should have already responded, then let's apply for an exercise. Avoid the losses caused by this response. The person in charge was still thinking. He was thinking about how to explain all these things to the leader. After thinking for a while, he decided to tell the truth, and then apply for an exercise permit. Damn Emolan, you call it a space channel? And that god is also yours. Okay, it is indeed yours. The person in charge smacked his lips, helplessly answered a call. Hello. Leader, I want to hear your explanation. Oh no, explain it to me, Bah, leader, I'm not talking about you again. You listen to my explanation. Hello? Leader? Leader? Beep, beep, beep. The person in charge, question mark. Ah. Huh? Emolan sneezed, muttered. Why do I feel like someone is scolding me? Chapter 932, God-level interworld space channel. Ah. Ha. Emolan sneezed, rubbed his nose. Who is scolding me? Emolan didn't think anything of it at first, but when the phone call prompted by the system was connected, Emolan realized that he might have alarmed some people. Or he really made a big thing this time, maybe making many people nervous, and even taking action. Thinking carefully, Emolan suddenly felt embarrassed, smacking his lips. Forget it. Forget it. It's none of my business. Someone else will take care of it. Oh no. Someone else will take the blame. I just need to do my own thing. When Emolan does something that may cause a big impact, he will report it to his superiors. He will start after confirming that it is feasible or letting his superiors prepare in advance. After all, Emolan is not aware of some secrets and some layouts. But he has reached this level in size. If he messes around, it may really cause a great impact or even damage the overall layout and plan. To put it more seriously, if the whole layout is overturned and humanity is destroyed, then he will become a sinner for all eternity. So Emolan is very self-aware. And he is very humble. Or Emolan has no arrogance at all. And he has always seen his role very clearly and accurately. Moreover, Emolan is not the kind of self-righteous fool who knows nothing and seems to be doing good things. Or in his own opinion, he is indeed doing good things. But in fact, he is really holding back and making things worse. Doing bad things with good intentions is even more terrifying and abominable than doing bad things with a plan. It is the so-called not being afraid of godly opponents, but being afraid of bad teammates. Even if Emolan himself can't help much, even if he can't play a role, Emolan will not become such a bad teammate that makes people hate him. Even before announcing that he would advance to the legend, he had asked about it. He had asked about whether this would have any impact a long time ago. And the answer he got at that time was that it didn't matter. So Emolan didn't ask again this time, and directly announced his decision. It was only this time that it was awkward, because Emolan had opened many gates to other worlds. In Emolan's opinion, the space channel he needed to open was just a relatively large one, with a relatively high degree of access to other worlds. He did not expect to report in this direction. He did not expect that this would cause a big commotion, which scared some people. Emolan shook his head and turned his attention back to the space channel in front of him. The structure of the space channel was directly blocked by a layer of silver-white network. Neither the space debris nor the rule power shrouded in the floating city could shake this force at all. And the half-open space channel was directly cut off in the middle. Now that the silver-white network has been withdrawn, the structure of the space channel continues. In front of the floating city, under the shining light, the fragmented space fragments and fine space dust all flow upstream like water to the hole in front of the floating city. These large and small space fragments are pieced together and woven in the hole, like bricks and stones. A space channel shining with silver-white light extends into the depths of the void. Unlike ordinary space channels, the gates to other worlds have no thickness. This space channel extends continuously into the depths of the void, and has not yet revealed the scene of the Abyss world. At the same time, Emolan, who was sitting on the demon throne in the Abyss continent, looked up. He saw the sky above him twisting constantly, and huge space fluctuations spreading around and rippling further away. It was like ripples, spreading in circles, but ripples would dissipate before they spread far. But this was no longer a ripple, but a huge wave of several meters, 10 meters, and dozens of meters high, spreading continuously around. At this moment, let alone the demons of the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, even the players in the distance could clearly sense the extremely powerful space fluctuations here. The gods are too powerful. The energy level of the gods, the energy weight is too high. The strength of the ordinary space channel, the gate of the other world cannot support the energy intensity of the gods, the number of passages, and it is extremely difficult to construct a cross-world space channel that allows gods to pass normally, whether it is creation or construction. And just like the space channel that is being formed in front of you, there are such terrifying space fluctuations in the process of formation. If there are gods in this world, then this cross-world space channel will be destroyed by the gods before it is formed, or the channel is directly blocked by the gods. Then the gods invade in the opposite direction, or you walk halfway through the space channel, and the gods on the opposite side directly break it for you, let you fall into the endless void, and get lost in it forever. This is quite fucked up. However, although there is a god-level combat power on the Abyss continent, it is a pity that it is Emolan himself. So Emolan opened the god-level cross-world space channel without any worries. The space fluctuations became more and more intense. Such terrifying space fluctuations have attracted the 7th level, 8th level, and 9th level demons of the big guys. and also attracted the big players to rush over in anger. Emolan sighed slightly, and tapped the demon throne with his fingers. In just a moment, a huge and familiar projection appeared out of thin air. All the demons and players could see it when they looked up. The terrifying power instantly made all the demons and players stiffen and turn back silently. Oh, it's Emolan/God, then it's okay. Besides that, only some players who were curious and unwilling to listen to advice still chose to come over. Some still flew over here openly, some tried to sneak over here to avoid Emolan's perception. What's more, Emolan actually found a shadow assassin. This magical profession actually spread. Some people actually changed their profession, and some people changed their profession. But Emolan didn't take it seriously, he just glanced at it, and didn't pay too much attention. One thing worth mentioning is that Emolan's projection is very magical. No matter which direction you look from, you can only see Emolan's back sitting on the demon throne. With unparalleled power. After confirming all the demons, most of the players went back. But a small number of players refused to listen and came over. Emolan directly waved his hand to arrange the next god-level concealment spell. The spell has no lethality. In addition to covering up the internal situation, it only has the function of locking people in. The first time to break into the gate, it took 10 minutes. The second time, 30 minutes. The third time, 1 hour. The fourth time, 3 hours. The fifth time, 9 hours. And the sixth time, 27 hours. Emolan had no ill intentions, and just planned to see if there were any really stubborn people. There are stubborn people, but there shouldn't be such stubborn people. Right? Chapter 933 World Binding. Should not be. After Emolan set up a strong warding cover spell, he looked up into the sky. The space above him was violently shaking, distorted, a continuous flow of space fluctuations spread around, very eye-catching. If this is an invasion of another world, this level of space fluctuations, this speed of opening is enough for the gods of another world to arrive at the scene several times, and destroy the space channel several times. Emolan thought. If you want to use it in a world-class invasion scenario, this kind of spell to construct a space channel is useless. It will be discovered just when it is about to be opened, destroyed, or even become a point for the enemy to wait. It can only be used for logistics, transportation, and normal passage. Emolan thought while waiting. After waiting for so long, the space above is still distorted. The space has not appeared yet, and the time required is outrageous, which makes Emolan himself unable to help but complain. Finally, after waiting for several minutes, the twisted space finally reached its limit and shattered with a crisp sound. Ping! Like the sound of glass breaking. A dark hole appeared in front of Emolan, and the broken space fragments did not splash randomly, but all flowed into the hole and quickly woven into shape, directly forming a silver-white space channel that quickly extended forward. In the depths of the void, the space channel connected with the space channel extending from the opposite side. At the moment of completion of the connection, a ray of light flowed, and a completed, huge space channel that was large enough for gods to pass through appeared in front of Emolan. On the other side of the space channel, the floating city flew directly into the space channel, leaving the main material world, and quickly approached the abyss world along the space channel. The space channel may have spanned an endless distance, but the length of the space channel was not long. The floating city only took a very short time to reach this side of the abyss world, and was about to enter the abyss world. Emolan, who was sitting on the demon throne on this side of the abyss world, raised his hand and had made the best preparations. At this moment, the floating city left the space channel and entered the abyss world. At this moment, the floating city lost its floating power, and the power given to the floating city by the anti-gravity rule disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the extremely heavy and dense floating city fell down suddenly, as if it was about to fall into the mortal world. With the weight and density of the floating city, the power that exploded from the high altitude to the ground at this moment would become terrifying or outrageous. However, Emolan was not surprised at all. Or it can be said that Emolan had expected this scene long ago and had made relevant preparations. Emolan, who was sitting on the demon throne, stretched out his hand and lifted it. In an instant, the terrifying power directly turned into a huge demon claw that was 2 kilometers long. The demon claw directly dragged the floating city in the first time, but even the demon claw of the god level pressed down instantly when carrying the floating city. It's really heavy. This is really the first phase. When it's all done, not to mention smashing it, it can crush a god to death. Emolan muttered, of course, he was just joking. Weight alone can crush the god of death. But it is impossible to crush the god of death. No god will stay still and let you crush him. Moreover, even if you crush him, the ground will not be able to bear it. All I can say is that with the tonnage currently displayed by the floating city, when it is fully built, with that terrifying weight, the impact alone will be a god-level attack. This will increase the difficulty of maintaining levitation, and the energy consumption will be very large. However, such a floating city does not have any energy defense. Even if it is just a body, it is not something that gods can shake. Right? With this level of density, I will use earth elements to reinforce it later, and find a way to adjust the microstructure. The gods can only penetrate a few meters. A dozen meters, at most. The first phase alone is hundreds of meters thick, thousands of meters long and wide. And they can't blow it up even if they die of exhaustion. Sure enough, density and volume can suppress everything. If we can reach the density and volume of a neutron star, there is no need to panic no matter what comes. Emolan tightened his demon claws, feeling the hardness of the floating city, said with satisfaction. The current strength of the floating city has initially reached Emolan's design standard. Only a floating city of this strength is qualified to enter the starry sky. Even if the energy shield is blown up that day, a floating city of this strength can withstand the bombardment of meteorites. Emolan slowly put down the floating city, and placed it directly on the shore of the abyss inside the continent. Emolan stood above the floating city, and looked down at it. Through the surface of the floating city, Emolan saw the foundation of the world that was fixed in the foundation of the city. The foundation of the world is supported by soil and stone. Emolan said softly. If the current floating city is still in the first phase, it is still just a prototype. Just an embryo. Then perhaps from today, the floating city will officially enter the growth period and start the road to growth. It will also officially break free from the barriers, break away from the constraints of the main material world, and become a real floating city that can travel proudly in all worlds, has strong strength in all worlds, and represents the sphere of influence of the mage. In fact, before this, or so far, the floating city can only float in the main material world, and can only be called a floating city after leaving the main material world. In other worlds, the floating city can only be regarded as a ground city at most, a ground fortress, and it is impossible to fly or float, because the basis of the floating city is not the floating spell, but the anti-gravity rule crystal ball loaded inside the floating city. Because of the anti-gravity rule inside the crystal ball, the fission furnace is just the source of energy that drives the anti-gravity rule, and the anti-gravity rule crystal ball is the complete projection of the anti-gravity rule. So in essence, this is the direct use of the rule. The use of the rule. This is to use the anti-gravity rule to offset the gravity of the floating city, and even reverse the gravity, so that even the gods will feel heavy. The huge city is suspended above the 9 heavens, because the anti-gravity rule itself is a god-level power. When lifting the floating city, it also uses the gravity of the main material world itself, so it can easily lift the floating city. Floating city floating is the power of the world, controlling the rules of the world, using the gravity of the world. If it is limited to the main material world, there is no problem. The only problem is the Titan who controls the anti-gravity rules and gravity rules. But it is not a big problem. He can't beat Emolan. Emolan can talk to him heart to heart when he has time. But Emolan himself cannot be limited to the main material world. Emolan's vision is in the universe and the starry sky, which is the endless world. So Emolan will definitely solve the problem of being restricted by the world. The fission furnace is one kind, and now it is another kind. Chapter 934 Create a piece of heaven and earth. Use earth and stone as the foundation of the world. Use earth and stone to support the world. The soft words sounded in Emolan's mouth. Emolan held up the basketball-sized source of the Abyss continent with one hand, and with the other hand, he directly grabbed a quarter of the size of the source of heaven and earth, and manipulated the core of the floating city foundation. Earth and stone are the foundation of the world. The moment Emolan's voice fell, the source of heaven and earth instantly sank into the core of the floating city foundation, and spread out directly. At this moment, the entire floating city foundation gave people a different feeling. But upon closer inspection, it seemed that nothing had changed. But it had indeed changed. All this was within Emolan's expectations. Emolan's movements did not change at all. He directly grabbed a quarter of the origin of the world, and inserted it into the center of the city foundation. A soft voice sounded in Emolan's mouth again. Use earth to carry fire. And fire should be the energy of the world. The moment Emolan's voice fell, the quarter of the origin of the world that sank into the center of the earth directly turned into a source of heat to bless the earth. The terrifying heat spread, and the extremely dense rocks melted instantly, turning into magma. At the beginning, the magma was only the size of a fist, but as time passed, the magma spread little by little, and soon, a large magma formed inside the city foundation, which contained violent and hot power. The temperature of the magma spread outward and upward little by little. When Emolan saw the scene, his face did not change, but he seemed to have a faint smile. Emolan grabbed a quarter of the origin of heaven and earth again, and then gently touched it. Use fire to activate water. Water should be the vitality of the world. 1/4 of the origin of heaven and earth fell into the city foundation and quickly turned into a huge ball of water. The water quickly boiled and rolled under the burning of magma. In this process, the water kept flowing, forming boiling underground water veins, and the high-temperature boiling water formed water vapor that kept rising, and finally rose from the ground to the sky, and gathered into clouds in the sky. In this process, the concept of heaven was formed. There is heaven and earth. Although the floating city is only 1 million square meters, it has become a small world. Super tiny world. After all, there is heaven and earth. There is heaven and earth, and everything is derived between heaven and earth. Although its space is very small, even smaller than many small spaces, it has a high status and a high upper limit. It is indeed a small world. However, although it can be called a small world now, strictly speaking, it is still just a dead small world, an incomplete small world. In the future evolution, this small world is likely to collapse and fall into destruction because of this incompleteness. Of course, it is also possible to complete the last link in the natural evolution and completely upgrade to a truly complete world. However, Emolan looked at the last quarter of the origin of the world in his hand, gently pointed at the floating city foundation, and said softly, "Use water to turn into wind, and wind is the vitality of the world." At this moment, a strong wind appeared out of thin air above the floating city foundation. A strong wind. The water vapor rolled in the strong wind, blew away, gathered, rubbed, and collided. Boom! Thunder exploded on the city foundation. And after the first thunder between heaven and earth, heavy rain poured down. The violent storm swept the entire floating city, recklessly testing the drainage system of the floating city. Under the violent storm, the floating city was indeed filled with delightful vitality and vigor. At the moment when the wind was howling just now, it symbolized that the concept of heaven was completely completed. The flames of the core of the earth gathered in the sky, turned into a fireball, and shone brightly on the earth. However, at this moment, Emolan's face was directly cold. With a light touch of his finger, the water vapor boiled. The water veins in the core of the earth turned into an ice ball in the sky, absorbing the light of the fireball, and then turned into warm light again, and fell to nourish all living beings. At this moment, Emolan's face looked better. At this moment, on the foundation of the floating city, earth, fire, wind, water, the four origins gathered together, and the four rules were like pillars supporting the sky, supporting this complete little world. Emolan looked intently, in the depths of the earth, in the extreme area of the sky. A space node was opened up in an instant. For space nodes, the four space origins poured into them, and quickly turned into a majestic force to expand, fill, evolve. After a short moment, four smaller elemental realms appeared in the floating city world, the core of which contained the origins of the four elements, and even the outer area of the elemental realm was lingering with a strong elemental force. These four elemental realms directly penetrated into the depths of the void like roots. The depths of the void were filled with violent chaotic power. All matter and energy would be completely torn apart and assimilated. However, the four elemental realms were rooted in it like a stubborn stone in the sea. The violent chaotic power could not crush it and assimilate it. On the contrary, the four elemental realms suppressed the chaotic power, shattered it, and then absorbed it into the center of the four elemental realms. In this way, wisps of violent chaotic aura were absorbed by the four elemental realms, and then under the collision, crushing, smelting of the four elemental realms, they turned into streams of elements and entered different elemental realms. These elements seem to have inherited the violent power of the chaotic color, and are extremely lethal, destructive, and unstable. Normal flesh and blood creatures and ordinary substances will be torn apart in them, unable to survive, unable to maintain normal structures, and will be disassembled and torn apart from the most basic elemental level. These violent elemental forces permeate the elemental world and are suppressed by the elemental world. Some are forcibly sucked into the elemental world to repair the elemental world and strengthen the elemental world, while some are suppressed in it and slowly settle. As time slowly passed, more and more violent elements were suppressed and precipitated. When the precipitated violent elements became so dense that the mechanism gradually thickened and turned into a sedimentation layer, a trace of stable elements rose up and gathered above the elemental world. They entered the small world of the floating city through the sky. Most of the elements were absorbed by the earth, fire, and feng shui, and evolved into various substances between heaven and earth according to certain rules. A smaller part of the elements were scattered between heaven and earth, and turned into the elemental power in the natural environment between heaven and earth, which is generally the elemental power that creatures can perceive and use. The elements used by mages to release spells also belong to this part. At this moment, after the small world continuously absorbed the stable elemental power gushing out from the elemental world, it symbolized that the power of earth, fire, and feng shui was increasing and getting stronger, which symbolized the expansion and growth of heaven and earth. A piece of heaven and earth. Chapter 935 Floating City, Growing Earth. Fire, wind, water. The earth absorbs the earth element diffused from the elemental world. Under the transformation of rules, the earth element turns into mud according to a certain structure and appears on the high-density, high-quality hard rock at the city foundation. The earth is growing. The lava deep in the earth absorbs the fire element diffused from the elemental world. The temperature of the magma rises little by little, flowing in the earth, like the heart of the earth, the blood vessels of the earth, surging with violent power, and in the process again, the fireball in the sky also grows synchronously, sprinkling warmth all over the earth. The flame is also growing. Water, wind is also growing. In this process, the power of heaven and earth is also growing. Everything is growing in a good direction. Only the fireball that is strengthened synchronously and spreads warmth to the earth makes Imolan's face slightly gloomy. When Imolan fixed his eyes on the fireball, a thought naturally emerged in his mind. Sun! The current fireball is far from worthy of the name of the sun, but this thought naturally emerged in Imolan's mind, because in this small world, this fireball represents the concept of the sun. In fact, it is a good thing for a world or a part of the world to have the sun. The existence of the sun, which sheds light, symbolizes vitality, and is a very important part of the world cycle. A world with the sun is completely different from a world without the sun. Otherwise, the Abyss continent would not allow the invasion of the sun's rules and the concept of the sun, if it is only harmful to the Abyss continent and powerless. Even if the Abyss continent, this world, has no consciousness, it will not allow it to successfully invade. Calling it invasion is actually just a concept given by the creatures themselves. In fact, this situation should be called integration. A rule that did not exist originally is integrated into the world. Although this will bring many disadvantages to the world, it also has many benefits. The most obvious one is the addition of external forces. The addition of new rules strengthens the power of the world and the essence of the world. From this perspective, the appearance of the fireball symbolizing the sun is also a good thing, a completely good thing. As long as I completely kill the alien sun god behind me, as long as I cut off the connection between the sun concept and the alien sun god, then this will become a completely good thing. If I can bring the alien sun god to the floating city and kill him, I can even let the floating city directly absorb all of its power through the connected sun concept, making it the nourishment for the growth of heaven and earth, and become a part of the power of heaven and earth. As long as this is done, this alien sun god can become a great good man. Imolan looked at the fireball symbolizing the sun concept, and said unhappily, there is no way to solve this problem now. Then he could only comfort himself by saying some harsh words. However, unlike his empty threats, Imolan really intended to do so. Imolan really intended to solve the god who created this problem. If he can't solve the problem, then he will solve you. The god. Imolan looked away in dissatisfaction and landed on the ground. He frowned slightly at the newly derived soil. If Imolan really intended to create a world, then this would be a good thing, and there was no need to interfere. It was just like if Imolan's own illusory world was materialized. It would naturally generate soil to increase the land area, and then this would only be a good thing. Heaven and earth. Heaven and earth, one day. One land. The growth of land area means the growth of world power. It means the growth of the boundary of heaven. It is a good thing from any angle. But it is not the case in the floating city. This can be seen from the fact that Emolan calls the small world of the floating city, and directly omits the word small world. In Emolan's view, even if the floating city opens up a small world, it is still a floating city. With the floating city as the main body, the small world is just an important part of the floating city, that's all. While the floating city has the function of living, it is more used for fighting. The floating city is a battle fortress used to suppress the human race's heritage, or a battle fortress used by mages to explore other worlds and conduct large-scale experiments. It has both life and other functions. Therefore, the normal development route of heaven and earth cannot be applied above the floating city at all. And the natural growth of soul is also not applicable. The simplest point is that the lowest level enemy that the floating city will face in the future is also a god. And a god can easily flatten a city on the land of the main material world with one blow, and can easily create an abyss. If this level of soul is to be used in a battle of the god level, it is not impossible. But at least the volume of the planet level can withstand this level of battle. And even if it has a planet level volume, such a battle will definitely cause great changes to the appearance and topography of the floating city. And Emolan does not want this. Therefore, the natural derivation of soil in the floating city must not follow the normal route. The earth element is derived from soil according to certain rules and certain structures. So theoretically speaking, as long as I input the optimized hard rock structure into the rules, replacing the soil generation method, the earth will naturally derive rocks when it absorbs the earth element, which will be similar to the original city foundation material. But whether it is hardness or earthquake resistance, the unloading level is far beyond the original high density, high quality, and high strength rock. At most, the speed of derivation will be slower, and the derivation will consume more earth elements. Emolan's eyes lit up. Not only that, I can also set up a structure to nourish the earth's rocks. Just like my original plan. As long as the earth elements are continuously invested in it, it will continuously nourish these rocks. Nourish the city foundation, and directly warm the city foundation into the hardest elemental stone. In this way, as time goes by, although the size of the floating city will grow very slowly, but the quality will continue to grow, getting stronger and stronger. However, the slow growth of the earth may cause imbalance of other elements. However, if the power of other elements is adjusted accordingly, and part of it is transformed into earth element for earth derivation, the enhancement can also adjust back to this balance. And there is no big problem. Emolan's eyes lit up. In this way, perhaps the floating city obtained in the end is far less than the normal development world in terms of volume. But in terms of quality, combat power, and defense, it is definitely a killer of the normal development world type. And this world wall membrane. Emolan flew to the floating city, feeling the thin film that separated the floating city world from the abyss continent world, and put his hand on it. But this feeling of rejection. Chapter 9, 36 Weak Power of Heaven and Earth. This is the world membrane, a layer of membrane covering the outermost part of the world, which distinguishes the inside and outside of the world. The place where the world membrane is located is the radiation end of the rules of heaven and earth. Emolan pondered. Generally speaking, the stronger the heaven and earth, the stronger the defense of the world membrane, just like the world membrane of the game world. I use the explosive power of the microflame world, and the sharpness of the refined gold at the moment of smelting refined gold to penetrate the world membrane. Under normal circumstances, I can withstand the attacks of the gods. However, the membrane of the world wall of the floating city. Emolan felt this force. After all, it is a membrane of the world wall composed of the interweaving of rules, and the power of heaven and earth. Legends, demigods, and even demigods cannot tear this layer of the membrane of the world wall. But at the level of gods, it can only be said that as long as you reach the level of gods, you must have the ability to break this layer of the membrane of the world wall. Strictly speaking, the membrane of the world wall of the floating city is far from reaching the level of gods. It can only be said that as a world, as heaven and earth, the status is simply too high. Let's not talk about the upper limit for now. The lower limit is the level of gods, and it is impossible to be lower. The floating city is just because of this. Although it has not reached the level of gods, neither demigods nor legends can pose any threat to it. The same is true for the power of heaven and earth. Emolan took a step into the floating city. As the owner of the floating city, as the creator of this world, the world wall membrane of the floating city is as good as non-existent to Emolan. He can just step in, feeling the power of heaven and earth in the floating city. The power of the world. Emolan frowned slightly. In the game world, a rule or a concept possesses the power of gods. Oh no! Even the lowest level rules or concepts possess the power of gods. The highest level concepts and rules possess power far beyond the power of ordinary gods. The power of heaven and earth is the sum of all rules, all concepts, all substances, and all elemental powers. Although I have never seen or touched the power of heaven and earth in the game world, just thinking about it will make me realize that this is a terrifying power that is indescribable and unimaginable. Emolan sighed and looked down at the power of heaven and earth in the floating city, and fell silent. All the rules, concepts, elements, and materials that integrate the power of heaven and earth have not reached the level of gods. They can only rely on the power of heaven and earth to bully demigods and legends. They have to kneel down when they meet gods. Emolan felt very clear at this moment. As long as he wanted, he could directly tear the world where the floating city was with the simplest and purest violence after unfolding his demon body. This is too lame. Emolan shook his head. Of course, Emolan also knew very well that the world itself would never be a piece of shit. The reason why the floating city seemed so rubbish was mainly because it was not a complete world at present. It could only be called a seed or a cub. As long as it is not torn apart by human hands, as long as it keeps taking root in the depths of the void and absorbing energy, then it will continue to grow, step by step to a horrifying level. This is definitely a way to heaven. The only question is, how long does it take for a world cub to grow up? How long is the growth period of the world? Emolan closed his eyes and silently sensed the growth rate of the floating city. It stands to reason that the stronger the world is, the faster it absorbs energy, and the faster it grows, which is getting faster and faster. But at the current growth rate, Emolan only did a little calculation and understood that the growth of a world is measured in hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. If you think about it carefully, this time span is not too much. From the perspective of the universe, from the perspective of time and space, is 10,000 years a long time? Not long. 100 million years is just like that, let alone 10,000 years. But for the young race of humans, for Emolan, a young and handsome guy. Thinking of this, Emolan couldn't help but look at the projection of the 5th level blood pool under the demon throne with some excitement, looking at the origin of heaven and earth there, but after a few glances, he shook his head slightly. Forget it. The power of the world in this demon continent is equivalent to that of a stronger god. It is not easy for me to open up the small world of the floating city by taking away so much. Now I can clearly feel that the power of the demon throne has decreased. If I continue to draw, it would be fine if the level of the demon continent dropped to the level of the gods. If the entire demon continent collapses, and the world is destroyed directly, the loss will be huge. After all, the world of the demon continent is under my control. In addition, the continent itself has various resources, minerals, blood pools. Even if all the origins of heaven and earth are extracted to cultivate the floating city to the level of gods, it is not worth the loss. After all, the minerals produced by endless years cannot be produced by the floating city in a short time. Moreover, heaven and earth itself is only a part of the floating city, just a component. Let alone this component, relying on the god-killing cannon and the god-killing bomb. These floating cities themselves have the ability to kill gods. In this case, although cultivating the small world of the floating city to the level of gods is also a great enhancement, it cannot cause qualitative changes. Although it is gratifying, it is not proportional to the investment. So we still have to think of other ways. Emolan looked at the fireball in the sky that symbolized the concept of the sun, and shook his head after thinking for a moment. It's not difficult to find him. The difficulty lies in that once I leave the game world or the abyss continent, I am only a master-level magician. The floating city only has the power to challenge gods and kill ordinary gods with various equipment. This sun god from another world is definitely not an ordinary god in a state of victory. It must be strong. Although I don't know what the current situation is, it's better to let it go for a while after careful consideration. Wait until you are out of the home field, out of this world, and you are almost certain to suppress ordinary gods in other worlds. And you can fight back against more powerful gods. So now there is no way to go to any other world to snatch the origin of heaven and earth. In this case Emolan left the floating city, returned to the Abyss continent, and looked up at the sky. The Abyss continent also has a membrane of heaven and earth. So when Emolan looked up, he could only see the dim projection of the sun and the sky. However, Emolan had torn the membrane of heaven and earth of the Abyss continent and looked out, and naturally knew that there were several continents on his own Abyss continent, or several worlds. If they are all worlds at the level of gods, and they only have one god. Then, Emolan pondered for a moment, muttering to himself, "It's too easy to bully, isn't it?" Chapter 937 True God and False God. The Abyss could never imagine that one day someone would take advantage of him. Sage. Take a little from each continent, take a little from each continent. Let's not talk about the ones below, there are 3 continents above. Take the origin of the world from the 3 continents, and feed it to the floating city. In this case, why worry about the slow development of the floating city? Will the growth rate of this world not increase rapidly? Emolan's eyes gradually brightened. Although I am just an ordinary master-level mage in other continents, I have a floating city. Control the floating city, and directly use the god-killing cannon and god-killing bullet equipped on the floating city to hunt down gods and seize power. Emolan frowned slightly. If that's the case, it's not easy to deal with. The god-killing cannon and god-killing bullet are still not safe enough. It's better to have a god-level combat power, and then use the god-killing cannon and god-killing bullet. This way it will be more stable. After all, if you just rely on technology to hunt, to be honest, the floating city has indeed reached this level in terms of attack strength. But there are still many gaps in other aspects. When facing the real gods, these gaps will be fatal flaws. If you are not careful, you may destroy the floating city with unlimited potential. That would be like sending a courier across the world. After all, a thing like a world embryo should be a treasure no matter where it is placed. Right? Emolan thought, his head hurts from thinking about it. How to strengthen the floating city, speed up the growth of the floating city. Just snatch the origin of heaven and earth to ripen it. How to snatch the origin of heaven and earth. As long as you have the strength of a god, it will be fine. How to have god-level strength. Strengthen the floating city, speed up the growth of the floating city. Damn! Why isn't the power of gods universal in all worlds? Gods are no longer gods when they leave their own worlds, and their power is gone. This is ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. If the power and authority of gods are universal, I have 2 god-level strengths. I don't need to be timid, I can just go straight up and kill them one by one. 2 against 1, plus the floating city's sneak attack. Unless they are very special or super standard gods, they will definitely not be able to withstand it. 1 against 1 is accurate. Emolan rubbed his brows. The power of gods comes from the use of authority. Whether it is rules or concepts, they are essentially authority. And they all rely on this authority to use the power of heaven and earth. Once they leave their original world, they lose their authority, and lose the power of heaven and earth to mobilize. Then the gods will naturally lose their power. Emolan thought as he recalled the information he knew. If that's the case, why can spells be used? Isn't the essence of the spell model also part of the rule structure? Structure of spell model is to construct this part of the rule fragment, and then use it to call on power to release spells? In essence, there is no difference between the two. Both call on power through rules, but the former calls on the power of heaven and earth, and the latter calls on the power of elements. Why do gods lose their power in other worlds, but magic doesn't? Logically speaking, magic should also lose its power. Unless Emolan suddenly came to a conclusion. Unless the rules of heaven and earth are flawless from beginning to end. The rules in every world are actually the same, or universal. So the power of magic obtained by studying the rules is still universal. But simply using the concept of rules to mobilize the power of heaven and earth is nothing in this world. Once you leave this world, you can't mobilize the power, and naturally lose the power of gods. So as long as you gain the power comparable to the god level through studying the rules, then this power is universal in all worlds, and it will not be lost in any world. So the mage's research path is correct, and the path to becoming a god is wrong? No, it can't be said to be wrong. As long as you don't leave your own world, this god-level power is also uncompromising. It can only be said that this path is just a shortcut, using the authority of heaven and earth to directly bypass the path of studying the rules, directly control the rules, control the power of heaven and earth to become a god. The reason why shortcuts are shortcuts is that in certain situations, people who take shortcuts will be exposed. Leaving this world is a situation that directly leads to the exposure of one's true colors. Emolan suddenly felt more clear, although his mind was still full of confusion. The corners of Mo Lan's mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. So study the rules. Do not rely on anyone. Do not rely on anything. Rely on yourself to thoroughly study the rules. And after studying and finding a way to release a God-level mage, it can be called a true God-level combat power. This level of divine power should be a true God, no matter where they go. They have divine power, and they will not fall down directly because they leave their own world. This level of divine power can be called a true God, while those in the world, although they have divine power, can also become gods, can only be called false gods, not true gods. True gods can be free and easy in all worlds, while false gods are just a kind of life nurtured by heaven and earth to manage heaven and earth, or nurtured by intelligent life to protect the tribe. Mo Lan smiled. A mage is actually on the road to becoming a true god. But the premise is that he cannot be distracted by a false god. If the mage's research direction is all towards the direction of false gods, then he can only be regarded as going astray. But relatively speaking, it is more convenient to become a false god, and it is also faster to possess divine power and become a god. Mo Lan shook his head. What a big pit. If you fall into it, who knows if you can climb out? In fact, the Mage Association has already had this trend. Whether it is Mo Lan's God of Mage or Liu Bin's concept of the origin of space, they are all developing in this direction. However, the level of the Mage Association is not high at present, so only the two of them have walked to the pit. It's not a big problem. Since you realize this, you can still make a comeback. But then again, what does it mean to study the rules? Isn't it true that I've already studied the rules of the game world? I've also mastered the structure of the rules. Wait! Mo Lan suddenly woke up. The rules in the game world are never complete. Not all the rules? It's impossible to become a true god by studying the rules in the world? The focus of studying to the limit is just to become a false god? Mo Lan suddenly looked up at the sky. He suddenly had a new idea. Look up at the stars. For this word, at this moment, he had a new understanding. Chapter 938 The World's Rejection. Look up at the stars. Mo Lan whispered. There is a theory that the origin of civilization began with looking up at the stars. When an intelligent race began to be curious about the stars, it meant the time when civilization appeared. And now, the first step towards the true God is also to look up at the stars. Go to the stars? Mo Lan pondered. Only outside the world without the interference of world rules can we capture the true rules for research. Only by studying the real rules, and then mastering the knowledge related to the rules, and applying this knowledge to create divine-level spells, can one be called a true god. And the divine-level spells released by the divine texts in the game world to mobilize the power of heaven and earth can only be called pseudo-divine-level spells. Then the task in the next period of time should be to build a space station outside the game world, and then conduct research activities there in the form of permanent mages or permanent mages projection clones. Mo Lan looked down at the floating city and shook his head. If it were in the past, the floating city would be the best space station, with a complete life support system, various high-level laboratories, and all kinds of experimental equipment, and the floating city itself has the ability to move, so it can be used as a space station. But now, Mo Lan sensed the meager power of heaven and earth inside the floating city, sensed the meager power of rules, and shook his head. The inside of the floating city has been filled with the rules of the floating city. The rules inside are no longer the real rules, or the rules inside the floating city are not complete rules, but only part of the real rules. The rules studied inside are no longer the real rules, but the rules of the floating city. It has to be rebuilt. But then again, it is not difficult to build. After all, the mages who have such needs are at least legendary mages. For legendary mages, they must have constructed the elemental body, with the survival ability and adaptability of the elemental body, and the strength of the legendary mage. It is not difficult to survive in the vacuum of the universe. As long as they can survive, it will be easy for them to make one by themselves. Mo Lan thought for a moment. Main body, living space, life support system. These are all easy. The only troublesome thing is the various high-tech research equipment. Each of those research equipment is made by several project teams with great effort. The manufacturing itself requires a lot of high-tech tools, or some magician's handicrafts. Even I can't replicate it with my bare hands, let alone others. All the required equipment must be moved up from below, but it's not a big problem. As long as we can find a way to build a space channel, we can move them up one by one when the time comes. It's not difficult, it's very simple. This can be discussed with Liu Bin and Lin Wu at that time. and we can discuss how to do it. This matter must be done as soon as possible. And it is better to do it as soon as possible. Although no one has been promoted to legendary yet, it is better to do it earlier. Emolon put this matter aside for the time being after writing it down in his memo, and then focused his attention on the floating city. Standing above the floating city, Emolon looked up and saw a dark cloud covering the sky, rolling in the sky, and thunders as thick as buckets exploded during the rolling, exuding a breath of destruction, as if brewing an attack that could destroy the world. This is indeed the case. It does contain extremely powerful attacks. If Emolon had not held the demon throne and had not suppressed it with the authority and strength of the only true god in the Abyss continent, this attack, which can be called a divine punishment, would have already fallen on the floating city. At that time, there would be a continuous stream of divine punishment attacks until the floating city was destroyed. Emolon continued to suppress the attacks, and suddenly punched upwards to smash the overwhelming black clouds above. Compared to the game world, Emolon in the Abyss continent holding the demon throne is more like a warrior. Although he can also release many lethal and destructive spells, but the demon's true life, which is as powerful as that of a god, sometimes makes him like to use simple and rough ones. After all, high-level spells still need calculations, operations, building spell models, adjusting spell models, maintaining spell models, although these are not difficult for Emolon, but when there is a simpler and more brutal method that does not require any brains, Emolon still chooses to save trouble. Just punch it directly. What to calculate? Why use the brain? Simple and crude, so cool. Anyway, no one else will see it. It's convenient for you, just a token of your appreciation. However, the black cloud did not disperse at all after Emolon forcibly hit the water. It just rolled and condensed again. It seems that the existence of the floating city itself is not allowed. Once it appears in other worlds, it will be rejected and destroyed by the world. Emolon recalled the whole process just now and thought, at first, it was rejected. It should be that they wanted to use the rejection of the world to squeeze the floating city out of the Abyss continent. But I resisted this repulsive force. I controlled the floating city to stay in place. The world's power could not repel it at all. After a long period of repulsion, more intense means came. Destruction. If it cannot be repelled, then it will be destroyed. In this case, unless I have a way to conceal the existence of the floating city itself, the floating city will definitely enter the world. Otherwise, one of the floating city and the world itself must be destroyed. As for concealing the existence of a world, concealing the world's perception of the world from within the world, this is not realistic at all. Let's not talk about the size of the world itself. The problem is the volume of the world is here. Plus the world itself has been absorbing energy from the depths of the void. A world in another world is like a small sapling rooting in the middle of the root system of a towering tree. The floating city may even be absorbing the energy of the Abyss continent. Just like a parasite in the body, it will definitely be killed. And I can't influence the deep void where the elemental world takes root, let alone conceal its existence. This is simply impossible to conceal. There is no way. So this floating city can't exist in the world at all. It can only cruise in the universe outside the world. It's like a spaceship can't enter a planet. It can only park in the starry sky. Emolon thought. Unless I can obtain true god-level knowledge through the study of true rules, rely on this level of knowledge to recreate a god-level creation floating city. Chapter 939 The Path to True God. Also, is the path I'm taking wrong? Emolon said softly with some doubt. On the issue of the floating city being rejected by the world, Emolon came to the conclusion that there can be no world within the world. To put it simply, nesting dolls is prohibited here. It's okay that the floating city can't enter the world, which has little impact. The real problem is not that the floating city can't enter the world, but his current path. The direction Emolon is taking at this stage is to construct a false world, deduce the false world, and perfect the deduction of the false world, and then refine the false into the true, directly use the power of faith to materialize the real world. With this, a legendary mage can directly grasp a ray of the power of heaven and earth. Emolon didn't know it before, but now he knows it. As long as a legendary mage grasps a ray of the power of heaven and earth, then ordinary legendary mages can be easily defeated. As long as the four elemental realms are condensed, demigods can be easily defeated. If the entire world is directly condensed and has a certain scale, then the mage will naturally have the power of a god. And it is not the power of a god that only exists in a certain world, but the power of a god that is common in all worlds, even in the universe and the stars. which is the true body that Emolan only saw. Originally, Emolan thought this was also a true God's path. A path that could definitely be called powerful, promising, and correct. It had no major disadvantages except that it might require a huge amount of resources or a huge amount of time. Of course, the huge amount here is not an exaggeration, nor is it realistic. It is just a description. After all, the huge amount is too little. If this true God's path is calculated by resources, it basically requires a whole world to be broken up and absorbed. Considering the conversion during the period, the proportion of absorption and loss, it would take at least several worlds. As for the lack of resources, it can be done by grinding over time. But the growth of time is also based on tens of thousands of years or hundreds of millions of years. Apart from these, there is absolutely no problem with this path to becoming a true God. It is absolutely correct. At least, that is what Emolan thought before. After all, if you master the power of a world, the power of the world is universal in the universe and the stars. You should be a true God no matter where you are. Right? Until now, Emolan controlled the God-killing cannon on the floating city to penetrate the world wall membrane of the floating city. And then after a short period of accumulation, he fired a fierce shot. Boom! The sky of the Abyss continent was instantly blown open, and the floating city flew directly towards the hole. Emolan threw it out. When the floating city flew to high altitude, the world wall membrane that had just been blown open had healed. Emolan was not surprised by this. He just raised the God-killing cannon again, as if he was letting out air, and fired a shot after a short period of accumulation. Boom! The membrane of the world, and the sky of the Abyss world was once again torn apart by the violent destructive energy. Emolan lifted the floating city that had become a piece of heaven and earth and left the Abyss world. In fact, the floating city, which had become a world of its own, was already heavier. But fortunately, no qualitative change occurred. Emolan managed to lift it up with all his strength. And in this process, the space in the world seemed to be pushing the floating city towards the torn world membrane. This was also one of the reasons why Emolan could push the floating city away from the Abyss continent so easily and quickly. After leaving the Abyss continent, the floating city was suspended in this gravitational space. Emolan sat on the world membrane and looked at the deep abyss. The world cannot be nested, and the world cannot exist within the world. If I turn the virtual world into the real world, will I be rejected by the world? Emolan asked softly, facing the endless void. He was not asking others, but asking himself. He did not need to answer, and the answer had already emerged in his mind. Yes, definitely. Emolan did not even need to try to understand that the virtual world was fine. It was just fake. But once he materialized the virtual world, he would definitely be discovered by the world he was in, and then rejected by the world he was in, and even destroyed. Emolan entered the floating city, sat on the edge of the floating city, looked at the world membrane, looked at the endless abyss behind the world membrane that could swallow even light. From the perspective of becoming stronger, this direction is not wrong. Except for some problems, this will be a very superior route. At least one thing is that the mage who takes this route will be immortal in the legendary stage. The soul, no, not the soul, is directly stabilized by the world created by itself. The world itself directly serves as an anchor point to firmly anchor the consciousness, which is not affected by anything, even the influence of time. Even if the body and soul of a wizard who ascends to legend through this path are destroyed, as long as this world is not destroyed, his consciousness will always be intact, anchored, and immortal. In other words, it doesn't matter even if this legendary wizard is unwilling to compete for the origin of the world, as long as he is a slacker, as long as he stays in a corner for hundreds of thousands of years, billions of years, he will naturally surpass the gods and reach a higher realm. From this perspective, as long as the wizard on this route does not encounter an accident that destroys his small world, he will definitely be a future superpower. From this perspective, let alone the problem, it is simply too damn superior. What route can compare to this route? Emolan was impressed by the future of this route, but what about me? If I continue along this path, once the small world is materialized, it means that I can no longer stay in the game world, I can no longer stay on Earth, I can only stay in the desolate universe and starry sky for the rest of my life. I can only exist in these two worlds in the form of projection. Emolan shook his head slightly. Although this is not unacceptable in extreme circumstances, I am not in an extreme situation now. There should be a solution. Emolan whispered. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters, those who cultivate immortals are ruthless, but for Emolan, protecting his family and his loved ones is the most important thing. For Emolan, the original motivation for becoming stronger is to protect his family and his loved ones, and then bring some changes to the world. It's okay, I'm still young, the worst that can happen is that I break my promise, the worst that can happen is that I lose face in front of all the players, and everyone makes mistakes, it's normal for me to go astray as a pioneer. It's not a big problem. I still have plenty of time to perfect the future direction and the future path. There is no need to make a major decision that will affect your life because of a momentary doubt and confusion, a momentary phase and embarrassment. That is the greatest irresponsibility to yourself. Emolan muttered to himself. But then again, now that I think about it carefully, the game world doesn't seem to be right. Emolan thought about it. His eyes suddenly lit up. Wait. Chapter 940 Arrogant Mage. How did the game world grow so fast? Emolan suddenly discovered a problem that he had not noticed before. The emergence of the game world is roughly the same as the virtual world, and then the materialization of this path, same as the legendary path of the mage. Or the legendary path of the mage's virtual world was originally created with reference to this point. The only difference is that the game world is large in size, and the mage's virtual world is smaller in size. But there is no essential difference in the route. The framework is first built by the power of belief, and then the four elemental realms are forcibly materialized. The elemental realm is used as the foundation to take root in the depths of the void and absorb the chaotic aura to grow. If the virtual world wants to materialize into reality, it must take this path. Otherwise, it is impossible to supply the virtual world with the energy of an individual. At least in the current world, such individuals cannot exist in the game world. And even if it is the power of collective belief, even if billions of people provide the power of belief to the virtual world every day, every minute, and every second, it is impossible to consume this amount. A normal virtual world needs to absorb the chaotic aura for tens of thousands of years, or even nearly 100 million years to grow. Even if my estimate is wrong, a few thousand years is the minimum and most basic. How long has the game world been around? Even if billions of people provide the power of faith, no matter how much spiritual power there is, it is impossible for the game world to accumulate for such a long time. After all, although I don't know how terrifying the power of faith and spiritual power provided by billions of people are, but as long as you calculate, an ordinary world can carry billions of people. If the power of faith and spiritual power generated by billions of people can easily create a new world, then this is too outrageous. Right? It is completely unrealistic. So it must not be enough, there must be other external energy sources, or, when constructing this virtual world, it must have obtained the external heaven and earth origin, and filled it into the virtual world. This heaven and earth origin is either some chance that the game official accidentally obtained, legacy or something like that. Or, Emolan took a deep breath and said slowly, either the game world is using the heaven and earth origin of the real world, or the game world does not have an independent heaven and earth origin at all, but is directly connected to the heaven and earth origin of the real world. Only these two possibilities can explain why the game world can be so fast, directly ignoring the accumulation and completing the materialization directly. Emolan took a long breath and rubbed his eyebrows. No matter what the reason is, the water here is deeper than I thought. I had less knowledge at the beginning, and my considerations were too shallow. Even if the game world also uses the origin of the virtual world, even if they share the same origin, even if they are originally the same world, the newly emerged game world will also increase the foundation of the world. First of all, the extra space equivalent to a world can provide enough buffer space for the rear area, and can keep the enemy out of the house. Secondly, the game world is also absorbing the chaotic aura every moment to strengthen the game world and the present world itself. I can even assume that there may be some problems with the original present world. This problematic world has caused the present world to lose all the discrete elemental auras, and directly led the present world into the Dharma ending age. The game world may be a repair, supplement, and improvement of this point. It is like an external organ, repairing the environment of the present world, increasing the foundation of the present world, and supplementing the elemental aura of the present world. The more Emolan speculated, the more shocked he became, and his eyes lit up a little bit. Although Emolan had no evidence, he had a feeling. This was a situation that was extremely close to reality. And this situation also gave him a new idea. After successfully materializing the 4 elements of the virtual world, the virtual world was deployed. Deployed at the edge of the game world. And actively integrated into the game world, becoming a part of the game world. In this way, the materialized virtual world is both the mages and the worlds. As a part of the world, it naturally connects back to the origin of heaven and earth, helping it to stabilize. And as a part of heaven and earth, it will not be rejected by heaven and earth itself. After connecting to heaven and earth, the illusory world itself will continuously absorb the chaotic aura and feed it back to the game world, becoming another source of energy for the growth of the game world. It is like the world itself first takes out a part of the origin of heaven and earth to invest in building a factory. And then this factory will continue to provide income to the world. After recovering the cost, it is pure profit, and there should be no loss. Then for the mage, the part that belongs to the mage can still provide the mage with the function of anchoring consciousness. At the same time, the mage can still mobilize the power of this world. You can refer to the believers mobilizing the power of the gods, and the magic network mobilizing the power of the gods, and give yourself power through similar rituals. In this way, although the world is not on you, you can still mobilize this power freely. In this way, the original path to the true God was directly changed by me. No matter how much I play, I can only be regarded as a false god. However, this can strengthen my main world, accelerate the speed of absorbing energy in my world, speed up the growth rate, and increase the foundation and defense of the world. From this perspective, this kind of achievement of false gods is more superior than simply believing in gods or giving birth to titans, at least in terms of contribution to the world. Emolan was silent. He was not in a hurry before because the situation was not clear. There was no need to make a decision similar to gambling in ignorance. But now it is different. The current situation has been basically cleared up, and the consequences on both sides have been basically cleared up. There is only one decision left. A very critical decision, a decision that may affect Emolan's life, and even the entire mage profession, and the future direction of mage civilization. At this moment, it can even be exaggerated to say that Emolan's decision is enough to shake the direction of the entire civilization. At this moment, Emolan questioned himself in his heart with a question, wanting to get an answer from the bottom of his heart. Is a mage an individual supreme power, or a name for a civilization? Emolan looked at the deep dark void and said softly. When he said this, he actually had the answer in his heart. What I need is the civilization of mages. Emolan smiled. And I? Emolan. Don't believe it. Have I? Emolan. Become such a waste? Is a mere true god worthy of my waiting for 10,000 years, 100 million years? At this moment, Emolan's mouth rose, and a refreshing pride overflowed. The pride of a mage. Is it worthy? No. Chapter 941 Demiplane. So let's do it this way. Emolan stood up and patted his buttocks, making his own decision. If I choose the path of true God in an independent world, then the entire civilization may be greeted by countless crazy mages. These crazy people will go to any lengths to become legendary mages, and then leave the world. Leave civilization. And escape from civilization. Or wander in the universe, or curl up in a corner of the universe waiting for the passage of time, waiting for the world to become stronger. Perhaps in 10,000 years, 100 million years later, magicians will become a title that belongs exclusively to a group of strong people. And civilization may have been destroyed for a long time by then. A profession that only knows how to take but not how to give, and leaves after taking is a parasite of the entire civilization, and a parasite that is powerful enough to be fatal, and will destroy the entire civilization one day. After all, if this is the path, as long as you are promoted to a legendary magician, you will live forever. No matter how big a disaster they cause in civilization, no matter how big a crime they bear, they don't care. They can just escape into the universe and never come back. Because apart from personal feelings, at least they have the material basis to live independently in the universe for a long time. And with such a large universe, even if the main body of civilization wants to pursue responsibility, it is powerless. But it may be that my thoughts are extreme. As long as other paths reach the level of true gods, they can still be free and go anywhere. Emolan cleared all the messy thoughts in his head and smiled helplessly. What am I thinking about? After making a choice, I subconsciously think about the shortcomings, looking for shortcomings to prove that my choice is correct. Although this route to completely master the material world is difficult, although it requires a lot of time and resources, it is still a very good route, but it is not suitable for me at the moment. I chose another route that is more beneficial to civilization. This route will be sealed for the time being. Maybe there will be a day when it will be used again. After all, who knows when this route will meet the needs of civilization? Or maybe when civilization is destroyed. The mage civilization will use the power of the entire civilization to urgently create 18,000 legendary mages who follow this route and then exile them. And use the world to anchor their intentions. Anchor their consciousness of inheriting civilization. Or anchor their consciousness of looking for opportunities for revenge. This may not be a way. After all, as long as these legendary mages are sent out with a sufficient base, there will always be a part that successfully grows up and becomes a complete world. At that time, civilization will not lose its heritage, and the human race will not lose hope. From this perspective, isn't this route also good? Emolan thought with a smile, sorted out the relevant knowledge, skills, methods, disadvantages, advantages of this route, and wrote them down in his notebook and put them into the portable space. This will also become part of Master Emolan's heritage, and part of the legend. Then, Emolan refocused his attention on the new route. The world manifested by this new route is connected to the main material world, and will be a part of the material world. But the main control is still in my hands. This materialized world has the foundation of the world. But because it is connected to the main material world, it cannot be considered a world. In this case, let's use a term from the novel, which should be quite appropriate. Emolan thought, and then slowly wrote 3 words in his notebook. Demiplane. It really fits. The moment Emolan wrote these 3 words, he suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart. And a sudden idea came to his mind. Hey, I will make the material world a part of the game world, which means I will join it, but the material world, which means the control of the demiplane, is actually still in my hands. Does this mean that I have mastered a part of the game world again? I have mastered more authority in the game world? The total amount of authority held by other gods and titans has increased, but the proportion has decreased? Hey, this is interesting. Doesn't it mean that the more demiplanes the wizard builds, the greater the proportion of world authority held by the wizard? Unless other titans and gods also use similar methods to strengthen the power of the world, otherwise, the protagonists of the world, the group holding authority, will sooner or later change from titans and gods to wizards. Emolan was a little surprised, and then he laughed. This is going to be interesting. Emolan looked at the floating city under his feet, turned around and entered the Abyss continent, and the gate to another world was formed. After a projection of Emolan returned to the main material world, it immediately flew high into the sky, flying directly above the Mage Association. When it flew almost to the top, it opened a gate to another world and recondensed the projection to continue flying upwards, one gate after another, and one projection after another. Emolan arrived at the bottom of the dome of the game world, which is the so-called world coming under the dome. Emolan took a deep breath, and a god-killing bullet made of pure gold appeared in Emolan's hand. Emolan stabbed the lower end of the god-killing bullet, and the pure gold element was instantly infused into it. A golden light directly derived from the god-killing bullet and collided with the dome. Unfortunately, it did not cause any waves. Emolan was not surprised at all, but prepared on the spot. Emolan once heard a saying, "You can fight a battle with Batman, but never make an appointment with Batman." In fact, this is also true for mages, especially for a mage who truly understands magic, has custom spells, magic arrays, can create spells and magic arrays at will, and has countless top-level taboo knowledge. After a period of preparation, a huge structure magic array appeared under the dome. This structure magic array is very exquisite, and its power and effect are infinitely close to the level of gods. If the gods are 100, then this magic array is 99.999, with 9 nines after the decimal point. It is basically testing the edge of the limit of heaven and earth, and it is already the top-level near-god magic array. A series of arrays of this level might actually be able to kill ordinary gods, but it is not at the god level, just near the god level. I just want to ask you if you are angry. Anyway, Emolan is not angry. Emolan looked up at the sky, gathering and dispersing and gathering and dispersing for more than 10 times, and smiled. This is the result of his repeated attempts. Otherwise, if he had not practiced, he would not have been able to calculate the power and effect of the array so accurately, with 9 nines after the decimal point. To be honest, 99 points is almost enough. The 9 nines at the end are mainly because Emolon suddenly felt it was fun and tried it. In fact, if Emolon did not feel that the God King's eyes seemed to be looking at him, Emolon would have planned to play for a while. It was just fun. TSK. Chapter 942 Heavenly Punishment Thunder. Are you still watching? Emolon looked up at the sky and muttered. Isn't it just 100 or so times? Is it that serious? For the appearance of divine life or strength in the main material world, the thunderous heavenly punishment that appears from the array is formed spontaneously by heaven and earth. This is the meaning of the rules that were born when the God's contract was signed. This has become the rules of heaven and earth, which no one can violate. Heaven and earth have become the executors and maintainers of the rules. This is the real significance of the God's contract. So the thundercloud of heavenly punishment is just a natural phenomenon that occurs under certain circumstances. It does not carry any will or personal grudges. It is just ready to strike you. At least it has always been like this before. Until later it appeared too frequently and dissipated too quickly. So it attracted the attention of the God King. After all, the thundercloud of heavenly punishment is like a program. Now this program is repeatedly suspected of having problems. The GM will always come to take a look. If there is a problem, it will be repaired. If there is no problem, it will be forgotten. Emolon could actually sense it very clearly. The God King had looked at it more than 10 times. Originally, Emolon had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder and wanted to pile a few more 9s after the decimal point. Originally, he wanted to test it for a while, but unfortunately, the God King's eyes did not leave this time. He kept staring at this place, even if Emolon settled down. He would not move away. Emolon smiled awkwardly. Is that so? You don't trust me now? Am I the kind of person who wants to kill me? Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Emolon stretched out his hand and pointed, and a curtain instantly rose from the inside of the constant magic circle to cover this place. At this moment, even the God King's sight was blocked. This is the benefit of the God's contract. This is the benefit of the contract's regularization. Under the rules of heaven and earth, even the strongest Titan God King cannot violate the rules. Even if it is just a sight without lethality, it cannot reach the level of God. Otherwise, even if the God King is a Titan who controls the contract rules, controls the thunder rules, and controls the concept of judgment, it will be useless. On the contrary, because he violated his own rules and concepts, he would get out. And then, he would be struck even more miserably. And the possibility of his soul being destroyed would be greater. After pulling up the curtain, Emolon directly placed a God-killing bullet in the core of the magic circle, and then activated the magic circle. At this moment, even Emolon was a little nervous, because once the magic array he prepared was activated in conjunction with the God-killing bullet, it would definitely emit a sharp edge that surpassed ordinary gods. This sharp edge would be able to directly cut through the membrane of heaven and earth and open up a channel connected to the outside world. But one thing is certain. That is, the level of this sharp edge must be beyond the level of ordinary gods. And it will definitely attract heavenly punishment. In the face of heavenly punishment, no concealment spells will work. Near God-level concealment can block the eyes of the God King, but it cannot block the perception and rules of heaven and earth itself. It is also unrealistic to attack at a level lower than the God level, because the attack power of ordinary God level cannot break the membrane of heaven and earth. If you want to poke a hole, you must exceed the ordinary God level, which will definitely attract heavenly punishment. Headache. This really needs to be struck. Emolon rubbed his eyebrows. Although all his bodies in the game world are projection bodies, and although he can disconnect and withdraw at any time, Emolon dare not run. Because Emolon understood very early that this kind of running is not allowed. Once you run, this heavenly punishment will be recorded in your account. The whole person or God will be directly included in the blacklist of heaven and earth. Once you appear in the scope of the game world again, you will be struck again. At least it will be a super double. It might even attract the attention of the Hall of Gods, and directly change the executor of the punishment from heaven and earth to the gods. Of course, the main reason is that Emolon has not yet figured out how the world record breath determines whether a person or a god is determined, and what the mechanism is. In fact, Emolon really wants to test it out, to try to make something happen and frame other titans who have grudges against them, and let the gods let them be struck by lightning. But there has been no chance. As a wizard and one of the 10 great gods, Emolon is not in a good position to take the initiative to exploit loopholes in the rules. The impact of this is extremely bad. and it may even directly lead to the collapse of the current system of God's rules, which is very bad. It will be a heavy blow to the players, who finally get out of the cage. There is no way, the weak need more protection from rules, after all. Rules are basically used to restrain the strong. So Emolan actually has no choice, he must endure a punishment from heaven. Huh? Emolan took a long breath, his body stepped across the gate of the other world, and appeared in the earth elemental world, holding the magic staff of the god of magic, his elemental true body unfolded. With the blessing of the staff, Emolan instantly transformed into a towering god standing in the earth elemental world. Open! The near-god level magic array was instantly activated, the sharp energy on the god-killing bullet condensed into a strand, and hit the dome of the sky at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the dome was pierced, and a small hole the size of a hair appeared on it. Almost at the same time, Emolan's mental power spread along the small hole, and he calculated frantically with all his computing power. In the blink of an eye, a coordinate appeared in Emolan's mind. The coordinates of the half-plane and the coordinates of the space station are all in hand. This thought disappeared as soon as it appeared. A destructive breath appeared under the dome. The thunderclouds of the heavenly punishment that had not yet dispersed gathered instantly, and a terrifying purple thunder swept across instantly, directly destroying Emolan's projection, the cupboard he arranged, and the magic circle. Even the god-killing bullet, made of refined gold, was melted by the heavenly punishment. A ball of semi-solid and semi-liquid refined gold flashed with purple electric sparks. Emolan subconsciously reached out and scooped the ball of refined gold into the earth elemental realm. And in the next moment, the overwhelming thunderclouds of heavenly punishment appeared over the earth elemental world. All earth elemental lives trembled. Even the earth elemental titan, who was playing hide-and-seek with Emolan, was stunned by the divine and abyssal fluctuations of heavenly punishment. The only thought left in Emolan's mind was, "It's over." Boom! The thunder of heavenly punishment fell, a layer of fiery red microworld, a layer of earth elemental microworld, a layer of water elemental microworld, a layer of wind elemental microworld. A total of 4 layers of microworlds appeared instantly. At this moment, the 4 microelemental worlds rotated and strangled. The strangling force that was enough to shatter the space and destroy everything broke out in the center of the 4 microelemental worlds, just happened to break out on the thunder of heavenly punishment. At this moment, even the thunder of heavenly punishment that was tens of meters thick was stripped of layers of purple electric sparks. After all, this was the latest forbidden spell level spell created by Emolan based on the principle of the interconnection of the 4 elemental worlds to crush and decompose the chaotic aura. The strangling force, the refining force, is extremely terrifying. Chapter 943, A Little Personal Grudge. Knowledge is power. This is not an exaggeration. For a true mage, knowledge can basically be converted into power in real time. And Emolan is the top among the real mages. The knowledge he has acquired will be integrated into his system in various ways, and become a part of his system. For Emolan, the growth of strength is not only in daily meditation practice, but more from top-level, large-scale experiments. This is also one of the reasons why mages are so keen on doing experiments, and doing large-scale experiments. There is no other way. This not only satisfies the desire for knowledge, but also improves strength faster than normal practice. The faster the research progress, the faster the strength improvement. Then the improvement of strength basically represents the improvement of status, and the improvement of status means having a higher ability to build projects, and having higher authority to call resources, so that you can do bigger projects, research wonders, and create wonders. After all this, it is very, very addictive, and the mages who are trapped in it basically can't get out. Manifest, open up, build a real world, a part of the elemental world. This is a very challenging experiment even for Emolan, and after the success, he also gained quite gratifying gains. Not to mention the floating city world he gained. The knowledge of creating a world that can be called taboo level during the period will drive countless people crazy. And the way of refining the chaotic aura with the 4 elemental worlds is one of the more important ones. A trace of chaotic aura can be refined into a large amount of elements. The quality of this chaotic aura is extremely high. Although the thunder of heavenly punishment in front of him was a heavenly punishment directly burst out by the rules, it was still quickly peeled off in this level of refining and strangling ability. However, at the same time, the 4 elemental worlds were also melting like butter in the process of the thunder of heavenly punishment falling. Wherever the thunder of heavenly punishment passed, the 4 microelemental worlds were directly shattered and melted. As if nothing. This moment was like an extremely short war of attrition. Whoever was consumed first would lose. Only 1,000th of a second later, the 4 microelemental worlds exploded, and the terrifying chaotic elements enveloped the thunder of heavenly punishment. It seemed like a big show, but Emolan knew very well in his heart that the 4 microelement worlds had collapsed, which meant that the strangling and smelting power had disappeared. If it was just microelement worlds, no matter how many there were, they would be nothing in front of the thunder of heavenly punishment. At this moment, Emolan's face was extremely solemn, but he was not panicked. Before the thinner thunder of heavenly punishment fell, he raised his hand and stretched out his finger to lightly touch the place where the thunder of heavenly punishment fell. The moment Emolan raised his finger, the thunder of heavenly punishment fell. Emolan's finger directly touched the bottom of the thunder of heavenly punishment. At this moment, a violent and destructive breath came out from Emolan's fingertips. A gray spread upward along the purple thunder of heavenly punishment, devouring, assimilating, rapidly destroying the rule structure of the thunder of heavenly punishment. Just like the thunder of heavenly punishment will be crushed and decomposed by the 4 microelement worlds. But the explosion of the 4 microelement worlds cannot stop the thunder of heavenly punishment in the slightest. The main rule structure of the thunder of heavenly punishment has been destroyed. So even if a larger aftermath erupts, it will not have much impact on Emolan. And if he is struck by the rules of heavenly punishment, Emolan feels that he will not die, but it is inevitable that the mage priesthood will be severely damaged at the rule level, and the recovery time is uncertain. Emolan didn't want this to happen, but fortunately he held on. The pseudo-violent chaotic aura that reversed the evolution of the 4 microelement worlds had extremely strong erosion and assimilation capabilities, and destructive capabilities. If nothing unexpected happened, the thunder of heavenly punishment would destroy the rule structure before it fell. Although this would cause thunder bombardment all over the sky, the thunder of that scale seemed terrifying. But in essence, it was no longer as powerful as the thunder of heavenly punishment that was condensed at the beginning. The thunder of heavenly punishment that was condensed at the beginning was even enough to completely damage the rules of the mage, causing the god of mage to fall into a near-death and serious injury, and fall into an uncontrollable sleep waiting for recovery. But the scattered thunder in the sky was not enough to cause any substantial harm to Emolan. Emolan saw this scene, and the corners of his originally serious face slightly raised, revealing a hint of smile, and a thought emerged in his mind, and he said it subconsciously. I laugh at the fact that the world has no consciousness. It's just instinct. If the world has consciousness, then there is no need to wait for the thunder of heaven's punishment to hit me, and take advantage of the fact that the rule structure of heaven's punishment has not been completely disintegrated to directly explode, so that I will not die, but be disabled. But unfortunately, Emolan suddenly widened his eyes, feeling the familiar breath that passed by, and the last thought emerged in his mind. There is a bit of personal grudge in this. The next moment, Emolan felt his eyes go dark, and he lost consciousness. From a distance, a purple thunderbolt that had half turned gray and was on the verge of collapse suddenly froze, and then exploded. The heavenly punishment rule turned into thunder and spread, and instantly engulfed Emolan's huge body. Before the heavenly punishment thunderbolt touched Emolan's body, Emolan's seemingly defenseless elemental true body quickly erupted one after another in the triggered magic array. Counting carefully, nearly 1,000 passive magic arrays erupted in just 1/100th of a second. Defense, healing, attack, displacement, etc. If there was an enemy at this moment, he might be killed by these magic arrays. These are specially prepared by Emolan to deal with assassin stealth, close combat and sneak attacks. If any assassin dares to get close to him, he will be killed to pieces by passive skills in an instant. Unfortunately, in front of the heavenly punishment rules, these passive skills are directly melted, and the terrifying heavenly punishment thunder directly wiped out half of Emolan's body. At this moment, the terrifying heavenly punishment rules fluctuated throughout the game world, and all titans and gods sensed this terrifying rule fluctuation, as if they had fallen into a permanent sleep under the heavenly punishment thunder. At this moment, no titan or god had the confidence to withstand this level of heavenly punishment thunder. At this moment, all titans and gods understood the horror of heavenly punishment thunder and the significance of the covenant of gods. At this moment, the rule network of the game world fell into a deathly silence. In normal times, there would always be many titans and gods who would vibrate the rule network and use the voice of rules to communicate and chat. Emolan's consciousness did not recover until a few quarters of an hour later. After recovery, Emolan recalled the fluctuations he felt just before he lost consciousness. and his fists clenched unconsciously, and he squeezed out 2 words from his teeth with difficulty. It's cruel. Chapter 944, Warrior Elemental Titan. God King. Emolan was so angry at this moment. He had just clearly sensed the fluctuation of God King's power. The sudden explosion of the thunder of heavenly punishment was obviously man-made. And wanting to affect the thunder of heavenly punishment has nothing to do with strength. No matter how strong you are, you can't directly affect the thunder of heavenly punishment. Only the God King who has mastered the concept of judgment has this ability and qualification. And Emolan clearly sensed the fluctuation of God King's power. If he was hiding normally, Emolan might not be able to find it in the thunder of heavenly punishment. But just now, he obviously did not hide anything, and went in right in front of Emolan, controlled it, and then guided the thunder of heavenly punishment to explode, blowing Emolan into a mess. Only the God King has this kind of strength and ability. Of course, when the God King has this ability, he is restricted even more. The rules and concepts he has mastered are the shackles that bind his own power. For others, it is like Emolan can violate the contract of the gods, but he will be attacked by heavenly punishment. As long as he can bear it, it will not be a big problem. But the God King cannot. Once he violates the god's contract, he will most likely face the stripping of the heavenly punishment rules. The concept of the contract will be broken, the concept of the judgment will be stripped, and his concept and strength will probably only be thunder. Then he will be punished with the superdoubled heavenly punishment based on his original strength, and he will almost certainly die. Not only can he not violate the god's contract, as the controller of the heavenly punishment rules, the God King must also maintain the operation of the god's contract, which means he must punish those who violate the rules, such as Emolan. Of course, generally speaking, the heaven and earth will punish themselves, and the God King only needs to not intervene. But once he intervenes, he must maintain the fairness and justice recognized by the heaven and earth. Once he crosses the line, he will also be retaliated by the rules. So the most crucial point is that the God King did just now secretly, no, openly and ruthlessly act with personal emotions. But the heaven and earth did not react at all, which means that the heaven and earth have recognized it. The heaven and earth also think this is very reasonable. Emolan's mouth twitched slightly when he thought of this. What can he do? What can he do after being split into 2 pieces? Trouble the heaven and earth? He was wrong first. And what trouble can he cause the heaven and earth? The heaven and earth do not have independent will. Could they destroy the world in a rage? He is not the protagonist of a novel, destroying the heaven and earth in one go, no matter whether the heaven and earth are intentional or not. Raising so many people is an undiscounted fact after all. This is a favor. Moreover, the world is nature, the environment, humans, and the place where one lives. If one does not protect and strengthen one's own territory, will one overturn it? If one overturns it, where will one live? Where will humans live? Isn't this a disease? Then trouble the God King? Emolan shook his head repeatedly just thinking about it. It can't be done. There is no special or complicated reason for this. It's very simple. It can't be defeated. If one goes over, it's not certain who will trouble whom. Of course, it's not that he is afraid of him. How could Emolan be afraid of him? The main reason is that the God King did not do anything excessive. It's not good to trouble him for no reason. Emolan is a polite person and never makes trouble. At this moment, Emolan suddenly noticed a sight. Someone was spying on him. Emolan turned his head to look in the direction of the sight, and met the pair of sensing sights in the dark, and said directly, "What are you looking at?" There was no response, and Emolan glared. "What's the matter? Do you look down on me, or what? Do you think I'm hurt? Come out!" Emolan exploded instantly, and his thinner elemental true body grabbed fiercely. The area grabbed by Emolan seemed to be grabbed by Emolan as if the entire space was also grabbed by Emolan. In just a moment, a mountain tens of thousands of meters away collapsed, and was pulled along by the space. The next moment, Emolan reached his hand into the void, and with a sudden pull, a dark rock giant several thousand meters tall, not even as short as Emolan's elemental body, was suddenly dragged out by Emolan and thrown on the ground. Boom! The earth shook, and the violent shock waves spread, and the mountains collapsed. Emolan, we have no grudges. Hey, you dare to resist? Emolan raised his eyebrows, and a scarlet and black fireball instantly condensed in Emolan's hand and exploded on the face of the dark rock giant. Boom! A scarlet mushroom cloud slowly rose, surrounded by dark clouds. Thunder flashed in the middle of the mushroom cloud, the earth shook, the sky cracked, as if the end of the world was coming. Emolan showed a grim smile against the background of the terrifying mushroom cloud. Come over when I'm unconscious. Right? Come over when I'm seriously injured. Right? Ah, what are you going to do? The seriously injured. Emolan cast one spell after another in his hand, relying on his ability as a magic god to be completely immune and to recover his own magician's aftermath. He bombarded the dark rock giant recklessly. Earth Element Titan. Right? Ah, speak up. What do you want to do here? Walk? Emolan beat the Earth Element Titan madly. At this moment, the Earth Element Titan was stunned, and his mentality collapsed. Earth Element Titan, is this a serious injury? Will the thunder of heaven's punishment be a lot of thunder but little rain? No, is this a drill? The Earth Element Titan's mentality collapsed, and he became autistic. After the beating, Emolan exhaled, twisted his neck, and raised his hand to directly draw up a divine contract. Contract? Sign or not? The Earth Element Titan originally thought that it was very unfair to have to sign the divine contract, and that Emolan was going to take advantage of the situation, but after a closer look. You still think it's fair, equal summoning spells? Ah. There's no problem, not only no problem, he even got a lot of bargains. After confirming it several times, the Earth Element Titan signed the divine contract. The divine contract was completed. Emolan completed another small goal of collecting cards. The Mage Association can have another Earth Element life summoning spell without grade, and can summon the highest demigod Earth Element. Well, come on, get up, I'm a polite person. The Earth Element Titan stood up, and recalled the divine contract just now, and nodded subconsciously. Yes, it's quite polite. The moment this thought emerged in his mind, the Earth Element Titan himself was stunned. The Earth Element Titan stood there doubting himself, thinking for a long time, standing above the abyss of the Earth Element realm, silently covering his face. The thousands-meter-high divine body silently descended and finally sank into the endless Earth elements. The surface of the abyss did not rise a single ripple. Emolan stood there silently sensing his physical condition. At this moment, his physical condition was indeed not good. First, half of his divine body was wiped out by the thunder of heavenly punishment. Then he fought fiercely with the Earth Elemental Titan. His physical condition was in a mess. Or in other words, after half of his divine body was wiped out by the thunder of heavenly punishment, although it seemed to have recovered on the surface, the actual physical condition was very, very bad. But there was no way to fight the Earth Elemental Titan last time. This battle must be fought. Chapter 945 Heavy Damage. After all, Emolan is somewhat confident in fighting against the Earth Element Titan. The Mage Priesthood has a certain degree of restraint on these elemental gods. In addition, the strength of the Earth Element Titan is not very strong. Emolan can still fight even if his physical condition is so bad. But it is not certain for other gods. The main reason is that even Emolan himself did not know how many Titans there were just now. How many gods were staring at him? No, staring is not appropriate. Many of them actually have no ill intentions. It should be said that they were all staring at Emolan. After all, the first thunderbolt of heavenly punishment would definitely attract the attention of the gods. And it was normal for them to look at him. If Emolan had resisted the thunderbolt of heavenly punishment, it would have been fine. Emolan even dared to stare back. But he was retaliated by the bastard god king and was injured. At this time, most titans and gods would not do anything. But it was inevitable that a few titan gods, who disliked Emolan, would have some other thoughts. Considering many factors, Emolan could only find an unlucky guy to contribute himself. Let Emolan show off his muscles. Let Emolan show his martial arts. And let all the gods understand that although Emolan, was injured, his injury was not serious. This will dispel some Titan's thoughts. So when the Earth Element Titan, this fool, appeared, Emolan was overjoyed. There was actually a fool who came to his door. Earth Element Titan, are you polite? What are you looking at? Emolan glanced at many people, sneered. Just for a moment, his eyes disappeared. Emolan curled his lips and leaned down. The soil below rolled and the rocks gathered. At the moment Emolan said this, a majestic throne with divine text engraved on it was formed below. And Emolan sat on it. Emolan closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. But in fact, he was silently sensing his injuries. Under the sudden explosion of the heavenly punishment thunder, nearly half of Emolan's body was wiped out. Lan was in the elemental body state before, and the magic power that was wiped out was fine. When he beat the earth element titan, he had recovered by himself and returned to the original magic body. At least on the surface. But is magic important? This thing is the easiest to deal with. What really hurt Lan was the original spiritual particles, soul fragments, and the mage priesthood and rules that supported the magic body as the body of the elemental god. All of these were wiped out by the heavenly punishment thunder. These are the direct reasons why Lan was seriously injured. If the consciousness contained in that part of the body had withdrawn in advance, the moment Lan felt something was wrong, then the trauma would be even more terrifying. After all, consciousness is related to the origin of the concept of human beings. The body is not a human being. The magic body is not a human being. A head is not a human being. The mental power is not a human being. The soul is not a human being. And what is a human being? Consciousness. Only consciousness is the foundation of a person. As long as consciousness exists, the person is still alive, even if the body is destroyed, and the soul is completely destroyed. But consciousness no longer exists. It is useless even if the body and soul exist. Even if a consciousness is born again in this body, it will just be another person who is exactly the same. Fortunately, Lan has played with consciousness so that it is not restricted by the body or the soul. Otherwise, consciousness will definitely be severely damaged. This may be a blessing in disguise. But even so, Lan's injuries at the moment are extremely troublesome. The injuries to the soul and the original spiritual particles are fine, with the help of the magic potion collected by the association. It should not take long. Although the consumed magic potion is expensive, but considering the wealth of the association and Lan, it is not a big problem to use it occasionally. The real trouble lies in the priesthood and the damage to the rules. These two are the foundation of the gods. The foundation, ordinary attacks, means cannot cause any damage or destruction to them, and the effective means can be counted on two hands. Unfortunately, the thunder of heaven's punishment is one of them, and it is very effective and very powerful. Fortunately, the thunder of heavenly punishment that erupted has been weakened by Lan. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to recover these two things that are not easily damaged. At least Lan has no means to accelerate the repair, and can only rely on the passage of time to let it recover naturally. In other words, Lan will not be in his prime for a long time in the future, and will be weak and have low combat effectiveness. This makes Lan a little dissatisfied with the mage priesthood. After all, Lan, holding the magic staff of the god of mages, can only beat the earth elemental titan level titan. Such a weak state really made Lan feel insecure. This kind of pseudo-god is really weak. Lan said speechlessly. How could a true god who relied on knowledge to achieve true godhood fall into a weak state? For a mage who relied on knowledge to achieve true godhood, as long as the memory is not erased, as long as the knowledge is not erased, he will never fall into this kind of weak state that cannot be recovered, powerless, and can only rely on the passage of time to slowly recover. Forget it, anyway. The coordinates are in hand, and the previous goal is also completed. First restore the soul and the original spiritual power. After the soul and the original spiritual power are restored to a state of full victory, start to materialize the virtual world, construct a half-plane to achieve legend. After all, I promised to achieve legend at the beginning. Since I have already planned to achieve legend, then there is no need to break the promise. It's embarrassing. If people think I'm just bragging, I won't even be able to advance to legend. Lan directly opened a space channel to the association, and then formed a projection inside the association to go to the treasure house to get the magic potion for the soul and the original spiritual power. TSK. Lu Bin's definition of the space origin is convenient. This space channel can be opened at will. It's really convenient. Lan smiled. Although Lu Bin has not yet announced the existence and use of the space origin. But for Lan, it naturally does not affect his use. Take a magic potion that looks like a lotus pod. Purple, fist-sized, exuding a layer of strange fragrance, which makes people feel refreshed when they smell it. Most people would probably peel the lotus seeds and eat them to strengthen themselves as soon as they get it. Unfortunately, this thing is highly toxic to the body, and must be refined into a pure energy state using a specific method before it can be directly absorbed by the spirit and soul. As for how this point and the specific method were summarized and invented, it must be the players who discovered and obtained it. TSK. Among the players, the pharmacist profession has tasted hundreds of herbs, compiled a collection of herbal medicines in the game world, and made considerable contributions in this regard. Chapter 946. The Realization of the Illusory World. Well, I'm finally recovered. After Emolan used a specific method to refine and absorb the lotus pod, it took about a week of world warming, digesting, recovering the basic particles of the soul and the original spiritual power. This is also thanks to Emolan's consciousness. He always stays awake. This is the basis for Emolan's soul level and original spiritual power level to recover quickly. If Emolan lost consciousness after being severely injured, even if others use 10 times the magic potion for Emolan, it may take several months or even a year to recover from the same injury. And now it only took a week. This is because Emolan was conscious and could actively refine the medicinal power and cooperate with the medicinal power to actively recover, instead of passively waiting for the medicinal power to enter the soul and mental power, waiting for him to repair himself. So, only the soul and the original mental power were injured, and the consciousness was not injured. This is really a blessing in disguise. After recovering to his peak state, Emolan slowly opened his hands, a coordinate appeared in his hands, and a smile appeared at the corner of Emolan's mouth. The next thought came to him. A gate to another world slowly opened in front of him, and the opposite side was the floating city. Emolan bypassed the Abyss continent and directly built a gate to another world leading to the floating city. After the gate to another world was opened, Emolan stepped directly into it. Sitting on the chair in the center of the floating city, the membrane of the world above slowly disappeared. At this moment, it was as if the floating city directly removed all the covers and faced the starry sky. The next moment, the space channel construction method that was exactly the same as before was opened again, this time with the blessing and infusion of the power of the floating city. The array ran more smoothly, and the effect was more superior. The floating city, which was wrapped in silver light, bumped forward slightly, and the space was broken. Under the shining light, the space channel was woven into shape. The floating city entered it, and after a short flight, it appeared in front of a sky-high wall. Whether looking up or down, there was no end. Only an endless wall. Emolan was deeply shocked when he saw this scene, and his eyes were fixed on this endless wall. It's the same world. The same world made of illusion. The floating city, and this game world can't be regarded as the same thing at all. No wonder even a mere rule in the game world can support a god-level titan. It's so shocking. Emolan said softly. The coordinates he had located before were the coordinates outside the world wall membrane that Emolan obtained after he pierced the world wall membrane himself. The coordinates of the space channel he just constructed in the floating city were this one, which means that Emolan's current location is outside the game world, extremely close to the game world itself. It took a long time for Emolan to come back to his senses in shock, looking back, looking around, capturing the natural environment around him. But after looking at it several times with his naked eyes, and observing it several times with the equipment on the floating city, he found that the starry sky here is extremely unfamiliar, neither the starry sky in the solar system nor the starry sky outside the solar system. Emolan originally thought that the game world should be wrapped outside the Earth or outside the solar system. But now it seems, isn't it? Emolan frowned slightly as he thought. No, when I first entered the real world, my perception should not be wrong. The game world must be wrapped outside the real world, and the starry sky here does not match must be due to other factors and other secrets. Emolan pondered, and shook his head after thinking for a long time without an answer. First, build the demiplane, so as to advance to legend. Emolan set the floating city to automatic hovering state. There are multiple modes for automatic hovering, or you can set it to hover with multiple references. This reference can be the ground, the moving Emolan, or a fixed space. At this moment, Emolan sets the origin of space. So after this setting is completed, the floating city will calculate the space coordinates corresponding to the origin of space in real time, and always stay at this coordinate. In other words, after setting the hover, the relative position of the floating city relative to the game world itself will not change, and it will always be in a hovering state waiting for Emolan's call. After completing this step, Emolan sat cross-legged on the membrane of the sky and earth in the floating city, facing this endless wall. Emolan had already left the floating city at this moment, which was equivalent to his physical body being in the star realm. However, if you look closely, you can find that there is a faint fluorescence on the surface of Emolan's body. Emolan came with his original physical body, not his elemental body. Otherwise he could really face the star realm environment. After all, Unlike the weak physical body, the elemental body has almost no weaknesses, and its survival ability and adaptability are extremely strong. However, even if there is a problem with the physical body, it is not a big deal. Emolan's ability is enough to support him to easily deal with the natural environment of the star realm. Sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, in meditation, immersing the mind in a virtual world that does not exist in reality, does not exist in the spiritual space, and only exists in Emolan's consciousness. At this moment, the virtual world has left no trace in the world, and has no connection with anything in this world. In layman's terms, this is what Emolan imagined and fantasized. It's just that Emolan solidified this fantasy in his consciousness with a special method, reversely used this fantasy to anchor his consciousness, and then used huge computing power to deduce this fantasy very perfectly, very real, that's all. Fantasy and reality are like two parallel lines, which do not interfere with each other under normal circumstances and never intersect. But now it is different. The power of belief that also comes from consciousness is controlled by Emolan and gathered together, and it flows into the illusory world continuously. Lu Sun once said, "There was no God in this world, but it is probably because there are more people who believe in it than it exists." Emolan is also saying this now. This world did not exist originally, but it is probably because there are more people who believe in it, so it exists. Waves of faith power continuously poured into the illusory world, but the illusory world was like a bottomless pit, devouring the faith power endlessly, and it itself remained unchanged, and the fantasy was still a fantasy. But Emolan didn't care. The vast faith power he possessed was his greatest confidence. "Open the floodgates," Emolan murmured in his heart, and in an instant, the faith power surrounding Emolan was like a broken dammed lake, and the terrifying faith power flowed into the illusory world like a mountain torrent. Under the influx of such terrifying power of faith, the illusory world finally began to change. Under the infusion of countless powers of faith, it seemed as if another seed had sprouted in the illusory world. Ding! This is the trembling sound when the rules are born. Ding! 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 The sound of rules, as if cheering, as if leaping for joy, Emolan's mouth corners could not help but slightly rise. Chapter 947, Promoted to Legend. Ding! 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 The sounds of rules echoed in Emolan's heart, as if they were washing Emolan's mind, washing Emolan's mental power, washing Emolan's soul, washing Emolan's consciousness. This sound of rules sounded in the illusory world, and the illusory world is in Emolan's consciousness, in Emolan's soul, in Emolan's original mental power, in Emolan's body. At this moment, the sound of rules sounded directly from the consciousness, and then spread to the soul in waves, and then transmitted from the soul to the original mental power, and finally transmitted to the body through the original mental power. The sound of rules was extremely clear and pure in the consciousness, washing Emolan's consciousness over and over again, sweeping away all of Emolan's fatigue and boredom, making Emolan's consciousness clearer, firmer, purer, and stronger than ever before. When the sound of rules was transmitted to the soul, it weakened a little, but it was still pure, washing the soul, strengthening the soul, and shattering the impurities in the soul. The extreme purity and the echo of the sound of rules made Emolan's soul enter a transformation. The sound of rules was washing the soul and tempering the soul. Then comes the mental power. When the sound of rules is transmitted to the original mental power, it has already weakened a lot, and is no longer crisp, and there are a lot of noises. When it reverberates in the original mental power, it still makes the original mental power more condensed and pure, allowing the basic particles of the original mental power to merge, derive, and expand, making it smaller, more solid, and more powerful. On the basis of the transformation of the soul, the mental power also transforms accordingly. When the sound of rules is transmitted to the body, it has become extremely weak and full of noises. But even so, this impure, unclear, and crisp sound of rules still reverberates in Emolan's body, constantly tempering Emolan's body, constantly imprinting the notes of rules in every corner of the body. At this moment, Emolan's originally ordinary body was undergoing an amazing transformation. Every cell became tougher, stronger, and every cell and every element was imprinted with the notes of rules. The membrane became tough, the muscles became strong, the bones became hard, and the five senses became sharp. At this moment, Emolan couldn't help but clench his fists. The sense of power that surged up surprised Emolan slightly, because Emolan had a feeling that he might be able to suppress some warriors who had just been promoted to the elite level just by relying on his body. And these are only secondary. Because of these rules, Mo-Lan's body was strengthened more in elemental affinity, elemental damage reduction, magic storage and other mage side attributes, and some of these attributes were also strengthened to a very scary level. At least for Mo-Lan at the master stage. It was quite surprising and frightening. At this moment, Mo-Lan realized that the rules at this moment were the rewards for the mage to materialize the virtual world and create the world. And this reward will bring him the key transformation from master level to legendary level. After this transformation, Mo-Lan's consciousness, soul, original spiritual power, and body are all fundamentally different from the original. Let's not talk about consciousness, soul, and original spiritual power for now. Even the originally weakest body has undergone an amazing transformation at this moment. The body alone can suppress ordinary warriors. And other improvements in the mage are even more needless to say. This is an amazing transformation, allowing Mo-Lan's all fields to step into the legendary realm at the same time, including the body, which directly transformed into a legendary power body on the mage side. Mo-Lan also realized another point. If a warrior materializes the virtual world, or a melee magician materializes the virtual world, then as long as the virtual world is placed in the body, the entire order of strength and weakness can be reversed. In that case, the first wave of the most powerful and purest sound of rules will be the body, followed by the original mental power, then the soul, and finally the consciousness. If in this process, the rules that produce the sound of rules are still melee rules, then the body tempered by this sound of rules will probably be quite terrifying. And the resistance to various abnormal states of the body, and the resistance to spells will probably reach an extremely terrifying level. This can even be said to have created another legendary road for warriors in disguise. And it is definitely a more powerful legendary road. It is a pity that there are not many warriors who are qualified to walk this legendary road. The illusory world is not something that can be condensed by any cat or dog. And the massive amount of faith required is also extremely difficult. I am afraid that only a sufficiently excellent and powerful melee mage can adapt to this legendary road for warriors. So instead of calling it a legendary road for warriors, it is better to call it one of the legendary roads for melee mages. These thoughts flashed through Mo-Lan's mind. It seemed that after a transformation, even the speed of his thoughts had increased a lot. When Mo-Lan was undergoing a complete transformation from consciousness to body, the power of faith he poured into the virtual world did not stop. He continuously infused it into the world, allowing the rules to take root and sprout and grow rapidly, and quickly turn into thick rules. The top and most perfect virtual world is based on rules. Mo-Lan decided the rules, and then wove a framework with the rules. The entire virtual world, from large to small, was shrouded in the framework, and its operation was affected by the rules. The growth of trees, the flow of rivers, the tides of the sea, the movement of air currents, etc. Everything is determined by rules. The same steps are followed to materialize the virtual world. First, the rules are materialized. When the rules appear, the whole world will naturally weave the world according to the established framework. At this moment, the injection of the power of faith seems to have reached a critical point, and the virtual world in the consciousness is shaken violently. At this moment, the originally illusory and unreal virtual world seems to have a body. At this moment, the power of faith was input into the illusory world as usual. But the power of faith injected into the illusory world did not directly become a part of the illusory world, but continued to flow to the designated position under the control of the rules. Earth. Buzz. With a buzz, the prototype of the earth element world was formed. Fire. Buzz. With another buzz, the prototype of the fire element world of endless flames was formed. Wind. Buzz. The prototype of the wind element world appeared quickly. Water. The prototype of the water element world, which was as blue as the ocean, slowly appeared. At this moment, the prototypes of the four elements of earth, fire, wind and water gathered together. Chapter 948 Application. Earth, fire, wind and water gather together. The four elemental realms operate in the framework of the illusory world, emitting strong elemental fluctuations. In addition, during the operation, a wave of strangling, refining power is born in the middle, but then dissipates. At this moment, Mo-Lan had a feeling in his mind that as long as he relaxed his control over the illusory world at this moment, the four elemental realms will naturally break through the constraints of the void, plant, in the depths of the void, and continuously decompose, refining the chaotic aura to feed back to the world, strengthening the world. As long as this step is completed, it is equivalent to the legendary level promotion of Emolan, and the materialization of the virtual world will be a perfect end. However, Emolan did not release the control directly, because once he released the control, the virtual world would complete this materialization and be planted and could not merge with the game world, becoming a half-plane. What Emolan wanted now was a half-plane instead of an independent, but weak semi-real world. So Emolan took the virtual world out of his consciousness, after being materialized by the power of a huge amount of faith. The virtual world already has a substantial framework, rules, and 4 elemental realms. It can be said that it has a certain degree of authenticity. So now the state of the virtual world is between illusion and reality. But since the real characteristics already exist, it means that the virtual world can leave Emolan's consciousness and truly appear in the real world. In this sense, the virtual world has been successfully materialized. Emolan put the virtual world and the game world tightly together. But there was no reaction between the two, and there was no sign of fusion. The wall membrane of the game world blocked the virtual world tightly, and Emolan had no way to merge it. Emolan looked calm when he saw this, not surprised at all. This was perfectly normal and expected. If the two could be directly integrated, Emolan would frown, then there would be a big problem, and a big loophole. You have to know, this is the origin of the world, the core of the world. Polluting the origin of the world is equivalent to polluting everything in the world. Destroying the energy of the world will directly cause the world to fall into the end of the world and be destroyed directly. If the origin of the world at this level can be touched and connected casually, then it means a huge loophole, a loophole that can directly steal the crystal. Anyone, any god in any world, as long as they find this, can easily destroy the origin of heaven and earth and directly destroy the game world or even the real world. After all, ordinary people lack the means to contact the origin of heaven and earth. But a world will not lack enemies that are enough to be a world. Therefore, if Emolan wants to connect his own virtual world to the origin of heaven and earth, there is another crucial step to connect to the game world, which is impossible to bypass. This step is hello. Hello. I am Emolan. Hello. Emolan dialed the customer service number. But the customer service voice was familiar, and it seemed to be the same as the previous customer service voice. Is this my exclusive customer service? This thought immediately came to Emolan's mind, and he asked, "Did you answer the phone for my previous consultations?" "Mr. M. Oh yes. What do you need to consult today?" Emolan smiled warmly and continued, "Yes, there is something that may be quite big. I need to consult. No, it's not quite appropriate to use the word consult. It should be more accurate to say that I am applying." Emolan smiled. He felt that his method of advancing to legend was absolutely the most standard, the most systematic, the most regular. Who needs to apply for promotion to legend? Who has seen this? You have seen this now. I want to apply to connect a newly formed small world to the origin of the world in the game world. Emolan did not waste any time, and said directly to the point. What? The customer service, who was familiar to Emolan, was a little confused when he heard what Emolan said. He understood every word Emolan said, but why couldn't he understand it after connecting them together? Oh, I know the importance. It's like this, not the origin of the real world. I plan to connect the one in the game world. Emolan thought that his words scared the customer service, and explained immediately. Connecting the origin of the game world instead of the origin of the real world, this is what Emolan had already thought about when he decided to connect the virtual world to the origin of heaven and earth, and turn it into a half-plane. The real world is the foundation of the entire Earth civilization. It is the foundation of everything. Once any problem occurs, it will directly affect the entire world, affect the entire Earth civilization. This origin of heaven and earth is so important. Ordinary people simply cannot connect the virtual world to the origin of heaven and earth in the real world. Emolan is basically impossible. Of course, if Emolan tried hard, there might be a certain chance to convince them to connect his virtual world directly to the origin of the world in the real world to achieve a demi-plane. But what Emolan needs is not his own demi-plane, but to open up a universal path that is applicable to most mages. Emolan may mount the demi-plane on the origin of the world in the real world, but other mages simply cannot. But the game world is different. The game world is certainly very important, but in fact it is just a battlefield, a shield, and is far less important than the base camp of the earth. Using the origin of the world in the game to carry the demi-plane, this is more acceptable. After Emolan completes the connection, maybe he has a chance to convince them to open the origin of the world in the game to mages for long-term application. In addition, Emolan actually thinks that the energy of the world in the game is not necessarily Emolan's words made the customer service silent. He heard the meaning of Emolan's explanation of the next sentence, but that's what made him hesitate. Emolan thought he understood, so does he need to pretend that he understood? Or, how should he pretend to make it seem like he understood? But before he could react, he found that his communication was cut off by the background. Before the cut, he only heard a very shocked old voice. Emolan! What do you know? Less than a minute after the voice call was cut off, a group of people suddenly entered his office. The hard drive was removed, the computer was dismantled, without any deletion or erasure, but all were destroyed directly with the most straightforward and safest physical means. They were directly chopped up and soaked in water and beaten into pulp, completely destroyed. In just a moment, the customer service realized the seriousness of the matter, and the next moment, a person came over with several documents and smiled gently. Come to this office and have a chat? Chapter 949 Professor Chi is tired. Emolan, what else do you know? Professor Chi's shocked voice sounded, because he was too shocked. The decibel was a little higher, and although the voice sounded directly in his brain, Emolan still rubbed his ears subconsciously. At this moment, Emolan didn't know how many people were pulled into the most rigorous review with just 2 sentences. Emolan didn't know how many people signed the most rigorous confidentiality agreement with just 2 sentences. I don't even know how many people have started the all-night meeting. At this moment, Emolan just felt that Professor Chi was noisy. Why is Professor Chi so surprised? I have reached this level, I have fought many gods, visited several worlds, created several worlds, and dealt with many origins of heaven and earth. Is it strange to know some secrets? I am not stupid. It is normal and reasonable to draw some conclusions through some known secrets and some common sense. So don't be so surprised. The amount of information in Emolan's words was too much, which made Professor Chi silent slightly. Some common sense? Professor Chi raised his fingers and compared them, and came to a conclusion. Yes, some common sense. It makes sense. Professor Chi said tiredly. You are strong, whatever you say is right, but can you explain in detail, what does it mean to create several worlds? Have you dealt with a lot of heaven and earth origins? Yes, literally, it means to create an independent, new, growing world. The heaven and earth origins are from the Abyss continent. I saw that there are a lot of heaven and earth origins in the Abyss continent, so I took some out and used them. Professor Chi was even more confused. Create a world? Emolan, do you know what you did? Professor Chi said in disbelief. Do you know how much manpower and material resources were spent to create this semi-independent world of the game world? How much hair was consumed? And how many hairlines were sacrificed? I copied your homework. From the answers you gave, plus some of the goods I got from the Abyss continent, I can build a world with some modifications. Any questions? Emolan said casually. Professor Chi was stunned the moment he finished speaking. Is it really that simple? Just copy the answer? Wait, what answer? What answer? Professor Chi was shocked. Answer? Who gave you the answer? Emolan, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Answer, when did I give you the answer? Speak clearly. Professor Chi almost burst into swearing. At this moment, even he couldn't calm down. There was no way. Emolan's words were too powerful, and too easy to be misunderstood. The lesson from the past was right in front of him. Professor Chi didn't want to end up in the same situation. The report to be written and the documents to be signed are definitely in the dozens. Oh! You didn't give me an answer. Emolan understood what Professor Chi meant, and said immediately. Professor Chi was speechless after hearing this. He felt that it was nothing before. But now that Emolan said this, he couldn't wash it clean. He was not clean anymore. Emolan seemed to think that his words might lead to misunderstanding, and explained immediately. The answer, I said, is the ready-made game world. After all, the game world is right here. I didn't think so at first, but as I got higher and higher, I learned more and more secrets, and the fog over the game world gradually dissipated. After the fog dissipated, the game world became the best research object and reference for me. The game world itself was an answer for me. I only needed to work backwards to get the answer. And along the process, mixed with these innovations, I created my own way of constructing the world. So it was not so outrageous. Professor Chi closed the attribute panel in front of him, which showed the information sent by his leader. Alas! Professor Chi sighed tiredly. He didn't want to know so much. Didn't want to ask so many questions, so he asked directly. Tell me, what do you want to apply for this time? Oh, nothing, I just want to apply to connect a world I have materialized to the origin of heaven and earth in the virtual world, so that this new world can become a part of the game world, and become a half plane of the game world. The origin of heaven and earth in the real world is not needed. The origin of heaven and earth in the game world should be cut apart. Right? Don't worry, there is no need to connect to the part of the origin of the real world. You only need to have nothing connected, and it looks like the part of the origin of heaven and earth in the game world. This shouldn't have a big impact. It won't affect the stability of the game world, nor will it affect the stability of the real world. In addition, there are many benefits to adding such a demi-plane. The simplest one is to increase the foundation, increase the speed of refining power, increase. Lon directly explained to Professor Chi in detail the benefits of the demi-plane to the game world itself, and the possible problems it may bring, without any distortion, without any concealment. Speaking truthfully, finally said, one demi-plane may be of little help. But this demi-plane is a necessary requirement for my promotion to a legendary mage. This means that for every legendary mage that appears in the future, there will be one more demi-plane in the game world. One or two may not be noticeable, but hundreds or thousands of them cannot be underestimated. If tens of thousands of legends appear, the help of tens of thousands of demi-planes to the entire game world will be extremely terrifying. Moreover, the demi-plane can also be used as the first-line battlefield to meet foreign enemies. The collapse of the demi-plane will not have much impact on the game world, and it is even less likely to have any impact on the real world. What do you think? Professor Chi no longer wanted to answer Lan's question. He now realized that communicating with Lan was a very risky thing. Of course, it was originally like this. This point has never changed. The only thing that has changed is that Professor Chi felt that he could handle it with his confidentiality level. But now it seems that I can't handle it. I really can't handle it. I couldn't handle it this time. So Professor Chi didn't care about being shocked after listening to Lan's words, and said directly with exhaustion, please write a written application, write down the pros and cons, and detailed operation procedures. Also, if it is inconvenient for you to provide the detailed process of creating the world, forget it. If it is convenient, please give me a copy. I will pass the written application to you. This thing is too high level for me to approve. In addition, I guarantee with my personality that whether you provide the detailed process of creating the world or not will not affect the result of the written application. Well, that's it. I'm going to be busy. Bye. Beep, beep, beep. Professor Chi hung up, but when he hung up, Lan seemed to be able to faintly hear Professor Chi's tired sigh. Alas. Chapter 950, Modernization of Mages. Okay, I've sent you the portal and password, and I've entered your aura here. Professor Chi hung up the phone right after he finished speaking, without giving Lan a chance to say a word. Lan looked at the file sent over on the system panel, a little confused. Why do I feel like I'm a bit disliked by everyone? What did I do to offend anyone? Lan's feeling was very accurate, and he was indeed a bit disliked by everyone at the moment. At least Professor Chi didn't want to talk to him for a short time. Because Lan doesn't know how to keep secrets. Keep secrets? Keep secrets? Keep secrets? High-level secrets are spoken out at any time. Oh my god, secrets of this level are no joke. Not everyone can hear them. There is no benefit in hearing such high-level secrets, only endless troubles, reports and confidentiality agreements, and even job transfers. If people above the confidentiality level heard it, it would be fine, but Lan just spoke out. Even so, it would be fine. Professor Chi believes that his confidentiality level is also quite high, and he can still know many secrets, and he is qualified to know, so he should be able to chat with Lan more casually, but Lan knows much more than he imagined. Lan's involvement is too wide, and his depth in some directions is incredible. In addition, Lan also controls a magician association, with a huge amount of computing resources. With the breadth and depth of Lan's knowledge, coupled with the continuous research results of the Mage Association, there will always be a steady stream of clues gathered in Lan's hands, and into Lan's field of vision. These clues may not be worth anything individually, and even if they are all added together, ordinary people may not be able to connect them all together. It's like a very difficult pixel-level puzzle. Lan has a puzzle in his hand that is only a few dozen pixels in size, and they are all corners. Only a few puzzles are relatively large, and are located in the core. It is impossible for ordinary people to connect them together. They don't have the ability or the purpose. But Lan is different. Emolan has these clues, and also has this terrifying computing power. That's fine. What's more terrifying is that Emolan can use this computing power freely. Under the calculation of the terrifying computing power resources, Molan gradually connected these clues together, and finally built a framework. Based on the framework, he has a certain degree of guessing about many secrets. Professor Chi thought about the report he had to write, and the confidentiality commitment he had to sign. He didn't want to talk to Emolan anymore because of the questions he had to accept. Professor Chi covered his heart and took a deep breath. He felt that if he continued to talk to Emolan like this, he would need to take an emergency heart pill sooner or later. His life is more important. After Professor Chi hung up the phone, Emolan thought about it, and understood why Professor Chi didn't want to talk to him. In this regard, Emolan was very helpless. Does it mean that next time I call, I have to say in advance that you are not of a high enough level, so that someone of a high enough level can talk to me? Emolan was helpless. Isn't that something that only people who are looking for trouble would say? How could I say that? If I don't say this, I'll be told that the confidentiality level is not enough if I talk to someone with a low level, and they will think I'm talking nonsense. What can I do? Emolan was very helpless, and then shook his head. Forget it, I don't need to think about this kind of thing. I'll just say what I want to say. The next step should be that a dedicated customer service with sufficient confidentiality authority, but a lower level, will answer my call. Emolan actually has a rough idea of these in his mind. Sometimes, although the results are the same, the process cannot be omitted in any case. Otherwise, it would directly turn into Emolan being arrogant and ignorant of etiquette, which is not good. It might directly turn the situation into another situation. Otherwise, why do people often say that the mouth is a good thing? But you have to know how to use it? The mouth is indeed a good thing. Emolan shook his head, threw away the thoughts in his mind, and focused on the attribute panel in front of him. The channel and keys sent to him by Professor Chi were currently open on it. Emolan clicked it and looked at the text on it and was silent. Put your attribute panel close to the world membrane. Emolan looked at it carefully for a few times and finally confirmed that there were indeed only these few words. After thinking for a moment, Emolan did it directly, turned the attribute panel upside down, and pressed it on the membrane of heaven and earth. The moment the two touched, a luminous area of the same size as the attribute panel appeared on the membrane of heaven and earth to accommodate the attribute panel. At this moment, Emolan saw a series of data scrolling, and the code of zeros and ones quickly passed by, giving this magical world a sense of science fiction. TSK. It feels like Inception. Emolan smacked his lips and said, I knew that the whole world was covered by the game system, and the crucial membrane of heaven and earth must be no exception. But why do I feel that the style of this magical world is a little wrong? Emolan's face gradually became a little strange. It was pretty good at the beginning. Through research, you gain strength and combat effectiveness. This kind of reality, the power you get is also real, and it can be regarded as real magic. But when I reached the master level, I felt something was wrong. Sometimes, I had to write a report to apply for registration for an experiment, but it was still within the scope of understanding. After all, it might cause a bad impact or too much impact. It is indeed necessary to report in advance. But now, why do you need to apply in advance even for promotion? Are there any quotas for approval? If it is not allowed, you can't even advance? Emolan fell into deep thought. Scientific practice? No. It should be the modernization of the mage. Emolan came to the conclusion after just a moment of thinking. Even in real fantasy civilizations, mages have corresponding unspoken rules to constrain their behavior. Now that this profession has come into reality, there must be corresponding laws and regulations to constrain the various behaviors of this profession. Otherwise, mages will easily become time bombs. After all, magic is essentially the same as guns, cannons, tanks, planes, missiles, and nuclear bombs, and they all need to be strictly controlled. Otherwise, the entire country and the entire civilization will suffer a lot of losses. As for the level of legend, which can already be called a nuclear weapon, it is normal that approval is required before promotion. This is a good thing, and the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Emolan thought. Then the route for mages to upgrade to legend will be determined as this one. While thinking, a gap has already appeared on the membrane of the heaven and earth.